Chapter 1. Traversing the Douluo Continent, the system emerges. Yao Chen, a renowned alchemist on the Douluo Continent, was celebrated for his exceptional skills in alchemy and formidable prowess. However, after an intense confrontation with the Spirit Hall, he unexpectedly found himself transported to a completely unfamiliar realm of the Douluo Continent. Upon awakening, Yao Chen discovered himself amidst a dense forest, where towering ancient trees loomed overhead, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air was infused with a rich and unfamiliar energy, distinctly different from the Douluo he was accustomed to. A sense of caution enveloped him as he swiftly rose to his feet, attempting to harness the remnants of his Douluo, only to realize that the energy rules in this place seemed to exert an inexplicable suppression on it. Where on earth am I? What peculiar energy surrounds me? Yao Chen pondered, his brow furrowed with confusion. At that moment, a mechanical and cold voice echoed unexpectedly within his mind. Congratulations, host, for traversing to the Douluo Continent. The God-level selection system has been successfully bound. Startled, Yao Chen, a man of vast knowledge, quickly regained his composure and sought to engage with this so-called system. System? Who are you? What purpose do you serve? The emotionless voice responded once more. This system will provide the host with a series of choices. Upon making a selection, the host will receive corresponding rewards. These rewards will assist the host in establishing a foothold on the Douluo Continent and ascending to greatness. As it spoke, a virtual panel materialized before Yao Chen, presenting three options. Option 1. Proceed to the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. Observe discreetly and comprehend the Soul Master System of the Douluo Continent. Reward. Douluo Continent Basic Cultivation Knowledge Manual. Soul Power Increase of 10 levels. Option 2. Directly approach the Spirit Hall, declare your identity, and seek collaboration. Reward. 1 random high-quality Martial Soul Awakening card. 1 million gold soul coins. Option 3. Search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the forest and attempt to concoct pills suitable for the Douluo Continent. Reward. 1 Chaos Divine Medicine Seed. An elevation of 1 level in God-level alchemy skills. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen concluded that, given his character and the current predicament, opting for collaboration with the Spirit Hall seemed the most expedient way to navigate this new landscape. After all, he required a formidable force as a backing to explore this unfamiliar world. Moreover, as a colossal entity on the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Hall undoubtedly possessed numerous resources, and secret collaboration with them could expedite his understanding of this realm's rules. In contrast, concocting pills would entail considerable risk until he grasped the characteristics of the local materials, while the option to observe at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, although secure, was too slow for Yao Chen's urgent desire to take control of the situation. I choose option 2, Yao Chen silently affirmed. Ding! Host selection successful. Rewards have been dispensed. Point 1 random high-quality Martial Soul Awakening card has been stored in the system space, and 1 million gold soul coins have been transferred to the host's current available account. Please check your balance. The thoughts of Yao Chen stirred. His consciousness delved into the system's realm, where he beheld a card emanating a mysterious luminescence. Quietly suspended in the air, he retrieved the card, which was inscribed with intricate and enigmatic runes, radiating an immense surge of power. Simultaneously, Yao Chen felt an unexpected influx of wealth amounting to 1 million gold soul coins manifest within his storage space. This is the Soul Awakening card, Yao Chen murmured to himself. Though his understanding of the soul system in Douluo Continent was rudimentary, he recognized the paramount importance of possessing a formidable soul to thrive in this world. Thus, he activated the Soul Awakening card as per the system's guidance. The card transformed into a stream of light, merging into Yao Chen's being, as a profound and unfamiliar force surged within him. Yao Chen sensed his soul being drawn by a tremendous power, revealing an extraordinary vista before his eyes. Countless luminous soul phantoms flickered into view, culminating in the gradual manifestation of a soul radiating with multicolored brilliance. This soul resembled a phoenix poised for flight, enveloped in chaotic energy, with each feather seemingly imbued with the mysteries of the cosmos. Its imposing aura far surpassed any ordinary soul Yao Chen had previously encountered. One immensely powerful soul. Yao Chen rejoiced inwardly, feeling the boundless potential contained within. According to the system's instructions, he learned that this soul was named the Chaotic Star Phoenix Soul, possessing the terrifying abilities to wield the powers of the stars and chaos, ranking among the pinnacle of souls in Douluo Continent. Upon awakening his soul, Yao Chen endeavored to channel his soul power as instructed by the Douluo Continent's cultivation methods provided by the system. To his delight, he discovered that his training speed exceeded that of ordinary individuals, attributed not only to his profound foundations cultivated in the Douluo Continent, but also to the remarkable inherent talent of the chaotic star phoenix soul. Having familiarized himself with the application of his soul and soul power, Yao Chen set forth towards the spirit hall, guided by the maps supplied by the system. Along the way, he effortlessly repelled various soul beast attacks. Leveraging his formidable soul and rapidly enhancing soul power, he observed that the soul beasts of Douluo Continent differed significantly from the magical beasts of Douluo Continent. Not only did they possess formidable soul power, but they also exhibited unique innate skills. However, for Yao Chen at this moment, these soul beasts, while posing a certain level of threat, were insufficient to impede his progress. After several days of arduous travel, Yao Chen finally arrived at the city housing the Spirit Hall. This grand city boasted towering walls adorned with various soul patterns, exemplifying the majesty and honor of the Spirit Hall. Clad in a black robe, Yao Chen entered the city gates with a calm demeanor. The guards at the entrance, sensing the potent fluctuations of soul power emanating from him, displayed a hint of wariness. Yet, Yao Chen merely raised his hand, sending a gold soul coin toward the guards, and smiled, saying, "Please convey my request to the Pope of the Spirit Hall, as I have urgent matters to discuss." The guard accepted the golden soul coin, weighing it in his hand, astonished at the generous demeanor of this individual. Presently, a guard hurried into the city to report, and shortly thereafter, a person resembling a steward from the Spirit Hall arrived to greet him. "Might I inquire what brings you to seek an audience with Her Holiness the Pope?" "Please elucidate," the steward remarked, surveying Yao Chen with a discerning gaze. Yao Chen offered a subtle smile, replying, "This matter pertains to the future dominance of the Spirit Hall, that I kindly request that you escort me to meet Her Holiness, where I shall provide a detailed explanation." Observing Yao Chen's calm demeanor, which belied any deceit, the steward pondered briefly before nodding. "Very well, follow me." Under the steward's guidance, Yao Chen traversed through numerous opulent palaces until they finally arrived at the Pope's chamber. The interior was adorned lavishly, with a grand crystal chandelier casting a soft glow, and the walls embedded with various precious gems. At the far end of the chamber, a woman clad in resplendent papal robes sat regally upon the Pope's throne. This was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen bowed slightly, introducing himself. "I am Yao Chen, hailing from a distant realm. I have come to propose a collaboration with the Spirit Hall to aid in its ascendance over the Douluo Continent." Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise and skepticism crossing her features. "Oh, on what grounds do you believe you can assist the Spirit Hall in conquering the continent? And why would you wish to help us?" Yao Chen had prepared for this moment. He stepped forward, his soul powers swirling around him, and the Chaos Star Phoenix martial spirit manifested instantly. A kaleidoscope of colors and a chaotic aura enveloped the entire chamber, the overwhelming presence causing all present to shudder in astonishment. Possessing such a formidable martial spirit, along with a multitude of unique abilities and knowledge, I am compelled to assist the Spirit Hall. To be candid, I require a powerful force to rely upon in this world, and the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Our collaboration promises mutual benefit, Yao Chen asserted confidently. Bibi Dong regarded Yao Chen's martial spirit, deeply impressed. She sensed the extraordinary strength of this martial spirit, far beyond that of an ordinary one. Moreover, he exuded an enigmatic aura, leading her to believe that he might indeed possess remarkable qualities. "Given your confidence, I shall extend my trust to you this once. However, you must first accomplish a task for the Spirit Hall to demonstrate your capabilities," Bibi Dong stated with a serious expression. "Speak freely," Yao Chen replied with calm assurance. "There exists a faction within the Tiando Empire known as the Shadow Moon Sect. They publicly feign allegiance to the Tiando Empire while covertly colluding with the Xinglua Empire, intending to undermine the Spirit Hall. If you can eradicate the Shadow Moon Sect entirely, I shall formally enter into collaboration with you." Bibi Dong fixed her piercing gaze upon Yao Chen. Yao Chen nodded slightly, responding, "This task is not difficult. Grant me 3 days, and I shall accomplish it." With that, he turned and departed the Pope's chamber, preparing to journey to the Tiando Empire to resolve the matter of the Shadow Moon Sect, earn Bibi Dong's trust, and formally embark on a collaborative journey with the Spirit Hall, setting forth on the path to dominance within the Douluo Continent. Chapter 2. Initial Achievements and Deepening Cooperation. Yao Chen, the chosen path. After leaving the Pope's palace, Yao Chen swiftly activated his agility to head towards the Shadow Moon Sect, located within the borders of the Tiando Empire. He was acutely aware that this mission was not merely an opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities, but also crucial for fostering a deeper collaboration with the Spirit Hall. With his current strength, traversing the mountains and rivers of the Douluo Continent was a swift endeavor, and he arrived at the border of the Tiando Empire within a day. During his journey, Yao Chen utilized the system to gain further insight into the power distribution and combat techniques of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. The system provided him with numerous exquisite methods regarding soul skill combinations and soul power application, bolstering his confidence for the imminent battle. He also employed the system's analytical features to acquire detailed intelligence on the Shadow Moon sect, discovering that it was populated with formidable experts, and its leader had reached the level of title Douluo, wielding the powerful martial soul Shadow Moon Phantom Blade, capable of bewildering opponents and slicing through space. Title Douluo, you say? A subtle smile graced Yao Chen's lips. Though he was a newcomer to the Douluo Continent, he regarded the average title Douluo with little concern, bolstered by his Chaos Stellar Phoenix martial soul and the abilities. Endowed by the system, A.S. Night fell. Yao Chen stealthily infiltrated the Shadow Moon sect. While he noted some commendable aspects of their defense system, it was far from impenetrable. Utilizing his soul power concealment techniques, he deftly evaded numerous sentinels and reached the core area of the sect, AT that moment. The sect's elite were engrossed in discussions regarding their next collaborative scheme with the Xingluo Empire, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Without the slightest hesitation, Yao Chen launched his attack, that he activated the first soul skill of his Chaos Stellar Phoenix martial soul, Stellar Radiance, causing a multitude of starry phantoms to materialize in the sky, illuminating the entirety of the Shadow Moon sect. The blinding brilliance rendered the disciples of the sect momentarily sightless, and chaos swiftly ensued within the sect. The sect's leader sensed the powerful fluctuations of soul power and immediately recognized the incursion of a formidable foe. He hurried to the scene, only to find a cloaked figure standing at the center of the plaza, exuding a terrifying aura. Who dares to intrude upon my Shadow Moon sect? The leader bellowed, as the Shadow Moon Phantom Blade, martial soul, coalesced in his grasp, shimmering with an eerie light. Yao Chen let out a cold chuckle. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your Shadow Moon sect conspires with external enemies, seeking to undermine the Spirit Hall. Today marks your demise. With that, Yao Chen unleashed his second soul skill, Chaos Storm, summoning a tempest of chaotic energy that radiated from him, toppling structures in its path as sect disciples were swept away, their anguished cries echoing through the air. The sect leader, acutely aware of the extraordinary strength of the individual before him, dared not underestimate him. He elevated his soul power to its zenith, unleashing the mightiest technique of the Shadow Moon Phantom Blade, Moon Shadow Space Rift, as a black spatial rift hurtled towards Yao Chen. Sensing the potency of the attack, Yao Chen immediately activated the Chaos Stellar Shield, enveloping himself in a resplendent aura. The spatial rift collided with the shield, erupting in a violent wave of energy, yet the shield remained steadfast. Is this all the skill you possess? Yao Chen provocatively inquired, before unleashing his third soul skill, Phoenix Nirvana Obliteration, that a colossal Chaos Star Phoenix erupted from behind him, soaring towards the master of the Shadow Moon sect with an aura capable of obliterating the heavens. The master of the Shadow Moon sect exerted all his strength to resist, yet gradually found himself overwhelmed by the ferocity of the assault. The radiance of the Shadow Moon Phantom Blade began to wane, ultimately succumbing to the might of the Chaos Star Phoenix. With the fall of the Shadow Moon sect's leader, the sect's resistance crumbled in an instant in the span of merely 1 hour. Yao Chen uprooted the Shadow Moon sect, fulfilling the task assigned to him by Bibi Dong. Having dispatched the Shadow Moon sect, Yao Chen did not linger, promptly returning to the Spirit Hall to report. Upon his return to the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong observed that, although he bore traces of blood, Yao Chen's demeanor remained composed. She gained a deeper appreciation for his formidable prowess. Well done. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. From this day forth, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Spirit Hall. Any requests you have will be accommodated as best as we can, Bibi Dong proclaimed. Yao Chen inclined his head slightly. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your trust. However, I have a proposal that I wish to establish a dedicated research institution focused on the evolution of martial spirits, the refinement of medicinal pills, and the enhancement of soul skills. This is crucial for elevating the overall strength of the Spirit Hall. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall provide you with the necessary resources and facilities. But remember, with the Spirit Hall's investment, you must also deliver commensurate returns. Yao Chen's heart soared with joy. This was precisely the outcome he desired. With the support of the Spirit Hall, he could better utilize his abilities and enhance his influence within the Douluo Continent. Subsequently, Yao Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparations for the research institution. Drawing on his experience in alchemy and the unique treasures of the Douluo Continent, he began experimenting with the creation of various miraculous medicinal pills. These pills not only augmented the soul power of soul masters, but also improved the quality of martial spirits and significantly aided in breaking through bottlenecks. While Yao Chen was engrossed in the affairs of the research institution, he did not neglect to monitor the progress of Qian Rinxue, a key talent nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue possessed immense gifts and potential. Through the system, Yao Chen learned that to attain the status of a divine king, Qian Rinxue must undergo numerous trials, the most critical of which was inheriting the divine position of the angel god. Yao Chen approached Qian Rinxue, expressing his desire to assist her in achieving the rank of divine king. Qian Rinxue regarded the mysterious figure before her, feeling a mix of curiosity and anticipation. "Why do you wish to help me? What means do you possess to aid me in becoming a divine king?" she inquired. Yao Chen smiled gently. "Why alliance with the Spirit Hall is well established, and your growth is intrinsically linked to the future of the Spirit Hall, which is naturally of interest to me. As for the means, I shall craft a tailored training regimen for you, aiding you to navigate the challenges of inheritance more effectively." Under the guidance of Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue embarked on a more arduous path of cultivation. Yao Chen, utilizing the knowledge provided by the system, devised a unique training methodology for soul skills tailored specifically for Qian Rinxue, enabling her angelic martial spirit to unleash even greater power. Additionally, Yao Chen concocted several special elixirs to aid Qian Rinxue in solidifying her soul power and enhancing her physical attributes. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen's research institution achieved remarkable advancements. He successfully formulated the martial spirit evolution pill, which, when consumed by soul masters, significantly elevated the quality of their martial spirits. Upon the dissemination of this news, soul masters within the Spirit Hall clamored for access to this miraculous pill. This achievement not only augmented the overall strength of the soul masters in the Spirit Hall, but also solidified Yao Chen's standing within the organization. However, Yao Chen's actions incited jealousy and discontent among certain high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. They perceived Yao Chen's ascent as a threat to their own positions and conspired in secrecy to undermine him. Among them was an elder named Mo Tian, who, in alliance with several like-minded elders, plotted to create chaos within Yao Chen's research institution in order to diminish his influence. One day, while Yao Chen was away searching for rare materials, Mo Tian and his cohort stealthily infiltrated the research facility. They vandalized several experimental apparatus and absconded with a portion of the elixir formulas. Upon Yao Chen's return, he was met with a scene of utter disarray, and he immediately understood that foul play was afoot. "Humph! How dare they engage in such underhanded tactics behind my back?" Yao Chen thought, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Utilizing the tracking capabilities of the system, he swiftly pinpointed the location of Mo Tian and his accomplices. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Chen set forth to confront them directly. "Mo Tian, how audacious you are to dare to vandalize my research institution." Yao Chen stood before Mo Tian and the others, speaking coldly. Though Mo Tian and his companions felt a tinge of fear at Yao Chen's arrival, they feigned composure. "Yao Chen, your flamboyance within the Spirit Hall has become excessive. We are merely imparting upon you a minor lesson." Yao Chen let out a cold laugh. "Is it just you? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking me." With that, he summoned the chaotic star Phoenix martial spirit, its formidable aura instantly instilling a sense of deathly threat in Mo Tian and the others. "You cannot kill us. We are elders of the Spirit Hall," Mo Tian said, trembling with fear. "What purpose do you serve if you destroy the development of the Spirit Hall?" The murderous intent in Yao Chen's eyes was unmistakable, and he then unleashed the chaotic obliteration slash, a blade of chaotic energy swiftly slicing towards Mo Tian and his companions. They attempted to resist, but against such overwhelming force, they stood no chance and were instantly engulfed by the blade's energy. After dealing with Mo Tian and the others, Yao Chen reorganized the research institution. This incident made the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall realize that Yao Chen was not to be trifled with, prompting them to abandon their previous disdain. As time passed, Yao Chen's position within the Spirit Hall grew increasingly secure, and under his guidance, Qian Rinxue's abilities soared. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was making her final preparations for her divine inheritance. Through the system, Yao Chen learned that for Bibi Dong to successfully inherit the position of the Rakshasa god, she would have to endure a brutal trial of slaughter. Yao Chen sought out Bibi Dong, conveying this information to her and expressing his willingness to offer assistance. Your Majesty, the trial for inheriting the position of the Rakshasa god is exceedingly brutal, requiring extensive bloodshed. I can concoct a pill that will enhance your capacity for slaughter to a certain degree, aiding you in successfully passing the trial, Yao Chen proclaimed. Bibi Dong gazed at Yao Chen, her heart filled with hesitation. She was well aware of Yao Chen's prowess, yet she harbored concerns regarding the potential unforeseen consequences of consuming the pill. Does this pill possess any side effects? Bibi Dong inquired. The elixir, infused with confidence, was proclaimed by the alchemist. This potion has undergone numerous trials under my scrutiny, and it possesses no adverse effects. Your Holiness may consume it with absolute assurance, for it will undoubtedly enhance your chances of successfully overcoming the trial. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. Yao Chen immediately commenced the alchemical process of crafting a potion, and after several days of diligent effort, he successfully concocted the Rakshasa slaughter elixir. Upon consuming the elixir, Bibi Dong felt an immense surge of murderous power within her, instilling her with newfound confidence regarding the divine position inheritance trial. With Yao Chen's assistance, Bibi Dong embarked upon the path of inheriting the Rakshasa deity's divine rank. Meanwhile, Yao Chen continued to monitor the growth of Qian Ringshu, devising strategies for the advancement of the Wuhuan Temple, steadily progressing towards the goals of establishing the temple's supremacy over the continent, assisting Qian Ringshu in becoming a divine king, and ultimately achieving the status of a creator god himself. Chapter 3: Turbulent Winds and Dark Currents. Divine Position Inheritance. As Yao Chen vigorously propelled the reforms within the Wuhuan Temple, aiding Qian Ringshu's growth and preparing Bibi Dong for her divine inheritance. The conservative factions within the temple grew increasingly restless. Led by Elder Hadi, these traditionalists had long enjoyed substantial privileges within the Wuhuan Temple, wielding considerable influence through established power structures and resource distribution methods. Yao Chen's reformative measures, such as the reorganization of subordinate factions and the optimization of resource allocation towards promising young soul masters, undoubtedly threatened their vested interests. Elder Hadi convened several like-minded elders in a concealed chamber within the Wuhuan Temple to deliberate on countermeasures. This Yao Chen has stirred such turmoil in the temple in a short span of time. If this continues, our status and interest will be jeopardized. Elder Hadi remarked with a grim expression. Indeed, what is he even doing with this Soul Innovation Hall, squandering resources on nebulous research? It's sheer folly, another elder concurred. We must devise a method to thwart him. Ideally, we should expel him from the Wuhuan Temple altogether, another elder said through gritted teeth. After a round of scheming, they resolved to sabotage the Divine Inheritance Assistance Program that Yao Chen had prepared for Bibi Dong. They understood that Bibi Dong placed immense importance on this divine inheritance. Should she falter in this endeavor, Yao Chen would undoubtedly fall from grace. Concurrently, Yao Chen dedicated himself wholly to the preparations for Bibi Dong's divine inheritance. Utilizing the divine level selection system, he continuously refined Bibi Dong's inheritance plan. According to the information provided by the system, he discovered that the Rakshasa deity's divine inheritance encompassed not only trials of mental fortitude and soul power, but also involved a unique spiritual contract. Establishing a favorable contractual relationship with a fragment of the Rakshasa deity's will in advance would significantly mitigate the risks associated with the inheritance. Through a unique ritual and his formidable spiritual strength, Yao Chen endeavored to communicate with the lingering will of the Rakshasa deity remaining in the Douluo Continent. Within a secluded chamber dedicated to cultivation, Yao Chen meticulously arranged a complex array, his soul power swirling around him, while his spiritual energy extended like fine threads into the surroundings. After several days of relentless effort, he finally captured a faint, elusive trace of the Rakshasa deity's essence. O Rakshasa, I am aware of the arduous path of your inheritance. I am willing to assist Bibi Dong in successfully inheriting your divine position, allowing the power of the Rakshasa to endure in the Douluo Continent. What say you? Yao Chen communicated on a spiritual level with the essence of the Rakshasa deity. The will remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Eventually, a frigid response echoed back. If you can ensure the purity and strength of the inheritor, I shall enter into a covenant with you. However, you must be prepared to pay a certain price. A chill ran through Yao Chen's heart, yet for the sake of Bibi Dong's divine legacy, he hesitated not in the slightest. Speak of any cost, and I shall heed your words. You must offer a fragment of your very soul as the token of our covenant. Should the inheritance falter, you will endure the profound devastation of your spirit. Proclaim the will of the Rakshasa deity. Yao Chen inhaled deeply, resolutely agreeing. Very well, I accept your proposition. At that pivotal moment, as Yao Chen forged a pact with the will of the Rakshasa deity, Elder Hadi and his companions stealthily infiltrated Bibi Dong's secluded sanctum. Taking advantage of the guardian's unawareness, they surreptitiously introduced a substance known as soul disorder powder into the spiritual spring required for Bibi Dong's meditation. Once the soul disorder powder mingled with the spring and was absorbed by Bibi Dong, it would precipitate a tumult in her soul power, disrupt her mental state, and inevitably lead to the failure of her divine legacy. Upon the completion of his contract, Yao Chen keenly sensed the abnormal fluctuations within the spirit hall. He swiftly realized that sabotage was afoot and hastened to the secluded chamber of Bibi Dong. Upon arrival, he discovered that the guarding disciples had been rendered unconscious, and the spiritual spring exuded a peculiar aura of chaotic souls. Infuriated, Yao Chen understood the urgency of the situation. Bibi Dong could absorb the energy from the spring at any moment. He quickly channeled his soul power, striving to purify the chaos within the spring. However, the chaotic souls were exceedingly unruly, making it difficult for him to eradicate them entirely. At that moment, Bibi Dong's seclusion was nearing its end, and she began to draw upon the spring's power. Anxious and desperate, Yao Chen exerted all his efforts to cleanse the spring while simultaneously transmitting a warning to Bibi Dong through a unique wave of soul energy. Your Holiness, the spiritual spring has been tampered with. Cease absorption immediately and resist the chaotic souls. Startled by Yao Chen's sudden warning during her meditative state, Bibi Dong was taken aback. She promptly activated her soul power in an attempt to fend off the encroaching chaos. Yet, the chaotic souls had already begun to manifest, causing her soul power to spiral into disarray, her mind plagued by illusions, and her mental fortitude to waver. Yao Chen, acutely aware that further delay was untenable, unleashed the formidable soul skill of his Chaos Star Phoenix martial spirit, the celestial purification light. A resplendent array of colors enveloped the spirit spring. Under the potent purifying force, the chaotic medicinal effects gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, Yao Chen transmitted the unique power he had obtained through his contract with the raging spirits to Bibi Dong, aiding her in stabilizing her mental state and untangling her disordered soul energy. With Yao Chen's unwavering assistance, Bibi Dong finally liberated herself from the turmoil of the chaotic spirit. She cast a grateful glance towards Yao Chen, recognizing that had he not arrived in the nick of time, the divine inheritance would have undoubtedly ended in failure. Yao Chen, I will not let this matter rest. I shall investigate this thoroughly. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a glimmer of murderous intent. Yao Chen nodded, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. The immediate priority is your divine inheritance. Following the earlier setbacks, the transmission of the inheritance has already been delayed, and we must hasten to continue. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, recalibrating her state, and resumed absorbing the power of the spiritual spring. Yao Chen stood vigilantly by her side, alert to any potential dangers that might arise. Under the protection of Yao Chen and the endorsement of the Rakshasa deity's will, Bibi Dong's divine inheritance progressed smoothly. A mysterious force gradually enveloped her body, emanating the aura of the Rakshasa deity. As the inheritance deepened, Bibi Dong's strength continuously ascended, and her martial soul underwent a transformation under the baptism of the Rakshasa deity's power. Meanwhile, Elder Hadi and his associates, having learned of the failure of their sabotage plan, were filled with both astonishment and dread. They understood that once Bibi Dong investigated this matter thoroughly, their exposure would be inevitable. Elder Hadi resolved to take decisive action, uniting the forces of the conservatives to incite a rebellion, attempting to seize control of the spirit hall before Bibi Dong could complete her divine inheritance. He clandestinely summoned soul masters loyal to their cause, most of whom were vested interests within the spirit hall. Armed and brimming with aggression, they surged toward Bibi Dong's secluded chamber. We cannot remain passive. While Bibi Dong has yet to complete her inheritance and Yao Chen is preoccupied, we must seize them and take control of the spirit hall. Elder Hadi rallied, brandishing his staff and inciting the crowd's fervor. Upon their arrival at the secluded chamber, Yao Chen had already sensed their approach. Positioned at the entrance, he regarded the rebels with a stern expression. Hadi, you possess audacity beyond measure to instigate rebellion. Do you think this will succeed? Yao Chen thundered. Elder Hadi sneered in response. Yao Chen, you have thwarted my plans, Today marks your demise. Everyone, attack him. The rebels surged forward, launching their assault on Yao Chen. Unfazed, he summoned the Chaos Stellar Phoenix Martial Soul, its formidable presence instantly suppressing the insurgents. Yao Chen unleashed a series of powerful soul techniques, the Chaos Storm Stellar Slash, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that erupted among the throng. Despite their numbers, the rebels fell one after another before Yao Chen's overwhelming might. Sensing the tide turning against them, Elder Hadi attempted to flee. Yet, Yao Chen would not let him escape. He instantly appeared before Elder Hadi, seizing him by the throat. You wretches, driven by selfish interests, dared to commit such treachery. Today heralds your end. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yao Chen's eyes as he tightened his grip, causing Elder Hadi to perish in an instant. Having dealt with the insurrection, Yao Chen resumed his guardianship over Bibi Dong. At that moment, her divine inheritance was entering its final critical phase. Her body radiated a brilliant light as the divine power of the Rakshasa deity gradually merged within her. Finally, under Yao Chen's anxious gaze, Bibi Dong successfully completed the inheritance of the Rakshasa deity. She slowly opened her eyes, which shimmered with the brilliance of the Rakshasa deity, her strength having ascended to an entirely new realm. Yao Chen, thank you. Were it not for you, my inheritance would surely have failed. Bibi Dong expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Yao Chen smiled faintly and said, Your Holiness, this is our shared aspiration. Now that you have attained divinity, the power of the Spirit Hall has significantly increased, bringing us one step closer to dominating the continent. Yet, we must not let our guard down, as numerous challenges lie ahead. Bibi Dong nodded, fully aware that despite her ascension to divinity, the situation facing the Spirit Hall remained intricate. The Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire would undoubtedly not stand idly by as the Spirit Hall grew stronger. And Qian Renshua's path to becoming a deity still stretched far ahead. Following Bibi Dong's ascension, Yao Chen began preparing for the potential counterattacks from the two empires, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on Qian Renshua's development, ensuring ample preparation for her forthcoming inheritance of the angel god. After enduring this tumultuous period, the Spirit Hall would emerge with a renewed vigor, ready to confront the impending upheavals on the Douluo Continent. Chapter 4. The Dawn of Ambition, Hidden Crises. After Bibi Dong successfully inherited the title of the Rakshasa god, the prestige of the Spirit Hall soared to unprecedented heights across the Douluo Continent. Formerly dismissive of the Spirit Hall, various factions were now compelled to reassess this formidable organization. As the pivotal figure in this transformative journey, Yao Chen's standing within the Spirit Hall reached unprecedented levels. Yao Chen understood that although Bibi Dong's ascension to the divine rank was a significant advantage, achieving the goal of the Spirit Hall's supremacy over the continent required a comprehensive strategy. He suggested to Bibi Dong that, taking advantage of the current high morale and widespread reputation of the Spirit Hall, they should integrate the neutral forces across Douluo Continent to expand the reach of the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, it was crucial to enhance the training of the Spirit Hall's own soul masters to elevate their overall strength. Your Holiness, he began. Now that you have attained the divine rank, the deterrent power of the Spirit Hall has greatly increased. We can dispatch envoys to those wavering neutral factions, offering substantial benefits to invite them to join our ranks. In doing so, our sphere of influence will rapidly expand, and our resources will become more abundant. Within Bibi Dong's palace, Yao Chen elaborated on his plan in detail. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, acknowledging Yao Chen's proposal. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Select suitable envoys, ensuring that these forces genuinely pledge their allegiance. At the same time, we cannot afford to relax in the training of our internal soul masters. What are your thoughts on this matter? Yao Chen had long been preparing for this moment. He declared, I intend to establish the Divine Enlightenment Academy within the Spirit Hall, specifically dedicated to nurturing young soul masters with potential. The Academy will adopt a novel teaching methodology, emphasizing not only the enhancement of soul power, but also the cultivation of practical combat skills, teamwork abilities, and strategic thinking. Furthermore, I shall personally concoct various elixirs to assist the students in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks. Bibi Dong was exceedingly pleased with Yao Chen's plan and immediately commanded full support for the establishment of the Divine Enlightenment Academy. Yao Chen sprang into action, selecting seasoned soul masters from within the Spirit Hall to serve as instructors. He also exchanged for rare educational resources from the system, preparing for the Academy's inauguration. Thanks to Yao Chen's efforts, the Divine Enlightenment Academy was swiftly constructed and welcomed its inaugural cohort of students. All elite young soul masters carefully chosen from the ranks of the Spirit Hall, brimming with anticipation for the future. Yao Chen personally conducted classes, imparting his unique cultivation methods and combat techniques to the students. You must remember, the power of a martial spirit is not solely determined by the level of soul power, but also by the understanding and application of the martial spirit itself, Yao Chen stated on the academy's training grounds. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix martial spirit, demonstrating several distinctive applications of soul skills, which left the students in awe. Meanwhile, envoys from the Spirit Hall set out to various neutral factions, under the formidable deterrence of the Spirit Hall and the allure of substantial benefits. Numerous neutral forces opted to align themselves with it. Consequently, the territory of the Spirit Hall expanded rapidly, encompassing vast regions of the Douluo Continent. However, Yao Chen's actions sparked intense vigilance from the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. The two empires recognized that if left unchecked, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly become a significant threat. Thus, the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire and Emperor Dai Hao of the Xinghua Empire convened in secret to devise a strategic response. Your Majesty, Snow Knight, the Spirit Hall's power has swelled, and with Bibi Dong achieving divinity, if we do not unite, we may find ourselves consumed, Emperor Dai Hao remarked gravely. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded in agreement, stating, "What you say is indeed true, Your Majesty Dai Hao. We must join forces to confront the Spirit Hall. However, given its current strength, we must deliberate carefully." After considerable discussion, the two empires resolved to covertly form a joint legion, recruiting elite soul masters from both nations for clandestine training. Simultaneously, they dispatched spies to infiltrate the Spirit Hall, gathering intelligence and seeking its vulnerabilities. While the two empires conspired, Yao Chen's development within the Spirit Hall was not without its challenges. Although the Divine Enlightenment Academy yielded remarkable educational results, producing a cadre of formidable young soul masters, there remained conservative factions within the Spirit Hall that harbored discontent towards Yao Chen's reforms. Though they dared not openly resist, they covertly impeded the implementation of his plans. Yao Chen discerned these subtle maneuvers, yet he refrained from taking immediate action. He was acutely aware that the Spirit Hall was at a pivotal juncture in its development, and it was not prudent to incite further turmoil internally. He resolved to exercise patience, biding his time until the opportune moment to eradicate these latent threats. Amidst this precarious situation, Yao Chen remained composed. On one hand, he continued to advance the Spirit Hall's growth, fortifying alliances with affiliated forces to consolidate its dominion. On the other hand, he strategically employed the divine selection system to preemptively prepare for any potential crises. In his mind, he silently inquired of the system, "Is there a means to anticipate the actions of the two great empires?" The system's cold voice responded, "The host may expend a certain amount of system points to exchange for the Heavenly Insight Eye, which allows for the perception of enemy movements and plans within a specified range." Yao Chen unhesitatingly opted for the exchange. As a flash of light illuminated the surroundings, a minuscule rune materialized at his brow. He endeavored to employ the Heavenly Insight Eye, and instantly, everything around him seemed to become translucent. He could distinctly perceive the distant fluctuations of soul power and the movements of individuals. Through the lens of the Heavenly Insight Eye, Yao Chen swiftly identified the infiltrator from the Martial Spirit Hall. Rather than alarming the intruder, he chose to clandestinely observe their actions, seeking to trace the roots and uncover the mastermind behind the scheme. Under Yao Chen's vigilant scrutiny, the spy established contact with an associate from the Heavenly Empire. Following this lead, Yao Chen gradually pieced together the location and training status of the joint military being formed by the two empires. A cold smirk played upon Yao Chen's lips. Indeed, the two empires harbored ill intentions. He promptly reported this intelligence to Bibi Dong, presenting his counter-strategy. "Your Holiness, the two empires are secretly assembling a joint military force, plotting an assault against us. We should take the initiative and launch a surprise attack while their forces are still untrained," Yao Chen proposed. After pondering for a moment, Bibi Dong replied, "While this plan bears merit, if we hastily execute a surprise attack, it may incite panic among other factions, which would be detrimental to our reputation. We must devise a more comprehensive strategy." After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen remarked, "Your Majesty's words ring true. We may feign ignorance for the time being, secretly preparing ourselves. When they are ready to launch their attack, we shall gather our forces under the guise of defense and deliver them a decisive blow. Simultaneously, we can disseminate false intelligence to lead them to believe we are utterly unprepared, thus lulling them into a false sense of security." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us proceed as you suggest." You shall take charge of the overall coordination, ensuring that nothing is left to chance. Upon receiving his orders, Yao Chen immediately commenced his operations. On one front, he orchestrated the intelligence personnel of the Spirit Hall to disseminate false information, thereby confounding the two great empires. On another front, he discreetly mobilized the elite forces of the Spirit Hall in preparation for the impending war. Under Yao Chen's meticulous planning, the Spirit Hall stood in a state of heightened readiness, anticipating the actions of the two empires. Meanwhile, under Yao Chen's tutelage, Qian Rinxue's prowess steadily advanced, gradually aligning with the expectations of the angel god's legacy. Yao Chen was acutely aware that the forthcoming conflict would be a pivotal battle for the Spirit Hall's dominion over the continent. He knew he must devote himself entirely to ensure victory for the Spirit Hall, thereby laying a robust foundation for Qian Rinxue's ascension to godhood in his own quest for the title of Creator God. Chapter 5. Intricate Strategies and Tactical Maneuvering. As Yao Chen diligently prepares to confront the united onslaught of the Tiandou and Xinglua empires, his gaze also shifts towards other pivotal forces on the Douluo Continent, particularly the Haotian sect among the upper three sects and the lower three sects. These sects hold significant sway in the power dynamics of the Douluo Continent, and their attitudes and actions will profoundly influence the Soul Palace's quest for dominance over the land. Concurrently, Qian Douluo, within the hallowed halls of the Soul Palace, remains acutely attuned to the unfolding situation. As the grand offering of the Soul Palace, Qian Douluo has devoted himself to safeguarding the heritage and glory of the Soul Palace. The rapid ascent of Yao Chen, an outsider, along with his instigation of a series of reforms, elicits a complex array of emotions within him. On one hand, he recognizes the strength and opportunities that Yao Chen brings to the Soul Palace. On the other, he maintains a degree of vigilance regarding Yao Chen's origins and intentions. Indeed, Yao Chen's methods are remarkable, yet the urgency with which he advocates for the expansion of the Soul Palace raises questions. Does he genuinely act in the best interests of the Soul Palace? Or are there ulterior motives at play? As Qian Douluo paces within the offering hall, he murmurs to himself, resolving to engage in an in-depth dialogue with Yao Chen. He sends a missive inviting him to the offering hall for a discussion. Upon receiving the invitation, Yao Chen comprehends Qian Douluo's apprehensions and sees this as an opportunity to garner his unwavering support for his plans. As Yao Chen steps into the offering hall, the imposing gaze of Qian Douluo falls upon him. Yao Chen, your endeavors since entering the Soul Palace have indeed significantly enhanced its power. However, I seek to understand your true intentions behind such fervent efforts. Qian Douluo inquires directly. The medicinal dust smiled faintly and calmly remarked, Great offering. Although I hail from another realm, I have now taken upon myself the rise and fall of the Spirit Hall as my own responsibility. I aspire to assist the Spirit Hall in dominating the continent, ensuring that its illustrious name resonates throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. As for my personal ambitions, I too possess aspirations that do not conflict with the development of the Spirit Hall. I firmly believe that in the pursuit of the Spirit Hall's supremacy, I shall also achieve my own goals. Qian Douluo furrowed his brow slightly and continued to inquire, Might you disclose what these personal aspirations entail? Yao Chen inhaled deeply and declared, I aspire to attain the divine rank of the Creator God. Yet, this ambition is not driven by selfish desires. Rather, it stems from a profound wish to wield greater power in safeguarding the peace and order of the Douluo Continent. Only when the Spirit Hall reigns supreme over the continent and brings an end to the ongoing conflicts will I have the opportunity to realize this goal. Qian Douluo remained silent for a considerable time, perceiving the steadfastness and sincerity in Yao Chen's eyes. At last, he gave a slight nod, saying, I hope your words are not mere rhetoric. Should you indeed assist the Spirit Hall in achieving dominance over the continent, I shall not stand in your way. However, remember this, the honor of the Spirit Hall must remain untarnished. Yao Chen felt a surge of joy within, for he understood that he had garnered the preliminary acknowledgement from Qian Douluo. Rest assured, esteemed grand offering, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Following the conclusion of his meeting with Qian Douluo, Yao Chen's resolve to advance his plans became even more resolute. He was acutely aware that in order to confront the united assault of the two great empires, securing the support or neutrality of the upper three sects and lower three sects was of paramount importance. Yao Chen first directed his gaze towards the Haotian sect. Since the mysterious disappearance of Tang Chun, the Haotian sect had remained reclusive. However, Yao Chen understood that the sect possessed profound heritage, and its Haotian hammer martial soul was renowned as the foremost weapon martial soul in the Douluo Continent. Securing the support of the Haotian sect would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the Spirit Hall significantly. Yao Chen resolved to personally journey to the Haotian sect. He brought with him a meticulously prepared gift, several precious elixirs capable of enhancing the quality of one's martial spirit, and set forth towards the mountain gate of the Haotian sect. Upon his arrival at the sect's entrance, he was immediately intercepted by several disciples of Haotian. "Who are you? And why do you dare to trespass upon the territory of our Haotian sect?" One disciple inquired with a vigilant demeanor. Yao Chen smiled and said, "Please convey a message, stating that Yao Chen from the Spirit Hall seeks an audience with your esteemed sect's leader. I have come with pressing matters to discuss, and I bring with me a gift imbued with sincere intentions." Upon hearing that Yao Chen hailed from the Spirit Hall, the disciples' expression shifted slightly. However, observing his earnest demeanor, they dispatched one among them to deliver the message. Before long, the returning disciple announced, "The sect leader requests your presence." Yao Chen entered the Haotian sect alongside his disciple and encountered the sect's master, Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao, a figure of imposing stature, bore a resolute countenance, exuding an aura of steadfastness. "Yao Chen, the Spirit Hall and my Haotian sect have traditionally had no dealings. What brings you here today?" Tang Xiao inquired, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Yao Chen. After respectfully bowing, Yao Chen spoke, "Master Tang, the situation in the Douluo Continent is currently tumultuous. With the Spirit Hall facing the united threat of the two great empires, Heaven Do and Star Luo, I am acutely aware of the profound heritage of the Haotian sect. If we can collaborate, we shall undoubtedly confront this crisis together. I have prepared a gift for your esteemed sect, several pills capable of enhancing the quality of martial souls. I hope Master Tang will graciously accept them." Tang Xiao regarded the pills in Yao Chen's hand, feeling a stir of interest within. Pills that can enhance the quality of martial souls are exceedingly rare. Should the disciples of the sect consume them, it would significantly bolster the strength of the Haotian sect. However, he also understood that cooperating with the Spirit Hall was no trivial matter and required careful deliberation. "Yao Chen, this matter is of great significance. Allow me to confer with the elders of the sect before I provide you with a response. For the time being, please rest within the sect," Tang Xiao replied. Yao Chen understood that Tang Xiao's actions were a careful consideration of pros and cons. He remained unhurried, patiently awaiting a response from the Haotian sect. While anticipating their reply, Yao Chen did not neglect the lower three sects. He dispatched several eloquent envoys to each of the lower three sects, articulating the might of the Spirit Hall, its future development plans, and the advantages of collaboration. "Should your esteemed sect ally with us, the Spirit Hall will provide abundant cultivation resources, aiding your sect in enhancing its strength. Furthermore, once the Spirit Hall establishes dominance over the continent, your sect will also enjoy a higher status across the realm." The envoys sincerely conveyed to the sect leaders of the lower three sects. Upon receiving the envoys' proposals, the leaders of the lower three sects fell into contemplation. They were acutely aware of the Spirit Hall's formidable influence. To reject the collaboration could invite retaliation, while agreeing to it posed a risk to their own independence. Consequently, the attitudes of the lower three sects became increasingly ambiguous. Meanwhile, the fabricated intelligence orchestrated by Yao Chen began to bear fruit. Spies from the Tiando and Xinglua empires transmitted false reports of turmoil and unrest within the Spirit Hall, leading the two empires to mistakenly believe that this was an opportune moment to launch an assault. As a result, both empires hastened the training of their joint forces, preparing for a surprise attack. Yao Chen, through the celestial insight eye, closely monitored the movements of the two great empires. He was acutely aware that war was imminent, and the positions of the Haotian sect and the lower three sects would be pivotal in determining the outcome of this impending conflict. In his heart, he silently prayed for the Haotian sect and the lower three sects to make the right choices, joining forces with the Spirit Hall to collectively confront the forthcoming tempest. This collaboration would not only solidify the Spirit Hall's dominion over the continent, but also lay a robust foundation for Qian Rinshue's path to godhood and his own ascension to the position of creator god. As Yao Chen awaited responses from all parties, news finally arrived from the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao convened the elders, and after fervent discussions, a divergence of opinions emerged among them. Some elders expressed concern, deeming the Spirit Hall's ambitions perilous. They believed that collaborating with it would be akin to seeking shelter with a tiger, potentially jeopardizing the Haotian sect's independence. Conversely, other elders recognized the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall and the allure of the elixirs brought by Yao Chen, viewing this as a golden opportunity to enhance the Haotian sect's power. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Xiao ultimately reached a decision. He summoned Yao Chen to the council chamber once more. Yao Chen, he began, after deliberation with the elders. We have resolved to establish a temporary cooperative agreement with the Spirit Hall. During the period of the joint assault by the two empires, the Haotian sect will fight alongside the Spirit Hall. However, once the war concludes, the Haotian sect shall retain its independence. Yao Chen was filled with joy. Although it was merely a temporary alliance, it marked a promising beginning. The leader of the Tang sect, possessing profound insights, was duly acknowledged for his support on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Rest assured, the Spirit Hall shall adhere to our commitments. Having addressed the concerns of the Haotian sect, Yao Chen then redirected his focus towards the lower three sections. Upon learning that these sects were hesitating due to fears of losing their autonomy, he dispatched envoys once more, assuring them that the Spirit Hall would not interfere in their internal affairs, but would instead engage in collaboration regarding resource sharing and mutual defense. While the lower three sects were still deliberating, the two great empires of Tiandou and Xinglua could no longer contain themselves and launched a joint offensive. The coalition forces surged like a tidal wave towards the territory of the Spirit Hall, heralding the imminent onset of a grand battle. Standing atop the citadel of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen gazed into the distance where dust was rising, his eyes resolute. He understood that he had meticulously planned for this moment, and the outcome hinged upon this singular confrontation. Meanwhile, the stance of the lower three sects remained ambiguous, adding an element of uncertainty to the impending war. Nonetheless, Yao Chen was confident that with the current strength of the Spirit Hall and the temporary alliance with the Haotian sect, victory in this conflict was assured, laying a solid foundation for the dominance of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 6. The Outbreak of War. Tides have changed the coalition forces of the two great empires. Tiandou and Xinglua advanced with formidable momentum, instantly heightening the tension within the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen stood atop the main hall citadel, overseeing the gathering army of the Spirit Hall, his expression grave yet imbued with a sense of conviction. He was acutely aware that this war was not merely a pivotal battle for the supremacy of the Spirit Hall on the continent, but also a significant test of his previous strategic maneuvers. Report. The coalition forces of the two empires have reached the outskirts of the Sunset Forest and are expected to encounter our vanguard troops within half an hour. A messenger rushed in to convey the urgent news. Yao Chen nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Transmit the orders. Adhere to the original plan. The vanguard shall first engage the enemy, feigning weakness to lure them in, ensuring they are drawn into our meticulously crafted encirclement." At that moment, Bi Dong ascended the city tower. Adorned in resplendent Rakshasa attire, exuding an aura of formidable and enigmatic power. "Yao Chen," she inquired, "this battle determines the rise or fall of the Spirit Hall. Do you possess confidence?" Yao Chen turned around and respectfully declared, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I have made comprehensive preparations. The Haotian sect has agreed to a temporary alliance with us. Although the attitudes of the lower three sects remain ambiguous, we have devised countermeasures. Furthermore, our intelligence efforts have led the enemy to make miscalculations. If we proceed according to our plan, we will undoubtedly inflict significant damage upon them." Bi Dong furrowed her brow slightly, gazing into the distance as she replied, "I hope so. The joint forces of the two great empires are formidable. We must not underestimate them." At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, and Qian Daolu transformed into a radiant beam, descending upon the city tower. "Yao Chen, I have summoned all the elders from the Hall of Offerings, ready to engage in battle at any moment. In this fight, our Spirit Hall shall emerge victorious." Qian Daolu's voice resonated with authority and confidence. A warmth enveloped Yao Chen's heart as he remarked, "With the support of the Grand Offering and esteemed allies, we are like a tiger with wings." Meanwhile, on the fringes of the Twilight Forest, the vanguard of the Spirit Hall encountered the joint forces of two great empires. The commander of the United Army, upon perceiving the modest numbers of the Spirit Hall's vanguard, believed an opportunity lay before him and promptly ordered an attack. The vanguard feigned defeat, retreating strategically towards a predetermined encirclement. "Humph, the Spirit Hall is nothing more than this. Pursue them," the commander of the United Army proclaimed with triumph. As the united forces relentlessly pursued, they gradually ventured deeper into the Spirit Hall's ambush zone. Once they were fully ensnared within the encirclement, Yao Chen issued a command, "Engage." Instantly, the hidden forces of the Spirit Hall surged forth like a tidal wave, surrounding the united army completely. Concurrently, powerful waves of soul energy erupted in the sky, as the soul masters of the Spirit Hall unleashed a myriad of formidable soul techniques upon the united forces. "Not good. We've fallen into a trap." The commander of the United Army finally realized the dire situation, but it was too late. Amidst the fierce combat, Yao Chen attentively monitored the battlefield dynamics. He observed that while the United forces were encircled, their resistance remained remarkably tenacious. Particularly the Royal Soul Master Legion of the Tiando Empire and the White Tiger Legion of the Xinglua Empire, showcasing exceptional combat prowess. It seems we must call upon the Haotian sect, Yao Chen pondered, swiftly reaching out via a specialized communication method to Tang Xiao. Lord Tang, the enemy's resistance is robust. I kindly request your sect to assist by launching a flanking attack to disrupt their formation, Yao Chen conveyed. Very well, we shall act immediately, Tang Xiao responded without hesitation. The experts of the Haotian sect appeared on the battlefield's flank like specters, wielding the Haotian hammer and unleashing powerful attack soul techniques. The might of the Haotian hammer was astonishing. Each strike detonated within the enemy ranks, instantly disarraying the formation of the United Army. Caught between the dual onslaughts of the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, the United forces gradually found themselves in a precarious situation. However, at that moment, the battlefield dynamics shifted unexpectedly. The forces of the three lower sects suddenly materialized at the edge of the battlefield, their intentions unclear. They neither joined the fray nor retreated. Yao Chen felt a tightening in his heart, for he understood that the actions of the lower three sects would determine the ultimate course of this battle. He swiftly made a decision and personally approached the front lines of the lower three sects. The three sect leaders were aware that the two great empires were attempting to annihilate the Spirit Hall in their quest for dominance over the Douluo Continent. Should the Spirit Hall fall, the lower three sects would also find it difficult to preserve their own integrity. Now was the time for us to unite and safeguard the peace of the Douluo Continent. I implore the three sect leaders to act decisively, Yao Chen proclaimed loudly. The leaders of the lower three sects exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons in their minds. Ultimately, Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, spoke first. Yao Chen, we are willing to place our trust in you this once. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, we shall join the battle. Under Ning Fingxi's leadership, the other two sects of the lower three sects promptly responded and entered the fray. The participation of the lower three sects decisively tilted the battlefield in favor of the Spirit Hall. The allied forces, besieged from multiple sides, could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to collapse. The leaders of the two great empires, sensing the dire situation, hurriedly issued orders for a retreat. Thinking of escaping? It shall not be so easy. Bibi Dong scoffed coldly, channeling the power of the Rakshasa god, transforming into a streak of black light that surged toward the enemy commander. The might of the Rakshasa god was terrifying. Wherever it passed, foes crumpled before it. Yao Chen did not remain idle. He summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix Martial Soul and unleashed the Chaos Star Blast. A tremendous surge of energy erupted among the enemy ranks, inflicting substantial casualties upon them. After a fierce battle, the coalition forces of the two great empires suffered severe losses and fled in disarray. The Spirit Hall achieved a resounding victory. In the aftermath of the battle, the Spirit Hall held a grand celebration feast. Bibi Dong sat in the place of honor, her face radiating the joy of triumph. Yao Chen, your remarkable contributions were pivotal in securing this significant victory. Yao Chen slightly inclined his body and remarked, Your Majesty, I am but a humble participant in this endeavor. It is the collective effort of all involved that has borne fruit. The contributions of the Haotian sect, the three lower sects, and all the valiant soldiers of the Spirit Hall are indispensable. Tang Xiao responded with a smile, Brother Yao Chen, you are too modest. This collaboration with the Spirit Hall has allowed us at the Haotian sect to witness both the strength and sincerity of the Spirit Hall. I hope we will have further opportunities to work together in the future. The leaders of the three lower sects echoed his sentiments, expressing that this partnership has revealed the Spirit Hall's grand vision, and they are eager to maintain a fruitful relationship. However, Yao Chen remained grounded, unclouded by the triumph. He understood that although the two great empires had suffered defeat, they would not relent and would undoubtedly seek to regain their footing. Furthermore, the momentous inheritance of the angel god by Qian Rinxue was approaching a critical juncture, and he needed to safeguard her legacy. After the celebration banquet concluded, Yao Chen sought out Qian Rinxue. Xuer, you are now on the brink of receiving the angel goddess inheritance. In the time ahead, you must devote yourself entirely to your preparations. I shall eliminate all distractions to ensure your successful ascension. Qian Rinxue nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Elder Yao, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Simultaneously, Yao Chen began to devise his next strategic moves. He was acutely aware that to fully realize the Spirit Hall's ambition of dominating the continent, it was imperative to further diminish the power of the two empires and solidify alliances with various factions. Additionally, he recognized that his own journey towards attaining the position of the creator god was long and fraught with challenges, necessitating continual enhancement of his strength and unraveling more secrets surrounding the creator god's legacy. In this tumultuous world of Douluo Continent, Yao Chen, driven by his grand aspirations, pressed onward. He understood that the path ahead would be laden with trials, yet he was confident that with his intellect, strength, and the assistance of the divine selection system, he would gradually realize his dreams and rewrite the annals of Douluo Continent's history. Chapter 7. The Eve of Inheritance. Undercurrents stirring, the Spirit Hall achieved a resounding victory against the joint forces of the Tiandou and Xingluo empires, enhancing its esteemed reputation. All factions on Douluo Continent, whether aligned with the Spirit Hall or merely observing, gained a renewed understanding of its formidable power. Yao Chen's position within the Spirit Hall grew increasingly solid, with each of his decisions shaping the future trajectory of the organization. In the aftermath of the conflict, Yao Chen did not rest on his laurels but swiftly immersed himself in new strategies. He was acutely aware that despite their significant losses, the two empires retained considerable resources and would undoubtedly devise ways to rebound. To prepare for potential crises, Yao Chen took measures to fortify the Spirit Hall's defenses, establishing powerful soul power protective formations at the headquarters and critical strongholds. Concurrently, he proactively strengthened cooperative ties with the Haotian sect and the three lower sects, engaging in regular intelligence exchanges and strategic discussions. Master Tang, although the two empires have retreated, we must remain vigilant. We need to enhance our communications and collectively address any unforeseen developments, Yao Chen stated during a meeting with Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao nodded in agreement. Brother Yao Chen speaks wisely. Through this collaboration, I have come to realize our fates are intertwined. The Haotian sect is destined to join forces with the Spirit Hall to fend off external threats. Simultaneously, Yao Chen has devoted more of his energy to the angel god's legacy concerning Qian Rinxue. Through the divine selection system, he has acquired numerous concealed insights regarding the angel god's inheritance. It turns out that the legacy of the angel god requires not only the inheritor to possess formidable strength and a pure angelic martial soul, but also necessitates a specific time and location, along with a special ritual to summon the divine power of the angel. After careful calculation, Yao Chen discovered that there was less than a month remaining until the optimal time for the inheritance. During this critical period, even the slightest oversight could result in failure. Consequently, he devised an exceedingly rigorous retreat training plan for Qian Rinxue, aimed at enhancing her strength and solidifying her mental state within a short time frame. For the upcoming month, you must devote yourself entirely to your cultivation retreat. This is the angel concentration pill I have prepared for you. It will assist you in rapidly consolidating your soul power and stabilizing your mental state during your training. Yao Chen handed a jade vial to Qian Rinxue. Receiving the vial, Qian Rinxue expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Senior Yao, I will forever remember all that you have done for me. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will successfully inherit the divine position. Once Qian Rinxue entered her retreat state, Yao Chen dared not relax in the slightest. He personally set up multiple layers of defensive formations around the retreat area to prevent any potential disturbances. However, on the 10th day of Qian Rinxue's seclusion, Yao Chen suddenly sensed a mysterious fluctuation of soul power approaching the headquarters of the Martial Soul Hall. With a sudden tightening in his heart, Yao Chen immediately activated his heavenly insight to discern the source of the soul power fluctuations. After a thorough investigation, he uncovered that these fluctuations emanated from a clandestine organization, one that had long remained obscured in the shadows of the Douluo Continent, seldom known to others. Judging by their movements and the characteristics of their soul power, it appeared that they harbored intentions towards Qian Rinxue's divine inheritance. It seemed that someone was intent on thwarting Qian Rinxue's ascension to divinity. Yao Chen mused internally. He swiftly summoned the elite members of the Spirit Hall, bracing for the impending crisis. Esteemed colleagues, a mysterious force is drawing near with ill intentions. We must prepare thoroughly and ensure that they do not disrupt Qian Rinxue's inheritance, Yao Chen declared gravely to the assembly. The adept members of the Spirit Hall nodded in unison, swiftly taking their defensive positions under Yao Chen's command. Yao Chen stationed himself at the forefront, awaiting the arrival of the enigmatic force. Before long, a group of individuals clad in black robes materialized before the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Their faces obscured by peculiar masks, their features were shrouded in mystery. Yao Chen, if you are wise, surrender Qian Rinxue. Otherwise, today shall mark the end of the Spirit Hall, intoned the leader of the mysterious figures, his voice chillingly cold. Yao Chen let out a cold laugh. Is it merely you lot? I shall see what capabilities you possess. The mysterious figure ceased his idle chatter, gesturing with a hand, prompting his enigmatic companions to unleash a barrage of formidable soul techniques towards the spirit hall. Unfazed, Yao Chen summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix spirit, invoking the Chaos Star Guardian, which enveloped the spirit hall in a vivid, multicolored shield. As the attacks from the mysterious individuals struck the shield, an explosion of dazzling light erupted. Yet the shield remained steadfast. Is this feeble assault truly meant to breach my defenses? Yao Chen scoffed. At a stalemate, the mysterious individuals abruptly shifted their assault, circumventing Yao Chen's defenses and charging towards the secluded domain of Qian Rinxue. A surge of alarm coursed through Yao Chen. He quickly recognized this as the true objective of the mysterious figures. If you wish to proceed, you must first contend with me. In a flash, Yao Chen appeared before the mysterious figures, executing the Chaos Annihilation Slash. A blade of sword energy, infused with chaotic power, surged forth towards them. The mysterious figures, seeing this, hastily deployed their soul techniques in defense, but many were struck by the overwhelming force of the Chaos Annihilation Slash, sustaining grievous injuries. Nonetheless, the mysterious figures showed no signs of surrendering. They coordinated their efforts, performing a clandestine spirit fusion technique, unleashing a jet of black light towards Yao Chen. Sensing the immense power of this attack, Yao Chen did not dare to underestimate it. He countered with the Chaos Star explosion, colliding directly with the black beam. A violent surge of energy detonated in the air, tearing apart the surrounding ground into massive fissures. Both Yao Chen and the mysterious figures were forcefully pushed back several steps by the shockwave of this potent energy. Who are you truly? Why do you seek to thwart Qian Rinxue's ascension to divinity? Yao Chen demanded furiously. The mysterious figures offered no response and launched another assault. Just as the two sides were embroiled in fierce combat, the experts from Haotian sect arrived just in time. It turned out that upon sensing the movements of the mysterious forces, Yao Chen had sent a distress signal to Tang Xiao. Brother Yao Chen, we have come to your aid. Tang Xiao bellowed, leading the experts of Haotian sect into the fray. Under the combined onslaught of Yao Chen and the Haotian sect's masters, the plight of the mysterious figures grew increasingly dire. Yet, they continued to resist tenaciously, as if bound by an unspeakable mission to prevent Qian Rinxue from inheriting her divine position at all costs. This cannot be prolonged any further. They must be dealt with swiftly, Yao Chen contemplated, preparing to unleash his most formidable strike. Yao Chen infused his entire soul power into the Chaos Star Phoenix martial spirit, unleashing the formidable technique known as Chaos Genesis Obliteration. A colossal beam of chaotic light erupted from his hand, hurtling directly towards the mysterious figure. Sensing the terrifying might of this attack, the enigmatic individual attempted to evade, yet the speed of the chaotic beam was astonishing, enveloping them in an instant. With a resounding crash, the mysterious figure was struck by the chaotic light, dissolving into nothingness. Yao Chen and the experts from Haotian sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sect Master Tang, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, we would have faced significant trouble today. Yao Chen expressed his gratitude to Tang Xiao. Brother Yao, you are too polite. As allies, it is only natural that we support one another, Tang Xiao replied with a smile. With the threat from the mysterious force resolved, Yao Chen remained vigilant. He was acutely aware that Qian Rinxue's inheritance of the angel god had drawn the attention of certain hidden factions, and the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties. However, he would not falter. He vowed to spare no effort in ensuring that Qian Rinxue could successfully inherit the divine position, paving the way for the Spirit Hall to dominate the continent and taking a crucial step toward achieving the status of Creator God himself. On this turbulent Douluo Continent, Yao Chen and all that he cherished faced an array of unknown challenges. Chapter 8. Divine Position Inheritance. A storm brews after repelling the mysterious forces. Yao Chen dared not relax for a moment. He devoted himself entirely to safeguarding and preparing for Qian Rinxue's inheritance of the angel god. As the optimal time for the inheritance drew near, Yao Chen meticulously patrolled the vicinity of the secluded area day by day, ensuring that no potential threats lurked nearby. He also utilized the divine level selection system to continuously search for hidden information regarding the angel god's inheritance, leaving no detail that could influence the process overlooked. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue made tremendous progress during her secluded cultivation. The angel condensation pill proved remarkably effective, her soul power flowing like a tangible golden flame within her, surging with vigor. Each breath resonated with a deeper connection to her angel martial spirit, as if she could touch the distant and sacred realm of the angel god. At last, The day of inheritance arrived. Yao Chen had prepared everything in a mysterious location within the spirit hall. The air was thick with a sacred aura, and the surrounding walls were etched with ancient runes. These runes emitted a gentle glow, intertwining to form a mysterious and powerful formation as Yao Chen infused his soul power into them. Clad in a flowing white gown, Qian Rinxue entered the inheritance site with a solemn expression. Her eyes radiated determination and anticipation, fully aware that this moment would be the most pivotal of her life. Standing beside her, Yao Chen imparted, "Swear, the forthcoming inheritance process will be exceedingly arduous. You must maintain a tranquil and resolute mindset, no matter the circumstances. Stay true to your beliefs." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her voice soft but firm. "Rest assured, Senior Yao, I am prepared." As Qian Rinxue stepped into the center of the formation, its brilliance intensified, and a powerful suction emanated from the base of the formation, gently lifting her upward. Suddenly, a golden beam of light appeared in the sky, illuminating Qian Rinxue with the divine inheritance power of the angelic god. With her eyes tightly shut, Qian Rinxue exerted every ounce of her strength to channel this formidable energy into her being. Her body began to radiate a resplendent golden glow, as the angelic martial soul underwent continuous metamorphosis and elevation under the baptism of this inheritance power. However, just as the transmission reached a pivotal moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, with streaks of black lightning wreaking havoc among the masses. An ominous and potent aura swiftly approached from afar, enveloping the entire area of inheritance in an instant. Yao Chen's expression shifted dramatically, recognizing the destructive force contained within this aura, far beyond that of an ordinary powerful being. This is dire. Someone is covertly sabotaging the inheritance. Yao Chen immediately activated his celestial insight eye, attempting to discern the source of this malevolent energy. After a thorough investigation, he was astonished to discover that the aura originated from a mysterious worshipper of the Star Luo Empire's royal family. This individual had remained hidden in the shadows, their strength unfathomable, and was on the verge of breaking through to the demigod level of power. Yao Chen, today marks the demise of Qian Rinxue, and the shattering of the martial soul hall's dream of supremacy. The voice of the mysterious worshipper resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Yao Chen bellowed furiously, "You shall not succeed." With that, he summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix martial soul, conjuring a formidable protective barrier around Qian Rinxue to fend off the encroaching malevolent aura. The mysterious offering let out a chilling laugh, a black long spear materializing in his grasp, radiating in eerie luminescence. He hurled the spear with great force towards Yao Chen, transforming it into a streak of black light that pierced through the layers of space, hurtling towards him. Yao Chen, refusing to underestimate his adversary, unleashed the Chaos Annihilation Slash, a blade of sword energy imbued with chaotic power to counter the spear. The clash of energies erupted violently. Yet the formidable strength of the mysterious offering rendered Yao Chen's sword energy insufficient for complete defense. The spear broke through the sword energy and continued on its deadly trajectory. Yao Chen narrowly evaded the lethal strike, but the spear grazed his arm, inflicting a deep wound. "Yao Chen, do you truly believe you can thwart me?" The mysterious offering taunted as he appeared before Yao Chen in an instant, thrusting the spear once more. Yao Chen swiftly channeled his soul power, initiating a fierce close-quarters combat with the mysterious offering through the Chaos Star explosion. Just as their battle intensified, the masters from Haotian sect and the lower three sects arrived just in time. It turned out that upon sensing danger, Yao Chen had sent a distress signal to his allies. "Brother Yao Chen, we are here to assist you," Tang Xiao called out, brandishing the Haotian hammer as he charged towards the mysterious offering. Following closely, the masters from the lower three sects unleashed their respective martial souls and soul techniques, joining the fray. Facing the onslaught, the mysterious offering remained unfazed. He executed a formidable dark martial soul fusion technique, merging with the dark forces surrounding him, exponentially amplifying his strength. Empowered by the dark energy, his attacks became more ferocious, each strike capable of triggering a powerful explosion. "Be cautious, this foe is exceptionally formidable. We must unite to defeat him," Yao Chen shouted. Upon hearing this, the group immediately adjusted their tactics, coordinating their efforts. Tang Xiao unleashed the Haotian hammer's ultimate technique, the chaotic cloak hammer method, each blow imbued with the power to shatter mountains. Ning Fengji, from the rear, enhanced their combat prowess with various amplifying soul techniques, while other masters also deployed their strongest soul skills, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the mysterious offering. In the heat of battle, Yao Chen discerned a fleeting vulnerability in the mysterious offering's martial soul fusion technique. After executing a powerful attack, there was a moment of soul power disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the chaos creation obliteration, directing a colossal beam of chaotic light towards the mysterious offering. Caught during that moment of turmoil, the mysterious offering was unable to evade and was struck by the beam. With a piercing scream, his form was consumed by the chaotic light, dissolving into nothingness. With the crisis momentarily averted, Yao Chen swiftly turned his attention to Qian Rinxue, who was now at the critical juncture of her inheritance. Her form was enveloped entirely in a radiant golden glow, as the divine power of the angelic god intricately merged with her very soul. Yao Chen, fully aware of the necessity for undisturbed focus, fortified the defenses surrounding them, ensuring that Qian Rinxue could seamlessly complete her inheritance. Under the intense gaze of the onlookers, Qian Rinxue's body gradually descended, and the brilliance of the sacred site began to fade. Slowly, she opened her eyes, which sparkled with a divine luminescence. Having successfully inherited the divine position of the angelic god, elevating her power to the rank of a divine monarch. I have succeeded, Senior Yao, Qian Rinxue exclaimed with exhilaration. Yao Chen's face revealed a smile of satisfaction. Swear, congratulations. Yet we must not let our guard down. Numerous challenges await us ahead. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, fully aware that her ascension to the status of a god king was merely the beginning. The path for the spirit hall to dominate the continent remained fraught with difficulties. Yao Chen, too, would continue to strive towards realizing his dream of becoming a creator god and aiding the spirit hall in reaching its zenith. On this ever-changing Douluo Continent, their legendary tale had just begun to unfold anew. Chapter 9. The New Landscape of the Continent. The opportunity of the creator god Qian Rinxue's successful inheritance of the angel goddess position was akin to dropping a monumental bomb upon the Douluo Continent, sending shockwaves through various factions. The prestige of the spirit hall soared to unprecedented heights, and those who had previously held reservations began to proactively seek favor and allegiance. As the pivotal force behind the scenes, Yao Chen's name became renowned across the continent, respected and sought after by many factions. However, Yao Chen did not allow the glory before him to cloud his judgment. He understood that, despite Qian Rinxue's elevation significantly enhancing the spirit hall's power, the Tiando and Xinglua empires remained formidable obstacles to the spirit hall's dominion over the continent. Furthermore, with Qian Rinxue's successful inheritance, certain hidden forces began to stir. And beneath the surface calm of the Douluo Continent, tumultuous currents were brewing. Senior Yao, now that I have ascended to the rank of God King, how shall we proceed? Qian Rinxue inquired of Yao Chen within the secluded chamber of the spirit hall. Yao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Swear, your ascension to the status of a divine monarch has indeed significantly bolstered our strength. However, the two great empires possess profound heritage and will not easily concede. We must first solidify our existing forces and enhance our collaboration with the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, thereby forming a robust alliance. Simultaneously, we ought to closely monitor the movements of the two empires, seeking opportunities to further diminish their power. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, remarking, Elder Yao's words are indeed sagacious. What specific actions shall we undertake? A glimmer of wisdom flickered in Yao Chen's eyes. Firstly, we must leverage the current prestige of the Spirit Hall to host a Grand Soul Master Exchange Conference on the Douluo Continent. We shall invite Soul Masters from various factions to participate. Ostensibly, this aims to foster communication and learning among them, but in reality, it serves to display our strength and intimidate those with nefarious intentions. Furthermore, during the conference, we can engage in discussions with the Haotian sect and the lower three sects regarding further collaborative plans to collectively confront the two great empires. Qian Rinxue revealed a subtle smile. This idea is splendid, as it not only showcases our might but also strengthens our alliance. What are your thoughts on undermining the two great empires? With a grave expression, Yao Chen remarked, the foundation of the two great empires lies in their vast armies and multitude of soul masters. We can approach from within by dispatching intelligence operatives from the Spirit Hall to infiltrate the two empires, inciting discontent among the populace towards imperial rule and instigating internal strife. Simultaneously, we could collaborate with several smaller nations surrounding the two empires, aiding them in bolstering their military capabilities to encircle the great empires. Qian Rinxue felt a shiver run through her as she was deeply impressed by Yao Chen's strategic acumen. Indeed, Senior Yao's foresight was remarkable, and she resolved to act according to his counsel. Thus, under Yao Chen's meticulous planning, the Spirit Hall commenced intensive preparations for the Soul Master Exchange Conference. Once the news broke, it immediately stirred a tempest across the Douluo Continent. Various factions brimmed with anticipation for the event, yet they were also filled with trepidation. Uncertain of the true intentions behind the Spirit Hall's initiative. While organizing the conference, Yao Chen did not neglect his own strength enhancement. He was acutely aware that to realize his ambition of becoming the creator god, his current prowess was insufficient. Through the divine selection system, Yao Chen learned of a mysterious place known as the Abyss of Chaos, located in the far west of the Douluo Continent. According to legend, it concealed clues related to the power of the creator god. Should he delve into its depths, he might discover the opportunity to transcend his current limitations. Yao Chen resolved to personally venture to the westernmost land in search of knowledge. He conveyed his intentions to Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu, receiving their unwavering support. Yao Chen, as you embark on this journey to the far west, exercise utmost caution. Should you uncover any clues related to the creator god, it would immensely benefit our grand undertaking. Bibi Dong advised earnestly. Yao Chen nodded and assured, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution. After bidding farewell to the others, Yao Chen embarked on his journey to the far west. Following several days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the westernmost land, where the landscape was blanketed in ice and snow, and the howling winds carried a chilling silence throughout the air. Harnessing his soul power, Yao Chen fought against the biting cold as he advanced toward the abyss of chaos. During his journey, he encountered various formidable ice-type soul beasts. These creatures possessed remarkable strength, some even boasting millennia of cultivation. However, Yao Chen, with the formidable power of his chaos celestial phoenix martial soul, effortlessly countered their assaults. He unleashed the chaos celestial explosion, and the powerful waves of energy instantly repelled the surrounding soul beasts. At long last, Yao Chen reached the abyss of chaos. This immense chasm seemed to extend into an unfathomable depth, exuding an aura of chaos all around. Cautiously, Yao Chen began to explore the edge of the abyss, when suddenly, he felt a tremendous force pulling from the depths below, attempting to draw him into its dark embrace. Yao Chen immediately summoned his soul power, invoking the chaotic star guardian to withstand the formidable pull. In his struggle against this force, he sensed a mysterious energy emanating from the abyss's depths, beckoning him. Intrigued, he resolved to follow this enigmatic call and delve deeper into the chasm. As Yao Chen ventured further, the chaotic aura surrounding him intensified. Suddenly, a colossal chaotic beast materialized before him. This beast, immense in stature, radiated an aura of terror, its eyes gleaming with an uncanny light, fixated intently on Yao Chen. Who dares to trespass in my domain? The voice of the chaotic beast rumbled like thunder, reverberating through the abyss. Yao Chen calmly declared, I am Yao Chen, here to seek clues related to the creator deity. I humbly request your permission to pass. The chaos beast let out a cold laugh, replying, Clues to the creator deity? Do you think they can be uncovered at your whim? If you wish to proceed, you must first face me. With that, the chaos beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a beam of chaotic power directed at Yao Chen. Not daring to underestimate the attack, Yao Chen invoked the chaotic annihilation slash, a sword aura imbued with chaotic energy, to meet the beam head-on. The collision of sword aura and beam erupted in a fierce wave of energy, causing the entire abyss to tremble. Yao Chen was acutely aware that if he did not swiftly address the formidable chaotic behemoth, he would find himself in peril. He channeled his entire soul force into the chaotic stellar phoenix martial soul, unleashing the chaotic genesis obliteration, a colossal beam of chaotic light that surged toward the monstrous entity. The chaotic behemoth, sensing the terrifying potency of the attack, attempted to evade, yet the speed of the chaotic beam was astonishing, enveloping it in an instant. With a resounding roar, the chaotic behemoth was struck by the beam, its form gradually dissipating. Yao Chen exhaled with relief and continued his descent into the abyss. At the bottom of the chasm, he discovered a stone tablet radiating a mysterious luminescence. The tablet was inscribed with ancient runes, unlike any he had encountered before. As Yao Chen endeavored to decipher these runes using his soul force, an overwhelming surge of information flooded his mind. Through the interpretation of the runic knowledge, he learned that the creator deity had once descended upon the Douluo Continent in ancient times, leaving behind a fragment of creation power. This fragment was sealed in a mysterious location, and only by gathering 7 chaotic starstones could one unlock the seal and obtain the creation power. These chaotic starstones were scattered across the Douluo Continent, necessitating Yao Chen's own quest to seek them out. Yao Chen's heart swelled with joy as he realized that he had finally discovered a vital clue related to the divine position of the Creator God. However, gathering the 7 Chaos Star Stones would prove to be no easy feat. It would be a journey fraught with challenges. Yet, Yao Chen harbored no thoughts of retreat. With unwavering determination, he departed from the abyss of chaos, ready to embark on the quest for the Chaos Star Stones. Meanwhile, the Soul Master Exchange Conference on the Douluo Continent was on the verge of commencing. Would Yao Chen's plan unfold smoothly? Would he succeed in locating the 7 Chaos Star Stones and attain the divine position of the Creator God? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 10. The Convergence of Winds and Clouds. The initial appearance of the Star Stones. The medicinal dust returned from the chaotic abyss in the far west, harboring significant clues regarding the power of the Creator deity, with a heart filled with both excitement and trepidation. The exhilaration stemmed from the proximity to the divine rank of the Creator, while the concern lay in the daunting task of gathering the 7 chaotic star stones. Yet, he had little time for contemplation, as the long-anticipated Soul Master Exchange Conference, meticulously organized by the Spirit Hall, was about to commence in grand fashion. The venue for this illustrious event was the expansive training arena at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. On this day, Soul Masters from various factions across the Douluo Continent flocked to the site, transforming the typically spacious arena into a bustling sea of humanity, alive with vibrant energy. Above, the sky was adorned with the kaleidoscopic brilliance of soul skills, resembling a magnificent fireworks display. Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, along with the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall, as well as the leaders of the Haotian sect and the lower 3 sects, sat together in the VIP section, surveying the grand event below. Yao Chen gazed at the Soul Masters from various factions and pondered how to leverage this assembly to strengthen the alliance of the Spirit Hall while further enhancing its prestige across the continent. Yao Chen, this grand event is indeed monumental. I hope it unfolds as you envisioned, achieving the desired outcome, Bibi Dong remarked, turning to Yao Chen, her eyes reflecting the scene beneath them. Yao Chen nodded slightly, confidently proclaiming, "Your Majesty, rest assured. This conference serves not only as a platform for Soul Masters to exchange their skills, but also as an opportunity for us to demonstrate our strength and the unity of our alliance." As the event commenced, the young Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall showcased their remarkable soul techniques. Their synchronized movements, potent fluctuations of soul power, and exquisite coordination of soul skills left the audience in awe. Subsequently, Soul Masters from Haotian sect and the other 3 sects took the stage, each exhibiting the unique skills of their respective schools. In an instant, the martial arena was filled with vibrant soul energy, and cheers erupted from the crowd. Following the demonstration, the exhilarating Soul Master duels began. Yao Chen had deliberately arranged several matches, pairing the Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall with those from Haotian sect and the other 3 sects, to jointly confront teams from other factions. This approach not only fostered mutual understanding but also showcased their close alliance to the outside world. Just as the competition was reaching a fervent peak, Yao Chen suddenly sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation. Intrigued, he activated his heavenly insight eye, discovering that this energy was related to the Chaos Star Stone. Following the direction of the energy wave, Yao Chen arrived at a corner of the arena. There, amidst the crowd, stood a modestly dressed elder, quietly holding a stone that emitted a faint glow, the Chaos Star Stone. Yao Chen felt an overwhelming joy within, yet he refrained from revealing it immediately. With a composed demeanor, he approached the elderly man and softly inquired, "Esteemed elder, this stone of yours appears to be quite extraordinary. May I have the privilege of examining it?" The old man cast a wary glance at Yao Chen and replied, "Who are you? What is it that piques your interest in this stone of mine?" With a smile, Yao Chen remarked, "I am Yao Chen, and I possess a keen interest in the peculiarities of the world. Observe how this stone emanates a distinctive radiance. It must possess extraordinary qualities." Upon hearing Yao Chen's name, the old man's expression shifted slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he responded, "Since it is you, Lord Yao Chen, I shall reveal it to you." Yao Chen took the Chaos Star Stone and immediately felt a familiar surge of chaotic power. In his heart, he was certain that this was indeed one of the Chaos Star Stones he had been seeking. "Elder, may I inquire about the origin of this stone?" Yao Chen asked. The old man sighed and replied, "I stumbled upon this stone by chance in an ancient ruin. I initially thought it was merely an ordinary stone, never anticipating that it would catch the attention of a distinguished individual like you, Yao Chen." Yao Chen felt a stir in his heart and spoke, "Esteemed elder, this stone holds immense significance for me. I wonder if you might part with it. I would be willing to exchange it for precious elixirs and cultivation resources. After pondering for a moment, the elder replied, Sir Yao Chen, I am not one to be greedy for wealth. Since you so greatly desire this stone, I shall gift it to you, with the hope that you will utilize it wisely. Yao Chen expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall make proper use of it. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yao Chen carefully stored the Chaos Star Stone, his heart brimming with excitement. He never anticipated that he would unexpectedly acquire his very first Chaos Star Stone at the Soul Master Exchange Conference. At that moment, the prompt of the Divine Selection System resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. On acquiring one Chaos Star Stone, you are rewarded with the Divine Technique Chaos Creation Formula, Volume 1, which will assist you in mastering the power of chaos and enhancing your strength. Additionally, you are granted 1,000,000 soul power points to aid you in transcending your current realm. Yao Chen felt an overwhelming joy in his heart and immediately whispered within, System, learn the first part of the chaos creation technique, absorb soul power. In an instant, a powerful stream of information surged into Yao Chen's mind, and he began to comprehend the mysteries of the first part of the chaos creation technique. Simultaneously, 1,000,000 soul power surged into his body like a torrential flood, rapidly elevating his soul power realm. During the absorption of the soul power, a layer of chaotic light emanated around Yao Chen, a formidable aura radiating from him to the surroundings. The soul masters nearby sensed this powerful presence and could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Is Lord Yao Chen breaking through his realm? What an immense aura! Truly, Yao Chen always brings us surprises, the soul masters in the audience began to discuss. Meanwhile, those seated in the VIP section, including Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, also felt the changes emanating from Yao Chen. With this breakthrough, Yao Chen's strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Qian Renxue gazed in Yao Chen's direction, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. Indeed, Yao Chen's rate of growth is astonishing. With his assistance, our spirit hall's dominance over the continent is imminent. Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. After considerable effort, Yao Chen successfully absorbed 1,000,000 soul power, breaking through his current realm. He felt a qualitative leap in his strength and wielded the Chaos Star Phoenix martial soul with even greater proficiency. Shortly after Yao Chen's breakthrough, the Soul Master Exchange Conference drew near its conclusion. During the closing ceremony, Yao Chen delivered a speech on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Esteemed Soul Master friends, this Soul Master Exchange Conference has showcased the unity and strength of Soul Masters across the Douluo Continent. We, at the Spirit Hall, hope to collaborate with various factions to jointly uphold the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, I urge everyone to continue their diligent cultivation and enhance their strength. For the future of the Douluo Continent will undoubtedly face more challenges. Yao Chen's voice resonated firmly and powerfully across the martial arts arena. The Soul Masters in attendance applauded, expressing their agreement with Yao Chen's words. This Soul Master Exchange Conference not only demonstrated the strength and prestige of the Spirit Hall, but also solidified its alliance with the Haotian sect and the other 3 sections. More significantly, Yao Chen unexpectedly acquired the first Chaos Star Stone, significantly amplifying his power. However, Yao Chen knew this was merely the beginning. 6 more Chaos Star Stones awaited his pursuit, and in the process of searching, he would undoubtedly encounter various difficulties and challenges. Yet, he was unafraid, for his goal was to become the Creator God, aiding the Spirit Hall in dominating the continent and transforming the landscape of Douluo. After the conclusion of the Soul Master Exchange Conference, Yao Chen began preparations to seek the next Chaos Star Stone. According to the clues provided by the system, the next Chaos Star Stone might be related to Sea God Island. Yao Chen resolved to journey to Sea God Island, aware that as a mysterious land on the Douluo Continent, it must conceal many unknown secrets. What surprises and challenges would this exploration bring him? With anticipation and unwavering conviction, Yao Chen embarked on his journey to Sea God Island. Chapter 11. The Path of Divine Assistance, the Emergence of Ambition. Upon the vast and enigmatic expanse of the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen's arrival resembled a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Ever since he traversed into this realm with the Divine Selection System, everything has been subtly transformed, and the fate of the Spirit Hall has been irrevocably altered. With an unparalleled insight and the fortuitous opportunities bestowed by the system, Yao Chen not only awakened an extraordinarily powerful martial soul, but also exhibited an unmatched talent. Each of his training sessions and battles seemed to herald the advent of a new era for this continent. With his assistance, The spirit hall gradually extricated itself from its former predicaments, embarking on a journey towards dominion over the land. On this day, Yao Chen stood upon the lofty platform of the spirit hall, gazing down at the bustling yet orderly scene below. Under his guidance and the system's bountiful rewards, Bibiong was fervently striving to ascend to divinity. The divine selection system continually provided Yao Chen with pivotal resources and information, enabling him to assist Bibiong in overcoming the challenges she faced during her cultivation. System, assess Bibiong's current status, Yao Chen silently commanded in his mind. Host. Bibiong is but a step away from breaking through to divinity. Her strength has reached a formidable critical point. At the current pace, she will successfully inherit the divine position within half a month. The system's voice resonated within Yao Chen's consciousness. Yao Chen nodded slightly, contemplating inwardly. Once Bibiong achieves divinity, the status of the spirit hall on the continent will become even more solidified. However, to truly dominate the continent, numerous hidden dangers must be addressed. At this moment, Douluo also sensed Bibiong's impending breakthrough within the Hall of Offerings. His heart was filled with both anticipation for the future of the spirit hall and a tinge of concern. What exactly is Yao Chen's origin? His emergence has propelled the development of the spirit hall beyond my imagination. Yet, is his purpose truly as simple as merely aiding the spirit hall in conquering the continent? Douluo gazed into the distance, his heart laden with doubts. Meanwhile, at the Hautian sect, Tang Xiao and others also detected the unusual movements of the spirit hall. The spirit hall has been unusually active recently, seemingly plotting something significant. Bibiong has been in seclusion for quite some time, and now such a formidable aura is emanating. She is likely attempting to break through to divinity. Tang Xiao furrowed his brow and remarked, Elder brother, what shall we do? If Bibiong truly becomes a deity, our Hautian sect may find it difficult to contend with her. A hint of urgency flashed across Tang Xin's face. First, send people to closely monitor the movements of the spirit hall, while simultaneously strengthening the defenses of our sect. We cannot remain passive. We must rapidly enhance our sect's strength. Tang Xiao commanded after a moment of contemplation. The three lower sects and Sea God Island also felt the pressure brought by the spirit hall. Poseidon, the grand offering of Sea God Island, stood before the Sea God Hall, gazing toward the spirit hall, his heart filled with vigilance. The rise of the spirit hall will disrupt the existing equilibrium of the continent. The heir of the sea god, Tang San, has yet to return. We must prepare for the challenges ahead. With Yao Chen's assistance, Bibiong finally arrived at the crucial moment of her breakthrough to divinity. She was enveloped in powerful divine energy, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Yao Chen stood by, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Drink, Bibiong exclaimed, her divine energy erupting violently, successfully breaking through the barriers of divinity, becoming yet another deity on the Douluo Continent. Congratulations, host, for assisting Bibiong in achieving divinity. You have received system rewards, a divine level cultivation insight, 10 divine level pills, and a piece of chaos divine stone. The system's notification echoed within Yao Chen's mind. Yao Chen gazed at the rewards in his hand, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. These rewards would greatly aid both him and Qian Rengshu on their path to divinity. After Bibiong ascended to godhood, the strength of the spirit hall surged. Yao Chen then turned his attention to Qian Rengshu, determined to assist her in becoming a god king while he himself aspired to attain the position of the creator god. From this day forth, I shall personally guide your cultivation. Your objective is to become the god king and reign over this continent, Yao Chen declared to Qian Rengshu with unwavering resolve. Yes, master. I will not disappoint your expectations, responded Qian Rengshu, her eyes sparkling with determination and trust in Yao Chen. Under his guidance, she embarked on a rigorous training regimen. With each session, Yao Chen provided her with the most suitable methods and resources based on the system's prompts. As time passed, Qian Rengshu's power steadily grew. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Yao Chen and Bibiong, the Spirit Hall began to take action against other forces on the continent. Their first target was the lower three sections. Utilizing his intelligence and formidable strength, Yao Chen devised a meticulous strategy. In battle, he fully leveraged the advantages of his martial soul, leading the powerful members of the Spirit Hall to breach the defenses of the lower three sects time and again. Lower three sects, today marks your demise, Yao Chen proclaimed, wielding his long sword, exuding an overwhelming aura as he charged towards the enemies. Under his assault, the defenses of the lower three sects began to crumble. Despite their fierce resistance, they could only retreat in the face of Yao Chen and the Spirit Hall's might. Simultaneously, the Spirit Hall launched a probing attack on Sea God Island. Yao Chen understood that Sea God Island was a formidable force, and complete conquest would require further preparation. Poseidon, today is merely the beginning. Once I ascend to the position of Creator God, it will be the time for your Sea God Island to submit. Yao Chen mused inwardly as he gazed towards the island. As the influence of the Spirit Hall continued to expand across the continent, Qian Rengshu's cultivation entered a critical phase. Yao Chen knew that she was drawing ever closer to the God King title, and he too was but a step away from the Creator God position. System. What is the success rate of my ascension to the Creator God position? Yao Chen inquired. Host, based on your current strength and accumulated resources. The success rate for ascending to the Creator God position stands at 70%. However, breakthroughs to divinity are fraught with uncertainties, so the host must proceed with caution. The system responded. 70%? That is sufficient. Yao Chen's eyes gleamed with resolve as he decided to challenge the Creator God position after Qian Rengshu became the God King. At long last, through Yao Chen's relentless efforts, Qian Rengshu successfully broke through to the God King rank, becoming the first God King of the Douluo Continent. Congratulations, host. For assisting Qian Rengshu in becoming the God King, you have received the system's ultimate reward, the power of the Creator God legacy and a divine source of soul. The system's notification chimed once more. Yao Chen felt the immense power of the legacy of the Creator God coursing through his hands. He understood that the moment the challenge for the position of the Creator God had arrived. Qian Rengshu, you have ascended to the rank of God King. The future of the Spirit Hall rests in your capable hands. I shall embark on my quest for the Creator God's position, and upon my return, it will herald the true unification of this continent, Yao Chen stated with a smile, gazing at Qian Rengshu. Master, you need not worry. I will safeguard the Spirit Hall and await your triumphant return as the Creator God, Qian Rengshu replied, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Yet, she understood that this was an essential path for Yao Chen to tread. Alone, Yao Chen entered a mysterious realm. The very place where he would strive to ascend to the position of the Creator God. Taking a deep breath, he began to absorb the divine legacy of the Creator. A surge of immense power flooded into his being, subjecting his body to tremendous strain. Yet, Yao Chen gritted his teeth, drawing upon his unwavering resolve to assimilate this formidable force. With a fierce roar, the radiance enveloping him grew increasingly brilliant. He successfully merged with the Creator's divine legacy and launched his final assault towards the coveted position of the Creator God. In a blinding flash of light, Yao Chen's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, across the Douluo Continent, a voice resonated with earth-shattering power. I, Yao Chen, have become the Creator God. Henceforth, this land shall experience true peace and prosperity under my reign. Thus, under the dominion of Yao Chen and the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Continent entered a new era. The legendary tale of Yao Chen became an enduring narrative, echoed through the ages as an eternal legend among the people. Chapter 12. Winds rise and clouds gather. Supporting the ambition of dominance, Yao Chen stood in the secret training chamber of the Spirit Hall, his soul power surging and radiating brilliance. As he aided the Spirit Hall in expanding its influence across the continent, the ethereal notification of the divine selection system echoed once more in his mind. Ding! The host's assistance to the Spirit Hall has successfully suppressed numerous factions, earning the following rewards. 1 Chaos Source Crystal, which can assist the user in transcending their current limitations and reaching the next extraordinary tier. A supreme, divine martial soul cultivation insight, capable of granting the host martial soul a qualitative leap, and 1 divine summoning card, which can randomly summon an ancient divine powerhouse to lend support. In Yao Chen's eyes, a flicker of surprise passed through as he fully comprehended the significance of these rewards for both himself and the Spirit Hall. The Chaos Source Crystal emanated a mysterious and potent aura, as if it harbored boundless power. He carefully tucked it away, preparing to harness its strength at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, in the secluded depths of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Yao Chen's direction. She slowly opened her eyes, radiating brilliance. A faint smile gracing her lips, that lad Yao Chen has once again received a reward from the system. It seems we are 1 step closer to our goal of dominating the continent. Bibi Dong rose, her presence exuding a formidable and sinister energy. The Death Spider Emperor's scepter trembling slightly in her grasp. With Yao Chen's assistance, she had gradually approached the brink of divinity. Now, with Yao Chen attracting the ire of numerous factions towards the Spirit Hall, he had also brought forth myriad opportunities. If she could seize this chance to break through to the divine level, it would undoubtedly propel the ambitions of the Spirit Hall to new heights, she mused. Summoning her trusted subordinate, she commanded, "Keep a close watch on Qian Daolia's movements, as well as those of Haotian sect, the lower 3 sects, and Sea God Island. They will surely not allow the Spirit Hall to grow unchecked. We must be prepared with countermeasures in advance." "Yes, Your Holiness," her subordinate replied respectfully before retreating. Concurrently, Yao Chen retrieved the divine summoning card, his heart brimming with anticipation. As a beam of light flickered, a figure gradually materialized. This individual was tall, exuding an ancient and formidable presence, revealing himself to be the war god, Xing Tian, from the primordial era. "Xing Tian pays homage to the host," he proclaimed. Kneeling on one knee, his voice resonating powerfully. Yao Chen rejoiced, "Senior Xing Tian, with your assistance, my spirit hall will soar to new heights. I hope you can lend us your support in the upcoming battle." As commanded by the host, Xing Tian replied, rising with a resolute glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu wore a furrowed brow as he gazed towards the spirit hall, concern etched on his face. He sensed the increasingly potent aura radiating from Yao Chen, stirring a deep-seated worry within him. This Yao Chen had remarkably augmented the spirit hall's strength in such a short time. If allowed to progress unchecked, the entire continent might soon fall under the spirit hall's dominion, he muttered to himself. At that moment, a member of the clergy approached, "Great Elder, should we not unite with other factions to counter the spirit hall?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Daolu slowly shook his head. "We must not act rashly. Currently, the various factions harbor ulterior motives, and a hasty alliance may fail to yield results. Moreover, our angel clan has its own divine heritage plans. We cannot afford to lose sight of the greater picture. What then should we do?" The clergy member asked, troubled. Qian Daolia's gaze hardened. "We must focus on enhancing our own cultivation and strengthening the clergy's power. Simultaneously, we should closely monitor the movements of all factions and await an opportune moment to act." In the Hall of Elders at Haotian sect, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the gathering of elders. With Yao Chen's aid, the spirit hall grows increasingly arrogant. "As the foremost sect on the continent, we cannot remain idle," one elder proclaimed angrily. "However, Yao Chen's strength is unfathomable, and he possesses a mysterious system. A reckless assault could yield unfavorable outcomes," another elder expressed his concerns. At that juncture, Tang Xiao stood up, surveying the assembly. "We cannot simply sit back and wait. First, let us unite with the lower 3 sects to discuss countermeasures. Additionally, we must recall our disciples currently training outside and bolster the sect's defenses." "Wise words, sect master." The elders unanimously agreed. Soon after, Haotian sect dispatched envoys to negotiate alliances with the lower 3 sections. On Sea God Island, Poseidon sensed the unusual energy emanating from the continent. She understood that these developments were intricately tied to Yao Chen and the Spirit Hall. This Yao Chen has disrupted the balance of the continent. It seems Sea God Island cannot remain aloof any longer, Poseidon mused, her brow slightly furrowed. "High Priestess, should we ally with other factions to combat the Spirit Hall?" inquired the Sea Witch Douluo at her side. After a moment of reflection, Poseidon replied, "Let us observe for a while. The Spirit Hall is currently riding a wave of momentum. If we intervene hastily, we may find ourselves in peril. Yet, we must also be prepared. Should the Spirit Hall truly threaten the safety of Sea God Island, we shall not retreat." "Understood, High Priestess." The Sea Witch Douluo respectfully withdrew. Lastly, Yao Chen engaged in a private conversation with Qian Renxue. As Yao Chen arrived at Qian Rengshu's cultivation site, he found her increasingly enchanting, radiating an air of nobility. "Yao Chen, how will the rewards you have obtained assist our plans?" Qian Rengshu inquired eagerly. Yao Chen smiled as he informed Qian Renxue of the rewards, stating, "With these rewards, our strength will significantly increase. Next, we must continue to assist Bibi Dong in breaking through to the divine rank, while simultaneously preparing you for your ascension to the position of God King." A glimmer of determination flashed in Qian Renshue's eyes as she replied, "I shall not disappoint your expectations. One day, I will become the most powerful God King on the continent." Yao Chen gazed at Qian Renxue, his eyes brimming with encouragement. "I have faith in you. However, before we proceed, we must confront numerous challenges. The Haotian sect, the lower 3 sects, and Sea God Island will not let us off easily. Should they dare to encroach upon us, I shall ensure they return empty-handed." Qian Renxue clenched her fists, the soul power surging within her. The preparations for the 7 Martial Spirits Hall were underway. Yao Chen returned to the Spirit Hall, and promptly summoned numerous soul masters to commence preparations for battle. Esteemed colleagues, he proclaimed from the elevated platform, our spirit hall stands at the precipice of a storm, with various factions eyeing us with covetous intent. Yet, we need not cower in fear. With the assistance of the system and our diligent efforts, we shall undoubtedly dominate the continent. The soul masters below erupted in fervent cheers. Long live the spirit hall. Long live Lord Yao Chen. Yao Chen then remarked, next, we must intensify our cultivation to enhance our own strength. Simultaneously, we shall establish a defensive formation to guard against any potential ambushes from the enemy. Senior Xingtian, I would like to entrust you with the responsibility of training a contingent of elite soul masters to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Understood, host. Xingtian responded, taking his leave to fulfill the task. Yao Chen cast his gaze upon the several titled Douluos. You all are tasked with closely monitoring the movements of various factions. Should any signs of unrest arise, report to me immediately. Yes, Lord Yao Chen. The titled Douluos responded with utmost respect. A storm of change was gathering across the corners of the continent as various powers prepared for the imminent conflict. The alliance between the Haotian sect and the lower three sects was progressing with great urgency, while Sea God Island quietly fortified its defenses. Under Yao Chen's leadership, the Spirit Hall was sharpening its blades and bracing itself for battle, exuding an air of formidable strength. A monumental war, one that would determine the fate of the continent, was on the brink of unfolding. Standing atop the high tower of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen gazed into the distance, his heart swelling with ambition. He understood that the battles ahead would be extraordinarily arduous, yet he remained confident that through the collective efforts of himself and the members of the Spirit Hall, aided by the system, they would achieve their aspirations, to help the Spirit Hall dominate the continent, to assist Qian Rinxue in ascending to godhood, and for himself to attain the position of the Creator God. In this moment of gathering tempest, the entire Douluo Continent seemed to sense the impending storm. An exhilarating tale was poised to unfold. Chapter 13, The Calm Before the Storm, The Struggle of Factions, The Return of System Rewards. As Yao Chen busied himself with the preparations for war at the Spirit Hall, the familiar chime of the divine selection system unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding! The host has assisted the Spirit Hall in further enhancing its influence across the continent, successfully intimidating various factions. Thus, a reward has been granted. Yao Chen felt a surge of joy within, pausing his current endeavors to focus intently on the rewards presented. The primordial divine flame capable of incinerating the world. A flame endowed with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, enhancing the host's offensive prowess and alchemical skills. A vial of divine-grade bloodline enhancement elixir, which, upon consumption, would comprehensively strengthen the host's bloodline and awaken latent talents. A jade slip of comprehension pertaining to the laws of chaos, which would assist the host in grasping the essence of chaotic principles, laying a solid foundation for the pursuit of the position of the creator deity. In the eyes of Yakdust, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled. Each reward was truly extraordinary. As the celestial flame of destruction emerged, it danced in his palm, emanating a faint azure glow, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. He could sense that within this flame lay an inexhaustible force of annihilation, capable of unleashing terrifying might when wielded with precision in battle. The god-tier bloodline enhancement elixir was contained within an ancient jade vial, radiating a gentle aura. The potion shimmered in a dreamlike array of colors, as if it held the mysteries of the cosmos within its flowing essence. Meanwhile, the jade slip of comprehension regarding the chaos laws felt warm to the touch, as a mysterious energy surged into Yakdust's consciousness, instantly immersing him in a preliminary understanding of the chaos laws. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong, deep within the divine trial grounds of the Spirit Hall, was exerting her utmost effort to break through to divinity. She was enveloped in a thick aura of darkness, while the Death Spider Emperor's scepter emitted eerie beams of light, clashing with the surrounding spatial laws. Yao Chen was acutely aware that the pivotal moment for Bibidong's ascension to divinity could not afford any missteps. He allocated a fragment of his consciousness to closely monitor her condition. With his current strength and the rewards from the system, he assured himself that should any unexpected events arise, he possessed the capability to ensure her successful breakthrough. As time progressed, the aura surrounding Bibidong grew increasingly formidable, causing the very space of the trial of the gods to tremble violently. Suddenly, a column of darkness, as deep as ink, surged skyward, shattering the numerous barriers of the Spirit Hall and piercing the heavens. Bibidong had successfully transcended, becoming yet another deity upon the Douluo Continent. As she opened her eyes, A cold and powerful light flickered within them. She stepped forth from the realm of trials and stood before Yao Chen. Yao Chen, it is thanks to your assistance that I have become a deity. Now that I have achieved this, the Spirit Hall's dominance over the continent is unstoppable, Bibi Dong declared, her voice imbued with confidence and authority. Yao Chen smiled and remarked, Your Holiness, the ascension to divinity is indeed a fortuitous event for the Spirit Hall, and the dominance of our continent is now within reach. However, various factions will undoubtedly resist this change, and we must proceed with caution. In the Hall of Devotion, Qian Dalu sensed the formidable aura emanating from Bibi Dong, who had successfully attained divinity with Yao Chen's assistance. His expression grew exceedingly grave. The Spirit Hall's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. At that moment, Qian Rinxua entered the hall and, looking at her grandfather with determination in her eyes, declared, Grandfather, with Yao Chen's support and Bibi Dong's ascension, we can no longer afford to remain passive. Qian Dalu sighed deeply. My dear Schwerer, I am well aware. However, the divine heritage of our angel clan cannot be compromised. If we rashly oppose the Spirit Hall, not only could it lead to a severance of our lineage, but it may also plunge the continent into irreparable chaos. Anxiously, Qian Rinxua questioned, What shall we do then? Are we to stand idly by while the Spirit Hall dominates the continent? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Daolu responded slowly, For the time being, we shall maintain a facade of peace with the Spirit Hall while secretly accelerating your divine heritage's progress. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor the movements of various factions. Perhaps a means to counterbalance the Spirit Hall will present itself. Though reluctant, Qian Rinxue acknowledged her grandfather's wisdom and nodded in resignation. Within the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao and numerous elders were engaged in strategic discussions. With Bibi Dong's ascension, the Spirit Hall's power has surged, and our alliance with the lower three sects appears rather feeble, an elder expressed with concern. Tang Xiao's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, asserting, The Haotian sect has stood firm on this continent for many years. We shall not concede so easily. We must enhance our collaboration with the lower three sects while simultaneously seeking new allies. At that moment, a disciple hurried in to report, Sect Master, we have discovered that Yao Chen is gathering rare materials, seemingly in preparation for concocting a powerful elixir. A glimmer of opportunity shone in Tang Xiao's eyes. This may be our chance. Let us dispatch individuals to covertly trail him and see if we can thwart his plans to weaken the Spirit Hall's strength. Consequently, the Haotian sect sent forth a few adept disciples skilled in stealth to quietly follow Yao Chen's movements. Meanwhile, the lower three sects found themselves divided upon learning of Bibi Dong's ascension. Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, stated, The Spirit Hall's might is formidable. If we continue to oppose them, we risk annihilation. Perhaps we should consider reconciling with the Spirit Hall to seek a glimmer of hope. Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, scoffed, Ning Sect Master, are you suggesting we retreat in the face of danger? Our grievances with the Spirit Hall run deep. Reconciliation is not as simple as you propose. Bai He, the head of the Mingji clan, remained contemplatively silent for a while before slowly articulating, we must not act impulsively. The current situation on the continent is intricate. We need to assess the circumstances carefully. Perhaps it is prudent to observe for a time and gauge the movements of other factions. The three sects ultimately failed to reach a consensus and could only maintain the status quo temporarily, each reinforcing their defenses while awaiting the opportune moment. On Sea God Island, Poseidon summoned the seven sacred pillars. With Bibi Dong having ascended to godhood, the ambitions of the Spirit Hall were bound to expand further. Although we are under the protection of the Sea God, we must not let our guard down. The Sea Spear Douluo inquired, High Priest, should we take the initiative to unite with other factions against the Spirit Hall? Poseidon shook his head, replying, that is not advisable. The mission of Sea God Island is to safeguard the legacy of the Sea God, and we must not easily involve ourselves in the conflicts of the mainland. Nevertheless, we cannot remain passive. Let us dispatch some Sea Spirit Masters to closely monitor the situation on the mainland. Should the actions of the Spirit Hall pose a threat to Sea God Island, we will intervene. Thus, the Sea Spirit Masters of Sea God Island set forth, infiltrating the mainland, concealed in the shadows, observing the movements of the Spirit Hall and other factions with vigilance. The perception of medicinal dust during his quest to gather rare herbs and treasures, Yao Chen keenly sensed that someone was trailing him. A subtle smile graced his lips as an idea began to form in his mind. Since you wish to follow, then let it be, follow to your heart's content. Yao Chen deliberately feigned ignorance of his pursuers, and continued his journey towards a mysterious valley. This valley was teeming with an array of rare herbs, while simultaneously concealing countless dangers. The disciples of Yao Chen's sect followed cautiously behind, unaware that they were unwittingly stepping into a trap meticulously laid by Yao Chen. As they ventured deeper into the valley, Yao Chen suddenly vanished from sight. In that moment, a multitude of formidable soul beasts surged forth from the depths of the valley, launching an assault upon them. These soul beasts boasted a minimum of 10,000 years of cultivation, their power overwhelmingly formidable. The disciples of Yao Chen's sect found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, struggling to resist, yet gradually succumbing to exhaustion, just as they believed their demise was imminent. Yao Chen reappeared. "You disciples of Yao Chen's sect are indeed tenacious," he remarked. "However, in consideration of your dedication to your sect, I shall spare your lives today. But do not expect such fortune next time." With a wave of his hand, Yao Chen dispelled the soul beasts, allowing the disciples to escape. A storm is approaching. Yao Chen returned to the spirit hall and informed Bibi Dong of the situation. "It appears that various factions have begun to take action. We must expedite the implementation of our plans," Bibi Dong remarked. Yao Chen nodded, acknowledging the urgency. Indeed, the progress of Qian Rinxue's divine king inheritance must be accelerated, while we also need to continue enhancing the overall strength of the spirit hall. Simultaneously, vigilance against the coalition attacks from various forces is paramount. At this moment, the Douluo Continent is shrouded in ominous clouds, as numerous factions converge like a storm brewing on the horizon. An unprecedented war is on the verge of erupting across this land. Standing atop the spirit hall, Yao Chen gazed resolutely into the distance, aware that he was one step closer to becoming the creator god, aiding the spirit hall in dominating the continent, and assisting Qian Rinxue in achieving her divine kingship. However, the path ahead remains fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Chapter 14. The flames of war ignite, winds of change gather, new system rewards, strength ascends. In the secluded chamber of the spirit hall, the medicine dust diligently cultivates, striving to further comprehend the power contained within the jade slip of chaotic laws acquired previously. As he immerses himself in the profound mysteries of these laws, the crisp prompt of the divine selection system suddenly resonates within his consciousness. Ding! The host has aided the spirit hall, amplifying its illustrious reputation and instilling awe across the realm, and rewards are now being issued. The medicinal dust abruptly roused from its state of cultivation, its eyes brimming with anticipation. The rewards are as follows: a fragment of the Genesis divine pattern, which harbors a portion of the Creator God's power, capable of enhancing the host's martial spirit and soul, providing crucial assistance for future endeavors to attain the divine rank of the Creator God, the stellar body refinement technique, a method through which one can harness the power of the stars to temper the physical form, allowing the host's body to reach the pinnacle of divine prowess, and a pair of divine summoning tokens, which can summon 2 ancient divine beasts to assist in battle, with no limit on the number of summons. Although each summoning must be separated by a month's interval, Yao Chen eagerly examined the rewards. The fragments of the Genesis divine pattern shimmered with an enigmatic and ancient radiance, their intricate designs seemingly narrating the mysteries of the universe's inception. As Yao Chen infused them into his martial soul, an even mightier aura emanated forth, as though the already formidable martial soul had been imbued with newfound vitality, becoming increasingly substantial. The emergence of the stellar body refinement technique kindled within Yao Chen a hope for further enhancement of his physical form. He understood well that, in the battles that lay ahead, a powerful body was fundamental to his standing. Moreover, the divine summoning tokens bestowed upon him served to augment his strength. Should he summon an ancient divine beast at a critical moment, the tides of the battle would undoubtedly shift in his favor. The preparations and strategies of the martial soul palace were unfolding. With the exhilaration of the system's rewards, Yao Chen swiftly arrived at Bibi Dong's palace. At this moment, Bibi Dong emanated an aura of divine authority. Upon informing her of the new rewards bestowed by the system, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. "Yao Chen, with these enhancements, the strength of our spirit hall shall ascend to new heights. Though various factions remain in a state of watchful waiting, a great conflict is imminent. We must hasten our preparations for battle," Bibi Dong declared. Yao Chen nodded in agreement, and the two promptly began to deliberate on their strategy. They resolved, on one hand, to urge the soul masters of the spirit hall to accelerate their training in the foundational aspects of the starry body refinement technique, thereby enhancing their overall physical prowess. On the other hand, they would discreetly instruct trusted aides to seek suitable locations for summoning ancient divine beasts, ensuring a smooth summoning process. Simultaneously, Yao Chen proposed to strengthen the control and management over the affiliated forces of the Spirit Hall, compelling them to provide greater resources and support for the ambitions of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong adopted Yao Chen's suggestions and immediately set about issuing orders. In the Hall of Offerings, Qian Dao learned through various channels of Yao Chen's recent acquisition of a system reward, which filled him with increasing concern. He understood all too well that if no action were taken, the dominance of the Spirit Hall over the continent would become an inevitable reality. Qian Dao summoned several elders from the Hall of Offerings, stating, "Now that the Spirit Hall's strength has significantly increased, we can no longer remain passive. However, we lack absolute certainty in engaging them directly in combat. Therefore, we should first dispatch a number of disciples to masquerade as rogue cultivators, creating chaos around the Spirit Hall to gauge their reactions." The elders accepted their orders, and soon, a group of elite disciples from the Hall of Offerings disguised themselves and infiltrated the nearby towns of the Spirit Hall. They deliberately incited discord, clashing with the patrols of the Spirit Hall in an attempt to provoke them and observe their strategies in response. Within the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao furrowed his brow upon learning of Yao Chen's new reward. He realized that directly contending with the Spirit Hall was becoming increasingly challenging, necessitating alternative methods. Tang Xiao convened several top-tier powerhouses within the sect and quietly declared, "We must secretly venture to a mysterious location, rumored to harbor artifacts capable of countering Yao Chen's system powers. If we can obtain it, we shall possess the means to confront the Spirit Hall." The powerful individuals, loyal to Tang Xiao, nodded without hesitation. Thus, on a moonless, tempestuous night, several experts from the Haotian sect stealthily embarked on a perilous journey to seek the artifact, evading the watchful eyes of the Spirit Hall as they made their way to the northernmost reaches of the continent, where it is said the artifact lies hidden in the depths of an icy abyss. In the face of the increasingly formidable pressure from the Spirit Hall, the lower three sects finally reached a consensus to unite. They convened an urgent meeting within the territory of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fingji remarked, "Given the Spirit Hall's substantial increase in power, our only chance for survival lies in our unity. However, as our respective interests and demands differ, we must first devise a coherent strategy." Yu Yuanjin interjected, "Indeed, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect excels in aggressive assaults and can serve as the vanguard. However, in the distribution of spoils post-battle, we must ensure our due share." Why, he added, "Our Min family is swift and can handle intelligence gathering and harassing the enemy. Yet, we require additional resources to enhance the strength of our clan members." The assembly engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the specifics of the alliance. Although they reached a consensus on the intention to unite, numerous discrepancies remained concerning the distribution of benefits, resulting in a tense atmosphere during the meeting. On Sea God Island, Poseidon sensed the increasingly strained atmosphere on the mainland. She understood that if the Spirit Hall were to dominate the continent, Sea God Island would also find it challenging to remain unscathed. Poseidon summoned several trusted confidants, including the Sea Witch Douluo, and stated, "While we cannot directly partake in the conflicts of the mainland, we can discreetly support certain factions to restrain the Spirit Hall. Select a group of elite Sea Soul Masters to covertly infiltrate the mainland, establish contact with those opposing the Spirit Hall, and provide them with assistance. However, be mindful not to reveal the identity of Sea God Island." The Sea Witch Douluo and her companions accepted their orders, and soon after, a contingent of elite Sea Soul Masters from Sea God Island quietly entered the mainland. They established connections with powers such as the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, clandestinely offering them valuable cultivation resources and combat technique guidance. The Spirit Hall quickly became aware of the turmoil in the surrounding towns. Yao Chen personally led a team of titled Douluo to investigate. They discovered that the rogue cultivators inciting chaos possessed formidable strength, seemingly supported by a powerful force behind them. Yao Chen let out a cold snort, saying, "Do you think that disguising yourself as a loose cultivator can deceive me? This must undoubtedly be the handiwork of that old fellow, Qian Daolu." At the command of Yao Chen, the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall launched their assault. Although these disguised disciples of the Hall of Offerings possessed considerable strength, they found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of Yao Chen and the group of titled Douluos. Amidst the fierce battle, one disciple of the Hall of Offerings seized the opportunity to send out a distress signal. Soon, Several figures appeared in the distance, flying towards them. They were the elders of the Hall of Offerings. Yao Chen, how dare you lay your hands on my disciples? One elder bellowed in fury. Yao Chen, undaunted, retorted. You were the ones who sent provocateurs. Do you still have the audacity to blame me? Is Qiandao Lu too cowardly to confront me directly? The atmosphere between the two factions was charged with tension, teetering on the brink of a significant conflict. As the clash between the Spirit Hall and the Offering Hall became public, the situation across the entire Douluo Continent escalated rapidly. During their quest for artifacts, Hao Yian sect encountered ambushes from scouts dispatched by the Spirit Hall, resulting in a series of skirmishes. Although the lower three sects had their differences regarding alliances, they momentarily set aside their disputes to collectively strategize their defenses against the looming threat of the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, the clandestine support from the Sea God Island was gradually shifting the balance of power among the various factions on the continent. Standing atop the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen gazed at the tumultuous landscape of the continent, acutely aware that a monumental battle was imminent. Clenching his fists with unwavering resolve, he braced himself for the challenge that would determine the fate of Douluo Continent, while simultaneously striving towards his aspiration of becoming the creator god and aiding Qian Rinxue in her quest for divinity. The fierce contest among the factions on this land had officially commenced, heralding an era of intensified conflict as an extraordinary war loomed, enveloping the continent in a thick haze of smoke and chaos. Chapter 15. The battle rages on. The situation remains stalemated, system rewards, and shifting dynamics of war. In the command center of the Spirit Hall battlefield, Yao Chen found himself enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Although the conflict with the Offering Hall had temporarily subsided, both factions were secretly gathering their strength, with the prospect of a grand confrontation looming ever closer. At that moment, the alert of the divine selection system resonated within his mind. Ding! The host has exhibited formidable deterrence during the clash with the Offering Hall, aiding the Spirit Hall in solidifying its position, and is now rewarded. The rewards include one primordial creation pill, which, when consumed, can instantly restore all soul power and injuries, while also temporarily elevating one's strength by an entire realm, a comprehension manual for the laws of time and space, which will assist the host in grasping the principles of time and space, granting the ability to traverse dimensions and manipulate the flow of time, and 3 divine summoning scrolls, capable of calling forth 3 ancient divine beings with no limit on usage, although each summoning requires a substantial amount of soul power. Yao Chen's heart swelled with elation, for each reward was indeed pivotal in turning the tides of battle. The Haoming creation pill radiated a gentle, multicolored glow, its surface adorned with enigmatic runes, as if it harbored boundless vitality and power. The mastery of the laws of time and space surged into Yao Chen's consciousness like a torrent of information, immersing him in a profound revelation of these laws, as though he beheld an entirely new realm. Meanwhile, the 3 divine summoning scrolls exuded an ancient and formidable aura, intricately inscribed with mysterious runes and designs, seemingly interwoven with the arcane forces of antiquity. The urgent deployment of the Spirit Hall loomed ahead. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and promptly informed Bibi Dong of the system rewards. Upon hearing the news, a glimmer of surprise and determination flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Yao Chen, these rewards arrive at an opportune moment. We must immediately leverage these advantages to break the current stalemate, she declared. The two swiftly devised a strategy. Yao Chen resolved to first bestow the Haoming creation pill to the most formidable titled Douluos within the Spirit Hall, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Concurrently, he began to study the principles of time and space, aspiring to wield temporal powers unexpectedly in battle. Regarding the divine summoning scroll, after a discussion, Yao Chen and Bibi Dong decided to deploy it at the most critical juncture to summon ancient deities and deliver a fatal blow to their adversaries. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall commenced large-scale troop mobilization, fortifying defenses at strategic locations while dispatching elite units to scout and disrupt suspected enemy strongholds. In the Offering Hall, Qiandao Lu, upon learning of Yao Chen's acquisition of further system rewards, felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that if they could not swiftly devise a strategy to break the impasse, both the Offering Hall and the entire Angel clan would be doomed to irreparable ruin. Qiandao Lu summoned all the offerings, his expression grave, stating, "That young man Yao Chen has once again obtained formidable rewards. We can no longer remain passive in our defense. I have decided to initiate the ancient inheritance ceremony of the Angel clan, harnessing the power of our ancestors to enhance our strength. One offering expressed concern, great offering. The ancient inheritance ceremony carries immense risks. A single misstep could endanger the inheritor's life, potentially leading to the failure of the entire ritual or even a backlash. Qian Daolia's gaze was resolute. The situation is dire. We have no other choice. Qian Rinxue possesses exceptional talent. She is the most suitable candidate for the inheritance ceremony. If she can successfully acquire some of our ancestors' power, we will have the means to contend with the Spirit Hall. Thus, the offering hall commenced preparations for the ancient inheritance ceremony, summoning Qian Rinxue to get ready for the impending ritual. Meanwhile, several experts from the Haotian sect were laboriously searching for the artifact in the depths of the ice abyss in the far north. The frigid cold within the abyss was piercing, with powerful ice-type soul power permeating the surroundings, posing a risk of being encased in ice at any moment. After several days of exploration, they finally uncovered a lead on the artifact within a concealed ice cave. The walls of the cave were adorned with ancient runes and patterns, seemingly narrating the origin of the artifact. It appears the artifact is nearby, Tang Xiao exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they prepared to delve deeper, a horde of formidable ice-type soul beasts suddenly emerged, launching an assault against them. The weakest among these soul beasts possessed millennia of cultivation, and at the forefront was a terrifying ice emperor scorpion with an astonishing century of cultivation. Everyone, be cautious. We cannot allow these soul beasts to thwart our grand endeavor. Tang Xiao, wielding the Haotian hammer, was the first to charge into the throng of soul beasts. An intense battle erupted within the icy cavern, where the elite of the Haotian sect engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the soul beasts, the air thick with spiritual energy and ice shards flying in all directions. The cooperation and challenges among the three lower sects became evident. Although they had united, the differing ideologies and interests led to numerous friction points. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was eager to assault the Spirit Hall to avenge past humiliations, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect advocated for strengthening their defenses and accumulating power first. The Min family encountered difficulties in intelligence gathering as the Spirit Hall heightened its defenses, making it arduous to obtain valuable information. This cannot continue. We must act in unison, or we risk being picked off one by the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji expressed anxiously. Yu Yuanjin also recognized the gravity of the situation. Ning's sect master is correct. We should elect a commander to coordinate our forces. After a thorough discussion, the three lower sects resolved to appoint Tang Xiao as the temporary commander, given the Haotian sect's esteemed reputation on the continent and Tang Xiao's remarkable prowess. However, at that moment, Tang Xiao was searching for divine artifacts in the far north, leaving the three lower sects to maintain the status quo while awaiting his return. Meanwhile, the deep involvement of Sea God Island became apparent. The elite sea spirit masters dispatched by Sea God Island operated covertly on the continent, providing substantial assistance to the factions opposing the Spirit Hall. However, as the Spirit Hall became increasingly vigilant, their operations grew more challenging. Upon learning of the situation, Poseidon decided to deepen their engagement with the continental affairs. She selected several core powerhouses from Sea God Island and personally assigned them special missions. You will venture to the continent, collaborating closely with those factions to help them devise strategies and enhance their strength. However, be cautious. Do not reveal the identity of Sea God Island. All actions must be aimed at restraining the Spirit Hall, Poseidon instructed. Following her orders, these formidable Sea God Island experts silently infiltrated the continent, establishing deeper connections with the Haotian sect and the three lower sects, beginning to strategize, train armies, and prepare for a larger confrontation with the Spirit Hall. As various factions actively prepared, skirmishes erupted across the Douluo Continent. Reconnaissance units from the Spirit Hall frequently clashed with patrol teams from the Worship Hall, resulting in casualties on both sides. The battles between the Haotian sect and Soul Beast in the far north also attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall, which dispatched a team of powerful individuals to intercept and prevent the Haotian sect from acquiring divine artifacts. In the border regions between the three lower sects and the Spirit Hall, small-scale tensions arose regularly. The Spirit Hall sought to constrict the territory available to the three lower sects, while the latter valiantly resisted to safeguard their lands. These minor conflicts, akin to sparks, threatened to ignite a sweeping inferno across the entire Douluo continent at any moment, creating a tense atmosphere on the eve of war. Yao Chen stood atop the towering spire of the Spirit Hall, gazing out at the flames of war igniting across the continent. He understood that a true cataclysmic conflict was imminent. Various factions were exerting every effort in pursuit of ultimate victory, enveloping the entire Douluo Continent in an atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. Qian Daolu attentively monitored the progress of Qian Rinxue's inheritance ceremony within the worship hall, fully aware that this represented the final glimmer of hope for the sanctuary. The elite of the Haotian sect were entangled in a desperate struggle against spirit beasts and the intercepting forces of the spirit hall in the far north. Tantalizingly close to the divine artifact yet beset by formidable obstacles, the lower three sects were striving to harmonize their efforts, attempting to forge a formidable combat collective. Meanwhile, the powerful denizens of Sea God Island were clandestinely influencing the unfolding situation, hoping to seize this opportunity to maintain the continent's equilibrium. On the eve of this great war, the various factions resembled tightly drawn bowstrings, poised to unleash their arrows at any moment. A momentous clash that would determine the fate of the Douluo Continent was on the verge of commencing. Yao Chen, as one of the central figures in this tempest, was resolutely leading the Spirit Hall in confronting this unprecedented challenge, leveraging the rewards from the system and his own wisdom to advance towards the goal of establishing the Spirit Hall's dominance over the continent. Assisting Qian Rinxue in ascending to divinity and ultimately striving to attain the position of the Creator God. Chapter 16. A Turbulent Shift, Reversal of Fortunes, Key Rewards. The key to resolution. In the heart of the Spirit Hall, the strategist meticulously orchestrated the intelligence pertaining to various factions and their conflicts. At this juncture, the resonant chime of the divine selection system echoed like thunder in his mind. Ding! The host, amidst the intricate balance and clashes of multiple forces, adeptly maintained the advantage of the Spirit Hall, thereby earning a reward. The reward consists of a chaos primordial tower, a structure capable of suppressing the heavens and sealing the powers of all things, impervious to any attacks below the divine level, and capable of inflicting severe damage upon the souls of adversaries. A drop of the eternal law's essence, which, upon fusion, grants the host dominion over eternal power within a certain radius, elevating their offensive and defensive capabilities into the realm of absoluteness, and a legacy from ancient divine artisans, enabling the mastery of primordial divine forging techniques, thereby allowing the creation of equipment surpassing the level of divine artifacts. Yao Chen beheld the chaotic primordial tower that materialized before him. The edifice, ancient and substantial, exuded an aura of chaos, reminiscent of a towering mountain imposing its dominion over the void. The droplet of eternal law's essence resembled a resplendent star, harboring boundless mysteries and power. Meanwhile, the legacy of the ancient divine artisans manifested as enigmatic runes, cascading into Yao Chen's sea of consciousness. Yao Chen's heart brimmed with joy. Each of these three rewards possessed the potential to alter the current battlefield drastically. The Chaos Primordial Tower could, at a crucial moment, establish an impenetrable line of defense for the Spirit Hall. Should the eternal law's essence be successfully integrated, he would gain an absolute advantage in combat. Furthermore, the legacy of the ancient divine craftsman could forge formidable equipment, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen swiftly conveyed the rewards to Bibi Dong, whose eyes gleamed with astonishment and delight. These rewards are truly extraordinary. We must make the most of them, Bibi Dong proclaimed. They initially resolved to position the Chaos Homing Tower in the central area of the Spirit Hall, to be vigilantly guarded day and night by several titled Douluos, serving as the ultimate defense mechanism of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen began his secluded cultivation, merging with the essence of the eternal laws. Within the confines of the secret chamber, he meticulously channeled his soul power, carefully guiding the drop of the eternal law's essence into his body. As the essence integrated, Yao Chen felt as though he had established a profound connection with the eternal force of the universe, every cell in his body rejoicing in exhilaration. Simultaneously, the Spirit Hall initiated an extensive military enhancement program, drawing upon the legacy of ancient divine artisans. Yao Chen personally instructed the craftsmen of the Spirit Hall in forging divine-grade equipment. The hall was ablaze with activity, radiant light illuminating the surroundings. Qian Rinxue faced obstacles in her own inheritance, while Qian Daolu presided over an ancient inheritance ritual in the offering hall with unwavering dedication. Enveloped in golden light, Qian Rinxue stood at the center of the ceremony. However, the process proved to be fraught with challenges. As the ritual progressed, Qian Rinxue suddenly turned pale, a mouthful of blood escaping her lips. The ancient inheriting power of the Angel clan was overwhelmingly potent, rendering her body incapable of withstanding its might. Shue! Qian Daolu exclaimed in frantic urgency, yet he could not interrupt the ceremony. To do so would not only jeopardize Qian Renxue's efforts but also expose her to the backlash of the inheritance power. Gritting his teeth, Qian Dalu forcefully infused his soul power to stabilize the inheritance for Qian Renxue. Yet, he was acutely aware that this could not continue indefinitely, for her life was in imminent danger. In the extreme north, the experts of the Haotian sect, after a grueling battle, finally repelled the intercepting forces of the Spirit Hall and the Ice-type soul beasts. Tang Xiao discovered the legendary artifact, the Chaos-splitting Heaven Spear, deep within an ice cave. As he grasped the spear, a surge of formidable power coursed through his body. The Chaos-splitting Heaven Spear radiated an ancient and powerful aura, its shaft adorned with mysterious runes that seemed to narrate tales of ancient glory. At last, I found it, Tang Xiao exclaimed with elation, sensing the artifact's might. With it, the Haotian sect possessed the strength to contend with the Spirit Hall. However, just as they prepared to return with the artifact, Yao Chen sensed the immense wave of power emanating from its emergence and led a contingent of formidable warriors from the Spirit Hall to confront them. Tang Xiao, relinquish the artifact, and you may yet live, Yao Chen declared, his demeanor resolute as he hovered in midair. Tang Xiao tightened his grip on the Chaos-splitting Heaven Spear. Shouting defiantly, Yao Chen, the artifact belongs to my Haotian sect. You shall not take it. Tensions escalated, and an inevitable clash loomed. Under Tang Xiao's command, the lower three sects began to harmonize their efforts. Just as they prepared for the impending battle against the Spirit Hall, reinforcements from Sea God Island arrived, offering a turning point. The powerful individuals from Sea God Island introduced a unique cultivation method that enabled the soul masters of the lower three sects to enhance their soul power in a short span of time. Additionally, they imparted intricate combined attack techniques that allowed the soul masters to unleash strength far beyond their own capabilities. With the assistance of the Sea God Island experts, the potency of the lower three sects experienced a remarkable elevation. Ning Fingji, Yu Yuanjin, and others glimpsed the hope of victory. They intensified their training in preparation for a decisive battle against the Spirit Hall. The intentions of Sea God Island were revealed. As Sea God Island delved deeply into the affairs of the continent, the Spirit Hall gradually began to notice subtle signs. Yao Chen, through intelligence analysis, suspected that Sea God Island was covertly supporting forces opposing the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness Bibi Dong, I suspect that Sea God Island is meddling behind the scenes. We cannot sit idly by, Yao Chen stated. Bibi Dong nodded. Indeed, if Sea God Island truly intervenes, our plans will be significantly jeopardized. We must dispatch experts to secretly investigate the actions of Sea God Island, and once confirmed, we shall teach them a lesson. Thus, the Spirit Hall dispatched several titled Douluos skilled in stealth and tracking to quietly approach the vicinity of Sea God Island, aiming to unveil its enigmatic guise. As various factions engaged in covert skirmishes, an unexpected conflict ignited a full-scale war. The Hall of Offerings, striving to preserve the legacy of Qian Renxue, decided to go all in and launched a preemptive strike against the Spirit Hall. Qian Dalu personally led the elite of the Hall of Offerings, charging fiercely towards the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong had been prepared, commanding the Spirit Hall's soul masters to stand ready. Meanwhile, Haotian sect, wielding the Chaos-splitting spear, allied with the lower three sects to launch a flanking assault on the Spirit Hall. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle, and the brilliance of spirit power soared to the heavens. With the Chaos Primordial Tower in hand, Yao Chen faced Qian Dalu, declaring, "You have come here today to seek your own demise." Qian Dalu scoffed, "Today marks your end, Yao Chen." The two formidable forces clashed fiercely, plunging the battle into an intense phase. As the situation began to shift, Yao Chen's integration of the eternal laws gradually manifested its effects. On the battlefield, he moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, causing enemies to retreat wherever he tread. Feeling the overwhelming power of Yao Chen, Qian Dalu was taken aback, yet found himself with no path of retreat, compelled to mount a full-scale assault. Just as the stalemate ensued, Yao Chen seized the moment to unleash the might of the Chaos Primordial Tower. The tower radiated a blinding light, a horrific gravitational force enveloping the battlefield, drawing in some of the powerful figures from the Offering Pavilion and the Haotian sect. No, Tang Xiao watched helplessly as his companions were drawn into the tower, powerless to intervene. The sudden turn of events also disrupted Qian Daoliu's stance. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Yao Chen launched a devastating attack, severely wounding Qian Daolu. Upon learning of the outbreak of battle, the hidden forces dispatched by Sea God Island prepared to act. However, At that moment, investigators sent by the Spirit Hall uncovered their whereabouts and relayed the information. Bibi Dong decisively led a portion of the Spirit Hall's might to confront the hidden forces of Sea God Island, catching them off guard and plunging them into a fierce struggle. The entire Douluo Continent was engulfed in turmoil as the Spirit Hall, under Yao Chen's leadership and bolstered by the advantages of system rewards, began to gain the upper hand. Yet, no faction relinquished their ambitions. The battle that would determine the fate of Douluo Continent raged on. Would Yao Chen be able to leverage this advantageous situation to help the Spirit Hall dominate the continent, assist Qian Renxue in achieving divinity, and ultimately ascend to the position of the Creator God? All remained uncertain. Chapter 17. Interwoven Situations. Clues of the Divine Stone in the Turbulence of the Continent. In the tale of Yao Chen Douluo, the Path of the Chosen, several months have elapsed since Yao Chen unearthed clues concerning the Creator God and the chaotic star stone from the abyss of chaos. During this period, Yao Chen has diligently pursued the whereabouts of the chaotic star stone while simultaneously bolstering the Soul Palace's position on the Douluo Continent. Under the leadership of Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Renxue, the Soul Palace has grown increasingly formidable, forging a more robust alliance with the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, subtly hinting at a potential dominance over the continent. Concurrently, Sea God Island has begun to sense the pressure emanating from the Ascendant Soul Palace. Traditionally regarded as a unique and enigmatic force on the Douluo Continent, the Sea God's legacy possesses formidable deterrent power. The island's sovereign, Poseidon, is acutely aware that the Soul Palace's burgeoning strength could disrupt the continent's existing equilibrium, prompting him to covertly monitor the movements of the Soul Palace. In his quest for the Chaos Star Stone, Yao Chen undertakes tasks issued by the Divine Selection System, continuously acquiring an array of precious rewards. These rewards encompass not only rare treasures that enhance soul power, but also enigmatic tomes capable of augmenting martial soul skills, alongside maps revealing the concealed locales of the Douluo Continent. During an expedition into ancient ruins, Yao Chen, armed with a unique detection tool bestowed by the system, uncovers clues linked to the Chaos Star Stone. The ancient murals and cryptic inscriptions within the ruins point toward a mysterious maritime expanse known as the Misty Sea. According to legend, the Misty Sea is perpetually enshrouded in thick fog, fraught with perilous dangers, yet it may also conceal a Chaos Star Stone within its depths. Yao Chen resolved to venture into the Sea of Mist. Before his departure, he explained the situation to Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue. Yao Chen, this journey to the Sea of Mist is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. Should you require assistance, the Spirit Hall will wholeheartedly support you, Bibi Dong said with a grave expression. Qian Renxue also expressed her concern, saying, Senior Yao, you are of paramount importance to the Spirit Hall. Please ensure your safe return. With a faint smile, Yao Chen confidently declared, Your Majesty, Shuer, rest assured. I shall proceed with utmost caution. Should I succeed in acquiring the Chaos Star Stone, it will not only be pivotal for my ascension to the rank of Creator God, but will also significantly contribute to the future development of the Spirit Hall. After bidding farewell to the members of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen embarked on his journey to the Sea of Mists. After several days of navigation, he finally arrived at the edge of the Sea of Mists. Before him lay a vast expanse of water shrouded in a thick layer of gray fog, from which eerie sounds faintly emanated, as if countless unknown dangers awaited him. With a flourish of his soul power, Yao Chen conjured a protective barrier around his body and cautiously ventured into the depths of the mist. Barely had he stepped into the fog when a horde of octopus-like sea spirit beasts lunged toward him. These colossal creatures were adorned with sharp barbs along their tentacles, emanating a potent surge of soul energy. Yao Chen summoned the chaotic celestial phoenix martial soul, unleashing the dazzling brilliance of the stars. Countless ethereal starry apparitions erupted from his being, instantly illuminating the surrounding mists, while the blinding radiance rendered the sea spirit beasts momentarily sightless. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic tempest, a whirlwind of primordial energy swirling around him, ensnaring the sea spirit beast within its grasp. The creatures struggled within the storm, but soon succumbed to the overwhelming force, their forms being mercilessly torn asunder. Venturing deeper into the mist-laden sea, Yao Chen stumbled upon a mysterious island adrift upon the waters. The isle was adorned with a plethora of peculiar flora, each plant emanating a gentle luminescence, as if whispering the secrets of the land. As Yao Chen stepped onto the island, a powerful surge of soul energy resonated from its depths. Following the pulsations of this energy, he journeyed to the heart of the island, where stood an ancient temple. The entrance was firmly sealed, its door intricately inscribed with enigmatic runes. Attempting to decipher the runes with his soul energy, Yao Chen felt the moment his essence brushed against the symbols, the door began to creak open. Upon entering the temple, he beheld a colossal statue within. Its features were obscured, yet the aura it exuded hinted at a profound connection to the chaotic starstone. Beneath the statue lay a recessed stone platform, inscribed with cryptic hints. After a meticulous interpretation, Yao Chen learned that to obtain the chaotic starstone, he must endure the statue's trial. The challenge entailed vanquishing a host of formidable spirit beasts conjured by the statue within a virtual realm. Each beast boasted an age exceeding 10,000 years, with several even reaching the staggering age of 100,000 years. Yao Chen took a deep breath, bracing himself for battle. As a radiant light flashed, he was transported into the virtual realm. No sooner had he entered the space than a colossal, 10,000-year-old soul beast, the ice-armored dragon shark, charged towards him. The creature's body was enveloped in a formidable layer of icy armor, and as it opened its enormous jaws, a chilling breath surged forth, enveloping Yao Chen in a frigid embrace. Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic Star Guardian, enveloping himself in a radiant shield of multicolored light to deflect the onslaught of the ice-armored dragon shark. Simultaneously, he executed the chaotic annihilation slash, a sword aura infused with chaotic energy aimed at the ice-armored dragon shark. Sensing the formidable power of the sword aura, the ice-armored dragon shark intensified the brilliance of its icy armor in an attempt to withstand the attack. When the sword aura collided with the icy armor, a powerful wave of energy erupted. Amidst the fierce battle with the ice-armored dragon shark, Yao Chen detected the presence of several ancient spirit beasts nearby. He understood that engaging in a protracted battle with the ice-armored dragon shark was unwise. A swift resolution was imperative. Thus, Yao Chen channeled all his soul power into the chaotic star phoenix martial spirit and unleashed the chaotic genesis obliteration, a colossal beam of chaotic light directed at the ice-armored dragon shark. With a roar of fury, the ice-armored dragon shark was ultimately consumed by the might of the light beam. Having vanquished the ice-armored dragon shark, Yao Chen promptly turned to face the assaults of the other ancient spirit beasts. Despite their ferocity, the spirit beasts could not impede his advance, given his formidable strength and extensive combat experience. After a series of intense confrontations, Yao Chen triumphed over all the spirit beasts, successfully passing the statue's trial. As Yao Chen completed the trial, a stone known as the Chaotic Starstone, radiating chaotic light, gradually materialized in the statue's hand. Filled with joy, he approached and collected the Chaotic Starstone, depositing it into his system space. Just as he prepared to depart from the temple, a notification from the Divine Selection System echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring a Chaotic Starstone and completing a hidden mission. Rewards include 10 Super Soul Power Enhancement Pills, capable of instantly elevating the host's soul power by 10 levels, 1 card for the comprehension of a Chaotic Divine Technique, which allows for the random understanding of a Chaotic Divine skill, and a confidential intelligence report on Sea God Island. With a surge of exhilaration, Yao Chen promptly consumed a Super Soul Power Enhancement Pill. In an instant, a formidable wave of soul power surged within him, elevating his soul power level by 10 tiers. As he reveled in the torrent of soul energy coursing through his being, Yao Chen employed a card of comprehension for the Chaotic Divine Technique. A flash of brilliance illuminated his mind, revealing a potent Chaotic Divine Technique known as Chaotic Space-Time Distortion, capable of warping the fabric of space and time within a certain radius, inflicting significant harm and constraints upon adversaries. Ultimately, Yao Chen scrutinized the clandestine intelligence regarding Sea God Island. The intelligence indicated that Sea God Island was discreetly orchestrating an operation against the Spirit Hall, intending to unite with various factions discontented with the Spirit Hall to mount a collective resistance. Furthermore, Sea God Island possessed a mysterious artifact, the Heart of the Sea God, which was rumored to hold the power to alter the tides of battle. Yao Chen, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly departed from the Sea of Mist and returned to the Spirit Hall. He intended to inform Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue of the plans regarding Sea God Island and to collaboratively devise a countermeasure. Simultaneously, he recognized that with the increasing number of Chaos Star Stones he had amassed, he was drawing ever closer to the divine rank of the Creator God. However, the path ahead would undoubtedly become more arduous, and the circumstances of the Douluo Continent would grow increasingly intricate due to his actions. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen made his way directly to Bibi Dong's palace, where he meticulously relayed the details of the Sea God Island scheme and the acquisition of the Chaos Starstones. To his astonishment, the revelations surrounding Sea God Island were far more sinister than he had anticipated. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she inquired, "Yao Chen, what are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen remarked, "Your Majesty, since Sea God Island intends to ally with other forces against us, we cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative to disrupt their alliance plans. At the same time, we need to bolster the defenses of the Spirit Hall and enhance our strength. As for the heart of the Sea God, we must not underestimate it. We need to devise strategies to counter the potential threats it poses." At that moment, Qian Rinxue arrived at the palace. Upon hearing Yao Chen's words, she responded, "Elder Yao is correct. We cannot afford to be on the defensive. I can leverage my status as the God King to intimidate those forces that might consider allying with Sea God Island, dissuading them from cooperating too easily." Bibi Dong nodded slightly and said, "This plan is feasible. Yao Chen, continue your search for the Chaos Starstone to enhance your own power. As this is crucial for us to address the forthcoming situation, I will confer with the Haotian sect and the other 3 sects to strengthen our defenses and formulate a strategy." Yao Chen assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall swiftly seek out additional Chaos Starstones. However, prior to that, we must first ascertain the precise movements of Sea God Island. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries ensures our invincibility in battle." Thus, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Rinxue commenced their urgent preparations. Yao Chen, utilizing the capabilities of the system, dispatched specialized intelligence-gathering spirit beasts to the vicinity of Sea God Island, diligently monitoring every action taken by the island. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong contacted the leaders of Haotian sect and the lower 3 sects to discuss specific strategies for countering the threat posed by Sea God Island. Qian Rinxue also initiated actions across the Douluo Continent, seeking to intimidate and rally certain wavering factions. On Sea God Island, Poseidon was equally engaged in meticulous preparations for an offensive against the Spirit Hall. She allied with various factions that had suffered losses during the Spirit Hall's expansion, striving to forge a formidable alliance capable of vanquishing the Spirit Hall and restoring the continent's original equilibrium. Unbeknownst to her, Yao Chen had already discerned their plans, and an intense conflict was on the verge of erupting across the Douluo Continent. The Chaos Starstones in Yao Chen's possession would become a pivotal variable in this tumultuous scenario. Chapter 18. Undercurrents Surging. Strategies for response in new crises. After Yao Chen disclosed the threat from Sea God Island to Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, the Spirit Hall sprang into swift action. Through the intelligence-gathering spirit beasts dispatched by the Divine Selection System, a steady stream of information regarding Sea God Island was received. The island's master, Poseidon, was secretly liaising with various forces in an attempt to assemble a vast anti-Spirit Hall alliance. Several minor factions had already been persuaded, while the empires of Tiando and Xingluo were covertly engaging with Sea God Island, escalating tensions further. Yao Chen, along with Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and the representatives of the lower 3 sects, convened to deliberate strategies in response to the increasingly frequent maneuvers of Sea God Island, which sought to unite various forces against them. We must expeditiously devise a countermeasure. Otherwise, once an alliance is formed, we shall find ourselves besieged from all sides. Yao Chen remarked gravely. Tang Xiao, gripping the Haotian hammer, struck it forcefully against the ground and declared loudly, "What do we have to fear? My Haotian sect stands ready to fight alongside the Spirit Hall. Even against the Sea God Island, we shall never retreat." The leaders of the lower 3 sects echoed his sentiments, expressing their willingness to join forces with the Spirit Hall in confronting the threat posed by Sea God Island. Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, adjusted his glasses and stated, "We must first ascertain the specific factions that Sea God Island seeks to recruit in order to sow discord within their alliance. Simultaneously, we must bolster our defenses and enhance our strength to be adequately prepared." Bibi Dong nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the assembly as she affirmed, "What sect leader Ning has articulated is indeed sagacious. Yao Chen, you shall be in charge of intelligence gathering. Ensure that every detail regarding the Sea God Island alliance is thoroughly uncovered. Qian Rinxue, continue to exert pressure on those wavering factions using the deterrence of the Divine King to prevent their joining the alliance. I will collaborate with the Haotian sect and the lower 3 sects to fortify the defenses of the Spirit Hall and allied powers, thereby enhancing our collective strength." With everyone given their tasks, they dispersed to commence their respective actions. Yao Chen, while closely monitoring the movements of Sea God Island through intelligence gathered from soul beasts. Continued his quest for the Chaos Star Stone. He understood well that the enhancement of his own power was crucial in confronting the impending crisis. During one of his explorations prompted by the system's guidance, Yao Chen arrived at a mysterious mountain range on the Douluo Continent, known as the Linghuan Mountains. This range was perpetually shrouded in mist, teeming with various extraordinary spirit plants and formidable soul beasts. The system indicated that clues related to the Chaos Star Stone might be concealed within this enigmatic locale. As Yao Chen stepped into the mountains, he was immediately enveloped by a powerful surge of soul energy. Suddenly, a colossal spirit ape leaped forth from the thicket, exuding an immense aura, revealing itself to be a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Upon spotting Yao Chen, the spirit ape let out a furious roar and swung its massive arm towards him with ferocious intent. Yao Chen swiftly summoned the chaotic star Phoenix Martial Soul, manifesting the chaotic star shield to withstand the onslaught of the spirit ape. Simultaneously, he unleashed the chaotic destruction slash, a blade of energy imbued with chaotic power, directed towards the spirit ape. The spirit ape deftly sidestepped as the energy slash struck a nearby boulder, shattering it into mere dust. Remarkable agility, Yao Chen mused inwardly. He then conjured a chaotic storm, a tempest born of formidable chaotic energy that surged forth, engulfing the spirit ape. Yet, through sheer physical prowess, the creature struggled valiantly against the overwhelming force. At the opportune moment, Yao Chen unleashed the Chaos Genesis Obliteration, a colossal beam of chaotic light directed towards the spirit ape. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the spirit ape's fur bristled instantaneously, releasing a formidable surge of soul power in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught of the chaotic beam. However, despite the overwhelming might of the Chaos Genesis Obliteration, the spirit ape was ultimately struck by the light, emitting a harrowing cry before collapsing to the ground. Having vanquished the spirit ape, Yao Chen ventured further into the mountains. Deep within the mountain range, he stumbled upon an ancient relic concealed within a cave. The entrance to the relic was adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes. Drawing upon his knowledge of these runes and aided by the system, Yao Chen successfully unlocked the door. Upon entering the relic, he discovered a multitude of ancient artifacts and tomes meticulously arranged within. At the center of the relic stood a massive stone platform upon which rested a gem emanating a faint glow. Intrigued, Yao Chen approached for a closer examination. After a thorough appraisal by the system, he realized that this was the Chaos Star Stone he had been in search of. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the second Chaos Star Stone and completing the hidden task. Rewards include a vial of Chaos Divine Body Enhancement Elixir, which fortifies the host's physique, aligning it more harmoniously with chaotic power, a Divine Soul Skill Fusion card, capable of merging two Divine Soul skills into a singular, more powerful technique, and a detailed list of the Sea God Island Alliance's factions. With great joy, Yao Chen immediately consumed the Chaos Divine Body Enhancement Liquid. Instantly, a warm and formidable power coursed through his entire being, as if his body had been reforged, becoming more resilient, and his mastery over the chaotic forces grew effortlessly. Subsequently, Yao Chen utilized the Divine-level Soul Skill Fusion card. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to merge the Chaotic Annihilation Slash with the Chaotic Creation Destruction. A radiant light flickered as the essence of the two soul skills fused within him, resulting in a brand new soul skill, the Chaotic Creation Annihilation Technique. This soul skill combined the sharpness of the Chaotic Annihilation Slash with the immense power of the Chaotic Creation Destruction, unleashing cataclysmic forces upon activation. Finally, Yao Chen reviewed the detailed roster of the Sea God Island Alliance. The list included not only several minor factions but also families closely allied with the two great empires, the Heavenly and Xingluo. Yao Chen was acutely aware that if these factions united, they would pose a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen, bearing the Chaotic Star Stone and crucial intelligence, swiftly returned to the Spirit Hall. He presented a detailed list of the Sea God Island Alliance's forces to Bibi Dong, stating, "Your Majesty, here is the comprehensive list of the Sea God Island Alliance. We must act promptly to sow discord within their coalition." Bibi Dong scrutinized the list, her expression grave. Among these factions, some can be courted, while others must be met with intimidation. Qianren Qiwei, you shall lead a contingent of elite Spirit Hall warriors to make a final appeal to those factions teetering on the brink. Should they remain obstinate, we shall show them the consequences of their folly. Yao Chen, continue your quest for the Chaotic Star Stone to enhance our strength. I will collaborate with the Haotian sect and the lower three sects to devise a strategic plan against the Sea God Island Alliance. With her orders given, Qian Rinxue set forth, while Yao Chen embarked once more on his journey to procure the chaotic starstone. However, shortly after Yao Chen departed the Spirit Hall, urgent reports arrived from the borders. The Sea God Island had allied with several minor factions to launch a surprise attack on the Spirit Hall's border cities. The defenses of these cities faltered under the onslaught of the Sea God Island's formidable warriors. Upon receiving the news, Bibi Dong immediately summoned the elite forces of the Spirit Hall, preparing to rush to the border for support. To think the Sea God Island would dare to strike first. We cannot allow them to succeed, Bibi Dong declared fiercely. Upon receiving the news, Yao Chen swiftly returned. He was acutely aware that this battle would signify a crucial confrontation between the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island, with the outcome directly influencing the morale of both sides and the subsequent evolution of the situation. He resolved to journey to the border alongside Bibi Dong, intending to leverage his own strength and newly acquired soul skills to deliver a decisive blow to Sea God Island, thereby securing an advantageous position for the Spirit Hall amidst the tumultuous circumstances. As Yao Chen and Bibi Dong led the elite of the Spirit Hall to the border city, they found that Sea God Island's assault had wrought considerable devastation. Numerous sections of the city walls had collapsed, and the citizens within were fleeing in all directions. Engulfed in chaos, the formidable warriors from Sea God Island were rampaging through the city, seeking to expand their conquest. Cease this at once. Bibi Dong's furious command resonated, and the power of the Rakshasa god erupted instantaneously, casting a formidable aura over the entire city. The warriors of Sea God Island, sensing Bibi Dong's overwhelming prowess, halted their actions, regarding her with wary vigilance. Bibi Dong, today marks the beginning of your Spirit Hall's decline, proclaimed an elder from Sea God Island. Stepping forward and proclaiming loudly, Yao Chen let out a cold laugh, stepping forward to declare, "Is it merely you? None shall leave today." With that, he summoned the chaotic Star Phoenix Martial Soul and unleashed the chaotic Genesis Annihilation technique. A tremendous beam of chaotic light surged skyward, embodying the powers of destruction and creation, sweeping toward the formidable beings of Sea God Island. The warriors of Sea God Island felt the overwhelming force and hastily employed their most potent soul skills in defense. However, the might of the chaotic Genesis Annihilation surpassed their wildest expectations. Where the light passed, the defenses of the Sea God Island warriors were obliterated in an instant, many being consumed by the radiance, vanishing without a trace. The elder of Sea God Island, witnessing this, turned pale, astonished at Yao Chen's formidable strength. He immediately invoked a secret technique of Sea God Island, attempting to counter the chaotic Genesis Annihilation. Yet, under Yao Chen's ferocious assault, his technique could barely hold. Seizing the opportunity, Bibi Dong unleashed the divine skill of the Rakshasa Judgment. A beam of black light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the Sea God Island elder. Overwhelmed by the dual onslaught of the chaotic Genesis Annihilation and Rakshasa Judgment, the elder could no longer withstand the assault, crying out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. The other warriors of Sea God Island, sensing impending doom, sought to retreat. However, Yao Chen and Bibi Dong would not let them escape, leading the elite of the Spirit Hall in a relentless pursuit, delivering a severe blow to the forces of Sea God Island. Following this battle, the Spirit Hall successfully repelled the assault from Sea God Island, safeguarding the border city. Yet, Yao Chen and Bibi Dong knew this was merely a probing attack from Sea God Island. A true conflict loomed ahead. They had to hasten their efforts, fracturing the alliance of Sea God Island and bolstering the strength of the Spirit Hall to confront the greater crisis that lay ahead. Yao Chen also realized that the quest for the chaotic star stones had become increasingly urgent. Only by swiftly gathering the 7 stones and obtaining the power of creation could they gain a decisive advantage in the continent's turmoil. Achieving the goals of establishing the Spirit Hall's dominance, elevating Qian Rinxue to the status of a divine king, and attaining his own divinity as the creator god. Chapter 19. The fracture of alliances, crisis and opportunity coexist after repelling the assault from Sea God Island. The morale within the Spirit Hall soared. However, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and others did not let their guard down, fully aware that Sea God Island would not relent and greater dangers awaited. Observing the ravaged border city, Yao Chen silently vowed to expedite the search for the chaotic starstones and enhance the Spirit Hall's strength to utterly dismantle Sea God Island's schemes. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen convened once more with Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and the higher-ups of Hao Yin sect and the lower three sects to deliberate on their next steps. Though we have repelled this incursion from Sea God Island, they will undoubtedly regroup, Yao Chen asserted with unwavering resolve. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, continuing, I previously went to intimidate those wavering forces, and there has been some effect. Some factions have indicated they will reconsider their cooperation with Sea God Island, yet there remain a few obstinate ones. Tang Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking. For those forces that resolutely oppose us, we must not show any leniency. However, merely relying on intimidation is insufficient for fracturing the alliance. We must also offer certain benefits to win over some factions. The leaders of the lower three sects expressed their agreement in unison. Ning Fengji, the leader of the seven treasured glazed tile sect, adjusted his glasses and remarked, we can leverage the resource advantages of the Spirit Hall to promise substantial rewards to those wavering forces, such as offering advanced soul skills and precious cultivation resources. Concurrently, we can demonstrate our strength in repelling the assault from Sea God Island, making it clear that opposing us leads to dire consequences. Listening to the discussions, Bibi Dong formulated a plan in her mind. She turned to Yao Chen and instructed, Yao Chen, continue your search for the Chaos Starstone. It is pivotal to enhancing our overall strength. Qian Rinxue, you shall lead the Spirit Hall's diplomatic envoy to those indecisive factions for a final persuasion. I will collaborate with Hao Yin sect and the lower three sects to prepare for a potential renewed assault from Sea God Island. After receiving their orders, everyone set about their respective tasks. Guided by the hints from the divine-level selection system, Yao Chen discovered that in the far eastern region of Douluo Continent, there lay a mysterious ice field known as the Frozen Abyss. It was said that there concealed an ancient stone tablet, and the runes inscribed upon it might direct him to the location of the third Chaos Star Stone. The medicinal dust set forth immediately, enduring several days of arduous travel, and finally arrived at the Frozen Abyss Glacier. Here, the landscape is a realm of ice and snow, with temperatures plummeting to frigid lows. Even with the prowess of the medicinal dust, a chill could be felt penetrating to the bone. The glacier was besieged by howling winds and rampant blizzards, severely obstructing visibility. Yao Chen summoned his soul power, enveloping himself in a warm protective layer to shield against the biting cold. He tread cautiously across the icy expanse, ever vigilant to the perils that lurked around him. Suddenly, a deep growl reverberated from ahead, tightening his chest with apprehension. Directing his gaze towards the source of the sound, he beheld a colossal ice bear advancing slowly in his direction. This immense creature towered at several dozen meters, its form encased in a thick layer of crystalline ice, emanating a formidable wave of soul energy, revealing it to be a super soul beast aged 150,000 years. Upon noticing Yao Chen, a glint of ferocity flickered in the bear's eyes as it raised its gigantic paw, preparing to strike him down with tremendous force. Yao Chen swiftly invoked the chaotic Star Guardian, and a kaleidoscope of radiant hues materialized into a shimmering shield to absorb the bear's assault. The bear's paw collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound, and the sheer force of the impact caused Yao Chen's body to shudder slightly. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the ice bear, and dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He unleashed the chaotic destruction slash, a blade of energy imbued with the essence of chaos, directed at the ice bear. In response, the ice bear swung its massive paw, deflecting the blade of energy with ease. Subsequently, the ice bear opened its cavernous mouth, unleashing a beam of azure eyes towards Yao Chen. In a swift motion, Yao Chen evaded the onslaught of beams. Simultaneously, he unleashed a chaotic tempest, a formidable storm born of chaotic power that surged towards the ice bear. The ice bear was engulfed by the tempest, its crystalline armor developing fissures under the assault of the storm. With a furious roar, the ice bear's icy brilliance intensified as it endeavored to escape the tempest's grasp. Seizing the opportune moment, Yao Chen executed the chaotic Genesis destruction technique, a colossal beam of chaotic radiance hurtling towards the ice bear. Sensing the terrifying might of this attack, the ice bear summoned all its strength. The ice crystals adorning its body instantaneously shedding to form a thick ice shield, standing resolute against the oncoming assault. The radiant beam collided with the ice shield, erupting in a violent surge of energy. Under the relentless impact, the ice shield began to shatter, and the ice bear, gravely wounded, let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. Yao Chen stepped forward, intent on assessing the condition of the ice bear. Suddenly, the creature's form began to shimmer with radiant light, and to his astonishment, it transformed into a humanoid figure. This figure was an elderly man with flowing white hair, who regarded Yao Chen with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. I did not expect one so young to possess such formidable strength. I am the guardian of the frozen plains, and I have been safeguarding this monument for countless millennia. Should you succeed in passing the trials of the monument, you shall uncover the clues to the Chaos Starstone, the elder proclaimed. Yao Chen felt a surge of joy within and said, "Esteemed elder, please instruct me." The elder led Yao Chen to a colossal stone tablet, its surface adorned with an array of peculiar runes. The elder spoke, "These runes encapsulate an ancient soul technique. You must comprehend and manifest it within the span of an hour. Should you succeed, you shall have passed the trial." Yao Chen gazed intently at the runes inscribed upon the stone tablet, channeling his soul power in an earnest endeavor to decipher their meaning. With the assistance of the divine selection system, he gradually unraveled the significance of the runes. As time progressed, Yao Chen's comprehension of the ancient soul techniques deepened profoundly. At last, just as the hour was drawing to a close, he unleashed the ancient soul technique known as Ice Abyss Chaos Break. A radiant beam, merging the powers of ice and chaos, surged forth from his hand, striking a distant ice mountain. Under the onslaught of the light, the ice mountain crumbled instantaneously. Witnessing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done, you have passed the trial. The clue to the Chaos Star Stone lies deep within this icy expanse, where a concealed ice cave awaits. Within that cave resides a mysterious altar, and the Chaos Star Stone may very well be enshrined upon it. However, the cave is fraught with peril, so you must exercise utmost caution." Yao Chen expressed his gratitude to the elder and ventured deeper into the icy expanse. After an extensive search, he finally discovered the concealed ice cave. The interior of the cave was frigid, with walls shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence. Yao Chen cautiously stepped into the cave, and before long, he was confronted by a multitude of ice-attributed soul beasts. Though these soul beasts were relatively small in size, they were abundant in number, rushing towards Yao Chen in a tumultuous swarm. Yao Chen unleashed a tempest of chaos, ensnaring the soul beast within its tumultuous grasp. Yet, these creatures exhibited remarkable tenacity, struggling fiercely amidst the storm in a desperate attempt to approach Yao Chen. Observing their resilience, he invoked the Chaos Creation and Annihilation technique, a brilliant radiance erupting instantaneously to obliterate the soul beasts. As he ventured deeper into the icy cavern, Yao Chen finally arrived before a mysterious altar. Upon this altar rested a stone emanating a chaotic luminescence, the very Chaos Starstone he had tirelessly sought. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the third Chaos Starstone and completing the hidden task. Rewards include 1 Chaos Divine Thought Enhancement Pill, which amplifies the host's mental acuity, heightening sensitivity and control over chaotic forces, a Divine-level Martial Soul Fusion Technique Comprehension Card, enabling the understanding of a Divine-level Martial Soul Fusion Technique related to the Chaos Star Phoenix Martial Soul, and a dossier containing the latest intelligence on the Sea God Island Alliance. Filled with elation, Yao Chen promptly consumed the Chaos Divine Mind Enhancement Pill. In an instant, a formidable surge of divine consciousness coursed through his mind, significantly amplifying his mental prowess. He could distinctly perceive the fluctuations of soul energy surrounding him, and his command over the chaotic force became remarkably adept. Subsequently, Yao Chen utilized a card for comprehending a divine-grade martial soul fusion technique. A radiant light flashed, revealing a divine-grade martial soul fusion technique in his mind, the Chaotic Star Phoenix Domain Fusion Technique, known as Chaotic Starfall. Once this skill is unleashed, it will merge with his teammates' martial souls, creating a powerful domain that allows the manipulation of stellar energy to inflict devastating blows upon foes. Finally, Yao Chen examined the latest intelligence updates from the Sea God Island Alliance. The reports indicated that Sea God Island was intensifying its efforts to recruit Alliance forces, promising generous rewards, including cultivation secrets from Sea God Island and fragments of divine artifacts. Simultaneously, Sea God Island was clandestinely training a formidable army, preparing to launch a large-scale assault against the Martial Soul Hall. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the pressing urgency. He must swiftly return to the Spirit Hall to convey this intelligence to Bibi Dong and the others. Simultaneously, he recognized that as the preparations on Sea God Island became increasingly robust, the crisis facing the Spirit Hall grew more formidable. Nevertheless, he harbored a steadfast belief that, by uniting their efforts and adeptly utilizing the resources and clues at their disposal, they could unearth opportunities amidst this turmoil, thereby achieving the supremacy of the Spirit Hall. Assisting Qian Rinxue in ascending to the Divine Throne, and ultimately realizing his own aspiration of attaining the status of the creator god. Yao Chen, bearing the Chaos Star Stone, swiftly departed from the Frost Abyss. He hurried back to the Spirit Hall, meticulously informing Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and others of the latest developments from Sea God Island, as well as the new skills and clues he had acquired. It appears that Sea God Island is resolutely determined to stand against us, and they are thoroughly prepared. Bibi Dong remarked with a grave expression. Qian Rinxue, furrowing her brow, stated, "We cannot remain passive. We must accelerate the process of fracturing their alliance. Simultaneously, we must also enhance our military training to bolster the combat capabilities of the Spirit Hall's forces." Yao Chen nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. The divine-level martial soul fusion technique I have recently comprehended, if judiciously employed on the battlefield, will significantly enhance our combat prowess. Furthermore, we can exploit the internal discord within the Sea God Island Alliance to further divide them. For instance, we could disseminate some false information to instigate mutual suspicion among them." After a thorough discussion, the group devised a meticulous response plan. Yao Chen was tasked with training the Martial Soul Hall's army alongside the experts from Haotian sect and the lower three sects, imparting to them new combat techniques and coordination methods. Qian Rinxue continued to lead the diplomatic delegation, approaching the wavering factions for final persuasion, while opportunistically spreading false information to further fracture the Sea God Island Alliance. Bibi Dong oversaw the Martial Soul Hall, coordinating the overall strategy while preparing for the imminent assaults from Sea God Island. As the Martial Soul Hall busily prepared to counter the crisis, the alliance of Sea God Island was steadily growing. However, whether Yao Chen and his companions could successfully split the alliance, and whether the Martial Soul Hall could achieve victory in the impending Great Battle, remained uncertain. The situation on the Douluo Continent was becoming increasingly tense, heralding an impending war that would determine the fate of the continent. Chapter 20, A Stormy Showdown. Advancing towards divinity as the Martial Soul Hall diligently organized its defenses against the Sea God Island Alliance's impending attack, Yao Chen devoted himself entirely to training the army of the Martial Soul Hall. He unreservedly imparted the combat techniques he had newly grasped, along with the application of the divine-level Martial Soul Fusion technique, Chaos Starfall, to the elite troops of the Martial Soul Hall and the experts dispatched from Haotian sect and the lower three sections. Under Yao Chen's careful guidance, the strength and synergy of the troops grew increasingly harmonious, leading to a notable enhancement in the army's combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue navigated the various factions of the Douluo Continent with her diplomatic team. Utilizing the majesty and wisdom of the Angel God King, she showcased the formidable power and generous conditions of the Martial Soul Hall to the indecisive factions while cleverly disseminating meticulously fabricated falsehoods, successfully sowing seeds of doubt and discord within the Sea God Island Alliance. Some factions that had previously wavered about joining the alliance began to reconsider their positions upon witnessing the sincerity and strength of the Martial Soul Hall, while rifts emerged among some core members of the alliance due to the false information. At the same time, while training the army, Yao Chen did not neglect to continue exploring the whereabouts of the Chaos Star Stone through the divine selection system. The clues provided by the system pointed towards a mysterious underground relic known as the Shadow Abyss within the Douluo Continent. It was said that ancient secrets were concealed here, intricately linked to the Chaos Star Stone. Aware of the urgency of time, Yao Chen promptly embarked on a journey to the Shadow Abyss after arranging the necessary details for the army's training. Upon reaching the entrance of the Shadow Abyss, an eerie aura assailed him. The entrance was shrouded by a mysterious blacklight curtain, emanating an enigmatic fluctuation of soul power. Yao Chen channeled his soul power, cautiously probing the light curtain, discovering that it contained a formidable sealing force. With the assistance of the divine selection system, Yao Chen uncovered the method to unravel the luminous barrier. He meticulously channeled his soul energy along a specific route, infusing it into the barrier, which gradually dissipated to reveal the entrance to the subterranean palace. Upon entering, Yao Chen found himself in a dim and damp environment, with the walls flanking the passageway shimmering with an eerie green luminescence. Suddenly, a swarm of ghostly soul beasts surged forth from the shadows, emitting piercing cries as they lunged towards him. These spectral creatures exhibited remarkable speed and possessed the ability to phase through solid matter, rendering conventional attacks largely ineffective against them. In response, Yao Chen swiftly summoned the chaotic stellar phoenix spirit, invoking the chaotic stellar guardian to create a formidable shield that temporarily thwarted the onslaught of the ghostly soul beasts. Yao Chen meticulously observed the behavioral patterns of the spectral soul beasts and discovered that although they possessed the ability to become ethereal, they would briefly materialize at the moment of their attacks. Seizing upon this vulnerability, he unleashed the chaotic annihilation slash, directing a sword aura imbued with chaotic energy precisely towards them as they lunged. Under the assault of the sword aura, the spectral soul beasts emitted anguished cries, dissipating into nothingness. As Yao Chen ventured deeper into the underground palace, he stumbled upon a spacious hall where a colossal statue loomed before him. The visage of the statue was indistinct, yet its aura suggested a profound connection to the chaotic starstone. The base of the statue was inscribed with a myriad of intricate runes. Employing his divine selection system alongside his extensive study of runes, Yao Chen deciphered that these inscriptions contained the method to access the next level of the underground palace, as well as significant clues regarding the chaotic starstone. Following the guidance of the runes, Yao Chen successfully unveiled the passage leading to the next tier of the underground palace. In this subsequent level, a pervasive essence of chaos enveloped the air, eliciting a surge of excitement within Yao Chen as he realized he was drawing ever closer to the chaotic starstone. However, the guardians of this level were considerably more formidable. A gigantic chaotic golem emerged before him. The golem radiated an immense chaotic power, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Fixated on Yao Chen as if to caution him against approaching, Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Yet he exhibited not the slightest inclination to retreat. He unleashed a chaotic tempest, a powerful storm born from the essence of chaos, surging forth towards the chaos golem. In defiance, the golem did not flinch. It raised its colossal arm to confront the storm head-on. Upon collision, the tempest and the golem's arm erupted in a fierce wave of energy, yet the golem remained utterly unscathed. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen immediately executed the chaotic creation and annihilation technique, unleashing a colossal beam of chaotic radiance directed at the chaotic golem. The golem, sensing the formidable power of this attack, erupted with chaotic energy, forming a protective shield around itself. The collision of the light and the shield resulted in a violent tremor, causing the entire underground palace to shudder. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Yao Chen suddenly recalled his newly comprehended technique, the chaotic starfall. Although he lacked teammates to synergize with for a soul fusion technique, he resolved to harness the surrounding chaotic atmosphere to simulate the effects of soul fusion. Yao Chen focused his mind, guiding the chaotic energies around him to resonate with his own soul, and unleashed an enhanced version of the chaotic starfall. Ethereal stars materialized in the sky, their celestial power intertwining with chaotic energy to form a magnificent pillar of light, which surged towards the chaotic golem. Under this overwhelming assault, the golem emitted a roar of fury as cracks began to appear on its body, ultimately succumbing to the relentless barrage of the light pillar. The chaotic golem collapsed with a thunderous crash. After vanquishing the golem, Yao Chen discovered the fourth chaotic starstone within the concealed chamber behind it. The starstone radiated a soft yet potent glow, and Yao Chen sensed that with each collection of these stones, he drew closer to achieving the divine status of the creator god. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the fourth chaotic starstone and completing the hidden quest. Rewards include a chaotic sacred body refinement pill, which can further refine the host's physique to better withstand the impacts of chaotic energy. The divine auxiliary skill chaotic insight, capable of discerning the enemy's soul energy flow and skill vulnerabilities, along with intelligence on the military deployment and combat plans of the Sea God Island Alliance. Yao Chen's heart surged with joy as he promptly consumed the chaos sacred body refining pill. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, unleashing a torrent of warmth that coursed through his body, as if he were undergoing a profound reforging, rendering him more resilient. His capacity to absorb and wield the chaotic energies had ascended to a new echelon. Subsequently, he endeavored to employ the skill of chaos insight in an instant. He could perceive the flowing trajectories of soul power within his surroundings, as if nothing could evade his gaze. Finally, Yao Chen scrutinized the intelligence regarding the military deployment and operational plans of the Sea God Island Alliance. The reports indicated that the Alliance intended to amass all their forces in half a month's time, launching a comprehensive assault on the Spirit Hall from multiple fronts. They aimed to obliterate the Spirit Hall's defenses with overwhelming numerical superiority, thereby seizing control of the entire Douluo Continent. Yao Chen was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He promptly returned to the Spirit Hall, where he meticulously conveyed the battle plans and troop deployments of the Sea God Island Alliance to Bibi Dong, Qianrenxua, And the members of the Haotian sect and the lower three sections a fortnight hence? Time is indeed pressing, yet we are not entirely unprepared. Bibi Dong's expression was grave. Yet her eyes radiated determination. Qian Rinxue clenched her fist and declared, "Since they have come to us willingly, we shall ensure that they do not leave." Yao Chen nodded, affirming the notion that they could formulate targeted defensive and counteroffensive strategies based on the enemy's troop deployments. Simultaneously, they aimed to utilize the forthcoming fortnight to further fracture the enemy alliance, thereby diminishing their strength. After extensive discussion, the group devised a meticulous battle plan. Yao Chen was tasked with leading an elite contingent to lay ambushes at critical junctures, employing his chaos insight ability to identify the enemy's vulnerabilities and deliver a decisive blow. Qian Rinxue would command the Angel Legion, providing aerial support and launching surprise assaults to disrupt the enemy formations. Bibi Dong, alongside adept warriors from Haotian sect and the lower three sects, would remain at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, orchestrating the broader strategy. As the ensuing fortnight unfolded, the Spirit Hall was enveloped in a state of heightened alertness and preparation. Yao Chen engaged in the final stages of intensive training for his troops while contemplating how to best harness his prowess and skills on the battlefield. Qian Rinxue diligently inspected various defensive lines, bolstering morale among the ranks. Bibi Dong maintained close communication with various factions to ensure the seamless execution of their plans. At last, the day of reckoning arrived. The forces of the Sea God Island Alliance surged forth like a relentless tide, brimming with ferocity and intent on obliterating the Spirit Hall. However, unbeknownst to them, the Spirit Hall stood fully prepared, and a breathtaking conflict was poised to commence. On the battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air. The Sea God Island Alliance initiated the assault, unleashing a barrage of formidable soul techniques that intertwined in a brilliant display. Yao Chen led the ambushed forces, launching a surprise attack as the enemy entered their encirclement. He unleashed the Chaos Genesis Annihilation technique, the overwhelming chaos radiating through the enemy ranks, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Concurrently, he utilized his Chaos Insight to precisely identify the enemy commander, directing his troops to execute concentrated strikes. Qian Rinxue and the Angel Legion surged into the fray like a golden flash of lightning. She invoked the immense powers of the Angel God King, illuminating the battlefield with radiant brilliance as foes fell before her. Under her leadership, the Angel Legion became an unstoppable force, effectively disrupting the offensive rhythm of the Sea God Island Alliance. Bibi Dong, stationed at the Spirit Hall's headquarters, unleashed the terrifying might of the Rakshasa god, providing formidable mental support to the warriors at the front lines. Simultaneously, she adeptly adjusted their strategies in response to the evolving battlefield conditions, orchestrating a symphony of cooperation among the various forces. Despite their fierce resistance, the Sea God Island Alliance found their advance gradually ensnared in a quagmire. They had anticipated an effortless victory, unaware that the Spirit Hall had long been prepared and possessed strength beyond their expectations. As the battle raged on, discord within the Sea God Island Alliance, stemming from the deceptive rumors previously disseminated by Qian Rinxue, began to surface, leading some factions to reconsider their resolve. Yao Chen astutely perceived the shift in circumstances and promptly commanded his forces to launch a comprehensive counterattack. Under the relentless assault of the Spirit Hall, the defenses of the Sea God Island Alliance ultimately crumbled, causing the troops to scatter in disarray. The Spirit Hall achieved a decisive victory in this grand conflict. Following this battle, the Sea God Island Alliance suffered significant losses and would be unable to pose a threat to the Spirit Hall for the foreseeable future. The prestige of the Spirit Hall reached its zenith across the Douluo Continent, attracting various factions to pledge their allegiance. Yao Chen's exceptional performance in this conflict further solidified his status as a legendary figure on the Douluo Continent. However, Yao Chen remained unsatisfied. He was acutely aware that gathering all 7 Chaos Star Stones to attain the divine position of the Creator God was his ultimate ambition. Presently, he had acquired 4 Chaos Star Stones, bringing him one step closer to his goal. In the days to come, Yao Chen would persist in his quest to find the remaining Chaos Star Stones while assisting Qian Rinxue in consolidating her position as the God King, thereby empowering the Spirit Hall to dominate the Douluo Continent and pin their own legendary saga. Chapter 21. Aftermath. New clues and challenges following the resounding victory of the Spirit Hall against the Sea God Island Alliance. The landscape of the Douluo Continent underwent a dramatic transformation. The influence of the Spirit Hall expanded further, as previously neutral or indecisive forces flocked to its banner. the formidable reputation of Bibi Dong, the angel god King Qianrenxue, and Yao Chen's legendary exploits swept across the continent like a tempest, establishing the Spirit Hall as the unequivocal sovereign of the land. Nevertheless, Yao Chen refrained from basking in the euphoria of triumph. He understood that the path to gathering the 7 Chaos Star Stones and achieving the divine status of the Creator God remained long and arduous. Moreover, despite the defeat of the Sea God Island Alliance, this ancient and enigmatic force possessed profound depth, leaving the potential for unforeseen developments. In the aftermath of the battle, Yao Chen secluded himself within the secret chamber of the Spirit Hall, reflecting on the lessons gleaned from the conflict while exploring new clues presented by the divine selection system. The system indicated that within a mysterious maritime region of the Douluo Continent known as the Moonlit Sea, there lay a place called the Starry Illusion Island, which might conceal the 5th Chaos Star Stone. Just as Yao Chen was preparing to embark towards the Moonlit Sea, Qianrenxue arrived at his retreat. "Senior Yao, your contributions were monumental in securing our victory in this battle. Yet, although the situation on the continent appears stable, there are undercurrents of unrest. Despite their defeat, I fear the Sea God Island may be plotting revenge in the shadows," Qianrenxue expressed with a look of concern. Yao Chen nodded slightly and remarked, "Swear, your concerns are well-founded. The Sea God Island will undoubtedly not swallow this grievance lightly. However, we must not allow this to hinder our progress. I intend to journey to the Sea of Illusions to seek the Chaos Star Stone, thereby enhancing my own strength. The more formidable I become, the more solid the foundation of the Spirit Hall will be." Qianrenxue expressed her understanding, stating, "Rest assured, Senior Yao, I will assist His Holiness the Pope in managing the affairs of the Spirit Hall and will strengthen our surveillance over the continent's situation to prevent any subtle maneuvers from Sea God Island." After bidding farewell to Qianrenxue, Yao Chen embarked on his journey to the Sea of Illusions. After several days of sailing, he finally arrived at this enigmatic expanse of water. The Sea of Illusions shimmered in an extraordinary blue hue, sparkling with a dreamlike brilliance under the sunlight. In the sky above, a colossal illusory moon hung majestically, radiating a soft and mysterious glow. The medicinal dust followed the guidance of the system, traversing the vast ocean in search of the ethereal Starry Illusion Island. Suddenly, immense waves surged from beneath the surface, and a colossal sea creature erupted from the depths. This creature resembled a whale, yet its body was adorned with shimmering scales that glimmered like stars. Its eyes, akin to 2 radiant suns, emanated powerful waves of soul energy, revealing it to be a super sea beast of 200,000 years. "Intruder, why have you trespassed into my domain?" The voice of the sea creature resonated like a great bell, echoing across the ocean's surface. Yao Chen, composed and unruffled, declared, "I am Yao Chen, here in search of the Chaos Star Stone. I mean no offense and hope for your leniency, esteemed elder." The sea beast scoffed disdainfully. "The Chaos Star Stone? Such a divine artifact is not something you can claim so easily. If you wish to pass, you must first overcome me." With that, the sea beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a beam imbued with the power of the stars toward Yao Chen. In a swift motion, Yao Chen summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix Martial Soul, invoking the Chaos Star Guardian. A radiant shield of vibrant hues materialized instantly, deflecting the onslaught of the beam. Upon striking the shield, the beam erupted in a brilliant display of light, causing the shield to quiver slightly. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by this sea beast, necessitating a swift resolution. He unleashed the chaotic storm, a tempest forged from the overwhelming power of chaos, which surged towards the creature. The starry scales adorning the beast radiated with brilliance as it swung its massive tail, conjuring a towering wave in an attempt to withstand the oncoming storm. In the clash between tempest and tide, Yao Chen executed the chaotic Genesis annihilation technique, sending forth a colossal beam of chaotic light towards the sea creature. Sensing the terrifying might of this attack, the beast unleashed the full force of its stellar energy, enveloping itself in a formidable protective barrier. As the luminous force collided with the shield, a violent tremor ensued, and the surrounding waters erupted into towering waves, reaching heights of several dozen meters. The medicine thus beheld the sea beast engaging in a vigorous defense, seizing the opportunity to unleash an enhanced version of the chaotic starfall. Once more, ethereal stars materialized in the heavens, their celestial power intertwining with the essence of chaos, coalescing into a colossal beam of light that surged towards the sea beast. Under the weight of this formidable assault, the creature let out an anguished roar, its protective barrier gradually shattering, and its form sustaining grave injuries. I never anticipated you possessed such strength. Proceed onward. The starry illusion all lies ahead. I hope you discover what you seek. The sea beast uttered before descending into the depths of the ocean. After expressing gratitude to the sea beast, Yao Chen continued his journey. Soon, he beheld the Isle of Starlit Illusions. The island was shrouded in a veil of mysterious light, shimmering with the radiance of countless stars. Utilizing his soul power and the guidance of the divine selection system, Yao Chen successfully traversed the luminous barrier and set foot upon the Isle of Starlit Illusions. The island was a tapestry of strange phenomena, with plants glimmering in vibrant hues and stones exuding an enigmatic aura scattered throughout. Following a luminous path, Yao Chen arrived at the entrance of an ancient temple. The grand door stood resolutely shut, etched with intricate starry runes. Employing his chaotic insight skill, Yao Chen deciphered the runes' meanings, discovering that they chronicled the means of entry into the temple as well as the perils that lay within. Following the instructions of the runes, Yao Chen infused his soul power into a specific spot on the door, which slowly creaked open. Upon entering the temple, he discovered an array of ancient artifacts and treasures. But his attention was swiftly drawn to a stone pedestal at the center of the sanctuary. Upon it rested a stone emanating a chaotic radiance. The very fifth Chaos Star Stone he had tirelessly sought. However, just as Yao Chen prepared to approach and seize the Chaos Star Stone, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the temple. Retrieving the Chaos Star Stone would not be so simple. As the sinister laughter resonated, a group of enigmatic figures clad in black robes materialized before him. These mysterious individuals exuded a peculiar aura, their strength formidable. With the leader approaching the rank of a titled Douluo. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct me?" Yao Chen inquired warily. The leader of the shadowy figures scoffed. "We are the Shadow Organization, guardians of the Chaos Star Stone. Such a divine artifact cannot fall into your hands." Yao Chen understood that further words were futile. Only a battle remained. He unleashed the chaotic storm, a tempest generated by formidable chaotic energy, sweeping towards the enigmatic figures. The mysterious individuals promptly employed their respective soul techniques to counter the onslaught of the storm. Amidst the fierce clash, Yao Chen discerned that these shadowy figures' soul techniques were intricately coordinated, forming a formidable defensive system. Without hesitation, he invoked the chaotic Genesis destruction art, endeavoring to shatter their defenses. Yet, through their exquisite synergy, the mysterious beings managed to withstand this formidable assault. Upon perceiving the situation, Yao Chen unleashed his chaotic insight skill, meticulously scrutinizing the enigmatic figure as soul power dynamics and the vulnerabilities within their technique. After thorough observation, he discerned that a particular node in the mysterious individual's joint defense skill exhibited considerable frailty. Channeling his soul power, Yao Chen executed a formidable strike aimed at this vulnerable point. Under the onslaught of Yao Chen's fierce assault, the defense mechanism of the mysterious figure finally faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic starfall, decisively vanquishing his adversary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the fifth chaotic star stone, thereby completing a hidden mission. Rewards include the chaotic divine wings, which enhance the host's speed and flying capabilities while bestowing the effects of chaotic power and attacks. The God-tier soul secret technique Chaotic Soul Impact, capable of inflicting severe repercussions upon the enemy's soul, as well as a dossier containing the hidden secrets of the Sea God Island. Yao Chen felt a surge of joy within and promptly examined his rewards. A pair of wings radiating with chaotic brilliance materialized upon his back. As he gently flapped these wings, he experienced a remarkable enhancement in speed. Subsequently, he endeavored to unleash his chaotic spiritual consciousness, and a formidable surge of soul power erupted from his sea of consciousness, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Finally, Yao Chen scrutinized the hidden legacy of Sea God Island. The information revealed that, in addition to its overt powers, Sea God Island concealed a mysterious legion of the Sea God's descendants. This elite force, composed of the finest chosen through the ages, had undergone specialized training from a young age, wielding immense strength and possessing knowledge of ancient secret arts unique to Sea God Island. Furthermore, Sea God Island housed a mysterious treasure vault containing various divine artifacts, rare celestial materials, and powerful cultivation manuals. Yao Chen was acutely aware that this information was of paramount importance to the Spirit Hall. With the fifth Chaos Star Stone in his possession, he swiftly returned to the Spirit Hall, intent on informing Bibidong and Qian Rengshu, and engaging in a collaborative discussion to devise strategies against the potential threats posed by Sea God Island. Simultaneously, he recognized that the quest for the remaining two Chaos Star Stones would prove to be even more arduous, However, his resolve had only intensified. In pursuit of his objectives and for the future of the Spirit Hall, he would forge ahead, undeterred by any challenges that lay ahead. Upon his return to the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen made his way directly to Bibidong's palace, where he meticulously relayed the concealed depths of Sea God Island and the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of the fifth Chaos Starstone to her and Qian Rengshu. To his astonishment, it was revealed that Sea God Island harbored such formidable power. Bibidong furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she spoke. Qian Rengshu's eyes flickered with concern as she inquired, "Senior Yao, what do you believe we should do in response?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen remarked, "We must first enhance our surveillance of Sea God Island, closely monitoring their every move. Simultaneously, we should leverage the current advantages of the Spirit Hall to further strengthen our capabilities. I will impart the newly acquired Divine Soul secret techniques to some of the elites within the Spirit Hall, augmenting our soul attack prowess. As for the Sea God Treasury, we must approach it with caution and avoid rash actions." Following an extensive discussion, the group formulated a preliminary plan to address the potential threats posed by Sea God Island. Yao Chen would oversee the training of the Spirit Hall's experts, teaching them the techniques of chaotic spiritual impact to elevate their collective combat effectiveness. Qian Renxue would lead the intelligence personnel, intensifying efforts to gather information on Sea God Island, ensuring that the Spirit Hall remains informed of its movements in a timely manner. Bibidong would coordinate the overall strategy, preparing for various scenarios that might arise, while the Spirit Hall actively countered the threats from Sea God Island. Yao Chen did not neglect the search for the remaining 2 Chaos Starstones. He understood the urgency of the situation. Only by swiftly gathering all the Chaos Starstones and achieving the divine status of the Creator God could he truly secure the long-term stability of the Spirit Hall. Assist Qian Renxue in consolidating her position as the Divine King, and realize their grand vision for the Douluo Continent. Yet, in this land teeming with mysteries and challenges, what new trials would Yao Chen face? Would he successfully locate the remaining Chaos Starstones? All remained uncertain, awaiting his exploration and revelation. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Ruins. The Temptation and Peril of the Chaos Starstones. After discussing strategies for dealing with Sea God Island with Bibidong and Qian Renxue, Yao Chen devoted himself entirely to the quest for the remaining Chaos Starstones. The clues provided by the Divine Selection System pointed towards a mysterious relic known as the Lingshu Ancient Site, located in the far southern reaches of Douluo Continent. It is said that this place was once a sanctuary for a powerful deity in ancient times, concealing countless secrets and opportunities, among which the Chaos Starstones may very well be hidden. The medicinal dust was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead in this quest. Yet, resolute in his aspirations, he embarked on his journey without hesitation. After several days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the farthest reaches of the south. Here, the landscape was a desolate expanse of ice and snow, with biting winds that starkly contrasted with other regions of the Douluo Continent. Deep within this frozen wasteland, there existed a colossal fissure, from which an enigmatic glow emanated faintly. This was the entrance to the ancient realm of Lingshu. Yao Chen summoned his soul power and gently descended into the crevice. Upon landing, he was immediately enveloped by an intense and ancient aura. The surrounding walls were adorned with an array of peculiar runes and patterns, seemingly narrating tales from a bygone era. As Yao Chen cautiously advanced, he employed his Chaos Insight skill to decipher the runes. The inscriptions predominantly conveyed the cultivation insights of an ancient deity and reflections on the laws of the universe. But they also subtly alluded to the descent of the Chaos Starstone. As he ventured deeper into the ruins, Yao Chen encountered a myriad of dangers. Occasionally, hidden mechanisms unleashed projectiles, and formidable soul beasts appeared unexpectedly. These soul beasts were formidable, with several boasting millennia of cultivation. Utilizing his Chaos Celestial Phoenix martial spirit and a variety of powerful soul techniques, Yao Chen deftly navigated each peril. In a spacious hall, Yao Chen discovered a colossal statue. The visage was indistinct, yet it emanated an aura of reverence. At the statue's base lay a recessed stone platform, upon which rested an ancient tome radiating a luminous glow. Approaching the tome, Yao Chen picked it up and discovered it contained a formidable technique known as the Spirit Ruins Divine Art. This art could resonate with the chaotic forces, and should he master it, it would significantly enhance his command over the chaotic power. Filled with elation, Yao Chen immediately commenced the cultivation of the Lingshu Divine Art. During his practice, he discovered a remarkable resonance between the chaotic energy within him and the technique, leading to a gradual enhancement of his strength. However, just as he was engrossed in his training, the Grand Hall's doors abruptly shut, and a formidable array of guardian soul beasts surged forth. These soul beasts were far more powerful than those he had previously encountered, their eyes brimming with intense malice. Yao Chen abruptly ceased his cultivation. Summoning forth the chaotic starry phoenix martial soul, he unleashed the chaotic storm, a tempest born of formidable chaotic energy that surged towards the guardian soul beasts. Undaunted, the guardian soul beasts employed their respective soul skills to engage in a fierce confrontation with the storm. Amidst the battle, Yao Chen discerned that these guardian soul beasts appeared to be under the influence of some enigmatic force, their attacks executed without reservation, each strike imbued with lethal menace. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the perils of prolonged conflict. He unleashed the chaos creation and destruction technique, sending forth a colossal beam of chaotic light toward the guardian spirit beasts. In the wake of this luminous surge, the guardian spirit beasts fell in droves. Yet a few formidable ones stubbornly resisted. Observing this, Yao Chen employed the chaos starfall technique, invoking ethereal constellations that merged the powers of the stars with chaotic forces, culminating in a powerful beam of light that obliterated the remaining guardian spirit beasts. With the guardian spirit beasts vanquished, Yao Chen ventured deeper into the ruins. Within the depths, he encountered an enormous stone door, intricately inscribed with complex runes imbued with formidable sealing powers. Utilizing his understanding of runes and the insight provided by his chaotic perception skills, he endeavored to decipher the seal. After considerable effort, he finally discerned the pivotal node of the seal and successfully opened the stone door. Beyond the door lay a vast chamber, at the center of which floated a stone radiating chaotic brilliance, the sixth Chaos Star Stone. A wave of elation surged through Yao Chen. Yet he remained vigilant. Just as he prepared to grasp the Chaos Star Stone, an ethereal figure materialized before him. Outsider, it intoned. Your presence here signifies a certain level of strength. However, the Chaos Star Stone is the guardian treasure of this ruin. Should you wish to claim it, you must first pass my trial. Yao Chen inquired, esteemed elder, may I ask what the trial entails? The ethereal figure responded, I shall conjure a soul illusion. You must steadfastly maintain your true essence within the mirage, resisting its beguilements. Should you succeed, you shall be granted the Chaos Star Stone. Yao Chen nodded in agreement. In an instant, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar illusion. Within this ethereal realm, he beheld all that he yearned for, the successful collection of 7 Chaos Star Stones, the attainment of the title of Creator Deity, and the dominion over the Douluo Continent alongside the members of the Spirit Hall, leading a life devoid of worries. However, Yao Chen was acutely aware that all of this was but a mirage, and with unwavering resolve, he endeavored to resist the allure of the illusion. In this phantasmagoria, temptations manifested incessantly. At times, it was the peril faced by Qian Renxue, compelling him to relinquish the Chaos Star Stones to rescue her. At other moments, Bibi Dong implored him to abandon his pursuit of the Creator Deity title, urging him to revel in the glory of the Spirit Hall. Yet, Yao Chen remained unmoved, steadfast in his singular belief to find the Chaos Star Stones and fulfill his aspirations. After a tumultuous struggle, Yao Chen ultimately liberated himself from the confines of the illusion. The ephemeral figure, observing his determination, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you have passed the trial. You may take the Chaos Star Stones. The medicinal dust expressed gratitude towards the ethereal figure before stepping forward to grasp the chaotic Star Stone. At the very moment he seized the stone, a notification from the divine selection system resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired the 6th Chaotic Star Stone, thereby completing a hidden task. Rewards include a fragment of the chaotic divinity, which can be integrated into the host's soul to enhance comprehension of the principles of chaos, the divine defensive skill Chaotic Domain Barrier, capable of generating a formidable defensive field to withstand enemy assaults, as well as the latest intelligence regarding the mysterious powers of Ocean God Island. Overjoyed, Yao Chen promptly examined his rewards. He sensed the immense power contained within the fragment of the chaos divine essence in his hand. Upon integrating it into his soul, his comprehension of the principles of chaos ascended to a higher level in an instant. Subsequently, he endeavored to manifest the Chaos Domain Barrier, and a protective field emanating chaotic radiance swiftly enveloped him. Finally, Yao Chen scrutinized the latest intelligence regarding the mysterious forces of Ocean God Island. The reports indicated that Ocean God Island was clandestinely assembling the forces of the descendants of the Ocean God, seemingly plotting a large-scale counteroffensive. Simultaneously, Ocean God Island was attempting to awaken an ancient artifact, the Ocean Goddess Staff, from the Ocean Goddess treasury. It is said that this artifact possesses world-destroying power, and once awakened, it would pose a formidable threat to the martial Soul Temple. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He swiftly returned to the Spirit Hall, bearing the Chaos Star Stone. He meticulously informed Bibi Dong, Qianren, and others about the latest developments from Sea God Island, as well as the new skills and rewards he had acquired. It appeared that Sea God Island was indeed unwilling to accept defeat. They were preparing to launch a counterattack. Bibi Dong's expression was grave as she spoke. Qianren furrowed her brow and inquired, "Senior Yao, how do you think we should respond to the Sea God Scepter? This divine artifact?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen remarked, "We must expedite the enhancement of our own capabilities while devising strategies to thwart the awakening of the Sea God's staff at Sea God Island. I shall collaborate with the experts from Heoshenzong and the three lower sects to formulate countermeasures against the Sea God's staff. Furthermore, we need to intensify our intelligence gathering on Sea God Island to ensure we remain informed of their movements in a timely manner." Following a thorough discussion, the group established a detailed plan of action. Yao Chen was tasked with consulting various experts regarding strategies to counter the Sea God staff, while simultaneously continuing his search for the final Chaos Star Stone. He and Rangshu led a team of intelligence personnel to penetrate the vicinity of Sea God Island, meticulously monitoring every action of the island. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong remained at the Spirit Hall, orchestrating the overall strategy and preparing for any potential counterattacks from Sea God Island. As the Spirit Hall braced itself for the impending conflict, Yao Chen was acutely aware that the search for the final Chaos Star Stone would prove even more arduous. However, having already gathered 6 Chaos Star Stones, he stood just a step away from achieving the divine status of the Creator God. He firmly believed that with his strength, wisdom, and unwavering conviction, he would undoubtedly locate the final Chaos Star Stone, attain the divine status of the Creator God, and lead the Spirit Hall towards true magnificence, ultimately rewriting the fate of the Douluo Continent. Amidst this turbulent landscape, what challenges would Yao Chen encounter? Could he successfully thwart the counteroffensive from Sea God Island? All remained shrouded in suspense, awaiting his unraveling of the mysteries. Chapter 23, Exploring the Abyss, Dawn and Shadows on the eve of the final battle. Yao Chen, bearing the hopes of many, embarks once more on the quest to seek the final Chaos Star Stone. The clues provided by the divine selection system are exceedingly vague, directing him only to a little-known, enigmatic location in the Douluo Continent known as the Chaos Mist Valley. It is said to be one of the sources of chaotic power on the Douluo Continent, teeming with various unknown dangers and opportunities. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the task that lay ahead. Prior to his departure, he engaged in profound discussions with Bibi Dong, Qianren, and the formidable warriors from the Haotian sect and the 3 lower sects. In the quest for the final Chaos Star Stone, he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. However, with the stirring activities on Sea God Island, it was imperative for everyone to heighten their vigilance, particularly in monitoring the Sea God's scepter. Yao Chen spoke with a grave expression. Tang Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Yao Chen's shoulder and stated, "Brother Yao Chen, rest assured in your search for the Chaos Star Stone. We shall keep a vigilant watch on the movements of Sea God Island, ensuring they have no opportunity to exploit." Qianren firmly added, "Senior Yao, the Spirit Hall awaits your triumphant return with the final Chaos Star Stone, which will decisively tilt the scales in our favor." After bidding farewell to the assembly, Yao Chen set forth towards the Chaos Mist Valley. Following a protracted and arduous journey, he finally arrived at the periphery of the valley, which was shrouded in a dense veil of chaotic mist. Within the fog, strange sounds echoed faintly, as if countless beings were whispering in unison. Yao Chen summoned his soul power, enveloping his body in a protective barrier, and cautiously stepped into the mist. Upon entering the valley, Yao Chen was immediately struck by a formidable force of chaos that surged towards him, far purer and more potent than any he had encountered before. He proceeded with utmost caution, each step laden with vigilance. Suddenly, a colossal chaos beast erupted from the mist, resembling a qilin, radiating chaotic brilliance, its ancient and powerful essence emanating from its gaze. "Intruder, what brings you to the Chaos Mist Valley?" The voice of the chaos beast thundered in Yao Chen's ears like a tempest. Yao Chen responded with calmness, "I have come in search of the Chaos Star Stone, and I hope that the esteemed elder can show some leniency." The chaos beast let out a cold snort. "The Chaos Star Stone is a sacred relic of the Chaos Labyrinth. It is not something you can simply claim at will. If you wish to pass, You must first defeat me. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the Chaos Beast launched its attack. In a flash, it appeared before Yao Chen. Its enormous claws slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at him. Yao Chen swiftly invoked the Guardian of Chaos Stars, a shield of vibrant light, enveloping him securely. The claws struck against the shield, sending sparks flying and causing the shield to tremble ever so slightly. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Chaos Beast and dared not hold back in the slightest. He unleashed the Chaotic Storm, a tempest fueled by immense chaotic energy that surged outward from his very being, hurtling toward the Chaos Beast. Unflinching, the Chaos Beast allowed the radiant chaos light enveloping its form to swell, withstanding the onslaught of the tempest. In swift succession, Yao Chen invoked the Chaotic Genesis Obliteration technique, unleashing a colossal beam of chaotic light directed at the Chaos Beast. In response, the beast opened its maw and expelled a column of chaotic light, meeting Yao Chen's assault head-on. The clash of brilliance erupted in a violent display of energy, dispersing the surrounding chaotic mist and revealing an expansive area. Amidst the intense confrontation, Yao Chen suddenly recalled his newly acquired skill, the Chaotic Domain Barrier. Without hesitation, he activated this ability, conjuring a defensive realm radiant with chaotic light that enveloped both himself and the Chaos Beast. Within this domain, Yao Chen's command over chaotic energy became increasingly adept. He proceeded to cast the enhanced version of Chaotic Starfall, summoning ethereal stars in the heavens, whose celestial power intermingled with the chaotic energy to forge an even more magnificent beam of light, crashing down toward the Chaos Beast. Sensing an unprecedented threat, the Chaos Beast's fur bristled in alarm as chaotic energy surged wildly around it. Nevertheless, under the overwhelming might of the Chaotic Starfall, the beast was ultimately struck by the luminous column, letting out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. Yao Chen stepped forward, gazing at the wounded Chaos Beast, and spoke. "Esteemed elder, I mean no offense. It is simply that the Chaos Star Stone is of utmost importance to me." The Chaos Beast slowly rose, the hostility in its eyes gradually dissipating. "Very well. Your ability to overcome me indicates that you possess the qualifications to seek the Chaos Star Stone. It lies deep within the mysterious valley, where a Chaos Temple resides, and the Star Stone is found within the temple. However, the temple is fraught with peril, so you must exercise utmost caution." Yao Chen expressed his gratitude to the Chaos Beast and continued his journey deeper into the enigmatic valley. After a strenuous trek, he finally beheld the Chaos Temple. The temple emanated an aura of mystery and antiquity, with its colossal doors firmly shut, adorned with intricate runes. Utilizing his comprehension of these runes, along with the assistance of the divine selection system, Yao Chen endeavored to unlock the temple doors. Just as he was deciphering the runes, a sudden and formidable wave of soul power surged from the distance, startling him. He immediately ceased his actions, casting a wary glance towards the source of the energy. A group of enigmatic figures, clad in peculiar garments, approached him rapidly, exuding a potent and malevolent presence. "You are Yao Chen? How dare you attempt to seize the Chaos Star Stone? Today marks your demise," declared the leader of the mysterious individuals with a fierce glare. Yao Chen was engulfed in confusion, pondering the reasons behind the presence of these enigmatic figures and their peculiar interest in him and the Chaos Star Stone. However, he had no time for further contemplation, as a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. The mysterious individuals initiated the assault, unleashing a myriad of malevolent soul techniques, their dark radiance striking towards Yao Chen like bolts of lightning. Swiftly, he conjured a barrier of chaos, effectively repelling all incoming attacks. Simultaneously, he unleashed a surge of chaotic spiritual consciousness, directing a formidable wave of soul power towards the assailants. The adversaries, clearly unprepared for such a potent soul offensive, found many of their ranks immediately affected, their faces paling in shock. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, coordinating their efforts to execute a sinister fusion technique of their martial souls. A colossal beam of black light surged towards Yao Chen, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable power of this technique. He unleashed the chaotic creation and annihilation technique to confront the black pillar of light head-on. The collision of radiance and the light column ignited a cataclysmic explosion, causing the entire chaotic mist valley to tremble. Amidst the fierce battle, Yao Chen discerned that although the mysterious figure's martial soul fusion technique was potent, it required a certain duration to gather strength. Seizing this opportunity, he summoned a chaotic storm, a tempest wrought from overwhelming chaotic energy, which surged toward the enigmatic adversary. The mysterious figures struggled against the storm, their formation gradually descending into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic starfall, causing ethereal stars to flicker in the sky. The beams of starlight, intertwined with chaotic energy, surged once more towards the enigmatic figure. This time, the mysterious individual could no longer withstand the onslaught and fell one after another. Having dealt with the mysterious figure, Yao Chen redirected his focus to the grand entrance of the chaotic temple. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in opening the temple doors. Upon entering, he was met with a potent wave of chaotic energy. At the center of the temple stood a colossal stone platform, upon which lay a dazzlingly radiant chaos starstone, the very last one he had been desperately seeking. With a heart full of excitement, Yao Chen stepped forward and grasped the chaos starstone. The moment he held the stone, the prompt of the divine selection system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully gathering all 7 chaos starstones and completing the ultimate hidden mission. The reward includes the initial fusion of the Creator God's legacy, allowing the host to gradually comprehend the principles of creation, the pinnacle divine skill Chaos Genesis Apocalypse, which grants the ability to manipulate chaotic forces to create or annihilate anything, and detailed progress information regarding the awakening of the Sea Goddess Scepter on Sea God Island. Yao Chen's heart swelled with joy as he sensed a powerful and enigmatic force gradually merging with his body. This was the inheritance of the Creator God. He endeavored to comprehend this force, elevating his understanding of the principles of chaos to an entirely new echelon. Subsequently, he examined the skill information pertaining to the ultimate demise of chaotic creation, and he was profoundly astounded. The potency of this skill exceeded all imagination, for once unleashed. It would wield the capacity to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Finally, Yao Chen scrutinized the specific progress report regarding the awakening of the Sea God's staff on Sea God Island. The report indicated that the majority of the awakening ritual had been completed, and the Sea God's staff was on the verge of awakening. Aware that time was of the essence, Yao Chen recognized the urgent need to return to the Hall of Martial Spirits immediately to confer with others on a strategy to confront the impending challenges. With 7 Chaos Star Stones and vital intelligence in his possession, Yao Chen swiftly departed from the Chaos Mist Valley. He was acutely aware that the decisive battle was imminent. Although he had gathered the Chaos Star Stones, significantly enhancing his prowess, the threat posed by the Sea God's staff loomed large. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he would join forces with Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and others, embarking on a heart-stopping final confrontation against Sea God Island for the future of the Spirit Hall and the fate of the Douluo Continent. The outcome of this confrontation would irrevocably alter the annals of Douluo's history. Would Yao Chen be able to lead the Spirit Hall to victory and realize his grand aspirations? All would soon be revealed. Chapter 24. The Pinnacle Showdown, the Ultimate Choice of Fate. Yao Chen hurried back to the Spirit Hall, conveying to Bibi Dong and others the news of having gathered the 7 Chaos Starstones and the imminent awakening of the Sea God's Scepter on Sea God Island. The atmosphere grew heavy and tense as everyone assembled. With the Sea God's Scepter on the verge of awakening, its formidable power cannot be underestimated. We must swiftly devise a strategy to counter it. Bibi Dong's expression was grave as her gaze swept over the assembly. Qian Rinxue, her brows tightly knitted, spoke, "Elder Yao, having now gathered the Chaos Starstones and acquired the power of the Creator Goddess legacy, do you feel confident in dealing with the Sea God's Scepter?" Yao Chen nodded slightly, his expression a blend of confidence and caution. "Though I have achieved a preliminary fusion of the Creator God's inheritance, greatly augmenting my strength. The Sea God's Scepter, as an ancient artifact, undoubtedly possesses extraordinary power. We must remain vigilant and devise a comprehensive strategy." Tang Xiao tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer and proclaimed loudly, "Regardless of the Sea God's Scepter, our Haotian sect stands ready to fight alongside the Spirit Hall. We shall not allow the Sea God Island to succeed, even at the cost of our lives." The leaders of the lower 3 sects echoed their support, expressing their unwavering commitment to assist the Spirit Hall. Ning Fingji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "We must leverage our respective strengths to formulate a strategy. My 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect excels in support, and we shall provide the strongest assistance to all." Following a vigorous discussion, the group crafted a detailed battle plan. Yao Chen, equipped with the powerful skills he had recently acquired and his comprehension of the laws of chaos, would serve as the primary offensive force, attempting to disrupt the awakening ceremony of the Sea God's Scepter at a critical moment. Qian Rinxue would lead the Angel Legion to provide aerial support and diversion, utilizing the power of the God King to disrupt the deployment of the Sea God Island. Bibi Dong, alongside Qian Douluo and the elite from the Haotian sect and lower three sects, would form an elite unit to confront the main forces of the Sea God Island head-on. Meanwhile, on the Sea God Island, Poseidon was leading numerous powerful beings in the awakening ceremony of the Sea Goddess scepter. The colossal scepter stood upon the altar, emanating a mysterious and potent radiance. The strong warriors surrounding the altar continuously infused their soul power, chanting ancient incantations. As the ceremony progressed, the brilliance of the Sea Goddess scepter grew ever more dazzling, and a cataclysmic aura gradually enveloped the area. Once we awaken the Sea Goddess scepter, we shall decisively defeat the Spirit Hall and restore the glory of the Sea God Island. Poseidon's eyes shimmered with fervent zeal. However, just as the Sea Goddess scepter was on the verge of full awakening, the forces of the Spirit Hall descended like divine soldiers from the heavens. Appearing above the Sea God Island, Yao Chen flashed forward, charging toward the altar of the Sea Goddess scepter. To awaken the Sea Goddess scepter, you must first pass through me, Yao Chen shouted, unleashing the Chaos Creator's end. In an instant, the heavens and earth were shrouded in chaotic power, a tremendous force surging like a tidal wave towards the Sea Goddess scepter. The warriors of Sea God Island, witnessing this, sprang into action to obstruct him. Various formidable soul techniques intertwined in the air, radiating brilliant light. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yao Chen moved as though in a realm untouched, effortlessly neutralizing the enemy's assaults with his exquisite manipulation of the laws of chaos. Qian Rinxue led the Angel Legion, charging into the enemy ranks like bolts of golden lightning. She unleashed a variety of divine techniques wielded by the Angel God King, illuminating the battlefield with golden brilliance and swiftly dismantling the aerial defenses of Sea God Island. The wrath of angels shall judge all. With the angelic holy sword in hand, Qian Rinxue cleaved golden sword energies toward the foes. Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu's elite unit engaged fiercely with the main forces of Sea God Island. Bibi Dong unleashed the terrifying power of the Rakshasa god, enveloping the surrounding enemies within the domain of the Rakshasa. Rakshasa judgment. A dark radiance descended from the heavens, inflicting tremendous damage upon the foes. Qian Dalu transformed into a stream of golden light, weaving effortlessly through the enemy ranks. His strikes were formidable, each blow capable of repelling adversaries. The masters of the Haotian sect unleashed the profound techniques of the Haotian hammer, the might of the chaotic wind hammer technique manifesting as the ground trembled beneath their immense power. In the heat of battle, Yao Chen finally broke through the blockade of the formidable warriors from Sea God Island, arriving at the altar of the Sea Goddess staff. At this moment, the staff showed signs of awakening, its formidable energy beginning to radiate. Aware that time was of the essence, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic Genesis finale once more, channeling all his strength towards the Sea Goddess staff. Sensing the impending threat, the Sea Goddess staff released a powerful beam of light, clashing with Yao Chen's assault. The brilliance and the chaotic force struggled against each other, causing the entire Sea God Island to quake violently. Just as the two forces reached an impasse, Yao Chen suddenly felt a resonance from the Chaos Star Stone within him, harmonizing with the power of the Genesis divine heritage. With a focused intention, he guided this resonant energy into the chaotic Genesis finale. In an instant, the potency of his attack surged exponentially, the light piercing through the defenses of the Sea Goddess staff and striking it directly. The Sea Goddess staff emitted a mournful tremor, its light flickering erratically, severely disrupting the awakening ritual. This is bad, stop him. Upon witnessing this, Poseidon's expression changed dramatically as she rushed towards Yao Chen without hesitation. However, Qian Rinxue appeared just in time to block Poseidon's path. Poseidon, your scheme shall not prevail. An intense confrontation ensued between Qian Rinxue and Poseidon. As the two divine-level powerhouses clashed, waves of powerful energy radiated outward, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Under Yao Chen's relentless onslaught, the Sea Goddess staff finally emitted a wail of despair, its luminosity gradually dimming, signaling the failure of the awakening ritual. The warriors of Sea God Island, witnessing this, experienced a significant drop in morale. Meanwhile, the forces of the Spirit Hall surged with renewed vigor, pressing their advantage. Kill. The battle cries of the Spirit Hall army thundered, launching a final onslaught against the forces of Sea God Island. Under the overwhelming offensive of the Spirit Hall, the defenses of Sea God Island crumbled entirely. In her struggle against Qian Rinxue, Poseidon sensed the tide of fate turning against her. Filled with reluctance yet powerless to alter the course, she ultimately succumbed to Qian Rinxue's overwhelming attack, falling heavily to the ground in grievous injury. Yao Chen gazed upon the scene before him, a torrent of emotion swirling within his heart. This monumental battle had culminated in the undeniable victory of the Spirit Hall, forever altering the landscape of Douluo Continent. With the Spirit Hall ascending to an unchallenged supremacy. In the aftermath of war, Yao Chen devoted himself wholly to merging with the power of the Creator God's legacy. Within the secluded chambers of the Spirit Hall, he engaged in solitary cultivation, continually grasping the principles of chaos. As time unfolded, his comprehension of the Creator God's laws deepened, and his strength surged ever higher. Qian Renxue solidified her position as a deity, her reign instilling a greater stability in the order of Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong continued to lead the Spirit Hall, orchestrating a comprehensive integration and governance of the continent. The Haoyan sect and the lower three sects maintained close cooperation with the Spirit Hall, collectively fostering the progress of Douluo Continent. After an extensive retreat, Yao Chen ultimately succeeded in assimilating the power of the Creator God's legacy, transforming into the Creator God himself. His form radiated a mysterious and formidable brilliance. Endowed with the capacity to create and annihilate all, Yao Chen emerged from the secret chamber, gazing upon the skies of Douluo Continent, his heart brimming with a profound sense of. He resolved to harness his strength to safeguard the peace and prosperity of this land. Under his guidance, Douluo Continent ushered in an entirely new era, one devoid of strife and teeming with hope. With Yao Chen's assistance, Qian Renxue attained a deeper understanding of the powers of the angel god, elevating her prowess to unprecedented heights and transforming her into an eternal legend of Douluo Continent. Together with Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and the members of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen co-authored a magnificent chapter in the annals of Douluo Continent, their tales destined to resonate through the ages, inspiring generations of soul masters to come. Chapter 25. The Glory and Challenges of a New Era. After Yao Chen ascended to the status of the Creator God, the Douluo Continent experienced an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. Under the leadership of Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, the Spirit Hall managed the continent with remarkable order. Harnessing the powers of the Creator God, Yao Chen not only safeguarded the tranquility of Douluo but also optimized and adjusted the ecological environment and soul power resources of the land. Under Yao Chen's influence, the relationship between soul beasts and humans underwent a profound transformation. Previously, conflicts between humans and soul beasts were rampant, as humans frequently hunted soul beasts to obtain soul rings. However, with the application of the Creator God's principles, Yao Chen established a realm of coexistence for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Within this realm, soul beasts could live freely, and a peaceful coexistence agreement was reached with humans. If human soul masters required soul rings, they could obtain them through amicable negotiations with the soul beasts, contingent upon the beast's voluntary consent. This initiative significantly improved the relationship between the two parties. Since the inception of this realm of coexistence, conflicts between humans and soul beasts have diminished considerably, leading to a more balanced ecosystem on the Douluo Continent. Observing the harmonious interaction between humans and soul beasts within the realm, Bibi Dong expressed her sentiments with a sense of wonder. Yao Chen nodded with a smile, acknowledging the truth of his words. Indeed, only through mutual peaceful development can the Douluo Continent truly attain prosperity. However, beneath the facade of peace lurked some latent issues. With the advancement of the Douluo Continent, certain ambitious factions began to covet Yao Chen's divine power as the Creator God. They believed that by acquiring the power of the Creator God, they could dominate the entire Douluo Continent and fulfill their hegemonic aspirations. In a clandestine corner of the Douluo Continent, a mysterious organization quietly emerged. This organization, known as the Abyssal Alliance, sought to recruit those dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall, gathering both forces and formidable individuals to secretly plot the seizure of Yao Chen's divine power. The leader of the Abyssal Alliance was a mysterious soul master who referred to himself as Shadow Kill, reputed to possess unfathomable strength. Leader, do we truly have the means to wrest the divine power from Yao Chen? He is now the Creator God, his strength beyond imagination. A member of the Abyssal Alliance inquired with concern. Shadow Kill scoffed. Humph, while Yao Chen is formidable, he is not invincible. We have gathered various intelligence against him and discovered methods to counter his powers. As long as our plans are meticulous, we shall surely succeed. Meanwhile, through the perception granted by the Creator God, Yao Chen sensed the existence of the Abyssal Alliance. Yet, he chose not to act immediately. Instead, he opted to observe in secrecy, aiming to discern the true intentions and capabilities of this organization. Senior Yao, I have detected some unusual movements across the continent recently. It seems a mysterious force is gathering in the shadows, reported Qian Renxue to Yao Chen. Yao Chen nodded and remarked, "I have already sensed it. This force is known as the Abyss Alliance. Their movements are shrouded in secrecy, and their specific plans remain unclear, yet it is evident that they are targeting me. We must avoid alarming them and continue to observe, gathering sufficient intelligence before taking action." Under Yao Chen's directive, the intelligence network of the Spirit Hall commenced an exhaustive collection of information regarding the Abyss Alliance. After a period of investigation, they uncovered that the Abyss Alliance was covertly seeking ancient artifacts and mysterious techniques, rumored to possess the capability to diminish the power of the Creator God. It appears they have come prepared. Yao Chen gazed at the gathered intelligence, his expression grave. At that moment, the notification sound of the divine selection system resonated in Yao Chen's mind. Ding! A new challenge has been detected. The Abyss Alliance intends to seize the power of the Creator God. Mission issued: thwart the Abyss Alliance's conspiracy and uphold the peace and stability of the Douluo Continent. Mission reward: enhancement of comprehension of the Creator God's laws and the divine auxiliary skill Fate Insight, which allows one to perceive the trajectories of enemies' fates and anticipate their actions in advance. With a surge of joy in his heart, Yao Chen recognized this as an invaluable ally in countering the Dark Abyss Alliance. He resolved to take the initiative and disrupt their schemes. Yao Chen harnessed the divine power of the Creator and instantaneously arrived at a clandestine stronghold of the Abyssal Alliance. Within, a secret assembly was underway, with Ing Sha and his subordinates deliberating on the execution of their scheme to seize the Creator's power. Your conspiracy ends here. Yao Chen's voice reverberated through the stronghold, akin to a thunderclap. The faces of Ing Sha and his associates paled. They had not anticipated Yao Chen's sudden appearance. Do not presume that your status as the Creator renders you invincible. The Abyssal Alliance is fully prepared, and today marks your demise. Ing Sha bellowed. With that, Ing Sha initiated the attack, unleashing a peculiar soul technique, as black light surged like a tide towards Yao Chen. Unflinching, Yao Chen invoked the barrier of the chaos domain, and a formidable defensive field materialized, repelling all the black light. The other members of the Abyssal Alliance joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of powerful soul techniques aimed at Yao Chen. Maintaining his composure, Yao Chen unleashed the ultimate creation of chaos, and the overwhelming force of chaos erupted, enveloping everything around him. Members of the Abyssal Alliance were left wounded and sprawled on the ground beneath this immense power. Seeing this, Ing Sha was filled with dread. He realized that a direct confrontation was futile against Yao Chen, so he resolved to employ a forbidden technique. The aura surrounding him surged violently, and his strength escalated dramatically in a brief span. Yao Chen, prepare to meet your end, Ing Sha declared as he lunged towards Yao Chen, empowered by the forbidden technique. Yao Chen gazed at Ing Sha, a flicker of compassion gleaming in his eyes. He employed his Fate Insight skill, instantly perceiving the trajectory of Ing Sha's destiny and his forthcoming actions. Just as Ing Sha's assault was about to descend, Yao Chen unleashed a masterful application of divine creation principles, deftly neutralizing Ing Sha's attack and rebounding his forbidden techniques. Ing Sha let out a piercing scream as his body was instantaneously ravaged. In disbelief, he stared at Yao Chen, exclaiming, "How could you possibly be so powerful?" Yao Chen gazed upon the fallen figure of Ing Sha and proclaimed, "Those who seek to disrupt the tranquility of Douluo Continent are destined for failure." After vanquishing Ing Sha and his subordinates, Yao Chen did not allow himself to relax his vigilance. He understood that the Dark Abyss Alliance may possess other concealed forces and schemes. Thus, he resolved to leverage Ing Sha to draw out the remaining members of the Dark Abyss Alliance. Yao Chen brought Ing Sha back to the Spirit Hall, allowing him to recuperate under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Simultaneously, he deliberately disseminated the news that Ing Sha had surrendered to the Spirit Hall and divulged all the plans of the Abyss Alliance. Upon learning this information, the other members of the Abyss Alliance could no longer remain passive. They resolved to mobilize their full strength to assault the Spirit Hall, rescue Ing Sha, and execute their plan to seize the power of the Creator God. We cannot stand idly by while our leader is captured. We must attack the Spirit Hall, free our leader, and demonstrate the might of the Abyss Alliance to Yao Chen, proclaimed a high-ranking member of the Abyss Alliance. Thus, the Abyss Alliance gathered all their forces and marched towards the Spirit Hall, while Yao Chen and the members of the Spirit Hall had long been prepared. Since they have willingly approached us, we shall impart upon them a lesson they will never forget. Bibi Dong observed the approaching army of the Abyss Alliance, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Qian Renxue tightened her grip on the angelic holy sword, resolute in her determination to eradicate the Abyss Alliance once and for all, ensuring they would never again disrupt the peace of the continent. As the army of the Abyss Alliance arrived at the Spirit Hall, they were met with formidable defenses and a powerful formation. Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and the elite warriors of the Haotian sect and the three lower sects stood ready for battle. Attack. The army of the Abyss Alliance was the first to strike, unleashing a torrent of soul techniques upon the Spirit Hall like a relentless downpour. Yao Chen wielded the power of the Creator God, conjuring a formidable shield above the Spirit Hall that repelled all assaults. Concurrently, he unleashed the Chaos Storm, a tempest of immense chaotic energy that surged towards the forces of the Abyssal Alliance. The members of the Abyssal Alliance struggled within the storm, their efforts rendered insignificant in the face of Yao Chen's overwhelming might. Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue led the elite warriors of the Spirit Hall into the fray, engaging the Abyssal Alliance in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The Rakshasa Scythe. Bibi Dong swung the Rakshasa Scythe in her grasp, its black light flashing as it inflicted devastating damage upon the foes. Angelic Judgment Light. Qian Renxue unleashed her formidable divine technique, golden radiance illuminating the battlefield, causing enemies to fall one after another. The experts of the Haotian sect unleashed the tremendous power of the Haotian hammer, the chaotic hammer technique demonstrating its terrifying strength, shattering the defenses of the Abyssal Alliance. Under the relentless assault of the Spirit Hall, the forces of the Abyssal Alliance gradually faltered. Observing this, the high-ranking members of the Abyssal Alliance attempted to flee, yet Yao Chen would not allow their escape. He invoked the power of the Creator God, instantaneously appearing before the retreating enemies, blocking their path one by one. Your schemes have utterly failed. Accept your punishment. Yao Chen's voice resonated with finality. The high-ranking members of the Abyssal Alliance were subdued beneath his overwhelming power. Following this battle, the Abyssal Alliance was entirely vanquished, and peace returned to the Douluo Continent. Through this ordeal, Yao Chen gained a deeper understanding of the significance of safeguarding the continent's tranquility. In the days that followed, he continued to harness the power of the Creator God, guiding the Douluo Continent towards a more resplendent future. Alongside Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and various factions, he endeavored to transform the Douluo Continent into a realm brimming with hope and vitality. Yao Chen's legendary tale became a cherished narrative passed down through generations, inspiring future souls to pursue peace and justice. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Anomaly. Perilous crisis and hopes dawn after successfully resolving the crisis posed by the remnants of the Abyssal Alliance. The Douluo Continent entered a relatively tranquil period of development. However, Yao Chen remained vigilant, acutely aware that the continent's peace and prosperity resembled fragile crystal, requiring constant safeguarding. Utilizing the divine selection system, Yao Chen continuously monitored anomalies throughout the Douluo Continent, strategically preparing for potential crises. One day, while in seclusion to comprehend the laws of the Creator God, the divine selection system abruptly issued a strong alert. Ding! An anomalous spatial fluctuation has been detected in the Douluo Continent, deep within the endless forest in the eastern region. A mysterious anomaly appears to have emerged. This anomaly may harbor great danger, as well as pivotal clues to enhancing the understanding of the laws of the Creator God. Task issued: explore the mysterious anomaly, ascertain the truth, and ensure the safety and stability of the Douluo Continent. Task rewards: fragments of the laws of the Creator God. Significantly enhancing comprehension, the divine summoning skill Chaos Divine Beast Summon, capable of calling forth Chaos Divine Beasts to assist in battle, and a treasure map exclusive to the mysterious anomaly. Yao Chen promptly concluded his retreat and conveyed the matter to Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and the leaders of the three lower sects. A mysterious realm has emerged within the endless forest, fraught with both peril and opportunity. I must venture forth to explore its depths. In the meantime, I implore you all to diligently attend to the affairs of the continent, Yao Chen stated with a grave expression. Tang Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Yao Chen's shoulder and said, "Brother Yao Chen, rest assured in your journey. We shall uphold order here on the continent. Exercise caution, and should you require assistance, we stand ready to support you at any moment." Qian Renxue expressed her concern, saying, "Senior Yao, you are the pillar of Douluo Continent. May you return safely." Yao Chen nodded in gratitude and embarked on his journey towards the endless forest sea. This vast expanse, shrouded in ancient trees, is home to numerous formidable soul beasts. Upon entering the forest, Yao Chen was enveloped by a rich aura of life, intertwined with the spatial fluctuations emanating from this enigmatic realm. As he ventured deeper, he encountered various powerful soul beasts that sought to impede his progress. A gigantic ancient ape, its massive form swinging its robust arms towards him, caused the ground to tremble violently with its movements. Yao Chen summoned the Guardian of Chaotic Stars, a vibrant shield of multicolored light that appeared instantaneously to deflect the ape's assault. Following this, he unleashed the Chaotic Destruction Slash, a blade of sword energy infused with chaotic power that howled forth towards the colossal beast. Despite its thick hide, the ancient ape could only emit a painful roar before turning to flee in terror from the overwhelming force of the attack. Continuing onward, Yao Chen finally arrived at the entrance to the mysterious realm. Before him lay a colossal black vortex, exuding an eerie wave of soul power that seemed capable of devouring all. Taking a deep breath, he activated the power of the Creator God and stepped cautiously into the swirling abyss. Once inside, he discovered the space was distorted and chaotic, shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Proceeding with utmost caution, he was suddenly besieged by a swarm of bat-like flying soul beasts that burst forth from the fog, their eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light, sharp fangs bared, and a nauseating stench wafting from them. Yao Chen conjured a chaotic storm, a tempest of immense chaotic energy that swiftly engulfed the swarm, their anguished cries echoing in the air until they were reduced to mere dust. Deep within this otherworldly domain, Yao Chen stumbled upon an ancient palace. The walls of the palace were adorned with peculiar runes, flickering faintly, as if recounting ancient tales. Utilizing his chaotic insight skill, Yao Chen deciphered the runes and learned that this palace served as a trial ground for a powerful deity from antiquity. He discerned that, within the innermost recesses of the palace, lay crucial items related to the laws of the Creator God, waiting to be uncovered. As Yao Chen stepped into the palace, the grand entrance thunderously sealed shut, and a formidable array of puppets emerged from the shadows. These constructs, forged from an enigmatic metal, exuded an aura of frigidness, wielding an assortment of weapons as they advanced menacingly towards Yao Chen. In response, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic genesis of eternal end, a tremendous surge of chaotic power enveloping the surrounding puppets instantaneously. However, it appeared that these puppets possessed a unique defensive mechanism. Although the chaotic energy inflicted a measure of damage upon them, it failed to annihilate them entirely. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yao Chen summoned the chaotic domain barrier, conjuring a formidable protective sphere around himself, while meticulously observing the puppet's attack patterns and vulnerabilities. After a series of fierce encounters, he discerned that the joints of the puppet represented its most significant weakness. Consequently, Yao Chen concentrated his energy and unleashed the chaotic annihilation slash, striking with precision at the puppet's joints. Under the onslaught of Yao Chen's relentless assault, the puppets fell one after another. As he ventured deeper into the palace, Yao Chen ultimately arrived at its innermost sanctum. Upon a grand stone platform lay a crystal radiating with resplendent, multicolored light. Approaching the stone pedestal, Yao Chen immediately sensed the immense power of the primordial laws of creation contained within the crystal. Just as he prepared to seize the crystal, an ethereal figure materialized before him. Outsider, your presence here indicates a certain level of prowess. However, this crystal of primordial laws is the key to safeguarding this otherworldly realm. If you wish to take it, you must first pass my trial, intoned the spectral figure. Yao Chen inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what manner of trial is this?" The ethereal figure responded, "Within this realm, I shall conjure the most harrowing scenes that dwell in the depths of your heart. You must steadfastly adhere to your true self and resist being consumed by fear. Should you succeed, the crystal shall be yours to claim." Yao Chen nodded in agreement. In an instant, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar illusion. Within this phantasm, he beheld the Douluo Continent engulfed in darkness, where Bibi Dong, Qian Renxiu, and all those he held dear were ensnared in agonizing struggles, while he remained powerless to assist them. Various terrifying dark creatures rampaged across the continent, transforming the once thriving Douluo Continent into a landscape of desolation. Nevertheless, armed with unwavering conviction and profound affection for the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen endeavored to resist the influence of the illusion. He continuously recited in his heart, "I am the Creator God, and it is my duty to safeguard this land and protect all that I cherish." Through this inner motivation, Yao Chen gradually discerned the true nature of the illusion and ultimately succeeded in liberating himself from its constraints. The ethereal figure, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. You have passed the trial. You may take this crystal of the Creator God's laws with you." The medicinal dust expressed gratitude to the ethereal figure before stepping forward to grasp the crystal. At the very moment he seized the crystal, the notification sound of the divine selection system resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of the task. You have been awarded a fragment of the Genesis Divine Law, the supreme summoning skill Chaos Beast Summon, along with a treasure map exclusive to the mysterious realm. Furthermore, due to your outstanding performance during the task, an additional reward of a vial of Chaos Body Enhancement Essence has been granted, which can further augment the host's Chaos Body. Yao Chen's heart brimmed with joy as he immediately examined his rewards. He integrated the fragments of the Genesis Divine Law into his soul, instantaneously perceiving a significant enhancement in his comprehension of the Genesis Divine Law. Subsequently, he attempted to invoke the summoning of a primordial beast. A radiant glow of chaos flashed, and a colossal divine beast, exuding an aura of chaos, materialized before him. The divine beast bowed its head respectfully to Yao Chen, awaiting his command. Yao Chen once again examined a map of the exclusive treasure hidden within the mysterious realm and discovered that the treasure lay concealed beneath the palace. Harnessing the power of the creator deity, he forged a passageway to the treasure. Within the treasure trove, Yao Chen uncovered a plethora of precious artifacts, rare materials, and ancient cultivation manuals. Just as he was about to depart from the enigmatic realm, he suddenly sensed an unusual intensity in the spatial fluctuations of the domain. Utilizing his Fate Insight skill, he realized that the connection between the mysterious realm and the Douluo Continent had become unstable, and if not addressed promptly, it could result in perilous creatures from the realm invading the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He immediately harnessed the power of the creator god to mend and reinforce the connection between the Douluo Continent. After considerable effort, the spatial fluctuations of the gradually stabilized, and the bond with the Douluo Continent became increasingly robust. With the fruits of his labor and a renewed assurance for the safety of the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen departed from the enigmatic realm. He understood that the future of Douluo remained fraught with uncertainties and challenges. However, he was confident that with his own strength and the support of others, he could safeguard the peace and prosperity of this land. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen shared his experiences and achievements with Bibi Dong and the others. They rejoiced in his success, their hearts brimming with hope for the future of Douluo. Yet, Yao Chen was acutely aware that his mission was far from over, and greater challenges awaited him on the horizon. Chapter 27. The Turmoil of the Continent, the Rise and Conspiracy of the Mysterious Organization. Upon returning from the enigmatic realms, Yao Chen shared the insights he gained regarding the primordial divine laws with others, particularly engaging in profound discussions with Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and the top-tier powerhouses of the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, thereby aiding their comprehension of soul power and the laws to a greater extent. After a fleeting period of tranquility, however, an undercurrent began to stir quietly across the Douluo Continent. With the keen perception bestowed by the creator god, Yao Chen detected some peculiar phenomena emerging on the Douluo Continent. In several remote towns, there had been a series of mysterious disappearances of soul masters, with no traces of struggle left behind, as if they had vanished into thin air. Concurrently, subtle anomalies in the fluctuations of soul power were observed across the continent. In certain areas, it appeared as though the soul power was being drawn together and guided by an enigmatic force. Yao Chen pondered that these recent irregularities likely indicated the manipulation of a formidable power lurking in the shadows. In the conference hall of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong spoke gravely. Indeed, this power is deeply concealed, and our intelligence network has yet to uncover any leads. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, affirming precisely. The depth of their concealment is remarkable. Yao Chen furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "It seems we must intensify our investigation. I shall first consult the Supreme Selection System to see if I can glean any clues." Just as Yao Chen prepared to harness the power of the system, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! A mysterious organization has been detected on the Douluo Continent, covertly devising a grand conspiracy against the existing order of the realm. Task issued. Unveil the true identity of the mysterious organization and thwart their nefarious plans. Task rewards. Refinement of the power of the Genesis Divine Law. Enhancing the host's mastery over the Genesis Divine Law, the supreme tracking skill Chaotic Origin, capable of tracing any target linked to chaotic power. And partial information on core members of the mysterious organization. Yao Chen felt a surge of delight within him and promptly accepted the mission. As the task was confirmed, fragments of information regarding the core members of the mysterious organization flooded his mind. One of the central figures, codenamed Shadowblade, excelled in stealth and assassination, serving as the vanguard of the organization. Another member, codenamed Soul Guide, possessed a unique ability to manipulate soul energy and was suspected to be the pivotal figure behind the anomalous fluctuations in soul power. Yao Chen conveyed this information to the assembly, stating, "Currently, we possess partial information regarding these two core members. Let us initiate our investigation from their leads. I shall employ the Chaos Origin technique to trace the whereabouts of Shadow Blade. Qian Renxue, you are to lead the Angel Legion to monitor regions exhibiting anomalous fluctuations in soul power. Should you uncover any clues pertaining to soul attraction, inform me immediately. Your Majesty, Bibi Dong, along with the leaders of Haotian sect and the three lower sects. You are tasked with stabilizing the situation across the continent and soothing the populace to prevent any onset of panic." The assembly responded affirmatively, each member embarking on their respective missions. Yao Chen activated the Chaos Origin skill, a beam of chaotic radiance emanating from his fingertips, swirling in the air for a moment before swiftly darting northward. Yao Chen followed closely behind, diligently tracking the trail. In a desolate ancient city to the north, Yao Chen finally discerned the presence of Shadow Blade, clad in a form-fitting black garment. Shadow Blade exuded an aura of chilling darkness while conferring with a group of cloaked individuals. Yao Chen stealthily approached, utilizing the power of the Creator God to conceal his figure and eavesdrop on their discourse. According to the directives of Lord Soul Attraction, we have established soul power convergence formations in several key towns. In just 3 days, once the formations are activated, we will extract all the soul power from these locations for the organization's use. One cloaked figure whispered. Excellent. This operation must be executed with utmost caution. We cannot allow the spirit hall to sense any disturbance. Once the soul power convergence is complete, our plan will be halfway successful, Shadowblade replied coldly. In a moment of shock, Yao Chen realized that the sinister organization's plot involved siphoning the soul power from various regions of the continent. Should this scheme come to fruition, the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly descend into chaos. He resolved to remain discreet, continuing to shadow Ren in hopes of uncovering their lair, with the intent to eradicate the nefarious organization entirely. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue led the Angel Legion in a thorough inspection of the continent. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon the source of unusual fluctuations in soul power. Before them lay an enormous array of soul power converging, guarded by dozens of cloaked figures. Qian Renxue realized that the mastermind behind these black-clad individuals was likely the Soul Caller. Prepare for battle. With a commanding voice, Qian Renxue signaled the Angel Legion to surge forth like a golden tide against the dark-clad adversaries. The black-clad figures, sensing the impending assault, unleashed their soul techniques to resist. Yet, under Qian Renxue's leadership, the Angel Legion proved formidable, gradually overwhelming their foes. Amidst the fierce clash, one black-clad figure seized the opportunity to slip away, intent on reporting back to the Soul Caller. Qian Renxue chose not to pursue, fully aware that vanquishing these minions was merely a superficial remedy. The true objective lay in locating the Soul Caller in the heart of the mysterious organization. In the realm of medicinal dust, Ingren suddenly sensed impending danger, abruptly halting the meeting and departing in haste. Yao Chen closely pursued, arriving at the threshold of a mysterious castle concealed within the mountains. The castle was enveloped by formidable defensive arrays, and as Yao Chen drew near, he inadvertently triggered the alarm of the enchantments. Who dares to trespass in this place? A throng of skilled practitioners surged forth from the castle, encircling Yao Chen completely. Yao Chen, undeterred, summoned the chaotic star Phoenix Martial Soul and unleashed the ultimate chaos creation. The formidable power of chaos erupted instantaneously, enveloping the surrounding adversaries. Under the relentless onslaught of chaotic energy, the enemies were swiftly injured and fell to the ground. Sensing the imminent danger, Shadow Blade attempted to flee. Yao Chen invoked the summoning of the chaotic divine beast, which obstructed Shadow Blade's escape. The chaotic divine beast opened its great maw, unleashing a beam of chaotic light that struck Shadow Blade, who, unable to evade, was grievously wounded. What conspiracy does your organization harbor? Where is Soul Guide? Yao Chen pressed forward, seizing Shadow Blade and demanding answers. Humph. Do you believe that capturing me will thwart our plans? Our scheme is on the verge of success, and the Douluo Continent will soon be under our dominion. Shadow Blade retorted through gritted teeth. Yao Chen exerted greater force, causing Shadow Blade to groan in agony. At that moment, Yao Chen sensed a powerful wave of soul energy emanating from a distance. A chill ran through him, for he understood that Soul Caller had arrived. It seemed there was no need for a response. He had come willingly, Yao Chen remarked coldly. Moments later, Soul Caller appeared before the castle. Tall and slender, he wielded his staff that emanated an eerie glow, adorned with a black gemstone that incessantly absorbed the surrounding soul energy. Release him, Soul Caller bellowed, as he swung his staff, unleashing a beam of black soul energy directed at Yao Chen. Yao Chen unleashed the barrier of the chaos realm, effortlessly repelling the assault. Soul Guide, your conspiracy shall not succeed. What exactly is your organization, and why do you seek to disrupt the peace of Douluo Continent? Soul Guide let out a chilling laugh. We are the Dark Star cult, dedicated to dismantling the existing order and establishing a new world ruled by us. Yao Chen, no matter your status as the creator god, today marks your demise. With that, Soul Guide executed a formidable soul power manipulation skill, causing the surrounding soul energy to surge violently towards Yao Chen. In response, Yao Chen summoned the Chaos Genesis End to counteract, and the clash of immense energies resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Yao Chen discerned that while Soul Guide's soul power manipulation was potent, it was heavily reliant on the black gem atop his staff. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen unleashed the Chaos Destruction Slash, a blade of sword energy infused with chaotic power, aimed directly at the staff in Soul Guide's grasp. Though Soul Guide attempted to evade, the speed of the sword energy was blinding, severing the staff with precision. With the staff shattered, Soul Guide's soul power manipulation faltered instantly, significantly diminishing his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the summoning of the Chaos Divine Beast, which once again launched an assault, inflicting severe injuries upon Soul Guide. Witnessing the inevitable demise, Shadow Blade and Soul Guide contemplated self-detonation to perish alongside Yao Chen. Yet, Yao Chen would not allow such a fate to unfold. He invoked the power of the creator deity, directly sealing their soul energies and subduing them. At that moment, Qian Rinxue arrived with the Angel Legion. Senior Yao, we have come to your aid, Qian Rinxue proclaimed. Yao Chen nodded and said, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Let us search this castle together and see if we can uncover more information regarding the Dark Star cult. After an extensive search, they discovered the operational plans and membership list of the Dark Star cult within the castle. It turned out that the cult intended to extract soul power from various regions to open a portal to another mysterious realm, thereby summoning formidable dark entities to dominate the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He promptly relayed the news back to the Spirit Hall and, alongside Qian Rinxue, commenced a relentless pursuit of the other members of the Dark Star sect based on the information provided in the list. Through a concerted effort involving the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and the Angel Legion, the influence of the Dark Star sect was swiftly dismantled. However, Yao Chen understood that this was merely one of many crises confronting the Douluo Continent. With a deepening comprehension of the Creator God's principles, he sensed that further challenges awaited both him and the inhabitants of Douluo Continent. Yet, he remained steadfast in his belief that as long as everyone united with a common purpose, no obstacle would prove insurmountable. Following the resolution of the Dark Star sect crisis, Yao Chen utilized the rewards from the divine selection system to refine the power of the Creator God's principles. He distinctly felt a marked improvement in his command of these principles, leading to an elevation in his strength. In the wake of this upheaval, the Douluo Continent developed a profound appreciation for the hard-won peace, with various factions, under Yao Chen's leadership, forging an even tighter bond to collectively safeguard the tranquility of their land. Nevertheless, Yao Chen was keenly aware that beneath the calm surface, there lurked potentially greater dangers, necessitating his vigilance and preparedness for the future of Douluo Continent. Chapter 28. A Sudden Change in the Ruins. The awakening of ancient powers and crisis following the successful thwarting of the Dark Star sect's machinations, the Douluo Continent entered a brief period of peace and reconstruction. Yao Chen, however, did not allow himself to become complacent. He recognized that beneath the seemingly serene facade of the continent, turbulent currents surged, and new crises could emerge at any moment. In pursuit of further enhancing his strength and the overall defensive capabilities of Douluo Continent, Yao Chen resolved to once again harness the power of the divine selection system to explore locations potentially harboring formidable forces. The divine selection system provided clues directing him to an ancient ruin known as the Lingfeng Ancient Ruins in the western part of Douluo Continent. It was said that this site once served as the remnants of a powerful soul master empire from ancient times, concealing numerous mysterious powers and lost techniques, which could present Yao Chen with an opportunity to transcend his current limits. Yao Chen conveyed his plans to journey to the Lingfeng Ancient Ruins to Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and the leaders of the three lower sects. His intention in visiting these ruins was to seek the hidden powers within, thereby enhancing their capacity to confront future crises. However, he acknowledged the myriad unknown risks that lay ahead, entrusting the stability of the continent to them. With a solemn expression, Yao Chen remarked, The safety of Douluo Continent rests in your hands. Tang Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Yao Chen's shoulder and said resolutely, "Brother Yao Chen, go with peace of mind. We shall safeguard Douluo Continent and await your return with newfound strength." Qian Renque, with a piercing gaze, added, "Senior Yao, please take great care on your journey. Should you require assistance, I am always ready to lead the Angel Legion to your side." After bidding farewell to his companions, Yao Chen embarked on his expedition to the Lingfeng ancient ruins. Following several days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the site. The scene before him was desolate, with towering stone pillars and the remnants of dilapidated structures standing as silent witnesses to a once glorious past. As Yao Chen stepped into the ruins, an ancient and enigmatic aura enveloped him, and he sensed that the fluctuations of soul power here were exceedingly intricate, seemingly concealing some formidable restrictions. With utmost caution, Yao Chen advanced, ever vigilant of the movements surrounding him. Suddenly, a horde of skeletal soul beasts leapt from the ruins, their agility remarkable, exuding a miasma of decay. Although individually weak, these skeletal entities overwhelmed him with their sheer numbers. Yao Chen unleashed a chaotic tempest, a powerful storm birthed from chaotic forces, which surged forth from him, ensnaring the skeletal soul beasts within its vortex. Under the relentless fury of the chaotic storm, the skeletal beasts were reduced to dust. Delving deeper into the ruins, Yao Chen arrived before a grand palace. The entrance loomed before him, sealed tight, adorned with peculiar runes. Employing his chaotic insight ability, he deciphered the runes, discovering they constituted an ancient sealing incantation, which could only be unlocked by unraveling the spell. After considerable effort, Yao Chen finally discerned the method to break the runes. Following a specific sequence, he infused his soul power into the inscriptions, and the great door creaked open. Upon entering the palace, Yao Chen beheld an array of ancient artifacts and statues. At the center of the palace stood a colossal stone platform, upon which lay a radiant tome. Approaching, he picked up the ancient text and found it chronicled a cultivation method known as the sacred canon of spirit wind. This technique could channel and manipulate a unique type of wind-based soul power, synergizing with chaotic energy to unleash even greater might. Filled with joy, Yao Chen immediately commenced his practice of the sacred wind scriptures. As he delved deeper into his training, he found himself mastering the control of wind-type soul power with increasing ease, skillfully merging it with the chaotic energy. Just as he was immersed in his cultivation, a deep, resonant roar suddenly echoed through the palace. A colossal guardian beast emerged slowly from the depths of the palace, its form resembling that of a lion, surrounded by azure flames that emanated a formidable aura. "Intruder, how dare you trespass here and desecrate the ancient legacy?" the guardian beast bellowed. Yao Chen hurriedly clarified, "Esteemed elder, I harbor no intention of desecration. I merely wish to harness the power of this place to safeguard the Douluo Continent and fend off impending crises." The guardian beast snorted. "Humph, such words are easily spoken. If you seek to obtain the inheritance, you must first conquer me." With that, the guardian beast opened its maw wide, unleashing a column of azure flame directed at Yao Chen. Swiftly, Yao Chen invoked the chaotic star guardian, and a radiant shield of multicolored light materialized instantaneously, deflecting the assault of the flame column. When the flame column struck the shield, it erupted in a shower of sparks, causing the shield to tremble slightly. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the immense power possessed by the guardian beast, and thus did not dare to hold back in the slightest. He unleashed the chaotic genesis, and the formidable force of chaos erupted instantaneously, sweeping towards the guardian beast. The azure flames enveloping the guardian beast flared brilliantly as it swung its colossal claws, conjuring a tempest in an attempt to withstand the chaotic energy. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Yao Chen discerned that although the beast's fiery assaults were formidable, there existed brief intervals following each strike. Seizing this opportunity, he executed the chaotic obliteration slash, infused with the essence of wind-based soul power. A blade of energy, embodying both chaotic and wind forces, howled forth, cleaving toward the guardian beast. Caught unawares, the beast was struck by the blade, emitting a cry of anguish. "I never anticipated that you could so exquisitely merge these two powers. You have passed the trial," the guardian beast intoned slowly. Yao Chen expressed his gratitude to the guardian divine beast and continued his exploration of the palace. Within the palace's secret chamber, he discovered a gem radiating a mysterious luminescence, known as the Heart of Spirit Wind. This gem harbored a formidable essence of wind elemental power, resonating harmoniously with the sacred text of spirit wind. thereby significantly enhancing Yao Chen's mastery and application of wind soul energy. Just as Yao Chen was about to depart from the palace, the prompt from the divine selection system reverberated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a momentous opportunity in the ancient ruins of Spirit Wind and completing the hidden exploration task. Rewards include an elevation in comprehension of the Genesis divine laws, the ability to comprehend a new technique of the Genesis divine laws, chaotic spirit wind burial of the world, a divine auxiliary skill, spirit wind concealment, which enables perfect disguise of one's form and presence through the power of the wind, as well as detailed information regarding hidden treasures within the ancient ruins of Spirit Wind. With great joy swelling within him, Yao Chen promptly examined his rewards. He endeavored to comprehend the chaotic spirit wind of world burial, and in an instant, the method and might of this profound technique materialized in his mind. This skill grants the ability to manipulate chaotic energy and wind-type soul power, culminating in a formidable force of destruction capable of obliterating vast expanses in a heartbeat. He further experimented with spirit wind concealment, discovering that he could seamlessly blend with the surrounding wind elements, rendering his form and presence nearly undetectable, even to the formidable tidal Douluo. Ultimately, Yao Chen scrutinized the intricate details regarding the hidden treasures within the ancient ruins of Spirit Wind. These treasures lay buried deep underground, safeguarded by a series of complex mechanisms and formidable guardian beasts. Resolute in his quest, he followed the guidance of the information to the treasure's location. At the entrance of the trove, Yao Chen encountered a colossal nine-headed serpent guardian. Each head of the serpent was capable of unleashing attacks of varying attributes, showcasing immense power. Yao Chen summoned a barrier of chaotic domain to fend off the serpent's assaults while simultaneously invoking the chaotic spirit wind of world burial. The overwhelming forces of chaos and wind erupted forth, sweeping towards the nine-headed serpent. Under the weight of such overwhelming might, the serpent let out a tortured roar before ultimately succumbing. Upon entering the treasure's interior, Yao Chen discovered an array of precious artifacts, rare materials, and ancient soul technique manuals. Just as he prepared to gather the treasures, an ominous aura suddenly enveloped him. Utilizing his Fate Insight skill, he discerned that his presence had triggered an ancient seal within the ancient ruins of Spirit Wind. This seal was awakening a dormant malevolent force within the ruins, a power that, if revived, would bring catastrophic calamity to the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the dire situation. He immediately harnessed the power of the Creator God in an attempt to thwart the resurgence of malevolent forces. However, this dark power was exceedingly formidable and intricately intertwined with the ancient seals of the ruins, rendering Yao Chen's efforts to impede its revival immensely challenging. In his struggle against the sinister force, Yao Chen discerned that its core was a dark crystal. If he could shatter this dark crystal, he could halt the resurgence of the evil power. He unleashed a tremendous strike, simultaneously executing the chaotic Genesis finale and the chaotic spirit wind burial, directing their immense force towards the dark crystal. Under the weight of this powerful assault, the dark crystal began to fissure. Yet, just as Yao Chen believed victory was within his grasp, the dark crystal unexpectedly unleashed a surge of potent darkness, rebounding his attack. Caught off guard, Yao Chen was struck by this dark energy, sustaining significant injuries. This cannot be allowed. The resurgence of this power must be prevented. Gritting his teeth and disregarding his wounds, Yao Chen once more summoned an array of formidable skills, relentlessly assaulting the dark crystal. Through his tireless endeavors, the dark crystal was ultimately shattered, and with it, the malevolent force dissipated. Yao Chen exhaled a breath of relief, aware that this time he had faced peril without consequence. Yet, he comprehended that the Douluo Continent harbored myriad unknown dangers, compelling him to continually enhance his strength to safeguard the peace and prosperity of this realm. With treasures and newfound power in tow, Yao Chen departed from the Lingfeng ancient ruins. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he recounted his experiences and gains to the gathered crowd, simultaneously cautioning them that the crisis on Douluo Continent had not been entirely averted, and they must remain vigilant. Under Yao Chen's leadership, the various factions of Douluo Continent united once more, diligently preparing to confront any potential future threats. Chapter 29: The Ancient Disputes. The Emergence and Challenges of the Mysterious Race. Upon the return of Yao Chen from the ancient wind ruins, the surface of Douluo Continent continued to exhibit a facade of peace and stable development. However, Yao Chen, endowed with the acute perception of the Creator God, discerned some exceedingly subtle yet unusual fluctuations in the continent's soul power. These changes resembled the undercurrents beneath a tranquil lake, heralding the emergence of an unknown crisis that was silently brewing. The divine selection system timely issued a notification, ding. A mysterious ancient force is detected to be awakening within Douluo Continent, associated with a long-forgotten enigmatic race. A mission was thus announced, to ascertain the reasons and intentions behind the resurgence of this mysterious race and to avert the potential crisis. Mission rewards included the elevation of the Creator God's laws, unlocking an entirely new realm of Creator God principles, the divine enhancement skill overload of chaos power, capable of significantly amplifying the potency of all personal skills for a brief period, and fragments of ancient legends pertaining to the mysterious race. Upon receiving the mission, Yao Chen promptly informed Bibidong, Qian Rengshu, and the leaders of the three lower sects about the revival of the mysterious race. Upon hearing this news, everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. The resurgence of this enigmatic race could potentially disrupt the existing equilibrium of the Douluo Continent. We must act swiftly, Bibidong stated with a solemn expression. Qian Rengshu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must monitor their movements and formulate a strategy before they are fully revived. Yao Chen remarked, I shall first delve into the ancient legends of the enigmatic race as provided by the system, in hopes of uncovering some clues. In the meantime, I urge everyone to intensify their surveillance over their respective territories. Should any anomalies arise, please notify me immediately. Through his exploration of the ancient tales surrounding this mysterious race, Yao Chen discovered that they are known as the Inyu clan. In ancient times, they were said to have had a profound connection with the powers of the Creator God. It is rumored that the Inyu clan possessed a unique ability to manipulate the power of moonlight, merging it with their own soul energy to attain extraordinary strength. However, during a cataclysmic battle in antiquity, the Inyu clan inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only a tapestry of vague legends. Yao Chen speculated that the resurgence of the Dark Moon clan might be linked to certain alterations in the power of the Creator God. To further uncover the truth, Yao Chen resolved to journey to a legendary, mysterious location associated with the Dark Moon clan, the Moonlight Abyss. This abyss is situated in the far northern reaches of Douluo Continent. Perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with an exceptionally frigid climate, Yao Chen harnessed the power of the Creator God to effortlessly withstand the biting cold as he made his way toward the Moonlight Abyss. As he approached the abyss, Yao Chen sensed a profound force of moonlight intertwining with the surrounding icy atmosphere, creating an extraordinary fluctuation of soul power. Suddenly, a group of wolf-like spirit beasts, emanating a ghostly blue moonlight, surged forth from the snow. Their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam as they lunged toward Yao Chen. He summoned the Chaos Star Guardian, and a resplendent shield of multicolored light materialized to fend off the assault of the spirit beasts. It appeared that these creatures were influenced by the power of the Dark Moon clan, Yao Chen thought to himself. He unleashed the Chaos Storm, a tempest of formidable chaotic energy that engulfed the spirit beasts. However, bolstered by the power of moonlight, these creatures exhibited remarkable resilience, despite their struggles within the storm. They were not easily vanquished. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen unleashed a chaotic destruction slash infused with wind-type soul power. A sword aura imbued with the essence of chaos and the forces of wind surged forth, cleaving towards the soul beasts. Under the formidable assault of the sword energy, the soul beasts collapsed one after another. Yao Chen pressed on, ultimately arriving at the serene moonlit pool. The surface of the water lay still as a mirror, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. As Yao Chen approached the pool, the waters suddenly surged violently, and a colossal figure began to rise slowly from the depths. It was a man adorned in a silver robe, exuding a formidable aura of lunar power, his presence shrouded in mystery and antiquity. Outsider, what brings you to the forbidden grounds of my Dark Moon clan? The man inquired, his voice icy and austere. Yao Chen spoke. I am Yao Chen. I have sensed an unusual resurgence of power on the Douluo Continent, which I suspect is related to the Dark Moon clan. I come not with malice, but with a desire to understand the reasons behind the revival of the Dark Moon clan and your intentions. The man snickered coldly. Humph. Do you think I would believe you? Matters concerning the Dark Moon clan do not concern an outsider like you. With that, the man unleashed a formidable force of moonlight, directing a massive beam of luminous energy towards Yao Chen. In response, Yao Chen conjured a barrier of chaotic energy, and a powerful defensive field materialized instantly, repelling the oncoming beam of moonlight. Upon impact, the beam struck the defensive field, erupting in a brilliant display of light, causing the barrier to tremble slightly. Yao Chen was acutely aware that without demonstrating sufficient prowess, it would be arduous to extract valuable information from the man. He unleashed the chaotic genesis of the end. And the formidable chaos energy erupted instantaneously, sweeping towards the man. The man sensed the overwhelming magnitude of this power. The lunar energy enveloping him coalesced in an instant, forming a robust shield. During the intense confrontation, Yao Chen discerned the man's exquisite manipulation of the lunar energy, adeptly neutralizing his assaults. Resolute, he decided to deploy the chaotic spirit wind of world destruction, intertwining chaos energy with wind-based soul power to forge a formidable force of annihilation directed at the man. Under this overwhelming energy, the man finally revealed a hint of vulnerability. Yao Chen seized the opportunity to unleash the power of chaos, significantly enhancing the potency of all his skills in a brief moment, and launched another assault. Under the relentless onslaught of Yao Chen, the man could no longer withstand the force. His shield shattered, and he sustained considerable injuries. "I never anticipated you possessed such strength," he said slowly. "Allow me to share this with you." The Inu clan, in ancient times, was gravely wounded in a great war, forced into a deep slumber. Now, we have sensed a disturbance in the power of the Creator God. Believing it to be a chance for revival, thus we have resolved to return to the world. Our sole purpose is to restore the glory of the Inu clan, with no intention of harming the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen's heart stirred as he inquired, "What exactly do you mean by the fluctuations in the power of the Creator God?" The man responded, "We have sensed signs of instability in the Creator God's laws, as if an external force is causing interference. This disruption could potentially trigger a series of chain reactions, and we are concerned that the Inu clan may once again be affected, which is why we chose to awaken in advance." Yao Chen was taken aback, as he had never anticipated that his ascension to the role of the Creator God would instigate such a convoluted situation. He conveyed to the man his intention to ascertain the cause of the instability in the laws of the Creator God and expressed a desire for the Dark Moon clan to collaborate with the Spirit Hall in a joint effort to uphold the peace of the Douluo Continent. After a moment of contemplation, the man replied, "That is acceptable, but should you fail to resolve the issue and the Dark Moon clan once again find itself in peril, we shall not let it go unchallenged." After reaching an accord with the man from the Dark Moon clan, Yao Chen promptly returned to the Spirit Hall. He informed everyone about his dialogue with the man and emphasized the necessity of swiftly uncovering the cause behind the instability of the Genesis Divine Law's power. "Yao Chen, this situation is more intricate than we had anticipated. If there truly is an external force disrupting the power of the Genesis Divine Law, the consequences could be dire." Bibi Dong expressed with a note of concern. Qian Renshua added, "Senior Yao, where should we begin our investigation?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen spoke. "I shall first employ the power of the Creator God to conduct a comprehensive perception and investigation of the laws governing Douluo Continent, in hopes of uncovering the traces of that foreign force. Simultaneously, we must enhance our communication and collaboration with the Dark Moon clan to jointly confront any potential crises." Thus, Yao Chen began to utilize the power of the Creator God to delve deeply into the laws of Douluo Continent. During this process of perception, he discerned that certain regions of Douluo Continent exhibited anomalous fluctuations of soul power, which intertwined with the laws of the Creator God, creating a subtle disturbance. After a strenuous exploration, Yao Chen ultimately discovered a concealed space beneath a mysterious sea area of Douluo Continent. This space emanated a peculiar force, which was indeed the source of the interference with the laws of the Creator God. Yao Chen resolved to delve into this enigmatic realm for a thorough exploration. He employed the technique of spirit wind concealment, harnessing the power of the wind to flawlessly obscure his form and presence as he infiltrated the mysterious space. Upon entering, Yao Chen discovered the area was adorned with an array of peculiar runes and massive energy crystals. At the heart of this space, a colossal black vortex pulsated, emanating an overwhelming force of attraction and disruption. Yao Chen cautiously approached the ominous black vortex, when suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from within. "Aha, at last. Someone has taken the bait. Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" As the voice resonated, a shadow gradually emerged from the swirling darkness. This figure emanated a formidable and malevolent aura, utterly discordant with the essence of the creation goddess law. "Who are you? Why do you seek to disrupt the creation goddess law?" Yao Chen inquired with vigilance. The shadow let out a cold, mocking laugh. "I am the harbinger of the dark law, sent forth to dismantle the order of this world. Once the creation goddess law crumbles, darkness will envelop the entire Douluo Continent, allowing our realm of shadows to ascend in its place." Filled with wrath, Yao Chen unleashed the ultimate technique of chaos creation, a formidable surge of chaotic energy erupting towards the shadow. The shadow, in turn, summoned the power of the dark laws, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the chaotic force. Amidst the tumultuous battle, Yao Chen discerned the Shadow's adept mastery over the dark laws, realizing that the power of darkness countered the divine principles of creation. He then invoked the chaotic spirit wind to attempt to shatter the stalemate. However, the Shadow countered with a potent dark skill, neutralizing Yao Chen's assault. Yao Chen was acutely aware that this battle could not be prolonged. He unleashed the overwhelming power of chaos, significantly augmenting the potency of all his skills for a brief period, and launched another assault. Simultaneously, he activated the newly unlocked domain of the Creator God's Law, the Chaotic Genesis domain. Within this realm, Yao Chen's mastery over the essence of the Creator God's Law reached its zenith, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his strength. Bolstered by the Chaotic Genesis domain, his attacks became increasingly ferocious. The Shadow, under the relentless onslaught of Yao Chen, gradually found itself unable to withstand the assault. Ultimately, Yao Chen unleashed a final, devastating strike that vanquished the Shadow. With a piercing scream, the Shadow vanished into the dark vortex. As the Shadow dissipated, the interference of the mysterious space gradually faded, restoring the stability of the Creator God's Law in the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen exhaled deeply, knowing that this crisis had finally been averted successfully. After Yak Dust departed from the enigmatic realm, he promptly informed the members of the Inu clan and the Spirit Hall of the situation. Upon learning that the crisis had been averted, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. This incident served to fortify the bond between the Inu clan and the Spirit Hall, as they endeavored together to safeguard the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent. Through this battle, Yak Dust gained a profound understanding and mastery over the principles of the Creator God. Following this crisis, the Douluo Continent entered a period of more stable development. However, Yak Dust remained acutely aware that the road ahead was still fraught with uncertainties. He must remain ever vigilant in protecting the land he cherished dearly. Chapter 30. The Pinnacle of Glory. A new era of legacy and guardianship following the successful resolution of the crisis posed by the emissary of the Dark Laws. The Douluo Continent basked in an extended era of peace and prosperity. Yak Dust renowned soared to celestial heights, rendering him an immortal legend on the Douluo Continent. His deeds resonated in every corner, inspiring generation upon generation of soul masters. Yao Chen is acutely aware that the future of the Douluo Continent necessitates an unceasing influx of fresh talent. Consequently, amidst this tranquil ambience, he dedicates a considerable amount of energy to nurturing new blood for the Spirit Hall. Within the Spirit Hall, he establishes a premier soul master academy, the Genesis Academy, with the intention of selecting and cultivating the most promising soul masters. Yao Chen personally established the educational framework of the academy, intertwining his profound understanding of the laws of the Creator God with his extensive combat experience and diverse mastery of powerful soul techniques. The institution not only focuses on the enhancement of a soul master's soul power, but also places great emphasis on moral cultivation and a sense of responsibility towards the Douluo Continent. During the enrollment ceremony, young soul masters from various regions of the Douluo Continent congregated at the Spirit Hall, each harboring dreams and aspirations. Standing upon the elevated platform, Yao Chen cast his gaze over the vibrant and expectant faces before him and proclaimed loudly, "You are the future of the Douluo Continent. At the Genesis Academy, you shall undergo the most rigorous training and learn the most formidable soul techniques. Yet, bear in mind that power exists for the purpose of protection of this land, protection of our homeland." The selection process was exceedingly stringent. Yao Chen employed the power of the Creator God to devise a series of trials, evaluating candidates on their soul power aptitude, combat skills, and resolute character, meticulously identifying the most exceptional talents. Ultimately, a group of extraordinarily gifted young soul masters emerged, becoming the inaugural students of the Genesis Academy. Yao Chen conducted the class personally, his teaching both vivid and profound, while elucidating the application of chaotic power. He manifested the ultimate creation of chaos, allowing the students to witness firsthand the terrifying might of this force, while patiently explaining the art of precise manipulation of such power. Chaotic energy is not merely a harbinger of destruction, it embodies the potential for creation and rebirth. You must learn to perceive its essence and merge with it, Yao Chen stated. Under his meticulous guidance, the students made remarkable progress. Among them was a student named Lingyu, who possessed an innate sensitivity to soul power, yet lacked prowess in combat techniques. Yao Chen, addressing his specific needs, personally mentored him in the fusion of his soul power with chaotic energy, resulting in the development of a unique set of close combat soul techniques. With Yao Chen's assistance, Lingyu's strength soared, establishing him as a standout within the academy. Simultaneously, Yao Chen remained vigilant against the latent threats to the Douluo Continent. He understood that despite the current peace, unknown dangers lurked within the cosmos. The divine selection system seemed to sense Yao Chen's sense of mission, issuing a new task. Ding. Unstable fluctuations have been detected in the cosmic space surrounding the Douluo Continent, suggesting the approach of a formidable evil force. Task: investigate the source of the fluctuations and prepare defenses in advance to safeguard the Douluo Continent. Task rewards: evolution of the creation divine law power. Enabling the comprehension of a new divine technique, creation of all things returning to one. A divine enhancement item, eternal guardian metal, which grants the bearer the ability to withstand a fatal attack once, along with technological and cultivation resources from a mysterious cosmic civilization. Yao Chen immediately summoned Bibidong, Qian Rengshu, and the leaders of the Haotian clan and the lower three sects to discuss strategies for addressing the impending crisis. This challenge may prove to be more severe than any faced before. We must dedicate ourselves fully. Yao Chen spoke with a grave demeanor. Qian Rengshu resolutely replied, Senior Yao, no matter the difficulties we encounter, the Angel Legion will always be at the forefront. Tang Xiao brandished the Haotian hammer, proclaiming loudly, my Haotian clan shall not falter. Bibidong nodded, affirming, the Spirit Hall will spare no effort in safeguarding the continent. Yao Chen meticulously devised a detailed strategy, appointing Qian Rengshu to lead the Angel Legion in intensifying aerial patrols, leveraging the Angel's acute perception to investigate the movements of malevolent forces. Bibidong and Qiando Lu were tasked with organizing the formidable experts of the Spirit Hall to fortify the defenses of the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, the Haotian sect and the lower three sects summoned their elite spirit masters to establish defensive lines at critical junctures across the continent. As for Yao Chen himself, he would harness the power of the Creator God to personally seek out the source of the disturbances. Yao Chen employed the ethereal breeze to cloak himself, silently traversing the vast expanse of the cosmos with the power of the wind. After a thorough exploration, he ultimately uncovered the source of the disturbance, a colossal dark warship. The vessel emanated a chilling aura of malevolence, inhabited by sinister beings conspiring to invade the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he meticulously scrutinized the structure of the warship and the behavioral patterns of the malevolent creatures. Through his chaotic insight, he discerned that the core of the warship was an energy entity known as the Dark Source Crystal Core. By obliterating it, he could render the warship powerless. Yao Chen returned to the Douluo Continent, informing everyone of the situation and formulating a detailed battle plan. He led the elite students of the Genesis Academy to confront the formidable experts from the Spirit Hall and various powerful factions. As they approached the dark warship, the malevolent creatures detected their arrival and immediately launched an assault. Dark beams of energy erupted from the warship, cascading down like a torrential rain. Yao Chen summoned the chaotic domain barrier, and a formidable defensive field unfolded in an instant, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace, shielding them from the onslaught of dark beams. Students, do not fear. Execute the training methods we have practiced, harnessing both soul power and chaotic energy, Yao Chen proclaimed with conviction. Lingyu and the other students took a deep breath and unleashed the soul techniques imparted by Yao Chen. Lingyu executed a melee soul technique infused with chaotic energy, charging towards the enemy. Meanwhile, the other students coordinated with one another. Some unleashed long-range attack soul techniques, while others employed supportive soul techniques to bolster their teammates' strength. At the opportune moment, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic Genesis and a formidable force of chaos directed towards the dark warship. The malevolent beings aboard the vessel retaliated with a myriad of sinister skills, yet under the might of Yao Chen's assault, their defenses gradually crumbled. Amidst the fierce conflict, Yao Chen suddenly sensed a potent malevolent energy coalescing. Through his insight into fate, he discerned that the evil leader aboard the warship was attempting to cast a forbidden skill, aiming for mutual destruction. Beware, everyone, Yao Chen warned, promptly invoking the eternal guardian of creation, enveloping all in a resplendent radiance. At that moment, the forbidden skill of the evil leader was unleashed, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. The clash between the light and the force of annihilation erupted in a violent surge of energy. Yet, under the formidable protection of the eternal guardian, everyone remained unharmed. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen manifested a newly comprehended spell, the genesis of all things returning to one. This arcane decree consolidated the myriad powers of the Genesis divine law, forming a colossal beam of light that struck the core dark source crystal of the warship directly. In an instant, The dark source crystal shattered under the onslaught of the genesis of all things returning to one. The dark warship lost its propulsion, beginning to teeter precariously. Observing this, the malevolent creatures fled in disarray. Yao Chen led his companions in a relentless pursuit, capturing the fleeing malevolent beings without exception. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, obtaining the evolutionary power of the Genesis Divine Law, the Divine-Grade Amplification Item Eternal Guardian Medal, and the technological and cultivation knowledge of a mysterious cosmic civilization. Yao Chen bestowed the Eternal Guardian Medal upon Lingyu, in recognition of his exceptional performance in battle. This medal possesses the power to save one's life in critical moments, and Yao Chen expressed his hope that Lingyu would continue to strive in safeguarding the Douluo Continent. Following this conflict, the inhabitants of Douluo Continent grew more united, and their admiration for Yao Chen deepened significantly. The new generation of Soul Masters, nurtured by Yao Chen, underwent substantial training during the battle, emerging as the solid foundation for the future of Douluo Continent. In the days that followed, Yao Chen persistently guided the people of Douluo Continent, utilizing the advanced technology and cultivation resources of the mysterious cosmic civilization to further enhance the continent's strength. He was acutely aware that the path to protecting Douluo Continent was long and arduous, yet he firmly believed that as long as they remained united, no obstacle would be insurmountable. Under Yao Chen's leadership, Douluo Continent entered a new era, one filled with hope and glory. Yao Chen's legendary tale would forever resonate across the land, inspiring successive generations of soul masters to tirelessly pursue justice and defend their homeland. Yao Chen, in his divine creator form, would continue to safeguard the peace and prosperity of Douluo Continent, becoming the eternal protector of this cherished land. Chapter 31, Cosmic Strife. The light of legacy and the return of crisis. After repelling the invasion of the dark warships, Douluo Continent enjoyed a brief period of recuperation. Yao Chen understood that this crisis was merely the tip of the iceberg of the many threats lurking in the universe. To better equip Douluo Continent for future unknown challenges, he intensified the cultivation of new blood within the Spirit Hall. At the Genesis Academy, the students thrived under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, their enthusiasm for cultivation reaching unprecedented heights. Yao Chen not only imparted to them powerful soul techniques and foundational insights into the laws of the Creator God, but also emphasized the development of their teamwork capabilities and adaptability in crises. He frequently organized practical drills, simulating various perilous scenarios, allowing the students to grow through experience. During one such exercise, Yao Chen created a complex illusion filled with formidable soul beasts, treacherous traps, and an array of challenges. The students were required to collaborate and leverage their individual abilities to navigate the illusion. Lingyu showcased his precise control over soul power, leading his teammates to evade trap after trap. Meanwhile, another student, the talented healer Xianer, promptly utilized her healing soul techniques to restore her injured companions, maintaining the team's combat efficacy. After a fierce competition, the students successfully navigated the illusion, and Yao Chen expressed his satisfaction with their performance. You have performed admirably. Yet the dangers in the universe are far more intricate than this. Always remain vigilant and continuously strive for improvement, Yao Chen advised his students. In addition to practical drills, Yao Chen also guided the students in researching the technology and cultivation materials of the mysterious cosmic civilization. They discovered a unique energy conversion method within this civilization, capable of rapidly transforming various energies from the environment into soul power, thereby enhancing cultivation efficiency. Yao Chen, in collaboration with the students, delved into the study of a method that integrates with the cultivation system of Douluo Continent, thereby crafting an entirely novel approach to cultivation. This innovative methodology enables practitioners to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. However, it is imperative to remember that there are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Perseverance is essential. Yao Chen imparted this new cultivation technique to the students. Just as Yao Chen devoted himself entirely to nurturing fresh talent and enhancing the strength of Douluo Continent, the Divine Selection System issued an urgent alert. Ding! Multiple cosmic forces have been detected forming an alliance, with their sights set on Douluo Continent. These factions have long coveted the primordial power of the Creator God and the unique soul power system of Douluo Continent. A mission was announced: unite the various forces of Douluo Continent to repel the invasion of the Cosmic Coalition, safeguarding the dignity and peace of Douluo Continent. The mission rewards include a profound awakening of the Creator God's law, unlocking the ability reversal of the chaotic Starry River, which can manipulate time and space to reset the battlefield dynamics. A Divine Team Enhancement item, Star Guardian Ring, which allows team members to share certain abilities and elevate their collective combat prowess, and detailed intelligence regarding the Cosmic Coalition. Yao Chen immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly summoned Bibi Dong, Qian Rengshu, the leaders of the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, as well as the elite students of the Creation Academy. We are confronted with a formidable invasion by multiple cosmic forces, and we must be thoroughly prepared. Yao Chen declared with a solemn expression. Qian Rengshu gripped the angelic holy sword tightly, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Senior Yao, no matter how powerful the enemy may be, the Angel Legion shall not retreat. Tang Xiao pounded his chest and proclaimed loudly, the Haotian sect is willing to shed the last drop of blood to safeguard the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong nodded, her expression grave. The Spirit Hall will certainly do its utmost to stand with the continent in life and death. Yao Chen revealed the intricate intelligence regarding the Cosmic United Forces to all. According to this intelligence, the Cosmic United Forces are comprised of 5 distinct and formidable cosmic entities, each possessing unique technologies and formidable combat capabilities. Among them, the Starry Clan excels in harnessing the power of celestial bodies. With their warships capable of unleashing beams that can obliterate stars, the Shadow Clan, adept in stealth and assassination, specializes in delivering lethal strikes to their foes from the shadows. The Flame Demon Clan radiates intense heat, effortlessly melting any material in their path. The Spirit Water Clan commands the water element, creating formidable defenses and offensives. Lastly, the Mechanical Clan boasts highly advanced mechanical technology, with their mechanical warriors impervious to blades and bullets, and armed with overwhelming firepower. Yao Chen, taking into account the characteristics of various factions, devised a meticulous battle plan. He assigned Qian Renxue to lead the Angel Legion in aerial combat, leveraging the Angel's agility and divine power to counter the Starry Clan's celestial beam assaults. Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu commanded the elite team of the Spirit Hall, specifically tasked with confronting the elusive Shadow Clan. The masterful practitioners of Haotian sect and the lower 3 sects joined forces with the students of the Genesis Academy to tackle the formidable Flame Demon Clan, the Spirit Water Clan, and the Mechanical Clan, respectively. Yao Chen himself traversed the battlefields, ready to offer support at a moment's notice and seeking opportunities to deliver a decisive blow to the Cosmic Coalition. As the fleet of the Cosmic Coalition emerged above the Douluo Continent, a breathtaking battle commenced. The ships of the Starry Clan initiated the assault, unleashing dazzling celestial beams towards the Douluo Continent. Qian Renxue quickly ascended with the Angel Legion, employing various divine skills of the Angel God. Wings of the Angel, purifying light. With her enormous angelic wings unfurled, she released a radiant purifying light, neutralizing the oncoming celestial beams. Simultaneously, the assassins of the Shadow Clan stealthily infiltrated the Douluo Continent, aiming to eliminate key figures. Anticipating this, Bibi Dong and Qin Daolia's elite team had prepared themselves. They utilized potent perception soul skills to detect the presence of the Shadow Clan. Rascal's Eye, insight into darkness. With the activation of the Rascal's Eye, Bibi Dong instantly pierced through the Shadow Clan's concealment, leading her team to launch a counteroffensive. On the ground, the Flame Demon Clan surged forth like a torrid tide, crashing against the defenses of the Douluo Continent. Tang Xiao, leading the experts of the Haotian sect, unleashed the formidable soul skill of the Haotian Hammer. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, Break Flame. As Tang Xiao wielded the Haotian Hammer, its immense power collided with the intense flames of the Flame Demon Clan, sending sparks flying. The Spirit Water Clan gathered near oceans and rivers, manipulating water elements to conjure towering tsunamis and water dragons, surging towards the land. Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, commanded several adept practitioners from the lower 3 sects to engage the Spirit Water Clan. He invoked the power of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, amplifying the abilities of his allies, thereby enhancing their resilience against the onslaught of the Spirit Water Clan. Meanwhile, the mechanical warriors of the Mechanical Clan marched heavily towards the cities of the Douluo Continent, equipped with a variety of formidable weapons and fierce firepower. Under Yao Chen's guidance, the students of the Genesis Academy employed new cultivation methods and unique soul skills to engage in fierce combat with the Mechanical Clan. Ling Yu unleashed a soul skill that combined chaotic energy with his new training techniques, delivering a punch that shattered a mechanical warrior with overwhelming force. Amidst the turmoil of various battlefields, Yao Chen traversed with remarkable agility, unleashing the chaotic creation of the end. The formidable might of chaos inflicted severe damage upon the Galactic Alliance. However, the strength of the Alliance exceeded all expectations after a fleeting moment of disarray. They swiftly recalibrated their strategies and launched an even fiercer assault. In the midst of the fierce conflict, Yao Chen discerned a focal point of energy on the Star-Shining tribe's warship. He realized that by annihilating this energy nexus, he could nullify the tribe's celestial beam attacks. Seizing the opportune moment, he invoked the chaotic spirit wind of oblivion, directing the potent forces of chaos and wind toward the warship's energy convergence. Just as the attack was about to strike, a top-tier assassin from the Shadow Clan materialized behind Yao Chen, attempting to deliver a lethal blow. "Beware, Senior Yao," Shen Er exclaimed upon witnessing this perilous moment. Without hesitation, she surged forward, employing her most potent defensive soul technique to shield Yao Chen from the impending strike. However, Shen Er sustained grave injuries and collapsed to the ground. Filled with fury, Yao Chen unleashed the overwhelming force of chaos, instantly amplifying the potency of all his abilities. Not only did he obliterate the energy convergence point of the Starshine clan's warship, but he also vanquished the Shadow Assassin. "Hold steadfast, we shall surely triumph over them," Yao Chen proclaimed, sensing the unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit of his comrades. In this pivotal moment of battle, Yao Chen resolved to invoke his newly unlocked law skill, Reversal of the Chaotic Galaxy. Channeling the full might of the Creator's divine laws, he unleashed this extraordinary ability. A colossal vortex of chaos manifested in the sky, distorting the very fabric of time and space, and the tide of battle was swiftly turned. The assaults of the Cosmic Alliance were nullified, plunging their formation into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen launched a comprehensive counteroffensive against the Cosmic Alliance. The formidable Qian Rengshu commanded the Angel Legion in a final charge, invoking the Angel's Judgment and the Sacred Light. An immensely powerful beam of divine radiance erupted from Qian Rengshu's angelic holy sword, obliterating the warships of the Starry Clan. Bi Bidong, alongside the elite squad led by Qian Douluo, annihilated the assassins of the Shadow Clan. Tang Xiao and the adept members of the Haotian sect successfully repelled the infernal demons. Ning Fengji and his companions triumphed over the Spirit Water Clan. Under Yao Chen's leadership, the students of the Genesis Academy dismantled the mechanical warriors of the Mechanized Clan. Ultimately, the Cosmic Alliance retreated in disgrace, overwhelmed by the tenacious resistance of the heroes from Douluo Continent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission and attaining a profound awakening of the Genesis Divine Law, along with the Divine Grade Team Enhancement item. The Star Guardian Ring. Yao Chen distributed the Star Guardian Rings among the elite students of the Genesis Academy, enabling them to collaborate more effectively in future battles. Following this monumental conflict, the new blood of Douluo Continent underwent significant refinement, their strength and resolve elevated to new heights. In the face of this crisis, Douluo Continent not only successfully repelled the invasion of the Cosmic Alliance, but also fostered closer ties among various factions. Yao Chen understood that more challenges awaited them in the future. Yet he firmly believed that as long as the people of Douluo Continent remained united and upheld the belief in protection, nothing could hinder their progress. Under Yao Chen's guidance, Douluo Continent would continue to shine on the cosmic stage, inscribing its own glorious chapter. Chapter 32, The Aftermath of War, Legacy Expansion. And new currents after repelling the Cosmic Alliance, Douluo Continent basked in the joy of victory. However, Yao Chen remained unclouded by this fleeting triumph. He recognized that this victory was but temporary, and the emergence of Douluo Continent in the universe would likely attract the covetous gaze of more formidable powers. To secure a more robust future for Douluo Continent, Yao Chen turned his attention to further strengthening the cultivation of the new blood within the Spirit Hall and expanding Douluo Continent's influence in the cosmos. At Genesis Academy, Yao Chen undertook a comprehensive upgrade of the educational system. He integrated the lessons learned from the battle against the Cosmic Alliance into the curriculum, allowing students to gain profound insights into the characteristics and countermeasures of various cosmic factions. Simultaneously, leveraging the rewards from the divine selection system and his deep awakening of the Genesis divine laws, he developed a series of advanced cultivation courses. From the conflict with the Cosmic Alliance, we witnessed the clash of different power systems. Yao Chen addressed his students in class, emphasizing the significance of studying the stellar prowess of the Starshine clan, the stealth assassination techniques of the Shadow clan, the mastery of flames by the Flame Demon clan, the manipulation of water elements by the Spirit Water clan, and the technological armament of the Mechanical clan. He urged them to know both themselves and their adversaries to gain the upper hand in future crises. Yao Chen not only imparts theoretical knowledge, but also guides the students through practical exercises. He harnesses the power of the creator god to simulate combat scenarios involving various cosmic forces, allowing the students to hone their responsibilities in a realistic environment. During the simulation of the Starry Clan, beams of starlight descended like rain, compelling the students to utilize their evasive techniques and defensive soul skills to dodge and shield themselves. In this process, Lingyu exhibited remarkable adaptability, skillfully employing the power of chaos alongside newly acquired methods to divert and disperse the starlight beams, thereby safeguarding his peers. Lingyu, you have performed admirably. However, remember that real combat situations are far more complex. You must continuously enhance your reaction speed and precision in soul power manipulation. Yao Chen affirmed Lingyu's performance while setting higher expectations. In addition to elevating the students' combat capabilities, Yao Chen places significant emphasis on cultivating their leadership skills and team spirit. He divides the students into various groups, each simulating a small faction responsible for managing certain affairs of the academy, such as resource allocation and course scheduling. Through these practical experiences, the students learn how to leverage their strengths within a team, coordinate diverse interests, and lay the groundwork for leading the various factions of Douluo Continent in the future. Under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, the students of the Creator Academy are rapidly evolving, gradually becoming the backbone of the new generation of Douluo Continent. However, Yao Chen's vision for Douluo Continent extends beyond these confines. He intends to leverage the incident of the Cosmic Allied Forces invasion to expand Douluo Continent's influence in the universe, establishing amicable relations with other cosmic civilizations and securing greater developmental opportunities for Douluo Continent. Yao Chen harnessed the divine power of the creator god to construct a formidable signal transmission device surrounding the Douluo Continent. This apparatus possesses the capability to transcend cosmic boundaries, sending signals of amicable communication to neighboring civilizations within the universe. Concurrently, he established a Cosmic Affairs Management Center on the Douluo Continent, overseen by Bibi Dong, Shinren and several seasoned soul masters, in preparation for potential visitors from the cosmos. Not long after, the signal transmission device received a response. A cosmic civilization known as the Lingyun Star Alliance expressed great interest in the soul power system and unique culture of the Douluo Continent, hoping to establish trade and cultural exchange relations. Upon learning this, Yao Chen personally led a delegation to the residence of the Lingyun Star Alliance. The planets of the Lingyun Star Alliance were imbued with fantastical hues, where various peculiar crystals floated in the sky, emanating a gentle radiance. The leader of the Lingyun Star Alliance warmly welcomed Yao Chen and his entourage, expressing admiration for the renown of the Douluo Continent and commending the strength demonstrated in resisting the Cosmic Alliance's onslaught. With a smile, Yao Chen responded, "We are equally delighted to establish a connection with your esteemed Star Alliance. Through our exchanges, we aspire to learn from one another and foster mutual development." During their interaction, Yao Chen discovered that the Lingyun Star Alliance possessed a unique method of cultivating spiritual power, which enables practitioners to enhance and consolidate their mental prowess. Conversely, the soul power system of Douluo Continent and the principles of the Creator God's laws open the eyes of the Lingyun Star Alliance members. Both parties resolved to share fundamental cultivation knowledge and cultural achievements, thus embarking on a new chapter of amicable exchange. However, not all cosmic civilizations harbored benevolence towards Douluo Continent. Just as Yao Chen was engaging with the Lingyun Star Alliance, the Divine Selection System issued a warning. Ding. A mysterious cosmic force has been detected covertly monitoring the communication between Douluo Continent and the Lingyun Star Alliance. This entity may pose a threat to the peace and development of Douluo Continent. A mission was announced to ascertain the identity and intentions of the mysterious force and thwart any potential conspiracies. The mission rewards included the enhancement of the Creator God's laws, unlocking the skill Chaos Order Reconstruction, which allows for the restructuring of order within a certain spatial range, thereby mastering all rules within that space. A divine reconnaissance tool, Eye of Celestial Insight, capable of penetrating any form of concealment and disguise, revealing the true strength and intentions of targets, as well as partial clues regarding the mysterious force. Yao Chen felt a sudden chill in his heart. He immediately severed communication with the Lingyun Star Alliance and returned to the Douluo Continent. Upon his return, Yao Chen informed Bibi Dong, Shinren and others about the situation concerning the mysterious force. It appeared that our every move was being monitored by certain factions. We must swiftly uncover the true nature of this enigmatic power. We cannot allow them to disrupt the hard-won peace and progress we have achieved, Yao Chen declared. Guided by fragments of clues provided by the divine selection system, Yao Chen led the elite students of the Genesis Academy and the skilled members of the Wuhuan Hall in an investigation. By tracking the fluctuations of soul power and energy traces in the cosmic expanse surrounding the Douluo Continent, they gradually pinpointed the approximate location of the mysterious force. During their pursuit, they encountered a series of obstacles. It seemed that the mysterious force had sensed their movements and dispatched formidable assassins to obstruct them. These assassins were adept in spatial manipulation and disguise, posing significant challenges to Yao Chen and his companions. Be cautious. These assassins possess formidable spatial abilities and could materialize beside us at any moment, Yao Chen warned his companions. At that moment, an assassin suddenly appeared behind Xianyuan, thrusting a blade towards her. Lingyu, quick-witted and agile, unleashed a defensive soul skill infused with chaotic power, deflecting the assassin's attack. Xianyuan, are you all right? Lingyu inquired with genuine concern. I am fine, thank you. Lingyu, Xianyuan replied gratefully. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen unleashed the power of chaotic insight, combining it with the abilities of the Eye of Astral Perception, ultimately penetrating the assassin's disguise and spatial movement trajectory. He executed the chaotic Genesis Oblivion, and the formidable force of chaos instantaneously repelled the assassin. After a strenuous pursuit, Yao Chen and his companions finally located a secret stronghold of the enigmatic faction. This was a colossal fortress concealed within a distorted realm, surrounded by formidable defensive formations. Yao Chen meticulously analyzed the structure of the defensive array using chaotic insight and discovered a flaw within it. Everyone, heed my command. We shall launch our attack exploiting this vulnerability to breach their defenses, Yao Chen instructed his comrades. Yao Chen led the group in launching an assault. And after a fierce battle, they finally breached the defensive formation and entered the heart of the fortress. Within its confines, they uncovered documents and information pertaining to a mysterious force known as the Abyssal Council, which harbored ambitions of universal domination. The council viewed the amicable exchanges between Douluo Continent and other civilizations with trepidation, fearing that the rise of Douluo would thwart their nefarious plans. Thus, they conspired to undermine it in secrecy. Just as Yao Chen and his companions were poised to delve deeper into their investigation, the leader of the Abyssal Council materialized before them, a towering figure exuding an aura of darkness. How dare you trespass into my domain? You are merely courting death. The enigmatic figure bellowed. He unleashed formidable dark powers, enveloping the entire fortress in shadows. In response, Yao Chen summoned a barrier of chaotic domains to shield his comrades from the encroaching darkness. Are you the leader of the Abyssal Council? Your scheme shall not prevail, Yao Chen declared resolutely. The mysterious figure let out a chilling laugh. You think you can oppose us? Today marks your demise. With that, he cast a powerful dark forbidden spell, and the dark forces surged toward Yao Chen and his allies like a relentless tide. Observing this, Yao Chen utilized the reshaping of chaotic order to redefine the spatial rules around them. Under the influence of this chaotic reformation, the potency of the dark spell was dissipated, and Yao Chen seized control over the battlefield's parameters. Sensing Yao Chen's formidable strength, the mysterious figure felt a flicker of fear, yet he remained unwilling to concede defeat. He summoned all the dark warriors within the fortress, intent on engaging Yao Chen and his team in a desperate battle. Yao Chen and his companions clashed fiercely with the dark warriors. Lingyu unleashed her most potent soul technique, engaging in close combat, while Xianyuan provided support from the rear with her healing abilities. Throughout the conflict, Yao Chen continually employed the reshaping of chaotic order, manipulating the battlefield's rules to sow confusion among the dark warriors. As Yao Chen and his allies fought valiantly, the dark warriors began to fall one by one. Realizing the tide had turned against him, the mysterious figure attempted to flee. However, Yao Chen would not allow his escape and unleashed the genesis of chaotic creation, inflicting severe wounds upon him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. You have acquired the power of the Genesis laws and the divine reconnaissance artifact, Eye of Astral Insight. Yao Chen apprehended the enigmatic figure, compelling them to divulge the locations and strategies of the Abyssal Council. Subsequently, Yao Chen convened with Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and others, resolving to launch a comprehensive offensive against the Abyssal Council, determined to eradicate this looming threat. Under Yao Chen's leadership, the various factions of Douluo Continent united once more, preparing to confront the Abyssal Council in a decisive showdown. This confrontation would ultimately determine the fate of Douluo Continent within the cosmos. Would Yao Chen succeed in leading the coalition to a definitive victory over the Abyssal Council, thereby securing genuine peace and development for Douluo Continent? The air was thick with suspense. Chapter 33, The Ultimate Showdown, the final battle against the Abyssal Council and the new era of the continent. From the lips of the leader of the Abyssal Council, Yao Chen gleaned numerous secrets, including the locations of other strongholds and the grander conspiracy at play. It turned out that the Abyssal Council harbored ambitions of controlling various cosmic civilizations, seeking to harness their powers to unlock a passage to an ancient and malevolent dimension, thereby unleashing the terrors contained within and establishing dominion over the entire universe. The amicable exchanges between Douluo Continent and other civilizations undoubtedly posed a significant obstacle to their nefarious designs. Yao Chen was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He hastily convened the leaders of various factions across the Douluo Continent, including Bibidong, Qianrengshu, the Haotian sect, and the leaders of the lower three sects, as well as the elite students from the Genesis Academy. As they gathered, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The machinations of the Abyss Council were dire. Should they succeed, the entire universe would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. We must annihilate the Abyss Council before they can open their nefarious spatial portal. Yao Chen's expression was grave as he cast a resolute gaze over the assembly. Qianrengshu gripped the angelic holy sword tightly, her eyes gleaming with determination. Senior Yao, the Angel Legion stands ready for deployment. We shall ensure that the Abyss Council pays for their malevolence. Tang Xiao struck the table with force, declaring, "The Haotian sect shall fight alongside the Spirit Hall. We shall not rest until the Abyss Council is vanquished." The other factions echoed their commitment, pledging their unwavering support for this battle that would determine the fate of the cosmos. Yao Chen meticulously crafted a detailed battle plan, taking into account the strengths and characteristics of each faction. He assigned Qianrengshu to lead the Angel Legion in aerial support and surprise assaults, leveraging the Angel's agility and formidable divine power to disrupt the Abyss Council's operations. Bibidong and Qian Daolu commanded the Spirit Hall's finest, forming an elite task force to assault the core stronghold of the Abyss Council. The Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and the students of the Genesis Academy were organized into multiple teams, each tasked with attacking various other strongholds of the Abyss Council while simultaneously intercepting any potential fleeing adversaries. Yao Chen himself, harnessing the immense power of the Genesis God, would serve as a mobile force, ready to assist on any battlefield and seek opportunities to dismantle the crucial apparatus that the Abyss Council would use to open their malevolent portal. As the battle commenced, the Angel Legion surged forth like a golden lightning bolt, the vanguard against the aerial defenses of the Abyss Council. Qianrengshu led the charge, unleashing the divine might of the angelic judgment light, a blinding golden beam that descended from the heavens, obliterating several warships of the Abyss Council in an instant. For the Douluo Continent, for the peace of the universe, onward. Qianrengshu's voice rang out, galvanizing every member of the Angel Legion. Simultaneously, the elite forces led by Bibidong and Qian Daolu successfully breached the defenses of a critical stronghold of the Abyss Council. Bibidong unleashed the terrifying power of the Rakshasa god, wielding the Rakshasa scythe in a blood-soaked ritual that wreaked havoc upon the enemies. The black scythe swung with deadly grace, its crimson light slaughtering foes in its wake. Qian Daolu transformed into a golden streak, weaving effortlessly through enemy ranks, each powerful strike repelling adversaries with unyielding force. On other fronts, the experts of the Haotian sect executed the legendary Haotian hammers technique, the raging cloak hammer method, their tremendous strength causing the ground to tremble and shattering the defenses of the Abyss Council. Members of the lower three sects showcased their unique abilities, supporting the offensive of the Haotian sect. The students of the Genesis Academy exhibited remarkable prowess in battle, employing a myriad of techniques and formidable soul skills imparted by the medicinal dust to engage in fierce confrontations with their adversaries. Ling Yu unleashed a powerful soul skill infused with chaotic energy, his form enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant hues. Each strike dealt substantial damage to the warriors of the Abyssal Council. Meanwhile, Xian'er diligently cast healing soul skills from the rear, mending the wounds of her injured comrades and ensuring the continuity of their struggle. Yao Chen swiftly traversed the various battlefields, wielding the chaotic power of creation and annihilation. The formidable force of chaos surged like a tumultuous tide, causing the influence of the Abyssal Council to crumble in its wake. However, The resistance from the Abyssal Council proved remarkably tenacious. They relentlessly launched counterattacks in an attempt to reverse the tide of battle. At a pivotal stronghold, Yao Chen discovered a device, operated by the Abyssal Council, that was fervently working to open a portal to the malevolent realm. This contraption emanated an eerie glow, surrounded by intricate runes and energy conduits. Yao Chen understood that it was imperative to destroy it swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. Just as he prepared to strike, several formidable champions of the Abyssal Council materialized, encircling him. These beings exuded an overwhelming aura of darkness, their strength undeniable. Yao Chen, today you cannot escape. If we can delay you long enough for the portal to open, you and the entire universe shall become our offerings. The leader of the champions declared menacingly. Yao Chen's demeanor remained composed as he unleashed the barrier of chaos, establishing a formidable defensive domain to withstand the onslaught of his adversaries. Simultaneously, he employed the insight of chaos to scrutinize the flow of his enemy's soul power and identify their offensive vulnerabilities. After a brief skirmish, Yao Chen discerned that although his foes were formidable, there existed subtle flaws in the coordination of their attacks. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by his adversary's attack, Yao Chen unleashed the overwhelming force of chaos, significantly augmenting the potency of all his skills within a brief span. He then invoked the technique known as the chaotic spirit wind of world obliteration, wherein the chaotic energy intertwined with the essence of wind, culminating in a formidable force of annihilation that surged forth towards his foes. Under the onslaught of this immense power, the enemy sustained numerous injuries. Capitalizing on the ensuing disarray among their ranks, Yao Chen executed the newly unlocked law technique of chaotic order reconstruction. He meticulously restructured the very fabric of the surrounding space, gaining dominion over all the governing principles within. As a result of the chaotic order reconstruction, the enemies found their movements hindered, and their dark powers were gravely suppressed. In that moment, Yao Chen seized the opportunity to charge toward the device that had opened the portal to the malevolent realm, unleashing a cataclysmic blow known as the Chaos Genesis Oblivion. The formidable force of chaos struck the apparatus directly, causing it to tremble violently, its radiance flickering erratically. Just as the device was on the verge of destruction, the leader of the Abyssal Council materialized, sacrificing his own life force to invoke a forbidden dark magic in a desperate attempt to thwart Yao Chen. Yao Chen, do not dare to disrupt our plans. The leader of the Abyssal Council bellowed, as the dark magic coalesced into an ebony barrier, intercepting Yao Chen's onslaught. Yao Chen was acutely aware that he could not allow his adversary to succeed. Channeling the entirety of his divine power, he invoked the primordial law of creation once more, shattering the barrier of dark magic. He then unleashed a fortified rendition of the chaotic genesis, directing a more formidable surge of chaotic energy towards the device. Under the full force of Yao Chen's assault, the apparatus was ultimately obliterated, erupting with a thunderous roar and disintegrating into countless fragments. As the device was destroyed, the morale of the Abyssal Council plummeted instantaneously, their resistance waning further. In the face of a united offensive from various factions of the Douluo Continent, the strongholds of the Abyssal Council fell one by one. The members of the Abyssal Council either surrendered or were eradicated, culminating in a battle that determined the fate of the universe, with the Douluo Continent emerging victorious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Abyssal Council, thwarting the opening of the malevolent spatial portal, and accomplishing an epic quest. The reward includes the complete mastery of the primordial law of creation, granting the ability to manipulate all laws within the universe at will. The Divine Ultimate Team Skill Eternal Creation Guardian Array, capable of consolidating team strength to form an invincible protective barrier that repels any form of attack. And the leadership position within the Cosmic Civilization Alliance, establishing the Douluo Continent as the epicenter of numerous cosmic civilizations, guiding the universe towards peace and prosperity. Yao Chen sensed the culmination of the primordial divine laws within him, feeling as though he had become one with the very essence of the universe, possessing boundless power. He imparted the method for wielding the Eternal Creation Guardian Array to the leaders of various factions on the Douluo Continent, empowering them to safeguard their homeland in times of crisis. In the aftermath of the conflict, the Douluo Continent emerged as a realm of heroes within the cosmos, attracting numerous civilizations eager to forge closer ties. With his exceptional leadership and formidable strength, Yao Chen ascended to the position of leader of the Cosmic Civilization Alliance. Under his guidance, the universe ushered in a new epoch of peace and prosperity on the Douluo Continent. The new generation of soul masters nurtured by the Creation Academy became the stalwart defenders of cosmic harmony, carrying forth Yao Chen's teachings in the spirit of Douluo. They spread justice and hope across the far reaches of the universe. As Yao Chen gazed upon the flourishing landscape of Douluo, his heart brimmed with contentment. He understood that the future of Douluo would shine brightly, and his legendary tale would eternally resonate throughout the cosmos, inspiring countless beings to strive for peace and justice. Chapter 34. The Foundation of a New Era. The glory and challenges of universal martial souls after vanquishing the Abyssal Council and assuming the mantle of leader of the Cosmic Civilization Alliance. Yao Chen redirected his focus to the Douluo Continent itself. He recognized that, despite Douluo's newfound prominence in the cosmos, there remained pressing issues that required resolution. Foremost among these was the imperative to democratize the awakening and cultivation of martial souls, ensuring that every citizen, not just a select few, could partake in this transformative journey. Thus realizing true unity across the continent and heralding an era of universal martial souls. Yao Chen summoned the leaders of various factions on the Douluo Continent, including Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, the sect masters of the Haotian sect and the three lower sects, as well as the lords of major cities. Within the deliberation hall of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen articulated his grand vision. We have secured a place on the cosmic stage, yet we must not forget the multitude of common folk on the Douluo Continent, who lack the opportunity to awaken their martial souls and embark upon the path of cultivation. I aspire to alter the status quo, granting every individual the chance to become a formidable soul master and contribute to the future of our land. Furthermore, we must strive for the genuine unification of the continent, bridging the divides between various factions to forge a cohesive whole, Yao Chen declared with unwavering resolve. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. Yao Chen, your vision is indeed noble, yet the execution poses immense challenges. The awakening of martial souls necessitates specific conditions and resources, and the disparities across different regions are vast. Ensuring a fair and just opportunity for the common people to awaken their potential is a formidable dilemma. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, adding, indeed. While the unification of the continent is an inevitable trend, the various factions have developed their own vested interests over time. Overcoming these entrenched power dynamics to achieve true unity is no simple task. Yao Chen had long been prepared. He stated, regarding the awakening of martial souls, I intend to harness the power of the Creator God to transform the soul power environment of Douluo Continent, making it more accessible to ordinary individuals and lowering the threshold for martial soul awakening. Simultaneously, I will establish martial soul awakening towers across the continent. These towers will gather substantial amounts of soul power, guiding ordinary people to awaken their martial souls. As for the unification of the continent, we can achieve this by forming a unified parliament where representatives from various factions can participate, collaboratively discussing the affairs of the continent and resolving conflicts and differences through peaceful negotiation. Upon hearing Yao Chen's plan, the crowd expressed their unanimous support. Thus, under Yao Chen's leadership, Douluo Continent embarked on an unprecedented transformation. With the divine power of the Creator, Yao Chen delved into every inch of the Douluo Continent, transforming the very fabric of its soul energy environment. He guided the flow of soul power through the heavens and the earth, rendering it softer and more accessible for absorption. In this endeavor, Yao Chen also repaired some of the soul power conduits that had been damaged by war and the ravages of time, ensuring a smoother cycle of soul energy across the entire continent. Simultaneously, forces such as the Spirit Hall and Haotian sect collaborated wholeheartedly to erect spirit awakening towers in cities and villages throughout the land, constructed from unique materials. These towers efficiently gathered and directed soul power. Yao Chen personally infused the awakening towers with the essence of the Creator's principles, endowing them with formidable capabilities. Upon the completion of the first spirit awakening tower, Yao Chen journeyed to a humble village to preside over the awakening ceremony for the villagers. Filled with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, the villagers gathered around the tower. Yao Chen, standing before the structure, addressed them, from this day forth, each of you shall have the opportunity to awaken your spirit and embark on the path of cultivation. Fear not, be courageous in your attempts. The first to step forward was a young villager named Xiaohu. With trembling hands, he placed his palms upon the awakening tower, and in an instant, a gentle stream of soul power surged into his being. He felt a warmth enveloping him, and soon a radiant spirit materialized in his grasp, a nimble leopard spirit. I have awakened my spirit. I have truly awakened my spirit, Xiaohu exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. encouraged by Xiaohu's success. Other villagers eagerly stepped forward to try their luck. In a dazzling display, the area surrounding the Awakening Tower was illuminated with a myriad of spirits. There were colossal stone spirits symbolizing strength, healing herbs embodying restorative powers, and ethereal feather spirits capable of manipulating the wind, among others. Witnessing this scene, Yao Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He understood that this was merely the beginning, as the Spirit Awakening Towers proliferated across the continent. Countless ordinary citizens would awaken their spirits, infusing the Douluo Continent with renewed vitality. While promoting the widespread awakening of spirits, Yao Chen was also actively fostering unity across the continent. He collaborated with representatives from various factions to draft the charter and regulations for a unified council, ensuring that the interests of all parties would be adequately respected and protected. After a series of negotiations and discussions, consensus was finally reached among the factions, and they agreed to join the unified council, collectively striving for the future of the Douluo Continent. However, the path to reform was fraught with challenges. Certain nefarious factions, unwilling to relinquish their privileges and profits, conspired in secrecy to undermine the efforts. They incited discontent amongst segments of the populace, sowing chaos and conflict in an attempt to obstruct the progress of spirit awakening and continental unity. Yao Chen swiftly discerned the anomalies and resolved to intervene personally to quell the unrest. In a city rife with turmoil, he emerged onto the chaotic streets. Harnessing the power of the creator deity, a gentle luminescence enveloped the entire city, gradually soothing the agitated emotions of the populace. Do not be exploited by those with ulterior motives. The dissemination of martial souls and the unification of the continent aim to enhance our lives, providing each individual with the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Yao Chen's voice resonated through every corner of the city. Those instigating the chaos, sensing the shifting tide, attempted to flee. Yao Chen employed the insight of chaos, instantly pinpointing their locations. With the use of the ultimate creation of chaos, a formidable force subdued these individuals. In the aftermath of this incident, Yao Chen recognized that to instill the ideals of martial soul dissemination and continental unification deeply within the hearts of the people, it was essential to enhance public education and guidance. Consequently, he established a series of branches based on the Genesis Academy, distributed across various regions of Douluo Continent. These branches not only imparted knowledge and skills related to martial soul cultivation, but also conveyed the significance and value of continental unification, fostering a sense of belonging and responsibility among the populace. As time progressed, the efforts towards martial soul dissemination and continental unification yielded remarkable results. An increasing number of common citizens on Douluo Continent awakened their martial souls, enhancing their own strength while contributing to the continent's development. The operations of the Unification Council also became increasingly seamless, with various factions collaboratively discussing continental matters and resolving conflicts. During this process, the Divine Selection System once again issued a notification. Ding! The host has advanced the dissemination of martial souls in the unification of Douluo Continent, achieving significant milestones. Rewards include the profound integration of the creator deity's laws, enabling the creation of a unique cosmic space. The Divine Auxiliary Skill Universal Martial Soul Amplification, which can elevate the soul power concentration and quality across the continent based on the number of awakened martial souls and the strength of practitioners. And the special item key to the Repository of Cosmic Civilization Heritage, which can unlock a treasury rich with the legacies of cosmic civilization. Yao Chen felt an overwhelming joy within his heart, as he immediately sensed the profound fusion of the Creator God's laws. His mastery over these laws ascended to an unprecedented pinnacle. He endeavored to invoke the amplification of the universal martial soul, and lo, a resplendent spectrum of colors illuminated the sky above Douluo Continent. The radiant light cascaded down, instantly enhancing the concentration of soul power across the entire continent, while simultaneously elevating the purity of its essence. Yao Chen is acutely aware that this marks merely a new beginning for the Douluo Continent as it embarks on a path toward glory. He resolves to utilize the key to the repository of cosmic civilization to unlock its treasures, thereby acquiring an abundance of knowledge and power, injecting fresh vigor into the future development of the Douluo Continent. Concurrently, he understands that the pursuit of progress will unveil further challenges awaiting both him and the people of Douluo. Yet, he firmly believes that as long as everyone unites in purpose, no difficulty is insurmountable. Under Yao Chen's guidance, the Douluo Continent enters a new era characterized by a collective martial spirit and unity. This epoch brims with boundless possibilities and hope. as Yao Chen continues to shoulder the dual responsibilities of protection and leadership, guiding the Douluo Continent to shine ever more brilliantly upon the cosmic stage. Chapter 35, Legacy of Glory, a new chapter for the empire and multidimensional development. Through Yao Chen's tireless endeavors, the Douluo Continent has achieved unification, enabling all citizens to awaken their martial spirits and cultivate their abilities, heralding an unprecedented era of prosperity. In this transformative process, the fresh blood nurtured by the Spirit Hall has rapidly matured, with Hulaina, through her inherent talent and relentless effort, successfully breaking through to become a titled Douluo. Her strength and wisdom have garnered the recognition of the masses, leading to her unanimous election as the successor to the Spirit Empire. Simultaneously, the myriad legacies acquired by Yao Chen from the repository of cosmic civilization are being systematically promoted and applied throughout the Douluo Continent. The star transformation technique has opened new paths for soul masters, while the technological knowledge embedded within supercomputers has deeply integrated with soul power technology, giving rise to a new generation of powerful soul-guiding devices. The life source liquid shines like a beacon of hope, assisting countless potential civilian soul masters in transcending their limitations, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their strength. Yao Chen judiciously allocated these inheritances and established specialized courses at the Genesis Academy, where seasoned instructors, alongside Yao Chen himself, imparted the cultivation techniques of the starry transformation technique. In response to the technological knowledge brought forth by supercomputers, Yao Chen organized a cadre of soul masters with keen insights into technology, forming the Technology Research and Development Department, dedicated to transforming this knowledge into practical applications, thereby elevating the overall technological landscape of Douluo Continent. The life source liquid was stringently regulated, prioritized for the treatment of severely injured soul masters and exceptionally gifted common soul masters whose development was hampered by a lack of resources. After Hulaina ascended to the rank of titled Douluo and was elected as the successor of the Spirit Empire, she felt an immense sense of responsibility. Seeking counsel from Yao Chen on governance, he earnestly advised her, Hulaina, as the successor of the Spirit Empire, you must not only possess formidable strength, but also nurture a heart that cares for the people, one that is just and selfless. The development of the Spirit Empire hinges on the efforts of every individual. You must instill hope and a sense of fairness and opportunity in all. Hulaina nodded in agreement and began to actively engage in the affairs of the Spirit Empire. Under her initiative, the Spirit Empire intensified its efforts to cultivate common soul masters, establishing more spirit cultivation academies across various cities, thereby allowing more common children to receive systematic spirit education. She also reformed the resource allocation system of the Spirit Empire to ensure a more equitable distribution of resources across all strata, particularly benefiting those ordinary soul masters who contributed to the empire. Influenced by Yao Chen, the various factions of Douluo Continent closely united around the Spirit Empire. The Haotian sect, along with the lower three sects, maintained a close collaboration with the Spirit Empire, collectively advancing the development of Douluo Continent. Together, they engaged in the research and application of the inheritance of cosmic civilizations, sharing their experiences and achievements. As time progressed, Douluo Continent made significant strides in technology, culture, and spirit cultivation. However, this rapid development drew the covetous eyes of certain scheming cosmic forces, jealous of Douluo Continent's prosperity and apprehensive of its expanding influence in the universe. These forces clandestinely conspired to form an alliance, plotting a surprise assault to plunder the resources and legacies of this realm. The divine selection system promptly issued a warning to Yao Chen. Ding. Multiple nefarious cosmic forces have formed an alliance and are secretly planning an attack on Douluo Continent. Task issued: uncover and thwart the enemy's conspiracy, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of Douluo Continent. Task rewards: perfect metamorphosis of the Genesis Divine Law. Unlocking the ultimate law skill Chaos Genesis Reboot, capable of resetting the cosmic rules of specific areas and creating a new cosmic order, a divine group enhancement skill Eternal Douluo Power, which can permanently elevate the soul power limits and cultivation speed of all soul masters on Douluo Continent, along with a detailed operational plan and vulnerability analysis of the enemy alliance. Yao Chen promptly summoned Bai Dong, Qianren Xue, Hulaina, and the leaders of various factions to convene an urgent meeting. He conveyed the intelligence provided by the divine selection system in detail, gravely stating, "We are confronted with a formidable trial. These cosmic forces seek to dismantle all that we have painstakingly established. We must not waver but unite in solidarity to confront the impending threat. Qian Rinxue, her countenance resolute, grasped the angelic sacred sword and declared, "Senior Yao." The Angel Legion stands ever ready, determined to ensure that these invaders return empty-handed. Hulaina also rose, her gaze resolute, proclaiming, as the heir to the martial Soul Empire, "I shall not let the Empire and its people down. I vow to fight alongside all of you." Tang Xiao brandished the Haotian hammer, exclaiming, "Naturally. Our Haotian clan will not remain on the sidelines. We shall exert our utmost efforts." Based on the enemy alliance's detailed operational plans and vulnerability analyses, Yao Chen swiftly formulated counter-strategies. He tasked Qian Rinxue with leading the Angel Legion for aerial reconnaissance and strikes, utilizing their high mobility and formidable divine power to disrupt the enemy's aerial deployments. Hulaina, leveraging her keen insight and potent spiritual energy, led a select assassination squad to infiltrate the enemy encampment, aiming to dismantle their command system and critical facilities. Bai Dong and Qian Dalu commanded the elite experts of the Martial Soul Hall, forming the backbone of defense to safeguard the core regions of Douluo Continent. Experts from the Haotian clan, the lower three clans, and other factions collaborated with the new generation of elite soul masters cultivated by the Creation Academy to establish formidable defensive lines around the continent, repelling the enemy's ground assaults. Yao Chen stationed himself at the center, harnessing the power of the Creator God to provide timely support across various battlefields while seeking opportunities to deliver a decisive blow to the foe. As the enemy alliance's fleet emerged in the cosmic expanse of Douluo Continent, battle erupted instantaneously. Qian Rinxue led the Angel Legion, charging towards the enemy fleet like golden meteors. She unleashed the powerful divine technique, Angelic Judgment Light Explosion, emitting a brilliant golden beam from her angelic sacred sword that struck a principal enemy warship, causing it to tremble violently and develop fissures along its hull. Meanwhile, Hulaina's assassination squad capitalized on the chaos, deftly evading the enemy patrols to infiltrate the command ship. Employing her formidable spiritual skill, Enchanting Gaze, Soul Shock, the enemy guards fell into disarray as their consciousness was severely disrupted. The assassination squad seized the moment to launch an attack, swiftly neutralizing key personnel aboard the command ship and dismantling the enemy's command system. On the ground defense line, the enemy's landing forces engaged in fierce combat with the defensive forces of Douluo Continent. The students of the Creation Academy employed their newly acquired star transformation technique and a variety of powerful soul skills, fighting desperately against the enemy. Ling Yu unleashed the star-shattering fist, infused with stellar energy, each strike radiating with brilliant starlight as it crashed heavily upon the enemy, driving them back. Yao Chen closely monitored the battlefield, discerning that although the enemy alliance advanced with great ferocity, their coalition, hastily assembled, lacked harmonious coordination among the various factions. Thus, he deployed his chaotic insight, precisely identifying the vulnerabilities in the enemy's defenses. Subsequently, he unleashed chaotic power overload, amplifying the potency of his skills, and then invoked the chaotic universe unification. In an instant, the surge of chaotic energy spread like a tumultuous tide across the cosmic expanse where the enemy fleet resided, enveloping their warships within its grasp. Under the formidable force of the chaotic universe unification, the energy systems of the enemy vessels faced severe disruption, with some even experiencing complete power loss. Realizing their precarious situation, the enemy alliance attempted to retreat. However, Yao Chen would not let them escape so easily. He activated his newly unlocked ultimate skill, the Chaotic Creation Reboot. A mysterious and powerful radiance enveloped the area occupied by the enemy fleet. As the cosmic laws began to reset within the light, the enemy's warships, weapons, and soldiers succumbed to chaos as the rules transformed, with some vessels disintegrating and soldiers undergoing bizarre alterations. Under the united assault of the various factions in Douluo Continent, the enemy alliance's offensive was utterly thwarted, resulting in the near-total annihilation of their fleet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, achieving a perfect metamorphosis of the creation divine law, and acquiring the God-tier group amplification skill, Eternal Douluo Power. In the realm of Douluo, a mysterious radiance emerged in the sky, emanating from the eternal power of Yao Chen. This luminous glow enveloped the entire continent, bestowing upon all soul masters an elevation in their soul power limits and accelerating their cultivation speed. Following this monumental clash, the name of Douluo Continent resonated throughout the cosmos, instilling a profound respect from other cosmic forces. Hulaina's remarkable performance in the battle further augmented her prestige within the Spirit Empire. Under Yao Chen's guidance, Douluo Continent continued its journey along the path of prosperity and development. Yet, Yao Chen was acutely aware of the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the continent. The horizon was laden with potential challenges ahead. However, he firmly believed that united in purpose, Douluo Continent would undoubtedly radiate with even more resplendent brilliance across the universe. Chapter 36. The Undercurrents Behind Prosperity. New crises and the continent's choice. After successfully repelling the invading Cosmic Alliance, Douluo Continent entered a phase of greater peace and prosperity. As the successor of the Spirit Empire, Hulaina, under the mentorship of esteemed figures such as Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Chen Renchue, adeptly managed the affairs of the empire. She actively championed various reforms, further refining the cultivation system for commoners, thereby enabling more ordinary individuals to enhance their strength through diligent effort. Yao Chen remains steadfastly dedicated to the comprehensive development of the Douluo Continent, utilizing the power of the Creator God. He guides soul masters in their exploration of the profound mysteries of cosmic civilization. Under his leadership, the integration of technology and soul cultivation on the Douluo Continent has reached unprecedented heights. The newly developed soul-guiding devices not only possess formidable power, but also resonate with the soul master's martial souls, significantly enhancing the efficacy of their soul skills. Concurrently, the cultivation method of the stellar transformation technique has gained widespread traction across the continent, with an increasing number of soul masters experiencing marked improvements in their strength through its practice. Nurtured by the Spirit Hall, the new generation of soul masters thrives. Notably, Hulaina has ascended to the rank of title Douluo, while exceptional students from the Genesis Academy, such as Ling Yu and Xian Er, have achieved remarkable feats in their respective fields. Ling Yu, through his unique understanding of the stellar transformation technique, has devised a set of close combat soul skills that demonstrate formidable power in numerous practical encounters. Xian Er shines in the realms of healing and support, combining the essence of life with her martial soul to develop a series of soul skills capable of swiftly healing grave injuries, earning her the esteemed title of Healing Master on the Douluo Continent. However, beneath this prosperous facade, a sinister undercurrent is quietly stirring. In a distant corner of the universe, a mysterious organization known as the Entropy Cult has developed a keen interest in the development of the Douluo Continent. This organization adheres to a perverse ideology, advocating that the evolution of the universe should align with the principle of entropy increase, wherein all things are destined for chaos and destruction. They perceive the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent as a challenge to their beliefs and have resolved to take action against it. The leader of the Entropy Cult, a formidable and deranged entity known as the Entropy Demon, wields the terrifying ability to manipulate entropy, casting all orderly things into disarray. The Entropy Demon has summoned numerous adept members of the cult to devise a nefarious plan targeting the Douluo Continent. They intend to create a series of mysterious spatial anomalies around the continent to lure its powerful beings into investigation, subsequently laying traps to ensnare them all. Simultaneously, the Entropy Cult has covertly allied with certain factions on the Douluo Continent that are discontent with the current state of affairs, aiming to undermine the unity of the continent from within. The divine selection system has keenly detected this looming crisis, alerting Yao Chen, Ding, a mysterious organization, the Entropy Cult, harbors malicious intent towards the Douluo Continent and is plotting a large-scale conspiracy. Task issued: uncover the Entropy Cult's schemes and thwart their destructive plans against the Douluo Continent. Task rewards: the power of the Creator God's laws will evolve to an extraordinary realm, unlocking the divine ability constant of chaotic order, which can maintain absolute order within a defined range, counteracting any form of chaotic force. A divine teamwork skill mental resonance, enabling seamless communication and coordination among team members, as well as partial intelligence regarding the Entropy Cult. Yao Chen immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and once again summoned the leaders of the Douluo Continent. We are confronted with a new crisis. A mysterious organization known as the Entropy Cult seeks to undermine our peace and prosperity. According to the intelligence provided by the system, they have already commenced their actions, and we must act swiftly, Yao Chen stated with a solemn expression. Hulaina furrowed her brow and, after a moment of contemplation, proposed, Senior Yao, we should first investigate potential traitors within the continent to prevent any collusion. Simultaneously, we must dispatch elite teams to explore the anomalies in the surrounding space and uncover the traps set by the Entropy Cult. Qianrenxue nodded in agreement, affirming, Hulaina is correct. We also need to bolster the continent's defensive capabilities, particularly in safeguarding critical regions against any sudden assaults from the entropy cult. Yao Chen heeded their counsel and swiftly enacted a plan. He entrusted Hulaina with the leadership of the Seoul Hall's intelligence division, tasked with delving into the internal treachery of the continent. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue commanded the Angel Legion to enhance patrols in the airspace surrounding Douluo Continent, ensuring that any anomalies were immediately reported. Concurrently, Yao Chen selected a formidable group of Soul Masters, including Lingyu and Xian'er, to form an exploration team, dispatched to investigate the regions exhibiting spatial anomalies. With her exceptional prowess in intelligence gathering, Hulaina quickly uncovered several clues. In a remote town on Douluo Continent, she stumbled upon a clandestine stronghold, suspected of collusion with the entropy cult. Leading a team of elite fighters, Hulaina stealthily infiltrated the stronghold. After a fierce battle, they successfully apprehended all individuals within. Through interrogation, they learned that the entropy cult had established multiple similar strongholds across the continent and was planning a large-scale destructive operation in the near future. Simultaneously, the exploration team led by Lingyu arrived at a region marked by spatial anomalies. The very fabric of space twisted and contorted, emanating an eerie aura. The team members advanced cautiously, when suddenly, a horde of creatures composed of entropy energy surged forth from the warped space. These beings varied in form. Some resembled colossal octopuses, their tentacles unleashing chaotic energy, while others took on the guise of shadowy humanoids, moving with blinding speed, capable of vanishing into the darkness. Everyone, be cautious. These creatures possess an uncanny power, Lingyu shouted, initiating the attack with his fusion of the celestial transformation technique, unleashing the celestial shattering fist. Radiant stellar energy enveloped his fist as he struck a tentacled creature with a resounding blow. The creature screeched in agony, its body beginning to twist and distort. Xian'er swiftly employed her healing and support techniques, bolstering her comrades' defenses and enhancing their speed. Steady yourselves. I will aid in restoring your strength and injuries, she called out. The other team members unleashed their formidable soul skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the creatures. However, these entities appeared to be inexhaustible, continuously emerging from the spatial rift. Just as they found themselves entrenched in a dire struggle, Lingyu discerned a pattern linking the appearance of the creatures to the nodes of spatial distortion. He proclaimed, Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the nodes of spatial distortion. If we can shatter the nodes, we will halt the creature's emergence. Upon hearing this, the team promptly adjusted their assault, focusing their collective strength on the nodes of distortion. With their combined efforts, the nodes were ultimately destroyed, causing the creatures to vanish in kind. Upon learning of these circumstances, Yao Chen realized that the conspiracy of the entropy transformation sect was on the verge of entering a critical phase. He resolved to take the initiative and lead the elite warriors of the Douluo Continent, including Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue, Hulaina, Lingyu, and Xian'er, to a significant stronghold of the entropy transformation sect within the cosmos. Upon their arrival at the stronghold, they discovered it enveloped by a formidable shield of entropy energy. The shield pulsated with chaotic luminescence, emanating an unsettling aura. Employing his chaos insight, Yao Chen discerned that this shield was sustained collectively by numerous experts of the entropy transformation sect, intricately linked to their entropy abilities. Yao Chen addressed the assembly, stating, This layer of shield presents a formidable challenge. We must launch our assault simultaneously to disrupt its energy equilibrium. Qianrenxue, you shall lead the Angel Legion in executing a divine aerial strike to interfere with their energy convergence. Bibi Dong and Hulaina, you are to employ your spiritual soul techniques to disturb their mental focus. Lingyu and Xian'er, rally the other experts to mount a vigorous ground assault. I shall seek an opportunity to directly obliterate the core of the shield. The group acknowledged their orders and promptly commenced their actions. Qianrenxue ascended with the Angel Legion, unleashing the resplendent radiance of angels, a brilliant golden light cascading down upon the entropic shield. Under the brilliance, the shield exhibited a momentary fluctuation. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong and Hulaina invoked their spiritual soul techniques. The Rasha mental shock and enchanting gaze, soul tremor were unleashed in unison. A powerful wave of mental energy surging toward the adept practitioners of the entropic sect. Their concentration was disrupted, resulting in a slight weakening of the shield's sustaining force. On the ground, Ling Yu commanded the experts to employ various formidable soul techniques, such as the Stellar Rift Slash and Chaotic Spirit Windbreak, all directed towards the entropic shield. Under the barrage of multiple assaults, the shield began to manifest cracks. At the opportune moment, Yao Chen unleashed the power of Chaos Overload, augmenting the potency of all his abilities. He then employed the Eternal Order of Chaos, directing a formidable force of order towards the core of the shield. Under the influence of the Eternal Order of Chaos, the entropy within the shield's core was gradually neutralized, leading to its eventual shattering. The formidable beings of Douluo Continent seized the opportunity to penetrate the stronghold, engaging in a breathtaking battle against the masters of the entropy cult. The entropy demon himself took to the fray, emanating an overwhelming surge of entropy energy that plunged the entire stronghold into utter chaos. You deluded individuals who aspire to uphold a false order, today marks your doom, roared the entropy demon as he unleashed the entropic chaos storm. A torrent of chaotic energy sweeping toward the crowd. Yao Chen swiftly manifested the barrier of the chaos domain, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. Concurrently, he unleashed the Chaos Genesis End, a formidable clash of chaotic power and the entropy energy of the entropy demon's chaotic storm. Qian Renxue invoked the wrath of angelic judgment. Bibi Dong wielded the Reaper's scythe of destruction. Hulaina cast the enchantment of grief, soul harvest. Ling Yu executed the celestial metamorphosis, ultimate eruption, while Xin'er, from the rear, exerted her utmost effort in supportive soul techniques, providing formidable aid to her comrades. Through their collective endeavor, the masters of the entropy sect gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Sensing the peril, the entropy demon attempted to flee. Yet, Yao Chen would not let him escape. He employed the Chaos Universe Unification, ensnaring the entropy demon in place. Subsequently, he executed the Chaos Genesis Reboot, resetting the cosmic rules of the area occupied by the entropy demon. Under the reformation of these rules, the entropy demon emitted agonizing cries as his entropy abilities began to unravel and his body started to collapse. Ultimately, the entropy demon was successfully annihilated, and the stronghold of the entropy sect was obliterated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, obtaining the power of the Genesis Divine Law, evolving to the extraordinary realm, and acquiring the Divine Team Cooperation Skill Mind Resonance. Following this crisis, the unity of the Douluo Continent became more unassailable. Yao Chen understood that future challenges might still loom ahead, yet he firmly believed that as long as the people of the Douluo Continent stood united, fortified by their immense strength and unwavering faith, they would surely safeguard the peace and prosperity of their land. Chapter 37. The Cosmic Grand Assembly. Rising prominence and hidden perils. After successfully thwarting the schemes of the entropy sect, the Douluo Continent ushered in a rare period of peaceful development. Yao Chen continued to propel the continent's multifaceted progress, achieving new breakthroughs not only in the fusion of soul cultivation and technology, but also placing emphasis on the inheritance and advancement of culture and the arts. Across the Douluo Continent, various soul master academies flourished, with commoner soul masters diligently enhancing their prowess, infusing the entire continent with a vibrant vitality. As the heir to the Spirit Empire, Hulaina exhibited extraordinary talent in governance. Under the guidance of Yao Chen and Bibi Dong, she implemented a series of beneficial policies, bolstering the training and support of commoner soul masters, thereby strengthening the national power of the Spirit Empire. Simultaneously, she actively engaged in communication and cooperation with other factions, fostering unity and harmony across the Douluo Continent. With the Douluo Continent's influence in the universe steadily expanding, an invitation arrived for an important event known as the Cosmic Pinnacle Assembly. This grand gathering brought together numerous formidable civilizations and factions from across the cosmos, serving as a vital platform for showcasing strength and fostering collaboration. Yao Chen perceived this as an unparalleled opportunity for the Douluo Continent to further integrate into the cosmic stage and enhance its influence, thus deciding to lead an elite team from the Douluo Continent to participate. For this momentous occasion, Yao Chen selected Hulaina, Qian Renxue, Ling Yu, Xin'er, and a host of other top-tier powerhouses from the Douluo Continent, representing the pinnacle of excellence in soul cultivation, technological research, and supportive healing. Before their departure, Yao Chen addressed the assembly, stating, "The forthcoming Cosmic Summit is a pivotal opportunity for our Douluo Continent to showcase its strength upon the universal stage. We must exhibit the grandeur of Douluo while remaining vigilant and not allowing complacency to creep in." Upon the arrival of the Douluo Continent delegation at the venue, they immediately became the center of attention. Representatives from other cosmic civilizations were filled with curiosity and reverence for this rapidly ascending land. The members of the Douluo delegation donned splendid and distinctive attire, exuding confidence and poise. As the summit commenced, the first segment featured demonstrations of strength from various civilizations. Qianren Shui unleashed the formidable powers of the angel god, her form surrounded by a dazzling golden radiance as the sacred energy enveloped the entire venue. Angels descend, purifying light. With immense angelic wings unfurled, a beam of purifying light surged skyward, illuminating the entire hall and leaving the representatives of numerous civilizations in awe. Lingyu showcased the might of his star transformation technique combined with his self-created close combat soul skills. His movements were as swift as lightning. With the power of the stars flickering between his fists, each strike contained the potential to obliterate worlds. He delivered a full-force blow to a massive testing crystal, which shattered instantaneously, the resulting shockwave causing the surrounding air to tremble. Xianna revealed her unique healing and supportive abilities. Harnessing the power of life source liquid in conjunction with her martial soul, she swiftly healed a gravely injured warrior from a cosmic civilization, simultaneously bestowing him with a sustained enhancement effect, temporarily elevating his prowess. This extraordinary ability provided the other civilization representatives with a fresh perspective on the auxiliary soul skills of Douluo Continent. Hulaina, utilizing her formidable mental prowess and unique charm skills, also shone brightly during the demonstration. She executed the enchanting eye, mind control, temporarily subduing a powerful alien warrior without inflicting harm, thereby showcasing the terrifying potential of mental-type soul skills. Yao Chen stood by with a serene smile, adeptly elucidating the intricate soul master system and cultivation methods of the Douluo Continent. His explanations were both profound and accessible, enriching the understanding of the representatives from various civilizations regarding the source of power in Douluo. However, amidst this lively atmosphere, Yao Chen astutely detected an unsettling anomaly. Through his chaos insight, he discerned that several representatives were covertly communicating, their glances betraying malevolent intentions. Concurrently, the divine selection system emitted a faint warning signal, indicating a potential crisis looming in the shadows. The enigmatic figure of Yao Chen discreetly informed Hulaina and the others of the situation, urging them to remain vigilant. During the subsequent phase of collaboration and communication, it indeed transpired that several representatives from established civilizations began to deliberately challenge the delegation from the Douluo Continent. One representative, diminutive in stature and adorned with purple scales, stepped forward to speak in a sardonic tone. You Douluo Continent are merely a nascent force, and your so-called soul master system is nothing more than a display of superficial prowess. It appears you are merely here to fill the ranks. Hulaina, with a subtle smile, responded with poise and confidence. Though our Douluo Continent has only recently emerged, our strength is evident for all to see. If you doubt our capabilities, we could engage in a friendly contest. The representative cloaked in purple scales snorted dismissively. A contest? I fear I might inadvertently harm you. However, I have heard whispers of some extraordinary legacies within your Douluo Continent. Why not relinquish them to us, the venerable civilizations, for safekeeping? Yao Chen stepped forward, his gaze calm as he regarded the representative adorned in purple scales, and stated, Your thoughts are rather naive, my lord. We have come here to foster collaboration and mutual development, not to be subjected to bullying. If you persist in your provocations, we from the Douluo Continent shall not retreat. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, another colossal figure resembling a Tran emerged, attempting to diffuse the situation. Let us not act impulsively. This grand assembly aims to promote dialogue. Why must we jeopardize our harmony? However, through his chaotic insight, Yao Chen discerned that this representative of the Trant civilization was indeed allied with the antagonists. They merely sought to stabilize the situation before covertly orchestrating their schemes. Yao Chen resolved to play along, feigning relaxation and engaging in conversation with representatives from other civilizations, all the while discreetly preparing Hulaina and others for potential confrontations. During this period, Yao Chen skillfully navigated discussions with the other representatives while utilizing the divine selection system to gather intelligence on these nefarious forces. After considerable effort, he uncovered that these factions had conspired to launch a sudden assault on the Douluo Continent delegation following the conclusion of the grand event, aiming to seize their knowledge of cosmic civilization and their unique soul cultivation methods. The divine selection system once again issued a notification. Ding. Multiple cosmic forces detected conspiring to attack the Douluo Continent delegation. Task issued. Expose and thwart their scheme. ensuring the delegation's safe return to the Douluo Continent. Task rewards. The power of the Creator's laws elevated to the transcendent realm, unlocking the divine ability chaos time-space disturbance, enabling manipulation of time and space, allowing the reversal of time and space within specific areas, a divine auxiliary skill invincible shield for the group, which generates a temporary invulnerable shield for team members, repelling any attacks. Along with a detailed plan of the enemy's conspiracy, Yao Chen promptly disclosed the intricate details of the enemy's conspiracy to Hulaina and the others. We are already aware of their scheme. They intend to lay an ambush on our return journey after the grand gathering concludes. We must prepare ourselves in advance to deliver a resounding blow, Yao Chen articulated. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Hulaina's eyes as she declared, "These scoundrels dare to plot against us. We shall ensure they return empty-handed." Qian Rengshu tightened her grip on the angelic holy sword and resolutely stated, "Senior Yao, we shall heed your command." According to the enemy's plan, Yao Chen devised a meticulous counter-strategy. He instructed Ling Yu to lead a contingent of skilled warriors to lie in ambush at critical points along the return route, poised to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's rear. Xian Yuan was tasked with providing continuous healing and support to her comrades during the battle, ensuring their combat effectiveness remained intact. Hulaina and Qian Renxue joined Yao Chen in a direct confrontation with the enemy's main forces. As the grand event concluded and the delegation from Douluo Continent embarked on their journey home, Yao Chen's predictions came to fruition. The enemy had indeed set up an ambush near a cosmic nebula. Upon the delegation's entry into the ambush zone, countless alien warships suddenly emerged, surrounding them completely. "Haha, you have finally taken the bait. Surrender your legacy, and we shall spare your lives," echoed the voice representing the purple scales through the warship's loudspeakers. Yao Chen let out a cold snort. "Is it merely you? Today, you shall pay dearly for your folly." With that, Yao Chen summoned the barrier of the chaos domain, enveloping all members of the delegation within its protective confines. At the same moment, Qian Renxue and Hulaina launched their assaults. Qian Renxue unleashed the Angel's Judgment of Fury, Celestial Descent, showering the enemy warships with countless golden meteors. Hulaina, on the other hand, invoked the Enchantment's Lament, Soulstorm, unleashing a powerful wave of psychic energy that surged through the enemy vessels, plunging their soldiers into disarray. Meanwhile, the ambush led by Ling Yu struck from the rear of the enemy forces. Ling Yu executed the celestial transformation, Sky-Splitting Slash, a blade of energy infused with the power of the stars cleaving through an enemy warship, splitting it asunder. Other adept warriors followed suit, employing their formidable soul skills to launch a ferocious onslaught against the adversary. The enemy, caught off guard by their own ambush being turned against them, fell into utter chaos. Yet, they were unwilling to accept defeat and began a frenzied counterattack. From a colossal flagship, a powerful energy beam was unleashed, hurtling towards Yao Chen and his companions. Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic genesis of oblivion, as the formidable power of chaos collided with beams of energy, erupting in a brilliant radiance. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen executed the newly unlocked divine technique, chaotic temporal distortion. He manipulated the fabric of time and space, causing a distortion around the enemy flagship. The adversaries aboard the flagship were instantly thrown into disarray, their weapon systems rendered ineffective. Amidst the fierce combat, Xian'er exerted her utmost to deploy supportive soul skills, ensuring her comrades maintained an optimal fighting condition. "Hold on, I will guarantee your safety," Xian'er proclaimed. Under the resolute resistance of the Douluo Continent delegation, the enemy's assaults gradually crumbled. Ultimately, the opposing fleet suffered severe losses and was compelled to retreat in disarray. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. You have ascended the power of the Genesis Divine Law to the extraordinary realm, acquiring the divine auxiliary skill Invulnerable Shield for the masses, with great leadership. Yao Chen successfully led the delegation to repel the enemy and return safely to the Douluo Continent. This event has further elevated the renown of Douluo Continent within the cosmos, simultaneously imparting a crucial lesson to other cosmic powers. Douluo Continent is not to be trifled with. Yao Chen is acutely aware that the path through the universe is fraught with both challenges and opportunities. Thus, Douluo Continent must continually strengthen itself to secure a foothold on the cosmic stage. Upon returning to Douluo Continent, Yao Chen, alongside his companions, reflected on their experiences, preparing more thoroughly for potential crises that may arise in the future. Under Yao Chen's guidance, Douluo Continent will steadfastly advance toward an even more glorious future. Chapter 38. The Gathering Storm, The rise and crisis of the Spirit Hall. After traversing to the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen, armed with a divine-level choice system, has significantly bolstered the development of the Spirit Hall. Now, with Yao Chen's assistance, Bibi Dong has successfully ascended to divinity, a revelation that reverberates like a colossal bomb, stirring tumult across the Douluo Continent. Qian Daolu stands within the Hall of Offerings, his gaze complex as he surveys the distance. Bibi Dong's ascension to godhood has catapulted the Spirit Hall's power to unprecedented heights, yet it simultaneously evokes a sense of latent threat. The emergence of Yao Chen has altered the course of many events, leaving him uncertain about whether this is a boon or a bane for the Spirit Hall. The Grand Offering. With Bibi Dong now a deity, our future in the Spirit Hall appears exceedingly bright, an offering proclaims with excitement. Qian Daolu furrows his brow slightly. The matter is far from simple. With Bibi Dong's newfound strength, her ambitions are likely to swell. Moreover, the intentions of that enigmatic Yao Chen remain inscrutable. What could he possibly seek from the Spirit Hall? Meanwhile, within the Haotian sect, the atmosphere is tense. Tang Xiao occupies the position of sect leader, his countenance dark. With Bibi Dong attaining divinity and the Spirit Hall's power surging, we may be on the brink of a grave crisis. An elder rises, stating, "Sect leader, we cannot remain passive. Perhaps we should unite with the lower three sects and Sea God Island to collectively oppose the Spirit Hall." After a moment's contemplation, Tang Xiao nods. "It seems there is no other course. Convey my orders at once, establish contact with the lower three sects and Sea God Island to discuss strategies against the Spirit Hall." Simultaneously, on Sea God Island, Poseidon has also received news of Bibi Dong's ascension. Her brow furrows as she harbors unvoiced concerns, with a divine powerhouse now in the Spirit Hall. The dynamics of the Douluo Continent are likely to shift dramatically. As various factions grapple with shock and trepidation over Bibi Dong's divine elevation, Yao Chen, within the Spirit Hall, is reveling in the rewards bestowed by the system. Ding. Host has successfully assisted Bibi Dong in achieving divinity. Reward. Divine-level technique, Chaos Genesis Art, which enables the host to transcend their current realm and ascend to the position of creator deity. Additionally, the host is rewarded with the divine-level spirit fusion skill, Chaos World Destruction, which, when executed with Qian Renshue, can unleash cataclysmic power. Yao Chen's heart swelled with joy, for the reward arrived at the most opportune moment. He immediately commenced his practice of the chaos creation technique, feeling a surge of formidable power coursing through his body as his strength began to ascend rapidly. Upon learning of Yao Chen's substantial reward, Qian Renshue felt a mix of happiness for him and a tinge of envy. "Yao Chen, with your newfound prowess, the days when our Spirit Hall dominates the continent are not far off." Yao Chen gazed at Qian Renshue and smiled, saying, "Indeed, but we must not let our guard down. The Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island will undoubtedly not remain idle. They will certainly unite against us." Qian Renshue, with a resolute gaze, responded, "So what? In our Spirit Hall, we have you and our teacher, along with numerous formidable warriors. What is there to fear?" Yao Chen shook his head, cautioning against underestimating their adversaries. United, their strength was formidable and should not be taken lightly. Preparations must be made in advance and strategies devised to counter the impending threat. Thus, Yao Chen and Qian Renshue commenced their preparations to confront the coalition of forces. Utilizing the capabilities of his system, Yao Chen enhanced the strength of the formidable members of the Spirit Hall and developed innovative soul-guiding devices to bolster the combat efficacy of the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, a tense joint conference was underway among the Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island. Tang Xiao surveyed the assembly with a grave expression and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, the Spirit Hall has significantly augmented its power. We must unite if we are to stand a chance." Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but to vanquish the Spirit Hall, we must identify their vulnerabilities." Yu Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, added, "Yao Chen and Bibi Dong are the dual pillars of the Spirit Hall. Should we manage to defeat them, the Spirit Hall will inevitably crumble." Poseidon pondered for a moment before responding. Yao Chen's strength is enigmatic, and Bibi Dong has just ascended to divinity. Vanquishing them will not be an easy feat. We must formulate a meticulous plan. Following a vigorous discussion, they ultimately devised a strategy. The formidable members from Sea God Island would engage Bibi Dong, while the powerful warriors from the Haotian sect and the lower three sects would concentrate their efforts on Yao Chen. Should they succeed in defeating Yao Chen, the Spirit Hall's might would be significantly diminished, allowing them to then unite against Bibi Dong with a greater chance of victory. However, their scheme was soon discovered by Yao Chen's informants embedded within the rival factions. Upon receiving the news, Yao Chen smiled faintly, realizing that their adversaries were becoming restless. In that case, he mused, we shall turn their strategy to our advantage. Yao Chen promptly began to recalibrate the defensive arrangements of the Spirit Hall, laying intricate traps in anticipation of the arrival of various factions. Soon, the formidable coalition of Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island commenced their march towards the Spirit Hall. Upon nearing its vicinity, they were met with an unusual silence, as if the place were an abandoned city. Be wary of deception, Tang Xiao cautioned with vigilance. At that moment, countless powerful figures from the Spirit Hall surged forth, encircling them completely. Yao Chen and Qian Ringsha stood elevated, surveying the scene below. You have indeed come, Yao Chen remarked with a cold smirk. Tang Xiao glared fiercely at Yao Chen, exclaiming, Yao Chen, do you truly believe that these traps can ensnare us? Yao Chen smiled faintly, suggesting that the outcome would soon reveal itself. With that, he unleashed the power of the chaos creation technique, a formidable aura emanating from him. Qian Rinxue, demonstrating her own extraordinary skills, coordinated with Yao Chen to launch an assault on the united army. The elite warriors of the united forces summoned their martial souls, engaging in fierce combat with the members of the Spirit Hall. In that moment, the air resonated with the cries of battle and the brilliance of flashes of light. The strong individuals from Sea God Island clashed intensely with Bibi Dong, who, empowered by divine status, gained the upper hand in the fray. Nevertheless, the warriors of Sea God Island were undeterred, employing their powerful soul techniques in an attempt to restrain Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, Yao Chen faced the formidable forces of Haotian sect and the lower three sects with remarkable ease. He executed the divine martial soul fusion technique, Chaos Heaven and Earthbreak, launching a vigorous offensive alongside Qian Rinxue. Their overwhelming might surged like relentless ocean waves, crashing upon the united army in successive torrents. However, the united forces, being numerous and comprised of elite members from various factions, quickly regained their composure after a brief moment of chaos, strategically counterattacking in an organized manner. The battle reached a stalemate, with significant casualties on both sides. Observing the situation before him, Yao Chen realized that such a deadlock was untenable. He needed to devise a strategy to turn the tide, lest the Spirit Hall find itself in jeopardy. At that moment, an idea struck him. He communicated mentally with Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue, engaging in a head-on clash is not the solution. You distract Tang Xiao while I seek an opportunity to breach their defenses and directly target their command center. Qian Rinxue nodded. All right, be careful. With that, she unleashed her most potent soul technique and charged toward Tang Xiao, who immediately met her advance. Thus commenced an intense duel between the two. Taking advantage of the chaos of battle, Yao Chen swiftly employed his agility to dash towards the command center of the united forces. Skillfully evading enemy attacks and relying on his formidable strength, he rapidly approached his objective. However, as Yao Chen neared the vicinity of the command center, he was confronted by Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengxi, who stood in his way. Yao Chen, you shall not advance any further, roared Yu Yuanjin, with a cold sneer. Yao Chen remarked, is it merely upon you that I should rely? Following this, he unleashed a technique from the Chaos Genesis art, the Chaos Rift Slash. A formidable sword aura surged forth, directed at Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengxi. The two swiftly summoned their martial spirits in an attempt to withstand the assault. Yet Yao Chen's onslaught was overwhelmingly potent, rendering their defenses futile. Just as Yao Chen was poised to breach their lines and strike at the command center, a sudden blue light shot forth from the distance. Startled, Yao Chen hastily evaded. The radiant beam struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Yao Chen lifted his gaze, only to find Poseidon had mysteriously appeared before him. Yao Chen, your adversary is none other than I, Poseidon stated coldly. Yao Chen gazed at Poseidon, fully aware that this would be a formidable battle. Yet, he displayed no signs of retreat. Instead, his eyes brimmed with determination. Then let it begin, Yao Chen declared. An even more intense confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Would Yao Chen manage to overcome Poseidon's obstruction and strike at the command center of the allied forces, thereby altering the tide of the conflict? Could the Spirit Hall successfully fend off the united onslaught of various factions and solidify its dominance in this grand struggle? All remain shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 39. The battle rages on. A glimmer of hope emerges. Yao Chen stood in confrontation with Poseidon, the atmosphere charged with tension. As the high priestess of the Sea God Island, Poseidon's power was unfathomable. The trident she wielded shimmered with an ethereal blue light, as if it contained the boundless strength of the ocean. Yao Chen, you have disturbed the balance of the Douluo Continent. Today marks your demise. Poseidon's voice was frigid, akin to a whisper emerging from the depths of the sea. Yao Chen's expression was grave, yet he exhibited no fear. He channeled the Chaos Genesis technique, emanating a chaotic luminescence that starkly contrasted with Poseidon's azure divine power. Words were futile. It was time for action. Poseidon initiated the assault, driving her trident forcefully into the ground, unleashing a colossal blue energy column that soared skyward, subsequently transforming into countless azure water dragons that lunged ferociously at Yao Chen. In a swift motion, Yao Chen employed the Chaos Step, adeptly navigating amidst the water dragons, while simultaneously forming seals with his hands to invoke the Chaos Flame Burst. Balls of chaotic flame shot forth, colliding with the blue water dragons, resulting in a cacophony of explosive roars. At this juncture, the battle between Qian Rinxue and Tang Xiao had also escalated to a fever pitch. As the leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao wielded the Haotian hammer, each swing imbued with immense force. Qian Rinxue, harnessing the sacred power of her angel martial soul, engaged him in combat. Tang Xiao, do you truly believe that your strength can thwart the advance of the Spirit Hall? The angelic holy sword in Qian Rinxue's grasp radiated with a pure light as it slashed toward Tang Xiao. He scoffed in response, such delusions. Today marks the demise of the Spirit Hall. He raised the Haotian hammer high, the brilliance of his soul rings intensifying, and unleashed the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Countless hammer shadows descended upon Qian Rinxue with tremendous force. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the clash between the Spirit Hall and the allied forces raged on fiercely. Bibi Dong exerted her divine prowess to suppress several formidable warriors from Sea God Island, yet their intricate teamwork made it challenging for her to break free. The numerous titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall engaged in fierce combat with the elites of the Haotian sect and the lower sects, the brilliance of soul power intertwining amidst the relentless shouts of battle. While deftly evading Poseidon's assaults, Yao Chen pondered a strategy to turn the tide. He was acutely aware that confronting Poseidon's divine maritime powers head-on would be futile. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He resolved to exploit the chaos of the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen deliberately exposed a flaw in his defense, and Poseidon fell for the ruse, unleashing a formidable surge of divine, oceanic energy towards Yao Chen. Yet, Yao Chen harnessed this very force, propelling himself towards the command center of the allied forces. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Poseidon swiftly pursued him. Just as Yao Chen neared the command center, Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin intervened once more to obstruct his path. The seven treasures glazed pagoda in Ning Fengji's grasp radiated brilliance as he cast a soul amplification technique, augmenting Yu Yuanjin's strength. Yu Yuanjin's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit manifested, crackling with electric energy as it lunged toward Yao Chen. Yao Chen's gaze sharpened as he summoned the Chaos Shield, effectively countering Yu Yuanjin's assault. Simultaneously, he harnessed the abilities bestowed by the system to momentarily disrupt Ning Fengji's soul power output. In that fleeting instant, Yao Chen seized the opportunity to unleash the Chaos Rift Blade, a lethal edge imbued with chaotic energy, which slashed toward Yu Yuanjin. Caught off guard, Yu Yuanjin sustained a cut and staggered backward. However, Poseidon had also arrived, brandishing her trident, the sea god spear, unleashing a beam of divine light towards Yao Chen. He pivoted to defend, yet was staggered by the overwhelming force, causing his vital energy to surge tumultuously. Yao Chen, you have nowhere to escape, Poseidon pressed relentlessly. Just as Yao Chen found himself in dire straits, a message emerged from Qian Rinxue's side. Engaged in combat with Tang Xiao, Qian Rinxue had activated Angelic Descent, a fortified skill derived from the unique powers Yao Chen had bestowed upon her. A colossal angelic apparition descended upon the battlefield, compelling Tang Xiao to retreat under its immense pressure. Despite his valiant resistance, he struggled to withstand such formidable strength. Seizing the moment while Tang Xiao was occupied, Qian Rinxue hastened toward Yao Chen's side. Yao Chen, I come to aid you. Upon her arrival, Qian Rinxue fought alongside Yao Chen. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them, and together they executed the Chaos Heaven and Earthbreak. This time, they maximized the fusion of their abilities and martial souls. The chaotic power intertwined with angelic might, coalescing into a devastating torrent of energy that surged toward Poseidon, Ning Fengji, and Yu Yuanjin. The trio's expression shifted drastically as they prepared to counter the onslaught with all their might. Poseidon unleashed the full force of the sea god's power, forming a blue energy barrier. Ningfengji continuously activated the enhancement abilities of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, bolstering their defenses alongside Yu Yuanjin. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin unleashed the maximum potential of his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul's lightning power, striving to withstand the impending impact. With a thunderous roar, the energy torrent collided with the defensive barrier, erupting in a blinding flash. The entire battlefield trembled, fissures appearing in the ground, and trees being uprooted in the chaos. As the brilliance faded, although Poseidon and her allies had narrowly withstood the blow, they bore varying degrees of injury. Poseidon's complexion turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Ningfengji's soul power was exceedingly depleted, leaving him unsteady, and Yu Yuanjin's scales exhibited multiple cracks. Taking advantage of the moment, Yao Chen and Qian Renshue launched another assault. Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic thunder calamity, causing countless chaotic-hued lightning bolts to rain down upon the trio. Simultaneously, Qian Renshue invoked the angelic judgment, directing a beam of golden judgment light towards Poseidon. The three quickly sought refuge. Yet the relentless onslaught from Yao Chen and Qian Renshue continued unabated. Under the intensity of their attacks, Poseidon and his companions gradually found themselves struggling to endure. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had also sensed the unfolding situation. Seizing the opportune moment, she executed her divine skill, the Wrath of the Death Spider Emperor, unleashing a formidable aura of death that forced the powerful beings of Sea God Island to retreat. Subsequently, she made her way towards Yao Chen. Yao Chen, I have come to bring this to an end. Bibi Dong's voice resonated with authority. Upon her arrival, she joined forces with Yu Chen and Qian Renshue, encircling Poseidon and his group. Observing the dire circumstances, Poseidon realized that continuing the battle would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. Retreat. With no other options, Poseidon reluctantly issued the command to withdraw. The united forces, recognizing the situation, began a strategic retreat amidst the chaos. Although the Spirit Hall had achieved a temporary victory, it came at a significant cost. Many of its powerful members were gravely injured, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray. As Yao Chen gazed upon the retreating allied forces, he comprehended that this conflict was far from over. However, this victory undoubtedly afforded the Spirit Hall invaluable time. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen was once again rewarded by the system for his outstanding performance in battle. Ding! The host has successfully dealt significant damage to several formidable foes during the skirmish, earning the Divine Elixir Chaos Genesis Pill, which, when consumed, will enhance the host's chaotic power and expedite the journey toward attaining the divine status of the Genesis God. Additionally, the host is bestowed with the extraordinary ability Chaos Insight, enabling him to perceive the soul power dynamics and vulnerabilities in the skills of his adversaries. Overwhelmed with joy, Yao Chen promptly consumed the Chaos Creation Pill. The elixir dissolved upon contact, unleashing a formidable surge of chaotic energy that coursed through his body, further enhancing his prowess. Both Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong expressed their admiration for Yao Chen's performance. Yao Chen, we owe you a great debt. Without your assistance, victory today would have been elusive. Bibi Dong remarked. Qian Renshue nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Yao Chen, your strength continues to grow. I am confident that with your support, my ascension to the rank of Divine King is merely a matter of time. With a smile, Yao Chen remarked, This is the result of our collective efforts. However, we must not let our guard down. The Haotian sect will undoubtedly not relent. We must continue to enhance our strength and prepare for the next crisis. In the days that followed, Yao Chen dedicated himself to cultivating his own power while employing his chaotic insight to study ways to further augment the combat capabilities of the Spirit Hall's formidable warriors. He understood that even greater dangers lay ahead, and only by constantly growing stronger could he assist the Spirit Hall in dominating the continent, aid Qian Renshue in ascending to godhood, and ultimately attain the divine status of the Creator God himself. The situation on the Douluo Continent had become increasingly intricate due to this battle, with various factions secretly amassing strength, biding their time for the next confrontation. Chapter 40. The Winds of Change. Strategize and act. Following the Spirit Hall's repulsion of the Allied forces, the Douluo Continent appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents brewed. Yao Chen was acutely aware that the Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island would not easily accept defeat. They were undoubtedly sharpening their blades in preparation for a new wave of retaliation. To ensure the Spirit Hall remained steadfast amidst the forthcoming storms, Yao Chen immersed himself wholeheartedly in the strategic enhancement of its strength. Within the tranquil and mysterious confines of the Spirit Hall's training chamber, Yao Chen was enveloped in a glow of chaotic hues. This spectacle was the result of his intensive cultivation of the chaotic creation technique after consuming the chaotic creation pill. The pill's potency surged through him like a colossal torrent, while the chaotic creation technique functioned as a meticulously crafted refining furnace, gradually transmuting this energy into Yao Chen's own chaotic power. As this chaotic energy continued to condense, Yao Chen's aura deepened, resembling an endless abyss of chaos, elusive and unfathomable. Simultaneously utilizing his remarkable chaotic insight, Yao Chen meticulously analyzed the secrets of the martial souls possessed by the many powerful warriors of the Spirit Hall. He keenly observed that, despite these warriors standing at the pinnacle of strength on the Douluo Continent, there remained vast potential for improvement in their application and exploration of their martial souls. Yao Chen first directed his gaze towards Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. These two titled Douluo, one exuding an eerie and sinister aura, the other resplendent and aloof, possessed soul abilities that complemented each other seamlessly. Their manifestation of the dual polar stillness domain had instilled terror in countless adversaries. Nevertheless, Yao Chen discerned subtle nuances ripe for enhancement. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo's soul abilities were impeccably synchronized, yet there remained a modicum of refinement in the execution of their domain. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yao Chen articulated, your miraculous chrysanthemum soul, with petals imbued with a unique soul power fluctuation, could achieve a precise resonance with the soul power frequency of Ghost Douluo's phantom soul. If, at the moment of domain activation, the petals serve as a conduit to transmit Ghost Douluo's soul energy, the scope and potency of the domain will be significantly enhanced. With keen intensity, Yao Chen expounded upon his insights. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise and anticipation dancing in their eyes. They immediately endeavored to follow his guidance, their soul power circulating within as they cautiously adjusted the frequency in accordance with Yao Chen's instructions. After several attempts, they were elated to discover that, just as Yao Chen had predicted, the dual polar stillness domain had expanded nearly twice its original size, and the suppression effect of the soul power within the domain had intensified, creating what felt like a more impenetrable soul energy cage. Lord Yao Chen, this is a stroke of genius. Your insights have significantly augmented our strength, and we are profoundly grateful. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo respectfully bowed to Yao Chen, their admiration for him deepening further. With a smile, Yao Chen nodded in acknowledgement and then shifted his gaze towards Hulaina. Hulaina, a woman of unparalleled talent, possessed a beguiling fox spirit soul, endowed with the gifts of allure and mental assault. Yao Chen looked at her, his eyes shimmering with expectation and guidance. Laina, he began, your spirit soul is exceptionally gifted in charm and mental attack, yet it requires refinement in balancing speed and strength. You may enhance the power of your legs and arms by harnessing the soul bones of specific soul beasts. In doing so, your attacks in close combat will possess greater potency. Furthermore, adeptly weaving your charm into your offensive skills will ensnare your enemies in your mental traps unbeknownst to them. His words shone like a beacon, illuminating Hulaina's path of cultivation. Listening intently, Hulaina felt an overwhelming admiration for Yao Chen, akin to an unending river. Heeding his advice, she embarked on a new journey of rigorous training, diligently honing her skills each day, her strength steadily growing in subtlety. Each of her attacks seemed to carry a lethal allure, ensnaring those around her in a web of her control without their awareness. As for Qian Renxue, Yao Chen focused on guiding her to excavate the profound divinity of her angelic spirit soul. Renxue, he instructed, the angelic spirit soul harbors supreme sacred power. Yet to attain the realm of the divine king, you must grasp the essence of this force. During your cultivation, deeply merge your emotions with this sacred power, allowing it to serve not merely as a means of attack, but as a manifestation of your inner convictions. Only then can you unlock the full potential of your angelic spirit soul. Following Yao Chen's guidance, Qian Renxue immersed herself in her training day and night. Through continuous understanding and practice, she gradually touched upon the deeper mysteries of her angelic spirit soul. The angelic holy sword in her grasp grew ever more radiant during her cultivation, shining with a brilliance akin to the sun, its divine power becoming increasingly rich, as if capable of purifying all evil in the world. Just as Yao Chen devoted himself to assisting the members of the Spirit Hall in enhancing their strengths, the familiar and melodious notification sound echoed once more in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully aided several powerful individuals of the Spirit Hall in optimizing their cultivation paths. Reward: Divine Grade Soul Bone Set Chaotic Genesis Armor. This set can comprehensively enhance the host's defense and attack power, while accelerating the flow of chaotic energy. Additionally, reward: Insight into the Principles of Chaos, granting the host a deeper understanding of the principles of chaos, propelling them towards the divine status of the Creator God. Yao Chen felt an overwhelming joy surge within him as he eagerly donned the Chaos Genesis armor. In an instant, a mysterious and formidable power emanated from the Soul Bone Ensemble, enveloping him like a tidal wave. He could distinctly sense that his defensive capabilities had transformed into an indomitable fortress, while his offensive prowess experienced a qualitative leap. The flow of chaotic energy within him surged like a torrential river, ceaseless and vigorous. Subsequently, seizing this rare opportunity to comprehend the principles of chaos, Yao Chen immersed himself in an in-depth exploration of its mysteries. His consciousness seemed to detach from his physical form, placing him in a realm of chaotic void where time and space lost their significance, revealing only the elusive secrets of chaotic law. Like a devout seeker, Yao Chen endeavored to capture every trace of the law, striving to unveil the enigmatic veil of chaos. Meanwhile, during Yao Chen's secluded contemplation of chaotic principles, on the other side of Douluo Continent, the Haotian sect, the three lower sects, and Sea God Island were fervently plotting a new conspiracy. Tang Xiao, Poseidon, and Ming Fingji gathered once more, their expressions dark and foreboding like the clouds before a tempest. Although we faced defeat last time, the Spirit Hall must have suffered greatly as well. This is an opportune moment. We must seize it to eradicate the Spirit Hall once and for all. Tang Xiao's eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve. Poseidon furrowed his brow, his demeanor grave as he replied, "The Spirit Hall is currently fortified by deities. With Bibi Dong at the helm, coupled with unpredictable elements like Yao Chen, their annihilation will not be a simple task. We must deliberate carefully and devise a comprehensive plan." Ning Fengji, stroking his beard, pondered for a moment before slowly suggesting, "To my knowledge, the Spirit Hall is striving to enhance its strength. We might consider infiltrating their ranks to disrupt their training plans and sow chaos. Simultaneously, we should continue seeking formidable allies, such as the ancient families and mysterious powerhouses hidden deep within the continent." The group nodded in agreement, endorsing Ning Fengji's proposal. Thus, a conspiracy against the Spirit Hall quietly commenced. Tang Xiao discreetly dispatched envoys with promises of substantial rewards to connect with the reclusive factions across the continent. Poseidon selected a cadre of elites from Sea God Island, subjecting them to rigorous training, preparing to implant them within the Spirit Hall as insiders. Within the Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu, in the Worship Hall, keenly sensed a palpable air of danger. He hastily sought out Yao Chen, who had just concluded his meditation on chaotic principles. "Yao Chen, I have sensed an unusual disturbance in the continent's situation. The Haotian sect is likely scheming in the shadows once more." Qian Dalu's expression was filled with concern, his tone tinged with urgency. Yao Chen's demeanor remained tranquil as he nodded and spoke. "Great offering. I share the same sentiment. However, we cannot afford to remain passive. I intend to take the initiative and disrupt their arrangements." Qian Dalu was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Take the initiative? What scheme do you propose?" Yao Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence. "We can first target the smaller factions closely aligned with the Haotian sect, severing their wings while simultaneously gauging their reactions. Additionally, I have received word of a mysterious relic in the far north, rumored to harbor boundless treasures and formidable techniques. We could dispatch individuals to explore this site. Should we procure any gains, it would significantly bolster the strength of the Spirit Hall." Qian Dalu pondered for a moment, considering the practicality of Yao Chen's plan. He nodded and replied, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, the far north is fraught with peril and treachery. Whom do you intend to send on this venture?" Yao Chen spoke with unwavering determination. "I intend to appoint Qian Rengshu as the leader and select several formidable title Douluo to accompany her. This way, not only can we ensure a higher success rate in exploring the ruins, but it will also provide Qian Rengshu with an opportunity to further enhance her strength through experience." Qian Dalu nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Qian Rengshu received Yao Chen's directive and began meticulously choosing her companions to prepare for the journey to the far north. At this moment, the situation on the Douluo Continent grew increasingly tense, with various forces lurking like hunters in the shadows, observing one another and poised to strike. Would Yao Chen, through his wisdom and strength, be able to navigate the storm and assist Qian Rengshu in ascending to the position of God King? And could he himself successfully attain the status of Creator God? All remained uncertain, and the fate of the Douluo Continent hung precariously in this ever-shifting landscape. Chapter 41. The Secrets of the Far North. Peril lurks upon receiving her orders. Qian Rengshu swiftly selected several powerful titled Douluo, including Shimiao Da and Siju Douluo, and together they embarked on their journey to the far north. This desolate region, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, was beset by howling winds and frigid temperatures, making it nearly inhospitable for ordinary beings. Yet, within this frozen expanse lay countless unknown dangers and opportunities. The figures of the group appeared diminutive against the vast white backdrop. Yet the formidable aura they exuded spoke of their extraordinary prowess. Dressed in a white combat outfit, Qian Rengshu's angelic wings shimmered faintly behind her as she gazed resolutely ahead, her heart brimming with anticipation for the mysterious ruins they were about to explore. This journey to the far north is fraught with peril. Vigilance is paramount. Her voice resonated clearly through the biting wind. Yes, holy maiden. The others responded in unison, their voices imbued with reverence and resolve. As they ventured deeper into the far north, the temperature plummeted, and even the tidal Douluo could feel the chill seeping into their very bones. Suddenly, a colossal ice bear erupted from the snow, towering several meters high, its body encased in a thick layer of ice. Its eyes gleaming with ferocity, it was a 10,000-year soul beast. Be cautious, this ice bear is no ordinary foe, Shimiao Douluo shouted, his spear instantly radiating with brilliance as he launched the first attack, a fierce wave of soul power transforming into a serpent-like shadow aimed at the ice bear. The beast roared in anger, swatting the serpent shadow aside with a powerful paw. It then opened its massive jaws, unleashing a blast of frigid air that morphed into countless sharp ice spikes, hurtling toward the group. Remaining calm, Qian Rengshu spread her angelic wings and, in a flash, appeared above the ice bear. Heavenly angelic sword, strike. A pure beam of light shot forth from the sword in her hand, cleaving directly toward the ice bear. Sensing the imminent threat, the beast attempted to evade, but found itself ensnared by Siju Da's soul skill, Siju Guardian. Numerous sharp Siju illusions manifested around the ice bear, confining it tightly. Everyone, attack together and bring it down, Qian Rengshu commanded. The other titled Douluo unleashed their respective soul skills, and in an instant, a dazzling array of lights flared, and waves of soul power surged forth. Under the collective onslaught of the crowd, the ice bear let out a pained roar before crashing to the ground. The group pressed onward, and soon they discovered the entrance to the mysterious ruins. The entrance was cloaked in a thick layer of ice, adorned with ancient runes that exuded an enigmatic aura. Qian Rengshu stepped forward, meticulously examining the runes in search of a way to unravel their secrets. Suddenly, a swarm of ice spirits surged forth from all directions. These ethereal beings, formed from pure ice elements, brandished icy blades as they lunged toward the group. There are too many of these ice spirits. We must remain vigilant, warned the thorn porcupine Douluo. The serpent spear Douluo swung his spear, unleashing the serpent shadow dance, sending countless serpent phantoms racing toward the ice spirits, igniting a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu invoked the angelic purification light, a gentle radiance emanating from her hands, causing the ice spirits to dissipate wherever the light touched. However, the ice spirits appeared to be endless, continuously emerging from every direction. Realizing that this predicament could not persist, Qian Rengshu focused her mind and scrutinized the runes once more, ultimately discerning their underlying patterns. Everyone, hold on. I have discovered the solution, she exclaimed. Following the patterns of the runes, she infused her soul power into the icy layer, which began to melt away, gradually revealing the entrance to the ruins. The group quickly entered the ruins, finding themselves in an expansive interior illuminated by a myriad of glowing gemstones embedded in the walls, bright as day. At the center of the ruins stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a box radiating a mysterious glow. Just as they approached the platform, the ground trembled violently, and a massive ice dragon erupted from below. This formidable creature emanated an overwhelming presence, its power rivaling that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. I cannot believe this place is guarded by a 100,000-year ice dragon, remarked the serpent spear Douluo, his expression grave. The ice dragon opened its maw, unleashing a powerful blast of frigid energy toward the group. Qian Rengshu swiftly summoned the angelic shield, enveloping the group in a golden barrier. However, the ice dragon's assault was overwhelmingly potent, and the shield began to crack under the relentless onslaught of icy force. If this continues, the shield will not hold. Everyone, attack the ice dragon together to divert its attention, Qian Rengshu urged. The serpent spear Douluo unleashed the serpent spear piercing, sending a massive spear phantom hurtling toward the ice dragon. The thorn porcupine Douluo transformed into a gigantic porcupine, charging at the beast. Other titled Douluos also deployed their most powerful skills in a concerted attack against the ice dragon. Sensing the threat, the ice dragon temporarily ceased its assault on the shield, redirecting its focus to counter the group's offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rengshu bolstered the shield's defensive capabilities while contemplating strategies to overcome their adversary. Amidst the intense battle, Yao Chen, within the martial soul hall, sensed the plight of Qian Rengshu and her companions through the system's unique abilities. Ding! A formidable crisis has been detected concerning the host's acquaintance, Qian Renxue. An urgent mission has been issued to assist Qian Renxue and her companions in overcoming the formidable ice dragon of 10,000 years and successfully acquiring the relic's treasures. The rewards for the completion of this mission include the enhancement of the power of the Chaos Law, which will augment the host's mastery over the Chaos Law. A divine summoning card, capable of calling forth a peak powerhouse from the Douluo Continent to aid the host, and a randomly selected divine soul skill. Yao Chen unhesitatingly chose to accept the task. He established a mental connection with Qian Renxue through the system, conveying his thoughts to her. Renxue. The ice dragon's weaknesses reside in its eyes and abdomen. Focus your attacks on these 2 points, and I shall assist you in a critical moment. Yao Chen's voice resonated in Qian Renxue's mind. Filled with joy, she promptly relayed Yao Chen's words to the others. They adjusted their attack strategy, directing their efforts towards the ice dragon's eyes and abdomen. Sensing the impending danger, the ice dragon retaliated with even more ferocity. Just as Qian Renxue and her companions were on the brink of collapse, Yao Chen, utilizing the system's capabilities, harnessed a force of chaos and transported it directly into the ruins, striking the ice dragon's eye. The ice dragon let out a pained roar, its vision instantly impaired. Seizing the opportunity, the group unleashed their full fury in their assault. The serpent spear Douluo's spear plunged fiercely into the ice dragon's abdomen, while the spike porpoise Douluo seized the moment to detonate an attack in the same area, inflicting tremendous damage upon the beast. Under the combined might of their onslaught, the ice dragon finally succumbed. After their successful conquest, Qian Renxue and her companions ascended the stone platform and opened the box, emanating a mysterious glow. Inside lay an ancient tome and a gem radiating an extraordinary light. At that moment, within the spirit hall, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding! Host has successfully completed the task. Rewards include enhancement of Chaos Law power, 1 divine level summoning card, and a randomly selected divine level soul skill. Delighted, Yao Chen immediately began to absorb the power of the Chaos Law, further enhancing his mastery over it. Simultaneously, he examined the divine summoning card and the random divine soul skill. The divine summoning card could call forth a peak powerhouse from the Douluo Continent, while the random divine soul skill was the Chaos Starburst, an exceedingly potent offensive technique capable of condensing chaotic energy into explosive bursts akin to stars, delivering devastating blows to adversaries. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue and her companions, bearing treasures from the ruins, embarked on their journey back to the spirit hall. Unbeknownst to them, mysterious changes had begun to manifest within the ruins following their departure. Additionally, the united forces of Haotian sect, the 3 lower sects, and Sea God Island had learned of the Spirit Hall's mission to the extreme north in search of the ruins, plotting a new conspiracy and preparing an ambush along Qian Renxue's return path. Chapter 42, The Anomaly of the Void. Awakening of the Ancient Seal and Crisis. After experiencing a series of challenges and glorious achievements, the Douluo Continent, under Yao Chen's leadership, continued to flourish. The Spirit Empire, meticulously governed by Hu Laina, collaborated closely with various factions, collectively advancing the continent in technology, culture, and soul cultivation. Common soul masters thrived under a well-structured training system, infusing the Douluo Continent with a steady stream of vitality. However, beneath the calm facade, a tremendous crisis was silently looming. During an instance of utilizing the power of the Creator God to sense the continent, Yao Chen detected an exceedingly subtle yet peculiar fluctuation in the void above Douluo Continent. This fluctuation was obscure yet imbued with formidable force, as if emanating from the depths of endless time and space. Yao Chen felt a sudden chill in his heart and immediately summoned the formidable powers of Douluo Continent, including Hu Laina, Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, and Tang Xiao. I have just sensed an eerie fluctuation of the void above the continent, which is far from ordinary, he stated gravely. Everyone must remain vigilant and be prepared to confront any potential crisis. Upon hearing his words, the others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Hulaina furrowed her brows and pondered, Senior Yao, could it be that certain nefarious cosmic forces are secretly scheming? Qian Rinxue interjected, regardless of the cause. We must not let our guard down. The urgent matter at hand is to swiftly ascertain the source of this void fluctuation. Yao Chen nodded and declared, I intend to personally venture to the source of the fluctuations. Qian Rinxue, you shall lead the Angel Legion to intensify patrols over the continent's airspace. Hulaina. Mobilize the Spirit Hall's intelligence network to gather all information pertaining to this anomalous disturbance. Bi Bidong and Tang Xiao, you will accompany me, just in case. Once arrangements were made, Yao Chen and his companions swiftly ascended towards the epicenter of the void's fluctuations. As they approached, the intensity of the disturbance grew ever stronger, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Upon reaching the source of the fluctuations, they beheld a vast black vortex in the void, emanating a disquieting aura, as if it were a gateway to an unfathomable and terrifying realm. The practitioner of medicinal dust, utilizing chaotic insight, endeavored to unravel the mysteries of the vortex. Yet, a formidable force interfered with his perception, allowing him only to vaguely discern that this vortex seemed to be connected to an ancient seal, which was gradually loosening. At that moment, the divine selection system emitted an urgent notification. Ding. A void vortex has been detected in the skies above the Douluo Continent, linked to an ancient seal that suppresses an exceedingly powerful and malevolent force. As the seal weakens, the evil power is on the verge of awakening. A mission has been issued. Reinforce the ancient seal to prevent the awakening of the malevolent force and safeguard the Douluo Continent. Mission rewards include Ascension of the Creator's Divine Law to the Sovereign of Creation Realm, unlocking the divine ability Chaotic Genesis Judgment, capable of rendering judgment and verdicts on any existence at the level of law, enhancement of the Divine Team's skill Eternal Douluo Guardian, which grants permanent and comprehensive attribute boosts to team members, as well as detailed information regarding the ancient seal and the malevolent force. Yao Chen was taken aback, and he promptly conveyed the information provided by the system to Bibi Dong and Tang Xiao. It appeared that we were on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. Should this malevolent force awaken, the Douluo Continent would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. We must exhaust all means to reinforce the seal. According to the information from the system, Yao Chen learned that the ancient seal was established by the creator god during the primordial era, intended to suppress a group of evil beings that sought to annihilate the cosmic order. These entities possessed formidable dark powers capable of corrupting all forms of life and natural laws. As time progressed, the strength of the seal gradually waned, and now it stood on the precipice of collapse. In the midst of the void whirlpool, Yao Chen, Bai Dong, and Tang Xiao endeavored to discover a means to reinforce the seal. Suddenly, a host of demon-like dark creatures surged forth from the whirlpool, clawing and gnashing as they lunged toward the trio. These sinister beings exuded a potent aura of darkness, leaving behind a trail of corroded space marked by black fissures. Be cautious. The power of these dark creatures should not be underestimated. Yao Chen shouted, swiftly conjuring a barrier of chaotic energy to shield the three of them. The creatures collided violently against the barrier, emitting a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Bai Dong unleashed the power of the Rakshasa god, wielding the Rakshasa demon scythe for a dark judgment. As the black scythe swept through the air, beams of darkness shot forth, cleaving the approaching creatures asunder. Tang Xiao swung the Haotian hammer, executing the chaotic cloak hammer technique, generating a ferocious gale that sent the dark beings tumbling in disarray. However, the creatures continued to pour forth endlessly from the whirlpool, their numbers multiplying exponentially. Yao Chen realized that this situation was untenable. He must swiftly locate the key to reinforcing the seal. He unleashed the chaotic genesis and a surge of formidable chaotic energy that temporarily repelled the dark creatures. Seizing this opportunity, Yao Chen employed chaotic insight, scrutinizing the heart of the void whirlpool. He discerned a faintly glowing rune at the center of the whirlpool, which appeared to be the core of the seal. If he could repair and strengthen this rune, it might fortify the seal. I have found the key to reinforcing the seal. It lies within the rune at the center of the whirlpool. However, we must first eliminate these dark creatures before I can approach the rune, Yao Chen declared. Bai Dong and Tang Xiao nodded in agreement. and the three once more unleashed their formidable abilities, engaging in a desperate struggle against the dark creatures. Yao Chen harnessed the overload of chaotic power, significantly amplifying the potency of all his skills for a brief period. He unleashed the chaotic spirit wind, a fusion of chaotic energy and wind-based soul power, which manifested as a devastating force that obliterated the dark creatures in swathes. Bai Dong invoked the fury of the Rakshasa, summoning a dark tempest centered around herself, ensnaring the surrounding dark beings and shredding them to pieces. Tang Xiao executed the Hao Tian hammer, earth-shaking strike, radiating brilliance as he smashed the hammer into the ground, triggering a violent tremor that scattered the dark creatures. Under the relentless assault of the trio, the advance of the dark creatures was finally curtailed. Yao Chen seized the moment, employing chaotic space-time traversal to instantaneously breach the defensive line of the dark beings, arriving at the very heart of the void whirlpool. The medicinal dust concentrated the entirety of the primordial divine principle's power, infusing it into the glimmering runes. Under the nurturing embrace of chaotic forces, the brilliance of the runes gradually intensified. However, just as the seal was on the verge of solidification, an even more formidable darkness erupted from the depths of the vortex, assailing both the body of the medicinal dust and the runes. Yao Chen felt an unprecedented pressure as his body began to fracture under the onslaught of dark forces. He could not afford to relent. He must reinforce the seal. Gritting his teeth, Yao Chen unleashed the newly unlocked divine power of the chaotic creation judgment. A radiant beam, imbued with the essence of creation, emanated from him, colliding with the dark forces at the runic point. Under the overwhelming might of the chaotic creation judgment, the dark forces were gradually subdued. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen infused more chaotic energy into the rune, causing its brilliance to surge until he ultimately succeeded in reinforcing the ancient seal. The vortex of emptiness slowly dissipated, and the surrounding space returned to tranquility. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task and ascending the power of the creation divine law to the realm of creation sovereign, along with the god-tier skill enhancement Eternal Douluo Guardian. Upon returning to the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen recounted the events to the gathered crowd. This incident profoundly enlightened the inhabitants of the continent, making them acutely aware that peace and prosperity were perpetually threatened by unknown perils. In response, Yao Chen resolved to fortify the defense system of Douluo Continent and enhance the strength of its denizens. He employed the guardian skill of the Eternal Douluo, bestowing permanent and comprehensive attribute enhancements upon elite individuals such as Hu Laina, Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and Tang Xiao, as well as numerous esteemed civilian soul masters. Concurrently, Yao Chen commenced the establishment of specialized defensive arrays across the continent, linking these formations to his Genesis divine power, capable of repelling formidable external invasions at critical junctures. Under Yao Chen's guidance, Douluo Continent entered a novel phase of development. The populace dedicated themselves to rigorous training, striving to amplify their prowess in preparation for safeguarding their cherished land. Yao Chen was acutely aware that formidable challenges lay ahead. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that as long as the people of Douluo Continent united in purpose, their formidable strength and unwavering conviction would enable them to protect the land they so dearly loved and embrace a more illustrious future. Chapter 43: Unveiling Ruins, Mysterious Legacies. And potential threats. Following the successful reinforcement of the ancient seals, Douluo Continent enjoyed a temporary tranquility. However, Yao Chen understood that this was merely the calm before the storm, as the lurking unknown threats in the cosmos continued to shadow them. To further augment the continent's might, Yao Chen resolved to explore the enigmatic ruins scattered throughout, hoping to unearth powerful legacies and forces therein. In the far western reaches of Douluo Continent lay an ancient ruin, rumored to harbor the legacies of formidable soul masters from a bygone era. Yao Chen led a cadre of youthful and potent soul masters, including Hu Laina, Lingyu, and Xianer, on a quest to uncover the mysteries of the ruins. These young soul masters, meticulously nurtured by the Spirit Hall, had flourished under Yao Chen's tutelage, brimming with anticipation and enthusiasm for the adventure ahead. As they journeyed westward, they ultimately arrived at the site of the ruins. Before them stood a colossal stone door, adorned with peculiar runes and patterns that emanated an aura of mystery. Utilizing his chaos insight, Yao Chen deciphered the runes and discovered they constituted an ancient sealing incantation, requiring resolution to unlock the door. After considerable effort, he unearthed the method to unravel the runes. By channeling his soul power into the runes in a specific sequence, The stone door gradually creaked open, releasing an ancient and profound essence. Cautiously, the group ventured into the ruins, where dim light and a faint mist enveloped the atmosphere. The walls were embedded with various luminous gemstones, illuminating their path forward. Along the corridors of the ruins, numerous ancient statues were displayed. These statues, varying in form, depicted warriors wielding weapons and soul masters executing soul techniques, as if narrating tales of past grandeur. Yao Chen sensed a potent wave of soul power emanating from these statues, hinting at some concealed secret. Exercise caution, everyone. Danger lurks in every corner. At the same time, remain vigilant of your surroundings, for significant clues may await discovery. Yao Chen softly alerted the crowd. Upon their arrival at a vast plaza, a magnificent crystal orb emerged in the center. The orb emanated a gentle radiance, within which faint images manifested, seemingly depicting scenes of ancient soul masters engaged in cultivation and battle. Hulaina approached the crystal orb, yearning to touch it. The moment her hand made contact, a brilliant flash occurred, inundating her mind with a wealth of information. It was an ancient spiritual cultivation technique, capable of significantly enhancing mental strength and control. Hulaina exclaimed in delight. Yao Chen nodded and remarked, "It appears that this relic indeed conceals numerous precious legacies. Let us continue our search to see if there are any further treasures to uncover." Just then, the ground began to tremble violently, and from beneath the plaza emerged a horde of skeletal soul beasts. These skeletal creatures exuded a putrid aura, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light as they lunged menacingly towards the group. "Prepare for battle," Yao Chen shouted, swiftly conjuring a barrier of chaotic energy to shield his companions. The skeletal soul beasts collided against the barrier with resounding thuds. Ling Yu unleashed his soul technique, the Starry Void Fist, infused with the essence of the star transformation art. The radiant power of the stars enveloped his fist as he struck fiercely at the skeletal beasts, shattering them with each blow. Shen quickly employed her healing and support techniques, enhancing her teammates' defenses and speed. "Steady yourselves. I will assist you in regaining your strength and healing your wounds," she called out. The other young soul masters unleashed their formidable soul techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the skeletal beasts. However, the sheer number of the skeletal creatures was overwhelming as they continued to surge forth, plunging the group deeper into a grueling struggle. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic Genesis End, and the formidable force of chaos erupted instantaneously, sweeping towards the skeletal soul beasts. Under the ravaging might of chaos, numerous skeletal soul beasts were vanquished, leaving their remnants strewn across the ground. After a fierce battle, the group successfully repelled the skeletal soul beasts. Continuing their exploration of the ruins, they arrived before a hidden chamber. The door to the chamber bore an inscription, "Only those with a righteous heart and unwavering will may enter." Yao Chen led the group to push open the door of the secret chamber, revealing a colossal stone sarcophagus within. The sarcophagus emanated an enigmatic glow, surrounded by powerful waves of soul energy. As Yao Chen approached, he sensed a formidable and pure force contained within, seemingly a legacy of an exceptionally potent martial soul. At that moment, the divine selection system issued a notification. Ding. A mysterious sarcophagus has been detected within the ruins, containing the top-tier martial soul legacy from ancient times. This legacy possesses immense power, but may also pose potential threats. Task issued. Decide whether to accept the martial soul legacy and address any possible consequences. Task rewards, based on the host's choices and outcomes. Successfully accepting the legacy and resolving the threats will grant an enhancement in the understanding of the primordial divine laws. Unlocking the law technique Chaos Manifestation, capable of creating various wondrous law-based creations, and a divine-grade martial soul enhancement item Eternal Martial Soul Crystal, which can permanently elevate the quality and potential of the martial soul. Failure to manage the situation effectively may lead to unforeseen challenges. Yao Chen pondered for a moment, fully aware of the significance of the martial soul inheritance for the Douluo Continent. Yet he could not overlook the inherent dangers it posed. He turned to Hulaina, Ling Yu, and the others, stating, "This presents an invaluable opportunity, yet it is fraught with peril. We must exercise caution in our decision-making." Hulaina replied resolutely, "Senior Yao, I believe we should endeavor to accept the inheritance. We have journeyed this far, overcoming countless hardships. We cannot simply relinquish our efforts. Furthermore, we trust that under your guidance, we can confront any danger that may arise." Ling Yu and the other young soul masters nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to take on the challenge. Observing their determination, Yao Chen declared, Very well. Since everyone has made their decision, we shall proceed with the attempt to accept the inheritance. However, I urge you all to remain vigilant and prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. With the divine power of the Creator, Yao Chen cautiously opened the stone coffin. The moment the coffin creaked open, a brilliant beam of light soared into the heavens, revealing an ethereal figure within its radiance. This figure, draped in an ancient robe, emanated an air of authority and wisdom. You, the younger generation, have endured numerous trials to arrive at this place. This soul inheritance is bestowed upon those destined to receive it. However, to accept this legacy, you must first pass my test, declared the spectral figure. As the words echoed, the apparition unleashed a formidable soul force, conjuring a soul illusion within the chamber. In this illusion, the group faced various arduous challenges and the temptations of their own hearts. In the realm of illusion, Hulaina envisioned herself as the empress of the Soul Master Empire, reigning over the entire Douluo Continent. Yet, her resolve remained unyielding, impervious to distraction. Meanwhile, Lingyu confronted relentless assaults from formidable foes, and through sheer tenacity and an unwavering pursuit of power, he repelled his adversaries time and again. In the ethereal realm, Yao Chen witnessed the continent of Douluo engulfed in darkness, dominated by malevolent forces. Aware of the weight of his responsibility, he summoned the power of the Creator God, shattering the confines of the illusion. Under Yao Chen's guidance, the group collectively overcame the trials of the mirage. The ephemeral figure nodded in satisfaction and declared, "You have passed the test. The inheritance of the martial soul shall be bestowed upon you." With a flash of brilliance, the martial soul inheritance transformed into streams of light, merging into the bodies of young soul masters such as Hulaina and Lingyu. However, at the very moment they accepted the inheritance, the relic began to tremble violently. Through the insights of chaos, Yao Chen discerned that the unsealing of the martial soul inheritance had triggered a hidden malevolent force deep within the relic. This dark power surged towards them. Prepare for battle, everyone. The acceptance of the inheritance has awakened the evil force within the relic. Yao Chen shouted. Suddenly, a horde of sinister soul beasts erupted from the depths of the relic, their enormous forms exuding a palpable aura of darkness. Their eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, brimming with murderous intent. Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic Genesis judgment, a radiant beam infused with the principles of creation, striking the leading malevolent soul beast. The beast emitted a pained roar, its body severely wounded. Hulaina invoked the ancient spiritual cultivation method she had recently acquired, employing a psychic assault known as soul shock, where her formidable mental force transformed into an invisible blade that assailed the essence of the evil soul beast. Lingyu executed a soul skill, the celestial metamorphosis, annihilation strike, which harmoniously fused the power of the stars with the energy of his newly inherited martial soul, manifesting as a potent energy beam directed at the malevolent creature. Xin'er and the other young soul masters also unleashed their respective skills, engaging in a fierce battle against the evil soul beast. Through their collective efforts, the malevolent entity was gradually repelled. However, at that moment, the core of the dark power emerged, a colossal dark demon, exuding an oppressive aura of malevolence, warped the surrounding space into a grotesque form. The dark demon opened its enormous maw, unleashing a beam of darkness towards the group. Yao Chen swiftly conjured a barrier of chaotic domain and simultaneously activated a collective invincibility shield, providing a fleeting layer of protection for everyone. The dark beam struck the shield, erupting into a brilliant flash, yet the shield successfully withstood the assault. Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic manifestation, conjuring a multitude of chaotic creations, such as the chaotic blade and the chaotic shield, as he advanced towards the dark demon. Hulaina, Lingyu, and others also summoned their utmost strength, joining Yao Chen in a final assault against the dark demon. Under the onslaught of their formidable attacks, the dark demon could no longer withstand the pressure, emitting a wretched cry before its form gradually dissipated. As the dark demon vanished, the malevolent forces within the ruins also dissolved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the Soul Master inheritance and neutralizing the threat, gaining an enhancement in the comprehension of the Genesis Divine Law, and unlocking the skill Chaotic Manifestation along with the Divine Grade Soul Master Enhancement Item Eternal Soul Crystal. Yao Chen distributed the Eternal Martial Soul Crystals among young Soul Masters, such as Hulaina and Lingyu, assisting them in further enhancing the quality and potential of their martial souls. Following this expedition into the ruins, the young Soul Masters not only acquired formidable martial soul legacies, significantly augmenting their strength, but also amassed invaluable experience through their battles. Yao Chen was acutely aware that the future of Douluo Continent depended on the strength of its youth. After departing from the ruins, he returned to Douluo Continent and shared the knowledge and experiences gained with a greater number of soul masters, infusing new vitality into the development of the land. However, Yao Chen understood that the unknown threats lurking in the cosmos still persisted, and the journey to safeguard Douluo Continent remained long and arduous. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as everyone united in purpose, bolstered by their ever-increasing strength and unwavering conviction, they would undoubtedly protect the peace and prosperity of this continent and embrace a more resplendent future. Chapter 44. The Rise of Dominance. All clans unite as one. Yao Chen stood serenely upon the elevated platform of the Spirit Hall, gazing down at the tumultuous landscape of the Douluo Continent, which had undergone a dramatic transformation since his arrival. Armed with a divine selection system, he had defied fate, altering the established order beyond recognition. What rewards shall the system bestow upon me today? Yao Chen mused, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Ding! The host has aided the Spirit Hall in achieving a significant victory against the Hautanen sect and the other lesser factions. The reward is a divine cultivation insight, capable of assisting any 10 individuals in transcending their current limitations. Intriguing. A smile crept upon Yao Chen's lips, for this reward was indeed timely. Under his strategic guidance, the Spirit Hall had eclipsed the once dominant Hautanen sect and its allies. Qian Daolu presided over the Hall of Offerings, his strength unfathomable. Meanwhile, with Yao Chen's assistance, Bibi Dong had successfully harnessed the power of divinity, standing on the cusp of ascension. Conversely, although Sea God Island remained enigmatic, it could not help but temper its brilliance in the face of the burgeoning might of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen was acutely aware that Sea God Island would eventually become an obstacle to his ambition of unifying the continent. However, for the moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Nurturing new talent was the foundation upon which the Spirit Hall would maintain its long-term supremacy. Yao Chen murmured to himself before turning to enter the training base of the Spirit Hall. Inside, a group of youthful soul masters was diligently honing their skills. Observing the vibrant faces before him, Yao Chen devised a plan. He imparted the divine cultivation insights generously, and in an instant, the training ground became suffused with spiritual energy. As the oars of several students surged upward, "Thank you, Lord Yao Chen," the students exclaimed, their voices filled with excitement as they knelt in gratitude. Yao Chen waved his hand and said, "Rise, you are the future of the Spirit Hall. Train diligently and expand the realm of the Spirit Hall." Meanwhile, under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, Hulaina successfully broke through to the 90th level, becoming a titled Douluo. With her graceful figure and a gaze radiating determination and confidence, she had emerged as the leading figure of the new generation in the Spirit Hall. "Nana, you have performed admirably," Yao Chen praised. "Now, the Spirit Hall requires a new successor to lead everyone to greater heights. By the collective endorsement of the people, Hulaina was appointed as the heir to the Spirit Empire. She understood that this was not merely an honor, but a weighty responsibility. Rest assured, Lord Yao Chen, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will ensure that the banner of the Spirit Empire is planted in every inch of the Douluo Continent," Hulaina solemnly vowed. As the influence of the Spirit Hall continued to expand, the process of unifying the continent accelerated. Yao Chen, utilizing the rewards from the system, developed a brand new method for spirit awakening and cultivation, allowing common folk to awaken their spirits and embark on the path of cultivation. In no time, a fervor for cultivation swept across the continent, with countless commoners joining the Spirit Hall, infusing it with fresh vitality. "Yao Chen, you are set to completely alter the landscape of the Douluo Continent," Qian Daolu remarked, observing the increasingly powerful Spirit Hall. "Senior Qian Daolu, this is merely the beginning." Yao Chen replied with unwavering resolve. "I shall make the Spirit Hall the absolute dominion of this continent, allowing Qian Rinxue to ascend to the position of God King, while I shall step onto the throne of the Creator God." Under Yao Chen's strategic guidance, the Spirit Hall conquered numerous factions, and the forces of resistance on the continent dwindled. Finally, in a grand ceremony, Yao Chen announced the unification of the Douluo Continent and the establishment of the Spirit Empire. "From today onwards, this continent shall prosper under the rule of the Spirit Empire." Yao Chen's voice resonated throughout every corner of the continent. With Yao Chen's assistance, Qian Rinxue also took steps toward the position of God King. Absorbing divine energy, she emanated a powerful aura. "Yao Chen, thank you. Without you, I might never have reached this God King position in this lifetime." Qian Rinxue gazed at Yao Chen with deep gratitude. With a smile, Yao Chen declared, "We are allies. Your triumph is also my triumph. When you ascend to the rank of God King, I too shall strive for the position of the Creator God." At this moment, the Douluo Continent, under the governance of the Spirit Empire, basked in tranquility. The common folk were afforded the opportunity to cultivate, and their lives flourished. Yao Chen stood upon this land he had transformed with his own hands, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. System. How far am I from attaining the Creator God's position? Yao Chen inquired within his mind. Ding. The host has completed the unification of the continent and is merely one step away from the Creator God's position. Please continue to fulfill the tasks issued by the system to unlock the divine inheritance. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yao Chen's eyes, indicating that the legend of Douluo Continent was far from over. He gazed into the distance, his mind already plotting his next course of action, preparing to launch a final assault towards the supreme divine position of the Creator God. Chapter 45, Ascending to the Pinnacle of Divinity, a new chapter of glory within the majestic palace of the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating through the vast stained glass windows, looking towards the expansive land now dominated by the banners of the Spirit Hall. Under his meticulous planning and relentless efforts, the landscape of Douluo Continent had been completely transformed, achieving unprecedented unity. Yet, all of this was merely a stepping stone towards his loftier ambitions. System. What crucial tasks remain for me to inherit the divine position of the Creator God? Yao Chen silently inquired, his eyes filled with an unwavering desire for the highest divine rank. Ding. The host must assist Qian Rengshu in completing the Divine King Inheritance Ceremony, while simultaneously establishing a comprehensive divine cultivation system within Douluo Continent, ensuring that divine powerhouses are no longer mere legends out of reach. Upon completing these two tasks, the inheritance of the Creator God's divine position shall be unlocked. Yao Chen nodded slightly, his mind already brimming with plans. The divine inheritance of Qian Rengshu must be executed flawlessly, as establishing a divine-level cultivation system is crucial to the future trajectory of Douluo Continent. At this moment, Qian Rengshu was in a mysterious chamber, engaged in seclusion to prepare for the impending divine inheritance ceremony. Yao Chen understood that this was not only the most pivotal moment of her life but also a critical juncture for the Spirit Hall and the entire Douluo Continent. Lord Yao Chen, Hulaina, entered with a graceful stride. Now, as the successor of the Spirit Empire, she had shed her youthful innocence, exuding an air of regal authority in every gesture. The preparations for Senior Qian Rengshu's divine inheritance ceremony are nearly complete, but I am concerned that there may be movements from Sea God Island. Yao Chen took the cue, a confident smile gracing his lips. No need for concern. I have made ample arrangements. Though Sea God Island is shielded by Poseidon's power, it cannot stir significant turmoil in the face of the Spirit Empire. To ensure the smooth progress of Qian Rengshu's divine inheritance, Yao Chen had deployed numerous spies across Douluo Continent, alongside sending several titled Douluos to monitor the vicinity of Sea God Island. Should any unusual activity arise from Sea God Island, the Spirit Hall would be able to respond promptly. In nurturing the new blood of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen spared no effort. He personally selected a group of exceptionally gifted young soul masters, imparting his divine-level cultivation insights, which he had obtained from the system, without reservation. Under his meticulous guidance, these young soul masters made remarkable progress, with several already surpassing level 80 and becoming soul Douluos. Given time, they would undoubtedly become the backbone of the Spirit Hall. Lord Yao Chen, these children are truly remarkable. Without you, they might never have embarked on such a glorious path of cultivation, remarked an elder responsible for their instruction. They are the future of Douluo Continent and the hope of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen replied with unwavering determination. I aim to ensure that every talented and ambitious child can shine with their own brilliance upon this land. Meanwhile, with Yu Chen's assistance, Bibi Dong successfully completed her divine inheritance, becoming yet another deity on Douluo Continent. Her strength underwent a qualitative leap, and her entire demeanor transformed dramatically. Yao Chen, thank you. Were it not for you, I fear I would have long lost myself in darkness, Bibi Dong said, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration as she gazed at Yao Chen. You're too kind, Senior. This is the result of your own efforts and innate talent. Our shared goal now is to assist Qian Rengshu in becoming the Divine King, allowing the glory of the Spirit Hall to illuminate the entire universe. Yao Chen replied with a smile. During Qian Rengshu's period of seclusion, Yao Chen devoted himself entirely to the establishment of the divine-level cultivation system. He combined his knowledge from his previous world with the realities of Douluo Continent to formulate a scientific and systematic method of cultivation. This method encompasses every stage from spirit masters to title Douluo and provides a comprehensive elucidation on how to ascend to the divine realm. To validate the feasibility of this cultivation technique, Yao Chen personally selected several exceptionally gifted spirit masters for experimentation. Under his tutelage, these spirit masters diligently practiced the new cultivation method, achieving astonishing progress in just a few months. Among them, one who was previously stuck at the 81st rank successfully broke through the 82nd rank's barrier. Now merely a step away from becoming a titled Douluo, it appears that this divine cultivation system is indeed viable. Yao Chen nodded in satisfaction, and his next endeavor would be to disseminate this knowledge throughout the Douluo continent, granting more individuals the opportunity to tread the path of divine power. Just as Yao Chen was preparing for the promotion of the divine cultivation system, Qian Rinxue's seclusion finally reached its conclusion. She emerged from her chamber, exuding a powerful and enigmatic aura, already resembling a nascent deity. "Yao Chen, I am ready," Qian Rinxue declared, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination as she gazed at him. Yao Chen nodded slightly. "Very well, let us commence the divine king inheritance ceremony. This time, we shall allow the entire Douluo continent to witness your ascendance." The ceremony took place in the sacred grounds of the Spirit Hall, enveloped in solemnity and imbued with an air of mystique. Yao Chen, alongside powerful figures such as Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu, personally safeguarded Qian Rinxue, ensuring the seamless execution of every aspect of the ritual. Throughout the inheritance ceremony, Qian Rinxue faced numerous trials, yet she overcame each challenge with unwavering conviction and formidable strength. At last, amidst a radiant glow, Qian Rinxue successfully completed the divine king inheritance ceremony, emerging as the new divine king of the Douluo continent. Congratulations to Qian Rinxue on becoming the divine king. The crowd knelt in reverence, their cheers resonating throughout the sacred grounds. As Qian Rinxue slowly opened her eyes, they sparkled with a golden light, signifying her ascension to an unprecedented level of power. "Yao Chen, thank you for your unwavering support throughout this journey. Without you, I could never have attained the title of divine king. This glory is rightfully yours, Qian Rinxue," Yao Chen replied with a smile. "Now that you have become the divine king, I too shall soon strive for the position of creator god. On the day I succeed, the Douluo continent shall usher in an entirely new era." With Qian Rinxue's ascendance, the prestige of the Spirit Hall soared to unprecedented heights. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen began to propagate the divine cultivation system across the Douluo continent. He established cultivation academies in various cities, inviting numerous seasoned soul masters to serve as mentors, providing free guidance to the common folk. A fervor for cultivation swept across the Douluo continent as countless commoners entered the academies. Driven by dreams and empowered by the divine cultivation methods imparted by Yao Chen, continuously enhancing their abilities. In this process, a plethora of exceptional soul masters emerged, infusing fresh vitality into the prosperity and development of the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, Yao Chen finally arrived at the pivotal moment to challenge the position of creator god. He ventured alone to a mysterious location on the Douluo continent, said to be the gateway to the realm of the divine system. Initiate the inheritance of the creator god position. Yao Chen inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Ding! The inheritance of the creator god position has commenced. Please accept the divine trial, host. As the system's prompt resonated, a colossal luminous gate appeared before Yao Chen, emanating a potent and enigmatic aura. Without hesitation, he stepped through the gate, ready to confront an unprecedented challenge. On the other side of the gate, Yao Chen faced a myriad of daunting obstacles and formidable foes. Yet, through his wisdom, courage, and immense strength, he repeatedly turned peril into safety. After a protracted and arduous battle, Yao Chen finally stood before the creator god position. "I, Yao Chen, shall ascend to this creator god position today," he declared loudly, extending his hand to touch the radiating divine seat. In that instant, an overwhelming force surged into Yao Chen's body, initiating a transformative upheaval within him. His power continuously ascended, surpassing the divine king, transcending all known existences. At last, Yao Chen successfully ascended to the position of the creator god, becoming the sovereign of the Douluo continent and the entire universe. "From this day forth, under my guardianship, the Douluo continent shall embark on a path towards eternal prosperity." Yao Chen's voice resonated throughout the cosmos, heralding the advent of a new era. Chapter 46. The dawn of a new age, the radiance of divine authority, the brilliance of the Creator God emanated from Yao Chen. An infinite surge of divine power causing the entire Douluo Continent to tremble. This force not only symbolized strength, but also marked the inception of an entirely new order. Gazing down upon the Douluo Continent from the realm of the gods, Yao Chen's heart brimmed with visions for the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending to the position of the Creator God. You are rewarded with the divine guardian power, which can protect the Douluo Continent for millennia without worry. Simultaneously, the divine summoning function is unlocked, allowing the summoning of any historical powerhouse to serve the Douluo Continent. The system's prompt echoed in Yao Chen's mind, and he nodded slightly, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. The divine guardian power assures the tranquility of the Douluo Continent's future, while the divine summoning function brings forth boundless possibilities for the development of this land. Yao Chen, no, Lord Creator God, Qian Rinxue, in her majestic form of the Divine King, entered the realm of the gods. Her address to Yao Chen had already transformed, her words imbued with reverence and gratitude. Now that you have become the Creator God, the Douluo Continent, under your protection, is destined to usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity. However, despite the continent's unification, various factions still harbor undercurrents, necessitating careful appeasement. Yao Chen's gaze was profound, surveying every corner of the continent as if he could perceive all. Qian Rinxue, you speak with great truth. Now that the continent is initially stabilized and the hearts of the people remain uncertain, we must first solidify our rule, allowing the populace to genuinely experience the benefits of unity. Yao Chen first turned his gaze towards the cultivation system of the Spirit Hall. Under the aegis of his divine power, the training resources of the Spirit Hall experienced a remarkable enhancement. The once scarce heavenly materials and earthly treasures now surged forth abundantly from the hidden realms of the Douluo Continent under Yao Chen's control. He personally established a dedicated training space for the young soul masters of the Spirit Hall, where the flow of time diverged from the outside world. One day of cultivation here equated to 10 days beyond its confines. Children, he proclaimed, this is the opportunity bestowed upon you by the Creator God. Cherish it diligently and cultivate fervently, for you are destined to become the pillars safeguarding the Douluo Continent in the future. Hulaina, as the heir to the Spirit Empire, personally supervised the young soul masters entering the training space. She understood well that these emerging forces would determine the future trajectory of both the Spirit Empire and the Douluo Continent. With Yao Chen's impetus, the divine-level cultivation system took root comprehensively across the Douluo Continent. Various training academies not only imparted fundamental knowledge of soul cultivation but also introduced courses on divine-level training. Yao Chen transformed his insights into divinity into accessible texts, distributing them to every aspiring soul master eager to reach divine status. The path to divinity was revealed to be within reach. Following the guidance left by the Creator God, I felt myself inching closer to the divine realm. An experienced titled Douluo, upon studying Yao Chen's texts, was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. After years of being trapped at a bottleneck, he finally glimpsed the hope of breakthrough. Meanwhile, Yao Chen did not forget those forces that had once opposed the Spirit Hall. Although the Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island lay dormant under the strong unification of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen understood that true reconciliation of their animosity was essential for lasting peace on the continent. Qian Douluo, I beseech you to visit the Haotian sect, Yao Chen said to Qian Douluo. With your esteemed reputation, perhaps you can persuade Tang Sha to set aside their prejudices and integrate into the new order of the Douluo Continent. Qian Douluo accepted the task. At the Haotian sect, he engaged in an all-night conversation with Tang Shao. Tang Shao, Yao Chen has now ascended as the Creator God, heralding a new era for the Douluo Continent. Rather than continue in opposition, it would be wiser to adapt to the prevailing tide and seek a new path for the Haotian sect. Tang Zhao's brow furrowed, his heart filled with conflict. Once the preeminent sect in the world, the Haotian sect now faced the prospect of bowing under the dominion of the Spirit Hall, a reality he found hard to accept. Yet, Qian Douluo's words carried weight. Yao Chen's strength was evident, and resistance would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Allow me some time to ponder, Tang Shao ultimately replied. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Yao Chen made a personal appearance. Poseidon, sensing Yao Chen's divine aura, was taken aback. You have become the Creator God. With a smile, Yao Chen addressed Poseidon, saying, Senior Poseidon, I harbor no ill intentions. Now that the Douluo Continent is unified, I hope that Sea God Island can join hands with the continent to safeguard this land together. Your divine power as the sea god is crucial to the stability of Douluo Continent. After a prolonged silence, Poseidon finally nodded and replied, "Since you have become the creator god, entrusted with the sacred duty of protecting the continent, Sea God Island shall certainly offer its assistance. However, I hope you will keep your promise to maintain the peace of Douluo Continent." Having resolved the latent crises among various factions, Yao Chen began to utilize his divine summoning abilities. Countless formidable figures appeared in his mind, and ultimately, he chose several illustrious individuals who had left a remarkable legacy in the history of Douluo Continent. With a flash of brilliance, these powerful beings materialized before Yao Chen. "We pay our respects to the creator god," they proclaimed, kneeling on one knee in reverence. Yao Chen proclaimed, "You are all legendary figures of the Douluo Continent, and now the land requires your strength. I hope you will assist the Spirit Empire in safeguarding the peace and prosperity of this territory." The formidable individuals accepted their mission, each venturing to pivotal regions of the Douluo Continent, becoming powerful guardians of their domains. Under their imposing presence, certain nefarious forces abandoned any thoughts of rebellion. Through Yao Chen's tireless efforts, the Douluo Continent ushered in a genuine era of peace and prosperity. The common folk thrived in security and contentment, while soul masters enjoyed improved environments and resources for cultivation. During her stewardship of the Spirit Empire, Hulaina demonstrated exceptional leadership skills, implementing Yao Chen's ideals into every policy, transforming the Spirit Empire into a paradise in the hearts of the people. O Creator Deity, under your benevolent guidance, the Douluo Continent has found its rightful path. Hulaina reported the state of the continent to Yao Chen, yet with the passage of time, new crises may inevitably arise. Yao Chen nodded slightly, fully aware that the peace of Douluo Continent would not always sail smoothly. However, he was prepared, ready to harness the power and wisdom of the Creator God to lead the people of Douluo Continent in facing every challenge that lay ahead. "Hulaina, you have performed admirably," Yao Chen remarked. "The future of the Spirit Empire is entrusted to you. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." A warm current surged within Hulaina. She understood that although Yao Chen had ascended to the status of the Creator God, his heart remained tethered to Douluo Continent. Under Yao Chen's watchful gaze, Hulaina turned to depart, continuing her efforts for the prosperity of the Spirit Empire. Meanwhile, Yao Chen returned to the realm of the gods, where he began to explore ways to further enhance the overall strength of Douluo Continent. He recognized that amidst the vast cosmos, Douluo Continent was but a mere speck. To secure an unassailable position in the future cosmic competition, it was imperative to continually strengthen oneself. Within the realm of the gods, Yao Chen utilized the divine power of the Creator God to forge a new dimensional space. This realm connected every corner of Douluo Continent, and he intended to transform it into a super training ground, allowing the soul masters of Douluo Continent to engage in more rigorous practical exercises, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. As time progressed, under Yao Chen's protection, Douluo Continent flourished ever more abundantly. Yao Chen's legendary tale became a beacon of inspiration, passed down through generations, encouraging countless individuals to pursue their dreams and safeguard peace. Chapter 47. Undercurrent stirring, crisis emerges in the new order of Douluo Continent. The Spirit Empire thrived under the meticulous governance of Hulaina and the protective might of Yao Chen, the Creator God, radiating prosperity in every corner. In the cities, common soul masters diligently practiced in newly established academies. What once seemed an unattainable path of soul awakening and cultivation had now become a ladder for countless individuals to alter their destinies. Yet, Yao Chen, the Creator God, was not deceived by the tranquility before him. Each day, he surveyed every inch of Douluo Continent from the realm of the gods, sensing an undercurrent subtly surging beneath the surface. Ding! A hidden crisis within Douluo Continent has been detected. The system has issued a task to seek out and resolve the mysterious threat lurking deep within the continent. Completion reward, comprehension of divine-level laws, enabling mastery over the fundamental laws of the universe. Yao Chen felt a sudden chill in his heart, sensing an impending crisis. He immediately expanded his consciousness across the entire continent, leaving no stone unturned. At last, in a frozen gorge in the far north, he detected a peculiar fluctuation. This wave was subtle and bizarre, beyond the capabilities of the existing power structure of Douluo Continent. It seemed that the tranquil days were about to be shattered. Yao Chen murmured to himself, his figure flickering before vanishing into the realm of the divine, soaring towards the northernmost land. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina was engaged in discussions with several elders regarding the development plans for the empire. With the continent now unified, the allocation of cultivation resources needed to be more equitable. We must ensure that every common spirit master receives ample support, she stated methodically. One elder furrowed his brow slightly. Your Highness, I have sensed an inexplicable chill emanating from the northern borders recently, as if some ominous entity is stirring. Hulaina's heart jolted. The northern borders were precisely in the direction of the far north. Could this be connected to the crisis detected by Lord Yao Chen? Without hesitation, she dispatched several elite spirit masters to investigate the northern borders while she awaited news of the spirit hall. As Yao Chen arrived in the frigid northern expanse, he was immediately enveloped by a bone-chilling cold that pervaded the air, mingled with a sinister, decaying aura that made him furrow his brow in apprehension. Proceeding with utmost caution, he soon encountered a colossal ice wall, adorned with enigmatic runes that shimmered with an ethereal blue luminescence, emanating a formidable force of constraint. Drawing closer to the ice wall, Yao Chen meticulously scrutinized the runes, employing the knowledge acquired during his travels and the wisdom bestowed upon him by the Creator God to gradually decipher their meanings. It became apparent that this ice wall had been erected by a powerful soul beast monarch from ancient times, intended to seal away a malevolent force lurking deep within the canyon. Clearly, this was the source of the hidden peril. Contemplating this revelation, Yao Chen lifted his hand and gently touched the ice wall, endeavoring to uncover the secrets concealed beyond. At the moment his hand made contact, the ice wall quaked violently. The runes flaring brilliantly, and a tremendous backlash force propelled Yao Chen several steps back. Realizing his actions had triggered the wall's protective mechanism, he became alarmed, fearing it might weaken the seal. Indeed, as the wall trembled, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the canyon, infused with resentment and a sense of injustice. At that moment, the soul masters dispatched by Hulaina also arrived in the northern realm. Upon witnessing Yao Chen standing before the ice wall, they promptly approached and offered their respects. Great Lord of Creation, we have come at the behest of Princess Hulaina to investigate. Yao Chen's expression grew grave as he spoke. This place is perilous. You must swiftly return to the spirit hall and inform Hulaina to prepare for the impending crisis. The spirit masters acknowledged his command and departed, while Yao Chen turned his gaze once more towards the icy wall. He understood all too well that retreating now would be futile. He had to devise a method to reinforce the seal. Otherwise, should that malevolent force break free, the Douluo Continent would face catastrophic ruin. The medicinal dust summoned the divine power of the Creator God, striving to mend the barriers of the ice wall. However, just as he exerted his utmost effort, the ice wall suddenly shattered, releasing a torrent of black mist. Within the mist, a colossal figure gradually emerged. It was a soul beast of mountainous proportions, emanating an aura of darkness and decay. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, brimming with boundless malice. Humph. After being imprisoned for millennia, I am finally free. The soul beast let out a furious roar, its voice reverberating throughout the entire northernmost realm. It instantly spotted the medicinal dust and proclaimed, "You are the current Creator God? Perfect. I shall take your divine blood to commemorate my countless years of suffering." The expression on Yao Chen's face was one of steely resolve. Confronted by this sudden and formidable adversary, he exhibited not a trace of fear. If one desires divine blood, let us see if you possess the requisite capability. With that, Yao Chen summoned his divine power, allowing a formidable aura to rise in opposition to the dark essence of the soul beast. The soul beast initiated the assault, its massive maw opening wide to unleash a beam of black light, which corroded the very fabric of space along its path, leaving fissures in its wake. Yao Chen swiftly evaded the onslaught with a flicker of movement, simultaneously raising his hand to unleash a golden divine radiance directed at the soul beast. The creature retaliated, swatting the divine light into oblivion with its colossal claws. "Is that all you can muster?" It roared disdainfully, before launching a subsequent attack with astonishing speed that left onlookers breathless. In a fierce clash, Yao Chen engaged in a tumultuous battle with the soul beast, causing the very earth of the extreme north to tremble and shatter. Astonishment filled Yao Chen's heart as he realized the formidable power of the soul beast, which seemed to surpass that of an ordinary deity. Throughout the skirmish, he gradually discerned that the soul beast's strength did not originate from the Douluo Continent, but rather from an enigmatic realm. It appeared to have been sealed away by ancient might, and for reasons unknown, the seal had weakened, granting it the chance to escape. It was evident that this confrontation would not conclude easily. As Yao Chen contemplated his strategy, he resolved to alter his approach, opting not to confront the soul beast head-on but to seek out its vulnerabilities. After a series of intense exchanges, He ultimately identified the soul beast's weakness, a dark crystal nestled in its forehead, seemingly the core of its power. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen dashed toward the beast with lightning speed, conjuring a golden divine sword that he thrust directly at the crystal. Sensing impending peril, the soul beast desperately contorted its form in an attempt to evade Yao Chen's strike. Yet, Yao Chen's velocity was unmatched, and the divine sword pierced the beast's forehead in an instant. A pained roar escaped the soul beast as it trembled violently. The dark crystal, struck by the sword, began to fracture, and as the cracks widened, the soul beast's strength waned progressively. "No, I refuse to accept this," the soul beast bellowed, summoning its last reserves of power to execute a final, desperate assault. A wave of ebony light enveloped the entire extreme north, consuming all in its path within an abyss of darkness. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen immediately conjured a divine shield, safeguarding himself and everything in his vicinity. As the radiance faded, the soul beast's form gradually collapsed, its life force slowly diminishing. Yao Chen exhaled a long breath, although the battle had been arduous. He ultimately emerged victorious. Gazing at the fallen soul beast, he could not help but ponder that while this hidden crisis had been temporarily averted, the future of the Douluo Continent would likely confront many more unknown challenges. At that moment, Hulaina arrived at the extreme northern region, accompanied by a multitude of formidable beings from the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing Yao Chen safe and sound, a great weight lifted from her heart. "Great Creator God, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed." Yao Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging that the crisis had been temporarily averted, yet we must remain vigilant. The breach of the seal in this far northern land could herald the emergence of further dangers. Hulaina solemnly nodded in agreement, expressing her understanding and commitment to immediately organize personnel to enhance the surveillance and protection of the Northern Territory. With Yao Chen's assistance, the formidable warriors of the Spirit Hall commenced the re-establishment of the seals in the extreme north, aiming to prevent similar crises from arising in the future. Meanwhile, Yao Chen returned to the realm of the divine, where he began to contemplate the profound significance underlying this battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and attaining a divine-level comprehension of the loss. The system's notification resonated within Yao Chen's mind. Yao Chen closed his eyes, embarking on a profound comprehension of the divine loss. As his understanding of these principles deepened, his strength gradually ascended. He was acutely aware that only by continually fortifying himself could he better safeguard the Douluo Continent and confront the myriad crises that might arise in the future. In the days that followed, the Douluo Continent appeared outwardly tranquil, yet both Yao Chen and Hulaina understood that beneath this calm facade, there lurked potentially greater unknown dangers. They dared not show any signs of complacency, remaining ever vigilant and prepared to embrace new challenges in order to protect the land they cherished. Chapter 48. A new crisis and legacy during the days of restored tranquility on the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen immersed himself in the understanding of divine laws within the realm of the gods, surrounded by the radiant light of the Creator God. Divine power surged within him, and with each encounter of the laws, he gained a deeper insight into the operational principles of the universe. Concurrently, under the governance of the Spirit Empire, the Douluo Continent steadily advanced towards prosperity, with ordinary soul masters flourishing under a new cultivation system, and every city brimming with hope and vitality. However, this serene period did not endure for long. One day, Yao Chen suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation within the realm of the gods, a disturbance that did not emanate from the Douluo Continent, but rather from the distant depths of the universe. A frown creased his brow as an unsettling premonition surged within him. Ding! An unknown and formidable force was detected approaching the Douluo Continent, prompting the system to issue an urgent task: ascertain the source of this mysterious power and resolve the impending crisis. Successful completion of the task would yield the Creator God's exclusive artifact, the Chaos Divine Seal, capable of wielding the power of chaos to suppress all malevolence. A chill ran through Yao Chen's heart. An unknown formidable force? It seemed that the Douluo Continent was on the brink of confronting yet another daunting trial. He dared not indulge in even the slightest delay, promptly extending his consciousness deep into the cosmos in an attempt to uncover the source of this enigmatic power. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Spirit Empire, Hulaina was engaged in discussions with the elders regarding the advancement of soul master education. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful fluctuation in the fabric of space, causing her heart to leap in alarm. Was another upheaval imminent? Without hesitation, she dispatched individuals to the divine realm to inquire with Yao Chen about the situation. The essence of Yao Chen traversed the cosmos, ultimately uncovering the traces of a mysterious power. Before him loomed a colossal black warship, hurtling rapidly towards the Douluo Continent, emanating formidable waves of energy that were evidently beyond the technological grasp of this realm. Was this the force of an extraterrestrial civilization? Yao Chen pondered, never having anticipated that the Douluo Continent would soon confront a threat from beyond the stars. With a swift motion, he departed from the realm of the gods and materialized high above the Douluo Continent, bracing himself for the impending challenge. The black warship drew ever closer, swiftly entering the sights of the continent. The hatch of the vessel gradually opened, revealing a cadre of alien beings clad in peculiar armor. At the forefront stood a towering extraterrestrial entity, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light, wielding a weapon that radiated an ethereal glow. "Are you the sovereigns of this land?" the alien inquired in an unfamiliar tongue. Through his comprehension of divine laws, Yao Chen was astonishingly able to grasp its meaning. "I am the creator of this continent." "What brings you here?" Yao Chen demanded with a stern countenance. The alien emitted a peculiar laugh, declaring, "We hail from distant stars, seeking powerful forces within the universe. Having heard of the existence of gods in this land, we have come to investigate. Should you willingly surrender the power of your gods, perhaps we might spare your lives." A surge of fury welled up within Yao Chen. These extraterrestrial beings were astonishingly audacious. If they sought the power of the divine, let us see if they possessed the capability to attain it. With that, Yao Chen's divine energy surged around him, and the oppressive aura of the creator god instantaneously enveloped the entire battlefield. The alien entities, feeling the formidable pressure of Yao Chen, could not help but shudder. Yet, they did not falter. The leader of the extraterrestrial beings waved his weapon and commanded, "Attack." In an instant, the aliens raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of energy beams directed at Yao Chen. Unperturbed, Yao Chen waved his hand, conjuring a divine shield that effortlessly deflected all the energy projectiles. "Is this all you are capable of?" Yao Chen scoffed, and with a flicker, he appeared amidst the alien horde, summoning a golden divine sword in his grasp, launching an assault against the extraterrestrials. Though the aliens possessed considerable strength, they proved to be no match for Yao Chen, the creator god. Wherever the divine sword struck, the aliens fell, their cries of agony echoing throughout the battlefield. However, just as Yao Chen believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a powerful energy beam suddenly erupted from the black warship, its might rivaling that of Yao Chen's divine power. Yao Chen quickly evaded, but the beam struck the ground, triggering a colossal explosion that split the earth with a tremendous fissure. It seemed that this warship was indeed their trump card. Yao Chen pondered silently, resolving to first dismantle this ship to eliminate the threat once and for all. Yao Chen summoned the divine power coursing through his entire being, coalescing it into a colossal golden sphere, imbued with the essence of annihilation. He hurled the sphere toward the obsidian warship, which, during its flight, incessantly absorbed the surrounding energy, growing ever larger. Witnessing this, the extraterrestrial beings hastily activated the defensive systems of their vessel. In an instant, an energy shield materialized around the warship, striving to withstand Yao Chen's formidable assault. Yet, how could such an attack be so easily repelled? The golden sphere struck the energy shield with astonishing force, shattering it instantaneously, and continued its relentless trajectory toward the warship. "No!" the aliens cried out in despair, and with a deafening explosion, the black warship was utterly obliterated by the golden sphere, reduced to cosmic dust. Yao Chen exhaled deeply, relieved that the crisis originating from the cosmos had been temporarily averted. However, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The future of the Douluo Continent might still confront greater threats from the universe. At that moment, Hulaina, accompanied by the formidable warriors of the Spirit Hall, arrived at the battlefield. Upon seeing Yao Chen safe and sound, the heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. "Great Creator God, it is such a relief to see you unharmed." Yao Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging that the crisis had been temporarily averted, yet caution remained imperative. The cosmos harbors countless unknown perils, and we must remain vigilant. Hulaina solemnly agreed, stating her understanding and her intention to immediately bolster the defensive capabilities of the Spirit Empire while nurturing more formidable warriors. In the days that followed, Yao Chen commenced the task of imparting his insights into divine-level laws to the powerful beings of the Douluo Continent. He established a special space within the realm of the divine, inviting esteemed figures such as Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and Hulaina to enter and receive his personal guidance in their training. The divine laws are not as distant as they may seem. With earnest comprehension, one day you too may reach the divine realm, Yao Chen assured them. Under Yao Chen's tutelage, the group delved deeply into the study of divine laws. Qianrenxue, leveraging her strength as a divine king, swiftly grasped the rudiments of these laws, resulting in a further enhancement of her power. Bibi Dong and Hu Laina also devoted themselves to their training. Although their progress was relatively slow, neither of them wavered in their determination. Simultaneously, Yao Chen harnessed the power of the Creator God to establish a formidable defensive barrier surrounding the Douluo Continent. This barrier not only repelled attacks from the cosmos, but also detected any threats approaching the land. After a period of diligent practice, the group achieved notable advancements in their understanding of divine laws. Observing their progress, Yao Chen nodded in satisfaction, commending them for their efforts. With you formidable guardians protecting the Douluo Continent, I can now rest a little easier. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and acquiring the Creator God's exclusive artifact, the Chaos Divine Seal. The system's prompt resonated within Yao Chen's mind. A wave of joy surged within Yao Chen as he beckoned with his hand, summoning a divine seal suffused with the essence of chaos. The Chaos Seal was inscribed with enigmatic runes, each imbued with formidable power. With the Chaos Seal in his possession, the safety of the Douluo Continent was further fortified, Yao Chen murmured. In the days to come, the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly face myriad challenges. Yet Yao Chen held steadfast faith that as long as they united as one, harnessing their ever-growing strength and wisdom, they could safeguard the land they cherished and embrace a more resplendent future. Chapter 49, The Dawn of a New Journey. The unknown path under the dominion of the Spirit Empire, the Douluo Continent flourished increasingly. Yao Chen's name as the Creator God shone like the sun and moon, protecting every inch of this land. Hu Laina, as the heir to the Spirit Empire, managed the realm with meticulous care. And the training system for common soul masters became ever more refined, with new formidable talents emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain. In the realm of the gods, Yao Chen stood opposite Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong. Qianrenxue emanated the majesty of a divine king, her golden divine radiance flickering. Bibi Dong exuded a chilling grace, her divine power both repressed and potent. While the Douluo Continent was now stable, the unknown threats lurking in the depths of the cosmos remained a constant source of unease. Yao Chen's gaze was profound as he surveyed the boundless void. Embarking on this new journey was their quest to unravel the mysteries of the universe and to seek out more vitality and security for the Douluo Continent. Qianrenxue nodded slightly, her expression resolute. With the guidance of the Creator God, I shall spare no effort. No peril ahead shall hinder our advance. Bibi Dong gently smoothed her sleeves, her eyes gleaming with determination. I too am fully prepared. Let us unveil the mysterious veil of this unknown universe. Ding! The system has issued a new mission. Explore the mysterious planets of the universe and seek the enigmatic crystals containing the power of creation. Successful completion of the task will reward the Creator God's exclusive skill, Chaos Source, which can trace back the origins of all things and perceive the essence of all illusions. In a moment of inspiration, Yao Chen realized that acquiring this chaotic origin skill would greatly enhance his mastery over the power of creation, thus safeguarding the Douluo Continent. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand and opened a portal to the cosmos. Let us proceed. Yao Chen stepped forward, followed closely by Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong. The portal gradually closed, and the three figures vanished from the Douluo Continent, embarking on an unknown journey through the universe. As they traversed the cosmos, stars twinkled around them, and the vast expanse of the universe brimmed with infinite mysteries and perils. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a planet shrouded in dense fog. This is the place, Yao Chen declared, sensing the aura of the mysterious crystal emanating from the planet. He attuned himself to the crystal's vibrations, gently guiding Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong as they descended. Upon landing, an unusual energy surged towards them, infused with chaos and disorder, seemingly resisting their arrival. Be cautious. This planet likely harbors hidden dangers, Yao Chen warned, channeling his divine power to create a protective barrier. The three advanced with utmost care, but suddenly, a horde of colossal alien creatures surged forth from the mist. These extraterrestrial beings resembled octopuses, yet bore sharp tusks. Their writhing tentacles stirred a foul wind. How dare they obstruct our path? Bibi Dong scoffed, her death spider Emperor Martial soul manifesting instantly as threads of silk shot forth like blades towards the alien beings. Qianrenxue, undeterred, summoned the power of the sun god. transforming it into streams of golden light that repelled the approaching extraterrestrials. Yao Chen stood steadfast, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals as arcane symbols of divine power materialized and fused into the surrounding space, restraining the movements of the extraterrestrial beings. Under the combined assault of the trio, this horde of alien creatures was swiftly vanquished. They pressed deeper into the planet, and as they drew nearer to the enigmatic crystal, the environment grew increasingly bizarre. Cracks began to fissure the ground, from which surged torrents of molten lava and strange streams of energy. The fluctuations of energy intensified, indicating that the mysterious crystal lay just ahead. Yao Chen quickened his pace. However, just as they were on the verge of discovering the crystal, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the earth. It was a monstrous creature, as immense as a mountain, its body cloaked in obsidian scales, with eyes gleaming a blood-red hue, exhaling fierce flames. Qian Rinshue's expression turned grave, sensing the overwhelming pressure exuded by the beast. Clearly, this was the guardian of the mysterious crystal. Yao Chen's countenance was resolute as he conjured a golden divine sword in his hand, preparing for a cautious engagement. The trio formed a triangular formation, encircling the beast. Yao Chen launched the first strike, his form a flash of gold, akin to a bolt of lightning. As he charged towards the creature, his divine sword imbued with the power of the Creator, thrusting fiercely at the beast's scales. The creature let out a thunderous roar, swiping its massive claws to deflect Yao Chen's assault. Seizing the moment, Bibi Dong unleashed a beam of deathly light, a dark ray striking the beast, causing it to shudder slightly. Meanwhile, Qian Rinshue ascended into the sky, gathering a colossal orb of solar energy, hurling it down upon the beast. Upon contact, the orb ignited a violent explosion, flames soaring high into the heavens. Although the beast had been struck, its formidable power rendered it unscathed by any mortal wound. It retaliated by unleashing another torrent of fire, the flames surging like a tidal wave towards the trio. Yao Chen immediately conjured a divine shield, enveloping the three in protection. This approach was unsustainable. They needed to identify the creature's weakness. As they evaded the monster's assaults, the trio meticulously scrutinized its movements. At last, Yao Chen noticed a scale on the creature's abdomen that was of a lighter hue, seemingly its Achilles heel. I will divert its attention. You two strike at its underbelly. Yao Chen instructed Qian Rinshue and Bibi Dong. With that, Yao Chen soared before the beast, unleashing a formidable divine pressure that captivated the monster's complete focus. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinshue and Bibi Dong maneuvered behind the creature, launching their attacks in unison. Qian Rinshue's solar divine energy transformed into a golden spear, while Bibi Dong's Death Spider Queen power coalesced into a black blade. Their strikes simultaneously found their mark upon the creature's abdomen. A pained roar erupted from the monster as its body swayed. Observing this, Yao Chen swiftly seized the moment, channeling all his divine energy into his sacred sword before thrusting it fiercely into the creature's vulnerability. With a resounding crash, the monster collapsed, disintegrating into a pile of ashes. The trio had triumphed over the beast and finally uncovered the enigmatic crystal. The mysterious crystal emanated a gentle glow, and the primordial power within it filled Yao Chen with immense exhilaration. At last, I have found it. Yao Chen reached out to grasp the crystal, and a surge of potent energy coursed through his being. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and acquired the exclusive skill of the Creator God, Chaotic Origin. Yao Chen closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend the skill of chaotic origins. As he delved deeper into the understanding of this skill, he seemed to perceive the genesis and evolution of all things in the universe, with all illusions laid bare before him. Let us return to Douluo Continent with the mysterious crystal. It is of utmost importance for its future. Yao Chen stowed away the enigmatic crystal and, accompanied by Qian Rinshue and Bibi Dong, opened the spatial gateway back to Douluo Continent. Their figures vanished from the mysterious planet, while their adventure continued to unfold in some corner of the cosmos, filling the future of Douluo Continent with boundless possibilities due to their explorations. Chapter 50. The Cosmic Labyrinth. Weaving crisis and legacy at the moment Yao Chen, Qian Rinshue, and Bibi Dong stepped into the universe, the spirit empire of Douluo Continent, under the governance of Hulina, continued to flourish. In the newly established Spirit Master Academy, young students diligently trained, aspiring to one day fight for the glory of the continent like Yao Chen and his companions. Meanwhile, the trio in the cosmos stood at the precipice of a brand new adventure. The universe was vast and enigmatic. Although they had acquired the power of the mysterious crystal, the path ahead remained uncertain, with countless hidden dangers lurking. Yao Chen gazed at the boundless starry sky, his eyes filled with vigilance and anticipation. Utilizing his ability of chaotic origins, he had conducted an in-depth analysis of the mysterious crystal, uncovering its connection to a formidable force deep within the cosmos. Qian Rinxue tightly gripped the divine artifact bestowed upon her by the God King, which shimmered with golden light in the faint glow of the universe. No matter the obstacles ahead, I shall not retreat. I am determined to explore the mysteries of this universe alongside the Creator God. Bibi Dong's demeanor was stern, exuding an aura of divine authority. I wish to see what forces in this universe can possibly rival us. The trio continued to traverse the cosmos, guided by Yao Chen's sensitivity to the mysterious crystal, venturing deeper into the universe. Soon, they discovered a peculiar planet, its surface enveloped in a vibrant, multicolored light membrane, within which various mysterious runes flickered, seemingly narrating ancient cosmic tales. This planet exudes strangeness. We must tread carefully, Yao Chen cautioned. He approached first, cautiously extending his consciousness into the light membrane, only to encounter a formidable defensive mechanism. As soon as his consciousness made contact, it was repelled by an unseen force. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue immediately summoned the power of the sun god, attempting to forcefully breach the light membrane. Let me give it a try. A golden beam shot towards the membrane. However, it merely quivered slightly before dissipating her divine energy entirely. Bibi Dong joined in, channeling the power of the Death Spider Queen, which transformed into black threads that ensnared the light membrane yet failed to penetrate it. Just as despair began to loom over them, Yao Chen suddenly recalled the skill of chaotic origins. He closed his eyes and invoked the skill, seeking to uncover the origin and method of unraveling the light membrane. As the skill unfolded, ancient images began to materialize before Yao Chen's mind's eye. In truth, this planet is a remnant of a once mighty civilization from ancient times. The luminous membrane serves as their defensive mechanism, and entry can only be achieved through a specific ritual. I have discovered the method. Yao Chen opened his eyes and shared the solution with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Following Yao Chen's guidance, the trio positioned themselves at 3 distinct points around the membrane, simultaneously channeling their divine powers to create a unique energy cycle. Through their concerted efforts, the membrane gradually parted, revealing the wonders within the planet. The surface was strewn with colossal architectural ruins, each exhibiting an unusual style and emanating an aura of ancient mystery. As they ventured through the debris, they uncovered numerous peculiar devices and inscriptions. Yao Chen, with his profound insight into the essence of all things, began to decipher the meaning of these texts. It became evident that this civilization had once faced a catastrophic disaster, and in a bid to preserve the flame of their culture, they had sealed all their knowledge and power within the core of the planet. It appears we have arrived at the right place. If we can uncover their cultural legacy, it may bring tremendous advancement to the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen exclaimed with excitement. However, their actions seemed to have awakened a certain guardian force within the planet. Suddenly, a horde of mechanical beings surged forth from the ruins, each possessing a formidable appearance and radiating powerful energy fluctuations, rivaling the might of tidal Douluos from the Douluo Continent. Be cautious, these mechanical beings are formidable foes, Yao Chen warned, summoning the divine power of the Creator God in preparation for battle. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong quickly assumed combat stances, with Qian Rinxue's solar divine power manifesting as streams of golden sword energy, while Bibi Dong unleashed the light of death, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the mechanical entities. As Yao Chen engaged in combat, he keenly observed the behavioral patterns of the mechanical beings. It became evident to him that these constructs were governed by a central control system. Thus, if they could locate and obliterate this nexus of control, they could dismantle the onslaught. Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, let us concentrate our efforts on locating their control hub, Yao Chen declared. The trio promptly adjusted their strategy, ceasing their entanglement with the mechanical entities and instead advancing towards the core of the planet. As they progressed, they encountered an increasing number of mechanical beings, and the skirmishes grew ever more intense. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong felt their divine energy wane. Invisible wounds began to mar their bodies. We cannot sustain this for much longer, Qian Rinxue gasped, breathless. Yao Chen furrowed his brows, acutely aware that retreat was not an option at this critical juncture. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He employed the skill of chaos reversion to trace back the fabrication process of these mechanical creatures, thereby uncovering their vulnerabilities. Target the energy cores at their joints, Yao Chen exclaimed, prompting the trio to launch their assault in accordance with his directives. Indeed, Once struck at their joint areas, the mechanical beings lost all capacity for movement. At last, they had breached the defenses of the mechanical creatures and ventured into the planet's core region. There, they stumbled upon a colossal crystalline apparatus, the very device orchestrating the control of all mechanical entities. Without hesitation, Yao Chen launched an assault, and the divine power of the Creator God instantly obliterated the crystalline apparatus. As the device shattered, all mechanical beings ceased their movements. Deep within the core region, they uncovered the heritage site of this civilization. Here lay a trove of knowledge and formidable weaponry, which Yao Chen meticulously gathered, preparing to transport back to the Douluo Continent. This expedition proved immensely fruitful, as the acquired knowledge and weapons would become pivotal in combating future crises on the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen expressed his satisfaction, and both Qian Ringshu and Bibi Dong shared smiles of relief, aware that although this cosmic journey was fraught with peril, it was undeniably worthwhile. Laden with their bountiful discoveries, Yao Chen, Qian Ringshu, and Bibi Dong embarked on their voyage back to the Douluo Continent. They understood that the future of the Douluo Continent would shine brighter due to the adventures they had undertaken. Meanwhile, on the Douluo Continent, Hulaina and countless soul masters eagerly awaited their return, hoping that the newfound strength and knowledge would herald a more glorious tomorrow for their land. Chapter 51. A new journey begins, the Divine Path Exploration. After traversing to the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen, equipped with a divine selection system, propelled the Spirit Hall to unprecedented heights. At present, Bibi Dong has attained divinity, while Qian Daolu presides over the Hall of Offerings. Under Yao Chen's strategic orchestration, formidable forces such as the Haotian clan and the lower three sects, along with the Sea God Island, have either surrendered or established a delicate balance with the Spirit Hall. As Yao Chen ardently supports the Spirit Hall, the system generously dispenses a myriad of rewards, while Yao Chen tirelessly cultivates fresh talent for the organization. Thanks to Yao Chen's relentless efforts, the continent has achieved unification, allowing common folk to awaken their martial spirits, engage in cultivation, and pursue knowledge. With Yao Chen's guidance, Hulaina successfully ascended to the rank of title Douluo and was elected as the successor to the Spirit Empire. The other elites of the Spirit Hall have also significantly enhanced their prowess, laying a solid foundation for the stability and growth of the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen gazed upon the flourishing landscape of the Spirit Empire, acutely aware that he had achieved his interim goals. Yet, his ambitions extended far beyond this. His aspirations reached towards the vast domain of the divine. Qian Rinshui yearned to ascend as the God King, while Yao Chen himself coveted the position of the Creator God. It was time to embark on a new journey. Standing upon the elevated platform of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen looked into the distance, murmuring to himself. Beside him, Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshui approached, with Qian Rinshui's gaze resolute. Yao Chen, I am prepared. Regardless of the trials and tribulations that lie ahead, I shall become the God King. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, affirming, together, the three of us shall forge a new world. Yao Chen turned around, gazing at the two in chanting confidence, and remarked with a smile. With your company, my confidence is greatly bolstered. However, the path ahead remains uncertain, and we must proceed with caution. Just as they prepared to embark on their journey, Yao Chen meticulously arranged matters concerning the Spirit Empire once more. He left behind a cadre of high-ranking soul masters to serve as the backbone of the empire and bequeathed his accumulated insights on cultivation along with several precious soul techniques to the disciples of the Spirit Hall. These are the assets I leave for the Spirit Empire, and I hope they will be utilized wisely to continue safeguarding this continent, Yao Chen declared. With everything in place, Yao Chen, Qian Rinshui, and Bibi Dong set forth on their new adventure. Their first destination was a mysterious relic, rumored to conceal clues leading to the realm of the divine. The relic was enveloped in an enigmatic energy, permeated by an ancient and mystical aura. This peculiar energy seemed to represent a form of ancient sealing. Yao Chen furrowed his brow, carefully attuning himself to the surrounding energy fluctuations. Qian Rinshui attempted to connect with the seal using her angelic power, only to be repelled by a formidable force. This seal is no ordinary barrier. We must discover the means to unravel it. Bibi Dong unleashed her Death Spider Queen power, encircling the seal in search of insights. I sense that there are unique runes within the seal. Perhaps they hold the key to its liberation. The abilities bestowed by the divine selection system allowed Yao Chen to meticulously observe the runes before him. Drawing upon the extensive knowledge provided by the system, he gradually discerned some underlying principles. These runes appeared to be an ancient language, encoding the method to unlock the seal. After considerable effort, Yao Chen finally deciphered the meaning of the runes. Following the sequence indicated by the runes, he infused soul energy into specific locations surrounding the seal. And the brilliance upon it began to flicker, gradually revealing a portal. "We have succeeded," exclaimed Qian Rinxue. The trio stepped through the portal, entering a vast expanse where the walls were adorned with a myriad of peculiar patterns and inscriptions. As Yao Chen traversed the area, he interpreted the information etched upon the walls. This records the tale of an ancient deity who left behind guidance to the domain of the gods, he remarked. As they delved deeper, they arrived at a colossal stone pedestal upon which rested a gem radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. As Yao Chen approached, the divine selection system abruptly issued a notification: ancient artifact detected, the time and space pearl, which can assist the user in traversing time and space to seek the entrance to the realm of the gods. Do you wish to acquire it? Yao Chen resolutely made his choice. The moment he grasped the time-space pearl, a formidable force surged into his body, and vague clues regarding the utilization of the pearl and the entrance to the realm of the gods materialized in his mind. This time-space pearl possesses the ability to guide us to the entrance of the divine realm, albeit the journey will be perilous. Yao Chen conveyed this information to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. "Regardless of the danger, we must proceed," Qian Rinxue affirmed with unwavering determination. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Thus, Yao Chen, following the guidance bestowed by the time-space pearl, commenced channeling his soul power. The pearl radiated an intense brilliance, causing the surrounding space to warp and giving rise to a colossal vortex of time and space. "Stay close to me," Yao Chen shouted, stepping boldly into the vortex. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong closely followed. Within the time-space vortex, they felt as though they were ensconced in an infinite tunnel, with luminous shadows racing past them. Suddenly, a violent surge of temporal turbulence assailed them, attempting to scatter their forms. Yao Chen swiftly unleashed his power, forming a soul force shield that enveloped the three of them. "Steady yourselves, remain calm." After a strenuous struggle, they finally traversed the vortex of time and space, arriving at a mysterious continent. The sky here was adorned with bizarre hues. The earth emanated an enigmatic radiance, and the air was thick with potent energy. "This must be the edge of the realm of the gods," Yao Chen remarked. However, as soon as they touched down, they were besieged by a horde of mysterious creatures. These beings were towering, radiating formidable auras, wielding an array of peculiar weapons. "Prepare for battle." Qian Rinxue instantly activated her angel spirit, the angelic sword in her grasp gleaming with sacred light. Bibi Dong summoned her death spider queen spirit, spider legs extending from her back, enveloping the surroundings in a toxic mist. Yao Chen harnessed the mysterious power within him, bracing himself for the onslaught of these enigmatic entities. The creatures charged at them, undeterred. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen unleashed a powerful soul attack, instantly incapacitating several of the mysterious beings in a brief stupor. Qian Rinxue capitalized on this opportunity, wielding her angelic sword to unleash a pure beam of white light that repelled numerous foes. Bibi Dong maneuvered her spider legs, directing the toxic mist like arrows towards the creatures, some of which were corroded by the poison, emitting anguished howls. Amidst the fierce battle, Yao Chen discerned that these mysterious beings appeared particularly sensitive to certain frequencies of soul energy fluctuations. He swiftly adjusted his soul energy output frequency, conveying this revelation through telepathy to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Following Yao Chen's guidance, the trio recalibrated their soul energy frequencies and launched a renewed assault. This time, their attacks proved significantly effective as the mysterious creatures began to falter under their combined onslaught. Just as they were on the verge of vanquishing their adversaries, a colossal and more terrifying creature emerged. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red luminescence, and with a thunderous roar, the surrounding space trembled. "Beware, it seems to be their leader," Yao Chen warned. The leader of the mysterious beings brandished a massive battle axe, unleashing a black energy blade towards the trio. Yao Chen quickly concentrated his soul energy, erecting a robust defensive barrier that withstood the strike, though the force of the energy blade still forced them back several paces. Qian Rinxue spread her wings and ascended into the air, invoking divine judgment. A colossal golden beam descended from the heavens, targeting the leader. The creature swung its battle axe in an attempt to counter, but the might of the golden beam was overwhelming, causing cracks to mar the surface of the axe. Seizing the moment, Bibi Dong unleashed a venomous assault, a multitude of tiny poisonous needles hurtling towards the leader. The needles pierced its defenses, burrowing into its flesh. The leader held in agony, its body convulsing violently. At the opportune moment, Yao Chen unleashed his most formidable attack skill, directing a mysterious torrent of energy towards the enigmatic creature leader. Under the combined assault of the three, the creature leader could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed with a thunderous crash. After repelling the mysterious beings, Yao Chen and his companions continued their exploration of this arcane continent. They stumbled upon an ancient temple, emanating an aura of mystery, as if concealing deeper secrets of the realm of the divine. This temple could very well be the key to further unraveling the mysteries of the divine domain, Yao Chen remarked. However, as they approached the temple, powerful barriers suddenly materialized around it, obstructing their path. This barrier appears even more formidable than the previous seals. How shall we breach it? Qian Ringshu inquired, furrowing her brow. The medicinal dust once again activated the divine selection system, endeavoring to acquire methods to unravel the prohibitions embedded within. The system provided a prompt. One must seek 3 extraordinary divine artifacts, namely the Spring of Life, the Core of the Stars, and the Crystal of Chaos. Once gathered, these treasures would enable the breaking of the said prohibitions. Yao Chen conveyed the system prompt to Qian Ringshu and Bibi Dong. The three exchanged glances, understanding that they were about to embark on another arduous journey of discovery. In this enigmatic land, would they successfully locate the Fountain of Life, the Core of Stars, and the Chaos Crystal? Upon breaking the seals to enter the temple, what astonishing secrets would they uncover? Could Yao Chen assist Qian Ringshu in ascending to the throne of the Divine King? And would he himself be able to achieve the position of the creator deity? Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their unraveling of the mysteries. Chapter 52. The Quest for the Mysterious Divine Artifacts. In the enigmatic continent, Yao Chen, Qian Ringshu, and Bibi Dong found themselves confronted by formidable restrictions surrounding an ancient temple. They were acutely aware that assembling the Fountain of Life, the Core of Stars, and the Chaos Crystal was of utmost urgency. Guided by the nebulous hints provided by the divine selection system, they embarked upon a challenging journey of exploration. The trio first headed north towards the mysterious continent, where it was said that a valley shrouded in perpetual mist might conceal the Fountain of Life. Along the way, the extraordinary sights of this enigmatic land captivated their senses, revealing an array of previously unseen spiritual plants and soul beasts. The energy fluctuations of this realm were profoundly intricate, prompting Yao Chen to remain vigilant while observing their surroundings, continually alerting Qian Ringshu and Bibi Dong. Suddenly, a group of unicorn-like soul beasts erupted from the jungle, radiating a gentle luminescence, with mysterious power flickering from their horns. These creatures perceived Yao Chen and his companions as intruders and launched an unrelenting assault. Qian Ringshu was the first to strike. With a flourish of her angelic holy sword, a pure beam of light cleaved towards the horde of soul beasts. Though several unicorn soul beasts were struck by the radiant light, they merely recoiled slightly, their horns converging to form a protective barrier that thwarted Qian Ringshu's attack. Bibi Dong, with a disdainful smirk, unleashed the lethal venom of the Death Spider Emperor, enveloping the group of soul beasts in a rapidly expanding cloud of black poison. The unicorn soul beasts began to exhibit mild symptoms of poisoning, their movements slowing considerably. Yao Chen seized the opportune moment to unleash a soul shock, a formidable surge of spiritual energy that instantly impacted the consciousness of the unicorn spirit beast. Some of the spirit beasts could not withstand the force and collapsed to the ground. The others, sensing the imminent danger, hastily fled. It appears that the spirit beasts on this continent are quite formidable. We must remain vigilant, Yao Chen remarked. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the Misty Valley. The valley was shrouded in dense fog, with visibility exceedingly low, and the mist seemed to harbor a peculiar power that disrupted their senses. Everyone, be cautious. This fog is somewhat strange and may conceal dangers, Yao Chen warned. The trio proceeded cautiously through the valley when, suddenly, a vast lake came into view. The waters of the lake shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating a gentle radiance. It was indeed the life spring they had been seeking. However, guarding the lake was a colossal turtle-like spirit beast. This creature was as massive as a mountain, its scales glimmering with a metallic sheen, and its half-closed eyes watched Yao Chen and the others warily. The aura of this spirit beast was immensely powerful, approaching divine levels, Qian Ringshu whispered. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen remarked, "Let us strive to avoid any conflict with it, and see if we can discover a peaceful means to acquire the Fountain of Life." Yao Chen stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute to the tortoise-shaped spirit beast, and said, "Esteemed elder, we mean no offense. We are merely in urgent need of the fountain of life to break a certain seal and rescue this continent from peril. We earnestly beseech your leniency." The tortoise spirit beast slowly opened its eyes, a glimmer of wisdom flashing within them, and spoke in a deep tone, "The fountain of life is a treasure I guard. How could it be bestowed lightly upon others? Should you pass my trials, I shall grant you the fountain of life." Yao Chen and his companions exchanged glances. Nodding in agreement, the turtle-shaped spirit beast opened its massive jaws, transmitting a wave of mental energy into their minds. "My trial is to seek 3 concealed keys within this misladen valley. These keys shall unlock the treasure chest upon my back, which holds the secrets of the fountain of life. You have one day, should you fail to find them. I kindly ask you to depart." With that, the turtle-shaped spirit beast closed its eyes, no longer paying them any heed. The trio immediately dispersed, scouring the valley for the keys. The dense fog enveloped the valley, occasionally revealing illusions that muddled their judgment. Qian Rinxue stumbled upon some peculiar runes beside a colossal stone. After meticulous examination, she discerned that the runes pointed toward a concealed corner of the valley. Following the guidance, she indeed discovered a key emanating a soft glow beneath a rock. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong sensed something amiss amid a cluster of flowers. Utilizing her mental prowess, she uncovered a hidden dark passage beneath the blossoms. Upon entering the passage, she found the second key. In the depths of the valley, Yao Chen, through his perception of energy fluctuations, discovered a hidden chamber concealed behind a waterfall. Within this chamber, he found the final key. The trio returned to the tortoise-shaped soul beast with the key in hand. The soul beast nodded slightly and spoke, "Insert the key into the lock on my back." Following the guidance of the tortoise-shaped soul beast, Yao Chen and his companions inserted the 3 keys into the 3 locks on its back. With a resounding click, the treasure chest atop the tortoise's back opened, revealing a jade vial containing the fabled spring of life. "You have successfully passed the trial, and this spring of life is now bestowed upon you. However, remember, it must not be used for nefarious purposes," the tortoise-shaped soul beast proclaimed. After expressing their gratitude to the tortoise-shaped soul beast, Yao Chen and his companions resumed their quest for the star core, guided by the system's clues. It was suggested that the star core might be located within a volcano on a mysterious continent. Upon reaching the base of the volcano, they were met with a relentless eruption of molten lava from the crater, and the surrounding temperature was exceedingly high, rendering it impossible for ordinary soul masters to approach. "The heat of this volcano is beyond imagination. We must devise a means to draw closer to its interior," Bibi Dong remarked. The medicinal dust swirled, channeling spiritual energy to form a protective barrier upon their bodies, shielding them from the searing heat. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong followed suit, and the trio ventured deeper into the heart of the volcano. Within the molten depths, they encountered a myriad of creatures forged from solidified magma. These colossal beings, agile in their movements, relentlessly launched assaults against them. Yao Chen unleashed his flame manipulation technique, attempting to communicate with the magma creatures, only to discover that they were devoid of consciousness, instinctively attacking any intruders. It appeared that a forcible breakthrough was the only option. Qian Rinxue swung the angelic holy sword, the sacred flames colliding with those of the magma monsters, generating intense energy fluctuations. Bai Dong unleashed her spider legs, repelling the approaching magma creatures. Meanwhile, Yao Chen sought the creatures' vulnerabilities and discerned that their core regions were particularly fragile. "Strike at their cores," Yao Chen exclaimed. The trio concentrated their efforts on assaulting the magma monsters' cores, and after a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in repelling the creatures. Venturing deeper into the volcano, they stumbled upon a vast magma pool, with the core of the stars suspended in its center. The core radiated a dazzling brilliance, starkly contrasting with the surrounding searing magma. Just as they were preparing to seize the core, the volcano trembled violently, and a colossal magma giant rose from the depths of the pool, towering at several dozen meters. The magma giant exuded an overwhelming heat, roaring as it swung its massive fist toward Yao Chen and his companions. "Be cautious." Yao Chen swiftly summoned a soul power shield to deflect the magma giant's attack. However, the shield trembled precariously under the intense heat and tremendous force. Qian Rinxue's soared into the air, invoking angelic descent, a great golden beam shooting towards the magma giant. Simultaneously, Bai Dong unleashed the ultimate skill of the Death Spider Queen, a black energy beam striking in concert with Qian Rinxue's assault against the magma giant. Under the onslaught, the magma giant's body began to crack. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen executed his most formidable attack, a mysterious torrent of energy crashing against the magma giant's form. In a triumphant culmination of their combined might, the magma giant collapsed, transforming into a pool of molten rock. Taking advantage of the moment, Yao Chen stepped forward and successfully obtained the core of the stars. At this juncture, they were left with only the chaos crystal yet to be discovered. According to the system's indication, the chaos crystal resided within a mysterious forest on the enigmatic continent, a forest reputed to be teeming with bizarre phenomena and formidable soul beasts. Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong, bearing the fountain of life and the core of stars, embarked towards the enigmatic forest. Upon reaching the entrance, they were enveloped by an aura both mysterious and perilous. As they ventured deeper, the towering trees obscured the sun, and an eerie silence pervaded the surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed, and a spectral horde of soul beasts materialized before them. These ethereal entities lacked physical forms, yet they unleashed formidable mental assaults. Be cautious. The mental onslaught of these soul beasts is potent, Yao Chen cautioned while bracing against the psychic waves. Qian Rinxue unfurled her wings, emanating a divine radiance in an attempt to dispel the phantoms. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong employed mental disruption to unsettle the rhythm of the spectral beast's attacks, drawing upon his soul power. Yao Chen countered the onslaught of the ghostly entities. In the throes of battle, Yao Chen discerned that the soul beast exhibited a pronounced sensitivity to a particular frequency of soul fluctuations. He swiftly modified his own frequency and communicated this method to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Following Yao Chen's guidance, the trio adjusted their soul frequencies and launched another offensive. The spectral beasts, impacted by this alteration, found their mental assaults significantly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen and his companions retaliated, successfully repelling the ethereal foes. As they delved further into the forest, they encountered a myriad of bizarre phenomena, such as regions of temporal distortion and areas of spatial warp. Yet, with Yao Chen's sagacity and the trio's prowess, they overcame each challenge in succession. Ultimately, in the heart of the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient altar, upon which resided the crystal of chaos. However, guarding the altar was a mysterious phoenix soul beast, ablaze with multicolored flames, its gaze exuding an aura of formidable authority. The phoenix soul beast regarded Yao Chen and his companions, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Yao Chen stepped forward and said, "We require the chaos crystal to unravel a certain seal and rescue this land. I humbly implore you, esteemed elder, to bestow upon us the chaos crystal." The phoenix soul beast gazed at them, and after a moment, replied, "If you can satisfactorily answer 3 questions I pose, I shall grant you the chaos crystal." Yao Chen and the others nodded in agreement. The phoenix soul beast began to inquire, "What is the true essence of divinity?" After a moment of contemplation, the medicinal dust spoke, "The essence of divinity lies in protection and guidance, bestowing formidable strength to shield all beings and directing lives toward enlightenment and progress." The phoenix soul beast nodded slightly and continued to inquire, "Which is more vital, strength or wisdom?" Qian Rinxue responded, "Strength and wisdom complement each other. Neither can be overlooked. Without strength, wisdom remains unexpressed. Without wisdom, strength is mere brute force. Only with both can great achievements be realized." A glimmer of approval flickered in the phoenix soul beast's eyes as it posed the final question. When confronted with an insurmountable foe, what course of action should one take? Bibi Dong replied, "Even when faced with an unbeatable enemy, one must not concede. Instead, one may maneuver strategically to uncover their weaknesses or rally all potential allies to stand united against the adversary." Upon hearing this, the phoenix soul beast let out a resounding cry and declared, "Your responses please me. Therefore, I bestow upon you this crystal of chaos." Yao Chen and his companions successfully acquired the crystal of chaos, having gathered 3 divine artifacts. With these sacred items in their possession, they returned to the temple, poised to unravel the intricate seals. As they placed the spring of life, the core of stars, and the crystal of chaos in designated positions upon the barrier, a radiant glow flickered to life, gradually dissipating. The grand doors of the temple creaked open, releasing a potent and enigmatic aura that enveloped them. What secrets lie within the temple, awaiting their discovery? Can Yao Chen harness these revelations to aid Qian Rinxue in ascending to the rank of divine king? While he himself strives for the status of creator deity, all remains shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their exploration. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 53, Unveiling the Temple's Secrets and the Emergence of Crisis. Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bi Biong successfully deciphered the temple's prohibitions and gradually stepped into the ancient edifice, suffused with an aura of mystery. Inside the temple, the light was dim, and the walls were embedded with gems that emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating their path. The air was thick with an antiquated essence, as if recounting the vicissitudes of time. "Be cautious. This place seems to conceal countless unknown dangers," Yao Chen whispered, his gaze scanning the surroundings swiftly in search of potential threats. The trio advanced along a narrow passage flanked by walls adorned with various peculiar patterns and ancient scripts. Drawing upon the knowledge bestowed by his divine selection system, Yao Chen meticulously interpreted these inscriptions, striving to extract valuable information. These texts chronicled fragments concerning the legacy of the gods, suggesting that this place once served as a conduit for the power of an ancient deity. Yao Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating as he deciphered the writings. Suddenly, a luminescent screen emerged ahead, revealing vivid scenes of battles among the ancient gods. The deities depicted wielded cataclysmic power, their clashes altering the very fabric of the cosmos, causing stars to plummet. It appears that the competition within the realm of the divine is far more intense than we had anticipated, Qian Ringshu remarked, her heart tinged with apprehension for the path that lay ahead. At that moment, the luminous screen abruptly vanished, replaced by a vast hall. In the center stood a colossal statue, portraying a deity clad in resplendent robes, its features obscured, yet emanating an awe-inspiring presence. At the base of the statue rested an ancient tome, faintly glowing. As Yao Chen approached to grasp the tome, the statue's eyes suddenly ignited, unleashing a powerful wave of energy directed at them. Not good. Yao Chen swiftly summoned a soul power shield, positioning himself protectively in front of Qian Ringshu and Bi Bidong. The energy wave collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar as it violently shook, threatening to shatter at any moment. "This statue is equipped with some form of protective mechanism. We must proceed with caution." Yao Chen gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to maintain the shield. Qian Ringshu and Bi Bidong quickly responded. Qian Ringshu unfurled her angelic wings, the brilliance of her holy sword intensifying, poised for an imminent strike. Bi Bidong unleashed the power of the Death Spider Queen, her spider legs extending from her back, enveloping the hall in a toxic mist. The statue emitted a deep, resonant growl as its massive arms began to move, swinging towards Yao Chen and the others. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen contracted the soul power shield before expanding it forcefully, mitigating a portion of the statue's assault. Qian Ringshu seized the opportunity to ascend into the air, invoking Angel's Judgment. A robust golden beam descended from above, striking the statue with immense force. The statue trembled slightly, revealing tiny fissures upon its surface. Meanwhile, Bi Bidong manipulated the toxic mist, swiftly encasing the statue, which hissed as the mist corroded its exterior. However, the power of the statue was beyond imagination. With a forceful swing, it dispelled the noxious mist while its other arm reached out to grasp Qian Ringshu. Although she deftly evaded the attack, the fingertips of the statue grazed her, causing a few feathers from her wings to fall. Observing this, Yao Chen immediately unleashed a soul shock, the immense force of his spirit striking at the statue's consciousness. Under the combined assault of the trio, the statue's movements gradually became sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen surged towards the ancient tome resting on the statue's pedestal and grasped it firmly. The instant he lifted the tome, the statue ceased its assault and slowly reverted to its original state. A sigh of relief escaped him. At last, this troublesome matter had been temporarily resolved. Yao Chen exhaled deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Qian Ringshu and Bi Bidong also lowered their guard and approached Yao Chen. As he opened the ancient tome, he discovered it contained records of the rules governing the realm of the gods, along with methods to enhance divine power. The information within was of paramount importance to them, potentially aiding their advancement within the divine domain, Yao Chen remarked. However, just as they were engrossed in the tome, a sudden surge of potent energy emanated from outside the temple. Yao Chen's heart tightened as he exclaimed, "This is not good. It seems a formidable foe is approaching." The trio swiftly exited the temple, only to behold the sky shrouded in dark clouds, a colossal black beam of light piercing through the heavens. Descending not far from the temple, within the beam, a figure gradually materialized, exuding an aura of darkness, wielding a longsword that radiated an eerie glow. "You intruders dare to disturb my slumber. Today marks your demise," the mysterious figure bellowed. Yao Chen meticulously scrutinized the enigmatic figure, sensing the formidable and malevolent aura that emanated from him. He remarked, "It appears we are in grave trouble. The strength of this mysterious person is likely on par with our own." Qianren tightened her grip on the angelic holy sword and declared, "Whoever he may be, we shall not falter." Bibi Dong also unleashed a potent presence, bracing herself for an imminent fierce battle against the mysterious individual. The enigmatic figure let out a chilling laugh, brandishing his longsword, and unleashed a wave of dark sword energy that surged towards them. As the sword energy passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, leaving behind a sinister black fissure. Yao Chen swiftly unleashed his soul power, conjuring a barrier of ethereal energy before him. The sword chi collided with this barrier, shattering it in an instant, and the resultant force sent Yao Chen and his companion staggering back several paces. Qianren was the first to retaliate. She unfurled her wings and surged toward the enigmatic figure with remarkable speed, her angelic sacred sword radiating a divine brilliance as it cleaved toward him. The mysterious individual remained unfazed, elegantly swinging his longsword to summon a shield of dark energy that effortlessly absorbed Qianren's assault. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was discreetly seeking an opportunity. She subtly released strands of spider silk, aiming to ensnare the figure. Sensing Bibi Dong's intent, the mysterious man cast a disdainful glance. And with a mere flick of his hand, a surge of dark energy obliterated the silken threads in an instant. Yao Chen observed the mysterious figure's offensive and defensive tactics. Striving to discern his vulnerabilities, he noted that although the dark energy shield wielded by the enigmatic individual was formidable, it exhibited brief fluctuations in energy after each defensive maneuver. Qianren, continue your assault to draw his attention. Bibi Dong, we shall seize the moment of his shield's fluctuation to unleash our most powerful strike together. Yao Chen conveyed the strategy through telepathy to Qianren and Bibi Dong. With renewed vigor, Qianren launched another offensive, wielding the angelic holy sword with fervor as golden beams sliced toward the mysterious figure. The enigmatic adversary parried her attacks with his longsword while occasionally countering with dark sword energy. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong awaited the opportune moment, his gaze fixed intently on the fluctuations of the shield. At last, following a vigorous strike from Qianren, the dark energy shield exhibited a significant tremor. "Now," Yao Chen exclaimed, channeling his full strength to unleash a potent soul shockwave, simultaneously as Bibi Dong invoked the ultimate skill of the Death Spider Queen, directing a jet of black energy toward the mysterious figure. Sensing imminent danger, the enigmatic individual attempted to reinforce his shield, but it was too late. The soul shockwave and the black energy beam struck his shield simultaneously, shattering it in an instant and unleashing a formidable force upon him. The mysterious figure let out a pained roar as he was propelled backward. Regaining his composure, fury and resentment filled his eyes as he declared, "You wretches possess some skill. But this is not the end. I will ensure you pay dearly." With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing before their eyes. Yao Chen and his companions realized that the mysterious figure would not relent easily. They must hasten their efforts to enhance their strength in preparation for the looming greater crisis. "It appears our journey in the realm of the gods is fraught with challenges. We must urgently delve into the ancient texts to bolster our powers," Yao Chen remarked. Qianren and Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. The trio, armed with the ancient texts, returned to the temple's interior to begin their study on how to utilize the information contained within to augment their abilities. However, unbeknownst to them, the mysterious figure was clandestinely orchestrating a more sinister plot, and a greater crisis was silently approaching. As they explored the ancient texts, what astonishing secrets might they uncover? How would they confront the impending retribution from the mysterious figure? Could Yao Chen successfully assist Qianren in ascending to the God King? And could he himself attain the position of the Creator God? All lay shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their exploration and resolution. Chapter 54. A new journey begins. The new era of the martial soul empire in the ever-changing tides of Douluo Continent, Yao Chen, the formidable force from another world, became a pivotal figure shaping the fate of this land through the divine selection system. His arrival irrevocably altered the trajectory of the original narrative, propelling the martial soul palace forward in its quest for supremacy. Upon his arrival in the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen awakened an unprecedentedly powerful martial soul, a talent so extraordinary that it left the entire continent in awe. Fully aware of the potential of the spirit hall within this realm, he unhesitatingly immersed himself in its endeavors, resolved to assist the spirit hall in its quest for supremacy over Douluo, and to aid Qianren in her ascent to the throne of the God King. In his heart, he harbored grand ambitions of reaching the divine status of the Creator God. Under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance and the allocation of resources, The Spirit Hall experienced a remarkable surge in strength. He harnessed the rare resources and unique cultivation methods bestowed by the system to cultivate a succession of new talents for the Spirit Hall. Those once struggling on the arduous path of cultivation, hailing from humble origins, were granted the opportunity to awaken their martial souls and embark on their training journeys with Yao Chen's assistance. In a short span, the Spirit Hall became a veritable reservoir of talent, its power steadily ascending. With Yao Chen's support, Bibi Dong successfully overcame numerous obstacles, attaining her divine status. Her strength reached unprecedented heights, rendering her an indomitable pillar for the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Chen Douluo, within the Hall of Worship, felt the transformative power brought forth by Yao Chen and grew increasingly reliant on this enigmatic powerhouse. The Haoyan sect, once the foremost among the upper three sects, found itself compelled to reassess its position in light of the burgeoning strength of the Spirit Hall. Similarly, the lower three sects in Sea God Island were taken aback by the rise of the Spirit Hall, prompting them to bolster their defenses while discreetly monitoring the unfolding situation. As the might of the Spirit Hall continued to grow, Yao Chen diligently completed a series of tasks assigned by the system, reaping substantial rewards. These accolades not only further augmented his own power, but also infused the Spirit Hall's development with newfound vigor. Yao Chen judiciously distributed the precious techniques and treasures acquired from the system among the elites of the Spirit Hall, facilitating a qualitative leap in their capabilities. Under Yao Chen's tutelage, Hulina devoted herself to rigorous training, ultimately breaking through to become a titled Douluo. Her intelligence and prowess distinguished her among the many disciples of the Spirit Hall, and through a collective vote, she was chosen as the successor to the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen understood that to truly unify the continent, not only was formidable military strength required, but also the need for the entire populace to partake in the benefits of cultivation. Thus, with the support of the Spirit Hall, he established academies for spirit awakening and cultivation across the continent, granting common folk the opportunity to engage in spirit cultivation. This initiative garnered heartfelt support from the masses, elevating the prestige of the Spirit Hall to unprecedented heights. Through Yao Chen's meticulous planning and strategizing, the Spirit Hall ultimately achieved its grand aspiration of unifying the Douluo Continent. In the face of the Spirit Hall's absolute power, the once fractious factions chose to submit. A newly established Spirit Empire rose majestically upon the Douluo Continent, heralding a new chapter of peace and prosperity. With the continent unified, Yao Chen, Qian Renxue, and Bibi Dong recognized that their journey was far from over. Greater ambitions awaited them as they aspired to ascend to the throne of the Divine King, and perhaps even the position of the Creator God. They had laid sufficient foundations and safeguards for the Spirit Empire, orchestrating the future development of the realm. Under the leadership of Hulina, the new administration managed this vast empire with remarkable efficiency, while the younger generation, nurtured by Yao Chen, became the backbone of the empire, safeguarding this hard-won peace. As everything fell into place, Yao Chen, Qian Renxue, and Bibi Dong embarked on a new journey. Their figures gradually faded from the skyline of the Douluo Continent, venturing towards the unknown divine realm. There, they would encounter even fiercer challenges and more resplendent glories, while the legendary tales of their exploits would forever be recounted among the people. Chapter 55, Ascending to the Pinnacle of Divinity. A new path unfolds in the vast and boundless world of the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall, bolstered by Yao Chen's efforts, had become the undisputed sovereign of this land. The former strife and fragmentation were thoroughly resolved, with the banner of the Spirit Empire fluttering triumphantly across every inch of the continent. Yet, all of this was merely a milestone in Yao Chen's grand and tumultuous life. At this moment, they were poised to embark on an even grander and unknown journey. Yao Chen stood atop the towering main hall of the Spirit Hall, gazing down upon the resplendent Spirit Empire below. He reminisced about his initial arrival, when he awakened an unparalleled martial spirit through the divine selection system, a potent gift that swiftly propelled him to prominence on the Douluo Continent. From that moment, he resolved to reshape the landscape of this realm, aiding the Spirit Hall in its quest for supremacy, supporting Qian Renxue in her ascent to godhood, while aspiring to attain the exalted position of the Creator God himself. During this journey, under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, Bibi Dong successfully condensed her divine essence, achieving her divine rank. Her immense divine power augmented her presence, establishing her as the indomitable core of the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo, witnessing the earth-shattering transformations brought about by Yao Chen within the offering hall, found his trust and admiration for him growing exponentially. Once a dominant force, The Haoyan sect found itself compelled to retreat in the wake of the Spirit Hall's meteoric rise. The lower three sects and Sea God Island, while maintaining a semblance of strength, could only acquiesce to the tide of this new era under the absolute rule of the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen, bolstered by the generous rewards from the system, not only continually enhanced his own strength but also dedicated himself to nurturing new talents for the Spirit Hall. He established a comprehensive martial spirit awakening and cultivation system across the continent, granting every common citizen the opportunity to awaken their martial spirits and embark on the path of cultivation. Countless young dreamers began their legendary journeys under Yao Chen's guidance. Among them, Hulaina stood out, successfully breaking through to become a titled Douluo through her own efforts and innate gifts, aided by Yao Chen's rigorous training and abundant resources. Her exceptional leadership and wisdom led her, through the support of her peers, to become the successor of the Spirit Empire. Now, under Hulaina's leadership, the Spirit Empire's affairs were progressing in an orderly fashion. The younger generation, having grown alongside Yao Chen, had become the backbone of the empire, safeguarding the peace of this continent and carrying forth the glory of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen understood that he, along with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, would soon depart from the Douluo Continent for the Divine Realm in pursuit of greater divine positions. Thus, they ensured to leave behind ample foundation and security for the Spirit Empire before their departure. Yao Chen meticulously compiled some exceedingly precious techniques and secrets from the system rewards into a tome, which he entrusted to Hulaina, elaborating on the key points and considerations for cultivating these arts. Nana, these techniques embody the essence of my years of accumulation. I hope you will safeguard them diligently. Allowing the elites of the empire to continuously enhance their strength, Yao Chen imparted earnestly. Hulaina received the tome with both hands, her eyes filled with determination and gratitude. Teacher, rest assured, I shall not betray your expectations. I will lead the Spirit Empire toward an even more glorious future. Qian Rinxue also imparted her insights and experiences from years of cultivation to the young generation of the empire without reservation, encouraging them to bravely challenge themselves and consistently surpass their limits. You are the future of the Spirit Empire. Only by growing stronger can the empire maintain enduring peace. Qian Rinxue's words flowed like a warm current through the hearts of every young spirit master. Bibi Dong personally selected a group of loyal and powerful spirit masters to form an elite guard responsible for protecting the core secrets and vital facilities of the Spirit Empire. She subjected these spirit masters to rigorous training to ensure they could step forward at critical moments to defend the dignity of the empire. Once all preparations were complete, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong stood at the entrance leading from Douluo Continent to the Divine Realm. They emanated a formidable aura, filled with anticipation for the unknown challenges and an unwavering belief in their triumph. Douluo Continent, we are about to depart, but our legends shall forever remain here. Yao Chen murmured softly. As a dazzling light flashed, their figures vanished at the entrance, embarking on a new journey toward the Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm, they would face fiercer struggles for divine positions and harsher challenges. However, Yao Chen was confident that with their strength and wisdom, they would carve out a realm of their own in the Divine Realm, continually advancing toward the position of the Creator God. Meanwhile, on Douluo Continent, tales of Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong's heroic deeds continued to be recounted. Their stories became a source of inspiration for generations of spirit masters to strive forward. Under Hulaina's leadership, the Spirit Empire continued to thrive, becoming a symbol of the most splendid era in the history of Douluo Continent. A new legend was quietly taking shape in this ancient land, and the adventures of Yao Chen and his companions were merely at their inception. Chapter 56. A new arrival in the Divine Realm. Storm clouds gather passing through the mysterious portal connecting Douluo Continent and the Divine Realm. Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong were enveloped in an extraordinary radiance as they slowly stepped into the domain of the Divine Realm. The scene before them was starkly different from Douluo Continent. A dense aura of divine power materialized as mist in the air, each wisp brimming with boundless energy. This is the Divine Realm, Qian Rinxue whispered, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. She had long aspired to become a divine king, and at this moment, being within this divine territory felt her aspirations were tantalizingly close. Yao Chen nodded slightly, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Despite the outward calm and serenity, he sensed the presence of countless hidden eyes observing them from the shadows. Having just arrived, they needed to exercise utmost caution. The forces of the Divine Realm were intricately intertwined, and they must swiftly ascertain the situation. Bibi Dong, wielding the scepter of the Death Spider Emperor Spirit, bore a stern expression. No matter what they encountered, united, they would surely prevail. As the trio conversed, several streaks of light suddenly shot from the distance, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. As the radiance dissipated, they revealed several deities clad in resplendent divine attire. At the forefront stood a formidable middle-aged man, exuding an overwhelming power of thunder. It was Thor, the god of thunder. "Are you the new gods from Douluo Continent?" Thor inquired, his piercing gaze appraising them from head to toe. Yao Chen stepped forward, neither subservient nor arrogant, and spoke, "Indeed, as newcomers, we hope to receive the guidance of our esteemed divine friends." Soul scoffed audibly, stating, "Guidance? In the realm of the gods, strength is everything. If you wish to establish yourselves here, you must demonstrate your true abilities." At that moment, a goddess of graceful stature, radiating an aura of healing, interjected, "Soul, why must you make things so difficult for them? Now that they have arrived, they are members of the divine realm. I am Eve, the goddess of life, and I welcome you." Yao Chen and his companions expressed their gratitude to the goddess of life, yet they understood that acceptance within the divine realm was far from straightforward. In the days that followed, they diligently sought to unravel the rules and power dynamics of the celestial domain. Utilizing the divine selection system, Yao Chen continuously undertook various tasks to enhance his strength, while also sharing the precious rewards from the system with Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. During an expedition to explore ancient ruins, the system presented a choice. Within the ruins lay a powerful artifact, but it was also fraught with peril. Choice 1. Enter the ruins alone to acquire the artifact, risking life and limb. Choice 2. Join forces with Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong, increasing the likelihood of success, yet potentially leading to disputes over the artifact's ownership. Choice 3. Forgo this exploration and await a more opportune moment. Yao Chen contemplated briefly before opting for the second choice. He was acutely aware that in this unfamiliar divine realm, the strength of camaraderie was paramount. The trio ventured into the ancient ruins, which were fraught with intricate mechanisms and formidable guardian beasts emerging relentlessly. However, through their harmonious synergy and formidable prowess, they deftly countered each threat. Ultimately, deep within the ruins, they discovered the artifact known as the Chaos Pearl. This orb encapsulated the immense power from the dawn of chaos, and possessing it would significantly enhance their capabilities. Yet, as they prepared to claim the Chaos Pearl, the ruins trembled violently, and an ancient voice resounded. "To take the Chaos Pearl, one must pass my trial." Before them, a colossal apparition materialized, the guardian of the ruins, the Chaos Demon God. The Chaos Demon God wielded overwhelming might, unleashing cataclysmic assaults upon them. Yao Chen and his companions did not dare to underestimate their opponent. They unleashed their full potential in a fierce battle. Qian Renxue activated her angelic armor, her angelic holy sword radiating with divine light, each strike infused with potent purifying energy. Bibi Dong summoned the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, overwhelming the Chaos Demon God with waves of death energy and psychic assaults. Yao Chen maximized his martial spirit's power, employing various divine techniques rewarded by the system, engaging in a desperate struggle against the Chaos Demon God. After an exhilarating and harrowing battle, they ultimately triumphed over the Chaos Demon God, successfully acquiring the Chaos Pearl. However, they understood that this was merely the first challenge in the divine realm, with numerous trials and tribulations awaiting them in the future. Meanwhile, on the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Empire flourished under the leadership of Hulaina. She further refined the cultivation system left by Yao Chen, nurturing successive generations of outstanding spirit masters. Those who had once grown alongside Yu Chun had now become the backbone of the empire, safeguarding the peace of Douluo Continent and upholding the glory of the Spirit Hall. In the divine realm, the names of Yao Chen and his companions gradually spread. Some factions began to harbor animosity towards them, particularly the established deities who feared their potential threat to their status. Yet, Yao Chen and his companions remained undaunted. They were acutely aware that to ascend to godhood, and even to challenge the position of the Creator God, they must carve a bloody path through this treacherous divine realm. As time progressed, with the assistance of the system, Yao Chen gradually mastered the power of the Chaos Pearl, elevating his strength to new heights. Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong also honed their abilities through relentless training and combat. They began to strategize their next move, aiming to ascend to higher divine ranks. On a moonlit night, Yao Chen stood atop a lofty mountain in the divine realm, gazing at the expansive starry sky, his heart brimming with unwavering conviction. "I shall ascend to the Creator God's position." Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong joined him, their silhouettes resolutely illuminated by the moonlight. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with thorns, yet as long as they advanced hand in hand, nothing could impede their march toward the pinnacle of divinity. A new challenge is on the horizon, and they are already prepared. Chapter 57. The Divine Court Dispute. A glimmer of brilliance. Amidst the floating islands and swirling divine clouds of the divine realm, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong have become the focal point of various powers. The vibrant vitality and formidable strength they brought from the Douluo Continent have shattered the long-standing tranquility of the divine realm. Every day, Yao Chen immerses himself in the exploration and application of the divine selection system. The occasional tasks issued by the system become crucial for him to enhance his strength and acquire rare resources. One day, a prompt echoed suddenly in his mind. At the grand assembly of deities held by the divine court, he faced three choices. Choice 1. To astonish the audience with unique insights, garnering the awe and support of numerous deities, yet risking the covert envy of those with ulterior motives. Choice 2. To act discreetly, observing the strengths and schemes of various deities from the shadows, although this would mean missing the splendid opportunity to shine at the assembly. Choice 3. To decline participation altogether, focusing solely on his personal cultivation. Yet this choice would lead to perceptions of cowardice, diminishing his initial reputation in the divine realm. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen recognized that this was an opportune moment to establish prestige within the divine realm and resolutely chose the first option. On the day of the conference of the divine path, deities from all corners of the realm converged in the magnificent divine court. As Yao Chen and his companions entered the venue, they were immediately met with scrutinizing gazes from all directions. Qian Rinxue adorned herself in resplendent angelic garb, radiating a pure and luminous aura. Bibi Dong emanated a mysterious and formidable presence, her scepter symbolizing her authority, while Yao Chen maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze exuding confidence and composure. As the conference commenced, each deity took to the stage to articulate their understanding and insights regarding divine power and the essence of the divine. Yao Chen listened intently, internally analyzing the perspectives shared by others. When it was his turn to take the stage, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, all eyes drawn to the new deity from the Douluo Continent, eager to discover what insights he would impart. Yao Chen slowly began to speak, drawing upon the martial soul cultivation system of the Douluo Continent and intertwining it with his insights from the divine realm. He articulated a groundbreaking cultivation philosophy, offering a profound yet accessible analysis of the fusion between martial soul power and divine energy. His words flowed like a clear spring, stirring ripples in the deeply entrenched traditional beliefs of the divine realm. Among the audience, some deities displayed expressions of astonishment, while others fell into deep contemplation. Even those venerable deities, typically aloof and dismissive, cast unusual glances at Yao Chen. As the lecture concluded, resounding applause erupted throughout the hall. The goddess of life, Eve, smiled and nodded, saying, "Yao Chen, your perspective is innovative and unique, infusing our divine realm's cultivation philosophy with renewed vitality." However, the god of thunder, Thor, scoffed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. "These are merely misguided notions, an attempt to subvert the traditions our divine realm has upheld for many years." Yao Chen paid no heed to soul-biting sarcasm, well aware that he had successfully captured the attention of the divine realm. After the meeting, numerous deities approached Yao Chen to engage in conversation, including several formidable mid-tier and upper-tier gods. They exhibited a keen interest in Yao Chen's cultivation methods, hoping to draw inspiration from his insights to enhance their own powers. While Yao Chen conversed with the other deities, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong discreetly observed their surroundings. They noticed several factions whispering and casting hostile glances toward the trio. Qian Rinxue quietly remarked to Bibi Dong, "It seems we have garnered a fair number of enemies in the divine realm." Bibi Dong scoffed, "What is there to fear? With our strength, they pose no threat to us." Upon returning to their residence in the divine realm, Yao Chen convened with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong to strategize. "Our advancement in the divine realm will inevitably encroach upon the interests of some established powers. The days ahead are unlikely to be peaceful," Yao Chen stated with a grave expression. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, asserting, "We must swiftly enhance our strength while uniting all potential allies." After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong suggested, "I believe we should initially reach out to those deities who are friendly towards us, establishing our own coalition." Both Yao Chen and Qian Rinxue concurred with her proposal. In the following days, the trio actively engaged with the deities who had shown them goodwill, exchanging resources and sharing cultivation insights. During this process, they uncovered an intriguing phenomenon. The divine realm was not a monolithic entity. Conflicts and disputes existed among the various factions. Many deities from smaller powers expressed profound dissatisfaction with the hegemony of the established forces, yet they remained silent out of fear. Yao Chen astutely recognized this as an opportunity. After conferring with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, he resolved to unite the various smaller factions to collectively resist the oppression imposed by the established powers. Through their concerted efforts, a new alliance, led by Yao Chen, gradually took shape. This coalition comprised not only the inheritors of divine legacies from the Douluo Continent, but also lesser deities native to the divine realm, all coming together for a shared purpose. As the new alliance gained strength, the entrenched powers found themselves increasingly uneasy. They began to conspire, seeking to suppress and marginalize Yao Chen and his compatriots. During a pivotal assembly of the Divine Court, representatives of the established factions proposed a series of restrictive measures aimed at undermining the alliance led by Yao Chen. In an attempt to stifle their advancement, Yao Chen stood resolutely. Arguing with conviction, we have come to the divine realm in pursuit of higher godhood and to explore the vast domains of divinity, not to be suppressed and restricted by you. Your stipulations are utterly unreasonable. Thor, the god of thunder, countered, you outsiders have disrupted the order of the divine realm. Without restrictions, the consequences could be dire. Both parties maintained their stances, engaged in relentless debate. At that moment, the previously neutral goddess of fate spoke up. Perhaps we should hold a divine battle to determine the rightful authority through strength. Should Yao Chen and his companions emerge victorious, these restrictions will be lifted. If they lose, they must comply. This proposal garnered the support of the majority of deities and exchanging glances. Yao Chen and his allies accepted the challenge without hesitation. They understood that this divine battle was not merely a matter of their status within the divine realm. It was a pivotal step towards ascending to a higher godhood. In the days that followed, Yao Chen led his alliance in rigorous preparations, acutely aware that the impending divine battle would pose an immense challenge. Yet they remained undaunted, fortified by their unwavering faith and formidable strength. Chapter 58, The Eve of the Divine Battle, Rise of the Alliance in the Depths of the Divine Realm, Shrouded in Mist. The dwelling of Yao Chen and his companions was enveloped by a dense aura of divine power. Since the goddess of fate proposed the resolution to settle matters through divine combat, this place had transformed into the core stronghold for preparations. Yao Chen sat upon a stone bench, eyes closed, as the interface of the system flickered in his mind. With the imminent commencement of the divine battle detected, a task was issued. Before the divine battle, assist the three allies in transcending their current divine levels. Reward: Chaos Divine Source Fragments, capable of enhancing divine quality. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the preciousness of the fragmented source of chaos. Once acquired, it would not only aid him in ascending to a higher divine rank, but also significantly enhance the powers of Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. He opened his eyes, rose, and approached the meditating Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Nana, Donger, the system has issued a new mission that is crucial for us. We must assist our three allies in breaking through before the divine battle. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. The trio then split into three paths, each seeking suitable allies. Yao Chen arrived at the training ground of the wind god, Eric. Eric, a carefree mid-tier deity, had always resonated with Yao Chen's ideals. Upon meeting Eric, Yao Chen spoke candidly. Eric, the divine battle approaches, and I possess a method to help you transcend your current divine level. Are you willing to give it a try? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Eric's eyes. Yao Chen, if this is indeed the case, I am willing to offer my utmost assistance. Yao Chen, drawing upon Eric's wind attribute divine power and the unique cultivation methods chronicled within the system, meticulously crafted a breakthrough plan tailored specifically for him. In the ensuing days, Yao Chen steadfastly guarded Eric's side, guiding him in the operation of his divine power to shatter his limitations. With Yao Chen's assistance, Eric continually pushed his own boundaries, each breakthrough heralded by the roar of fierce winds, as if the entire training ground had been swept into a colossal tempest. Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue sought out the water goddess, Vela. Though gentle in demeanor, Vela exhibited an unwavering tenacity in her cultivation endeavors. Upon explaining her intentions, Qian Rinxue was met with Vela's eager consent. Utilizing the purifying power of the angel god, Qian Rinxue aided Vela in harmonizing the tumultuous divine power of water within her. Under the guidance of the pure angelic force, Vela's water divine power became increasingly refined, gradually ascending towards a higher echelon. Meanwhile, Bibidong ventured into the domain of the fire god, Loki. Known for his fiery temperament yet formidable strength, Loki found himself captivated by Bibidong's prowess and sincerity after a vigorous exchange of ideas, ultimately agreeing to accept her assistance. Bibidong unleashed the corrosive power of the Death Spider Queen, which collided and fused with Loki's fire divine power, awakening his latent potential. As he cultivated, flames blazed fiercely around him, the intensity distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Through the relentless efforts of Yao Chen and his companions, the strengths of Eric, Vela, and Loki experienced significant enhancement. At long last, on the eve of the divine war, the trio successfully transcended their current divine levels, ascending to become formidable upper-level gods. A notification echoed in Yao Chen's mind. Mission accomplished, reward, fragments of chaotic divine source. Holding the fragments that radiated an enigmatic glow, Yao Chen felt an overwhelming joy. Realizing their odds of success in the impending divine conflict had increased. In the Douluo Continent, the spirit empire flourished under the governance of Hulaina. She further propagated the educational system established by Yao Chen, providing more commoners the opportunity to become exceptional soul masters. The younger generation, once nurtured alongside Yao Chen, had now become the backbone of the spirit empire, safeguarding the peace of Douluo Continent and perpetuating the glory of the Spirit Hall. Under Hulaina's leadership, interactions between the Spirit Empire and other factions became increasingly frequent. Aware that the sustainable development of the Spirit Empire hinged upon maintaining amicable relations, she proactively dispatched envoys to Houghton Sect, the three lower sects, and Sea God Island, fostering mutual understanding and trust. Thanks to her endeavors, the situation in Douluo Continent grew ever more stable, with the populace living amidst tranquility. Returning to the Divine Realm, Yao Chen and his allies convened for a final assembly on the eve of the Divine War. Standing at the heart of the alliance, Yao Chen surveyed the circle of fervent deities surrounding him, pride swelling within his heart. My esteemed companions, the Divine War approaches. This is our moment to prove ourselves. We hail from diverse origins, yet at this juncture, we share a common objective. Let us unite and triumph over those who seek to suppress us. The words of Yao Chen resonated with infectious fervor, igniting the spirits of the deities below, who erupted in exclamations of encouragement. Qian Rengshu and Bibidong stood beside Yao Chen, their gazes imbued with unwavering resolve and confidence. Qian Rengshu softly declared, Chen, we shall undoubtedly triumph in this divine battle. Bibidong nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. We have sacrificed so much. Surrender is not an option. As the date of the divine conflict drew near, the atmosphere in the divine realm grew ever more tense. While Yao Chen and his allies diligently prepared for the impending battle, they also kept a vigilant eye on their adversaries. They understood that the established powers would never concede easily and would employ every stratagem at their disposal. Yet, Yao Chen and his companions remained undaunted, fully prepared to confront this fateful clash. On the eve of the divine war, Yao Chen ventured alone to the edge of the divine realm, gazing into the boundless void. His mind awash with myriad thoughts, he reminisced about his journey to the Douluo Continent, transforming from a mere outsider to an individual poised to stir a tempest within the divine realm. This path had been fraught with hardship and challenges. Yet he harbored no regrets, for he understood that his aspiration was to become the creator god, safeguarding this land and those he held dear. I shall attain the position of the creator god, Yao Chen whispered, determination gleaming in his eyes. He then turned and returned to the Alliance's encampment, ready to embrace the forthcoming divine battle. In this realm brimming with opportunities and challenges, Yao Chen and his companions were about to inscribe their own legend. Chapter 59, The Outbreak of Divine War. Fighting with blood and valor upon the vast battlefield of the divine realm, Yao Chen and his alliance stood resolute against the established powers. The atmosphere charged with a palpable intensity. Above, heavy clouds churned with divine energy, displaying an eerie array of colors. Yao Chen positioned himself at the forefront of the alliance, flanked by Qian Rengshu and Bibidong, their eyes radiating determination and fearlessness. Allied comrades, today's battle concerns our future. For the freedom to thrive, for the beliefs we hold dear, we must fight. Yao Chen's voice boomed like a resounding bell across the battlefield, stirring his allies into fervent cheers. With his command, the divine war commenced. Leading the charge for the established powers were Thor, the god of thunder, and Ares, the god of war. The hammer of Thor blazed with blinding lightning, each swing accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, unleashing torrents of electricity into the air. Ares, clad in formidable war armor and wielding a sharp spear, surged forward, causing the alliance's deities to retreat in his wake. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Yao Chen promptly unleashed the power of his martial soul. His martial soul, the chaotic spirit flame, erupted in a dazzling display of multicolored radiance, transforming the surrounding space into a realm of peculiar hues. The chaotic spirit flame possessed formidable devouring and purifying abilities, and Yao Chen deftly directed the flames towards Thor and Ares. Sensing the impending threat of the chaotic spirit flame, Thor swung his Mjolnir, unleashing a bolt of thunder in an attempt to counter the fiery assault. However, the chaotic spirit flame, akin to a sentient being, skillfully evaded the lightning and continued its relentless advance. Ares, not one to be outdone, brandished his spear, channeling the immense power of the god of war, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the chaotic spirit flame. At that moment, Qian Rengshu also took action. She unfurled her six-winged angelic wings, her celestial attire radiating brilliance, while the angelic holy sword in her hand gleamed with sacred light. Like a flash of white lightning, she charged towards the god of war, Ares, her sword weaving purifying energies in its wake. Ares was compelled to divert some of his focus to counter Qian Rengshu's onslaught, momentarily finding himself in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong summoned her formidable martial souls, the Death Spider Queen and the Soul-Devouring Spider Queen, enveloping her form in dense purple mist, within which lay countless spider silk threads and venomous stingers. She set her sights on Thor, unleashing waves of deathly force and mental assaults upon him. Gradually, Thor found himself struggling against the dual onslaught of the chaotic spirit flame and Bibi Dong. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the deities from both sides engaged in fierce combat. The god of wind, Eric, commanded the tempests, ensnaring his adversaries within the whirlwind, rendering them incapable of executing their divine techniques. The goddess of water, Vera, utilized her aqueous powers to conjure massive water curtains, shielding against enemy attacks while simultaneously launching counterattacks with water arrows. The god of flame, Loki, surrounded by searing flames, plunged into the enemy ranks, engaging in close combat, his scorching fire deterring foes. However, the seasoned factions, with their deep-rooted foundations, swiftly adapted their strategies, encircling the alliance led by Yao Chen and his companions. In an instant, the alliance's deities found themselves embroiled in a grueling struggle. Observing this scene, Yao Chen felt a surge of anxiety within. He understood that if they could not break the deadlock swiftly, they would descend into a more perilous predicament. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Yao Chen's mind. Crisis detected on the battlefield. Task issued: locate and destroy the command center of the seasoned faction within 10 minutes. Reward: insight into the Genesis Divine Law. Yao Chen's heart jolted at the mention of the Genesis Divine Law, a vital key to attaining the status of the Genesis God. He immediately relayed this information to Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong. I will divert the enemy's attention. You two should seek out the command center, Qian Rengshu declared without hesitation. She spread her angelic wings, soaring into the sky, releasing an overwhelming divine light that drew the surrounding enemies towards her. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong seized the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate the rear of the ancient power. They cautiously evaded the enemy's patrols and eventually located the command center. This command center was guarded by a formidable ancient deity, exuding an aura that was both ancient and enigmatic. Destroying this place would not be an easy feat. The guardian deity spoke coldly, brandishing his staff, unleashing a powerful defensive divine technique that enveloped the command center in an impenetrable shield. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance, simultaneously launching their assaults. Yao Chen wielded the chaotic spiritual flame, mounting a fierce frontal attack, while Bibi Dong unleashed the mental assault of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, striving to disrupt the guardian deity's focus. Under their combined onslaught, the guardian deity gradually revealed its vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the full power of the chaotic spirit flame, breaching the defenses of the guardian deities and successfully annihilating the command center. With the destruction of the command hub, the established deities were thrown into disarray. Observing this, Qian Rengshu promptly led the allied deities in a full-scale assault. Amidst the turmoil, the deities of the old powers were swiftly routed. Ultimately, the alliance formed by Yao Chen and his companions emerged victorious in this divine conflict. We have triumphed, Yao Chen exclaimed with exhilaration, feeling the profound insights of the creation god's law as a reward from the system, his heart brimming with joy. He realized he had drawn closer to the position of the creation god. Qian Rengshu and Bi Bidong soon joined Yao Chen, their faces radiant with the joy of victory. "Chen, we did it," Qian Rengshu proclaimed with fervor. Bi Bidong added with a smile. "Indeed, this victory is merely the beginning. Our objective is the position of the creation god." Following this divine battle, Yao Chen and his allies experienced a significant elevation in their status within the divine realm. Their coalition gradually expanded, becoming an undeniable force in the divine hierarchy. Meanwhile, Yao Chen delved deeper into the study of the creation goddess law, meticulously preparing for his final ascent to the position of the creation god. In this realm brimming with opportunities and challenges, his legendary tale continued to unfold. Chapter 60. A new journey begins. Yao Chen stood atop the high platform of the Spirit Hall, gazing down upon the land that had flourished under his influence. A gentle breeze caressed his garments, and his eyes reflected the steadiness and resolve forged through countless trials. Since his arrival in the Douluo Continent, he had been reshaping the landscape with the aid of a divine selection system and his extraordinary talents. Now, the Spirit Hall, bolstered by his support, had risen to dominance, and the path for Qian Renshue to ascend as the God King had become increasingly clear, while he himself was but a step away from the position of the Creator God. Within the training grounds of the Spirit Hall, a new generation of young soul masters was diligently honing their skills. These were the promising talents personally selected and nurtured by Yao Chen, hailing from various corners of the continent, many of whom had once been inconspicuous commoners. Yao Chen shattered conventions, allowing ordinary citizens to awaken their martial souls and cultivate soul skills, thereby infusing the Spirit Hall with a continuous stream of fresh vigor. "Lord Yao Chen," a bright voice called out, and Hulaina approached with a lively gait. Now, she had successfully transcended to become a title de law, radiating a powerful and confident aura. "With everyone's support, I have become the successor of the Spirit Empire, and I owe it all to you," Hulaina said, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Yao Chen smiled and nodded, acknowledging, "This is the fruit of your own labor. The Spirit Empire will continue to rely on you for its protection and development." He was acutely aware that Hulaina's growth represented not merely personal glory, but also the future hope of the Spirit Empire. At that moment, Bibi Dong emerged from the inner hall, having attained divine status, her demeanor increasingly transcendent. "Yao Chen, the Spirit Hall has now unified the continent. What are your plans moving forward?" Bibi Dong's voice was calm, yet imbued with supreme authority. Yao Chen gazed into the distance and spoke softly, "I have promised Qian Rengshu to assist her in becoming the divine monarch. This is our shared aspiration. Moreover, I still have a considerable journey ahead to attain the position of the Creator God, necessitating the pursuit of further opportunities." Qian Dalu approached from the direction of the offering hall. Although he was no longer the unparalleled Douluo of his former glory, his eyes still reflected unwavering loyalty and concern for the Spirit Hall. "Yao Chen, we have witnessed all that you have done for the Spirit Hall. Now that the continent is unified and the common folk can cultivate equally, we are witnessing an unprecedented era of prosperity. However, your quest for divine status will undoubtedly be fraught with peril." Yao Chen nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed patron, for your concern. I will exercise caution. However, before departing, I have some matters to attend to." He turned to face the assembly, his expression solemn. "Although the Spirit Hall has established its dominance across the continent, it is imperative to solidify our foundation. The cultivation of the younger generation must not be neglected. We must ensure the continued splendor of the Spirit Empire." His gaze shifted to Hulaina. "Laina, as the successor, you bear a heavy responsibility. Engage more with the elders and learn from their governance experience." Hulaina nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Lord Yao Chen, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Subsequently, Yao Chen made his way to the former Haotian sect. Once the preeminent sect in the world, it had lost its former glory under the vigorous rise of the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, Yao Chen harbored no intention of annihilation. He understood that every sect holds intrinsic value, and with the unification of the continent, the amalgamation of various forces is more essential than ever. Tang Xiao. The situation on the continent has stabilized. The Spirit Hall will not pursue the Haotian sect to its end. However, I hope you can set aside prejudices and contribute to the development of the Spirit Empire." Yao Chen's voice echoed within the grand hall of the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao gazed at the man who had altered the continent's landscape, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Yao Chen, though you aided the Spirit Hall in its conquest, your efforts have allowed commoners to cultivate a merit that is indelible. The Haotian sect is willing to heed your arrangements. After departing from the Haotian sect, Yao Chen proceeded to the lower three sects and Sea God Island. Through his persuasive discourse, while various factions expressed their reluctance, they ultimately recognized the inevitability of the situation and conveyed their willingness to accept the governance of the Spirit Empire, striving collectively for the continent's prosperity. Upon concluding these affairs, Yao Chen returned to the Spirit Hall, where a system notification resonated in his mind. Host has completed continent unification, aiding the Spirit Hall in its dominance. Reward: 1 divine-level cultivation method and a complete set of divine-level soul bones. A faint smile graced Yao Chen's lips. These rewards would undoubtedly further enhance his prowess. On the eve of embarking on a new journey, Yao Chen compiled his long-cherished insights on cultivation and several precious soul skill manuals into a tome, leaving it for the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. He hoped this knowledge would assist them in their growth, laying a robust foundation for the future of the Spirit Empire. At last, on a sunlit morning, Yao Chen stood alongside Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dan in the plaza of the Spirit Hall. Before them lay the path to the unknown, replete with opportunities to ascend to godhood and become a creator deity, as well as countless challenges. Let us go. It is time to embark on this new journey. Yao Chen's voice was resolute and powerful. The three transformed into beams of light, soaring into the distance. Below, Hulayina led the members of the Spirit Hall in a farewell wave. They understood that the departure of these three formidable beings signified the dawn of a new era, and they would shoulder the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the Spirit Empire. During their flight, Qian Rinxue looked at Yao Chen, her eyes brimming with love and trust. Yao Chen, with you beside me, I believe I will surely become a god. Yao Chen grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not worry, we shall face this together. Beside them, Bibi Dong soared silently, her heart brimming with anticipation despite her silence. She yearned to witness the realization of Yao Chen and Qian Rinxue's ambitions, while also hoping for her own breakthroughs in this new journey. As they traversed mountains and rivers and crossed dense forests, Yao Chen employed his divine selection system, making continual choices that yielded precious resources and formidable power. With each decision, he drew ever closer to the divine position of the Creator God. Upon arriving at a mysterious ruin, they were enveloped by a powerful and ancient aura. It was as if the key to becoming a god king and the Creator God lay hidden within. It seems our fortune resides here, Yao Chen remarked, his eyes alight with excitement as he gazed upon the ruins. The trio cautiously entered the site, discovering its interior adorned with peculiar runes and ancient statues. These symbols and figures radiated a mystical energy, whispering tales of a long-forgotten history. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a tome emanating a golden glow. As Yao Chen approached, the book opened automatically, inundating his mind with a torrent of information. This is critical knowledge regarding the inheritance of the Creator God, Yao Chen exclaimed. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong quickly gathered around, aware that this moment could be pivotal for Yao Chen's ascension to the Creator God. However, just as they reveled in their joy, a surge of dark power erupted from the depths of the ruins. A massive beast emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Evidently the guardian of this sacred site, determined to protect its secrets from any intruders. It appeared that to seize this inheritance, they must first confront this formidable challenge. Yao Chen clenched his fists, his soul power surging around him. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong prepared for battle as well, standing shoulder to shoulder, ready to face the unknown threat. They understood that this was merely a minor episode in their grand journey, with many more trials and tribulations awaiting them. Yet, as long as they united their strengths, nothing could impede their ascent to becoming the God King and the Creator God. Chapter 61. Shadows of the Ruins. Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong stood resolutely, their gazes fixed upon the formidable beast that had emerged from the shadows. This creature towered at over 10 meters, its massive form cloaked in ebony scales, each glimmering with a chilling luminescence, reminiscent of impenetrable armor. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a colossal wolf, with blood-red vertical pupils ablaze with boundless ferocity. The beast's gaping maw revealed interlocking, razor-sharp fangs that exuded an overwhelmingly nauseating stench of blood. The aura it emanated was immensely powerful, rivaling that of an ordinary tidal Douluo. Bibidong's expression was grave as the spirit of the Death Spider Queen materialized in her grasp, a violet radiance swirling around her, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue unfurled her six-winged angel spirit, a sacred presence that dispelled some of the surrounding darkness. No matter how formidable it may be, united in our strength, We shall surely prevail. Her gaze was resolute, and the angelic holy sword in her hand shimmered with a golden brilliance, poised to strike at any moment. Yao Chen inhaled deeply, his martial soul being an extraordinarily unique twin spirit of ethereal fire, with two potent flames swirling in his palms. Their scorching aura starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. The inheritance within this relic held profound significance. The magical beast was merely an impediment, and we must exert our utmost effort. The beast unleashed a deafening roar, initiating the assault. It lunged forward, its colossal claws tearing through the air, aimed directly at Yao Chen. With a swift motion, Yao Chen vanished from his original position, reappearing behind the beast. As he coalesced the ethereal fire into a formidable flame spear, thrusting it fiercely into the beast's back. Bang! The flame spear collided with the beast's scales, sparking a shower of flames, yet it failed to inflict any substantial damage. Enraged, the beast pivoted, its tail resembling a black steel whip, slicing through the air towards Yao Chen. He quickly sidestepped, the tail brushing past his garment, generating a gale in its wake. Observing this, Qian Rinxue immediately swung her angelic holy sword, unleashing a golden sword chi directed at the beast. The creature retaliated, its claws meeting the golden energy with a piercing clash. Not to be outdone, Bai Dong unleashed countless strands of spider silk from her hands, ensnaring the beast. Bound by the silk, the beast's movements became sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen swiftly formed hand seals, merging the two ethereal fires into a colossal fireball, which he hurled towards the beast. Boom! The fireball erupted upon contact, the tremendous force toppling the beast to the ground. However, it did not succumb. Struggling to rise, the black scales upon its body shimmered with increased intensity, and a more formidable dark power surged from within. It opened its maw, unleashing a column of black light towards the trio. "Look out! Quickly evade!" Yao Chen shouted. As the three swiftly darted in different directions, the black beam struck the wall behind them, instantly corroding a massive hole in the solid stone. The beast's regenerative and defensive capabilities were beyond imagination. This could not continue. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, contemplating a strategy in her mind. As Yao Chen gazed upon the formidable beast, a sudden flash of insight from the divine selection system illuminated his mind. A powerful guardian of the ancient relic had been detected. The host was presented with the following choices. First, to unleash an overwhelming surge of mental prowess upon the beast's soul, seeking its vulnerabilities. Success would grant access to the hidden divine soul techniques within the relic. Second, to harness the unique properties of the dual fire martial soul in an endeavor to purify the dark energies entwined within the beast. Success would bestow the essence of darkness, significantly enhancing the host's strength. Third, to unite with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong to execute a formidable assault, aiming to forcibly breach the beast's defenses. Success would yield critical clues to the legacy of the creator god, though the trio would be rendered temporarily weakened. Yao Chen swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Striking the soul of the magical beast with his mental prowess carried considerable risk. Failure could result in a backlash from the soul. Purifying the dark forces would require time, and the magical beast would undoubtedly not afford them much of it. While launching the most formidable attack could swiftly yield clues to the inheritance, succumbing to a state of weakness thereafter could expose them to further dangers within this unknown ruin. There was no time to hesitate. He resolved to choose the second option. Yao Chen gritted his teeth and made his decision. He understood that although purifying the dark forces was fraught with challenges, the potential rewards were immense. Not only could it enhance his own strength, but it might also weaken the magical beast's power. Yao Chen closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit, channeling the power of his dual spirit flames to their utmost potential. The two types of flames gradually merged in his hands, giving rise to a peculiar fire that radiated a gentle glow, starkly contrasting with the dark forces emanating from the magical beast. "Yao Chen, what are you doing?" Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong questioned with curiosity at Yao Chen's actions. Yet they chose to place their trust in him, continuing their assault to restrain the beast. Yao Chen advanced steadily towards the beast, the purifying flames in his grasp growing ever brighter. The creature seemed to sense the impending threat, struggling relentlessly to break free from the confines of the spider's silk, intent on launching an attack against Yao Chen. However, the assaults from Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong rained down upon it like a tempest, preventing any distraction. At last, Yao Chen stood before the beast, pressing the purifying flames against its form. In an instant, the flames surged forth, enveloping the entire creature. It emitted a mournful roar, thrashing violently as the dark forces clashed violently with the purifying flames, producing a dazzling brilliance. Hold on, Yao Chen. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong intently observed this scene. Their relentless attacks never wavering. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into eternity. Just as Yao Chen felt himself on the brink of collapse, the dark powers emanating from the beast began to wane, its struggles growing feebler. Success. Yao Chen exhaled deeply. As the dark energies dissipated, the beast's form gradually became translucent, ultimately transforming into a black luminescence that fused into Yao Chen's being. He felt a surge of formidable dark primordial power coursing through him, significantly enhancing his strength. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, on successfully purifying the beast and acquiring the dark primordial power, resulting in a boost to your strength. Furthermore, certain restrictions within the ruins have been lifted, allowing you to continue your exploration of the Genesis Goddess legacy. Yao Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his gaze. He turned to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, proclaiming, "Let us proceed, for the legacy lies just ahead." The trio ventured deeper into the passage of the ruins, encountering a myriad of mechanisms and traps along the way. Yet, through Yao Chen's sagacity and the formidable prowess of the three, they deftly overcame each challenge. At last, they arrived at the innermost sanctum of the ruins. Upon a grand stone platform rested an ancient tome, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Indeed, it was the Genesis Goddess legacy they had fervently sought. Yao Chen slowly advanced, and the moment his hand made contact with the ancient tome, a formidable force enveloped him. An overwhelming flood of information surged into his mind, revealing the cultivation methods of the Creator God, divine techniques, and insights into the very essence of the world, all unfolding before him in that instant. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong gazed at Yao Chen with eager anticipation, acutely aware that he was drawing ever closer to the divine rank of the Creator God. After assimilating the legacy of the Creator God, Yao Chen's aura underwent a profound transformation. He emanated a presence that transcended the divine, as if he had become the sovereign of this realm. I can feel it. I have brushed against the precipice of the Creator God's divinity. Yao Chen's voice resonated with joy and exhilaration. Qian Rinxue stepped forward and embraced Yao Chen, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Yao Chen. Our efforts have not been in vain." Bibi Dong also displayed a look of contentment, stating, "Now, it is time for you to ascend to the rank of the Creator God." However, just as they reveled in their elation, a violent tremor suddenly shook the vicinity of the ruins. The three hurriedly exited the site, only to witness countless fissures appearing in the sky. A powerful force surged forth from these cracks as if something terrifying was imminent. What is happening? Qian Rinxue's expression shifted, a wave of ominous foreboding welling up within her. Yao Chen gazed solemnly at the sky, an air of gravity enveloping him. It seems our actions have precipitated certain unforeseen changes. Whatever may come, we must be prepared. The three of them tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes resolutely fixed upon the heavens. A new challenge loomed ahead, and they were determined to advance on the path toward becoming the God King and the Creator God, safeguarding all that they held dear. Chapter 62. The chaos transformation. Cracks in the sky continued to spread, powerful fluctuations surging forth like a tumultuous tide, sending Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong into a state of heightened alert. The force emanating from the fissures carried an aura of chaos, distorting the surrounding space and even devouring the light itself. This power was exceedingly bizarre, seemingly not of this world. Yao Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the sky as the twin martial souls of his spirit fire quietly stirred within him. The searing flames intertwined with his soul power, forming a defensive barrier to withstand the oppressive sensation brought forth by the unknown force. Qian Rinxue unfurled her six-winged angel martial soul, its sacred light illuminating the surrounding darkness. Yet it appeared somewhat dim in the face of this chaotic power. No matter its origin, we shall not retreat. The angelic holy sword in her hand shimmered with a golden radiance, the blade quivering slightly, as if eager to embrace the impending battle. Bibi Dong was enveloped in a swirling aura of purple-black light, the power of her death spider queen martial soul erupting fully, with webs encircling her, forming a series of defensive nets. "It seems our new journey has commenced with formidable troubles," she spoke in a low, calm tone, her eyes betraying a hint of seriousness. Suddenly, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the fissure. It was a beast of mountainous proportions, its body clad in black scales etched with peculiar runes that emitted an eerie glow. Its head was gargantuan, with eyes resembling two blood-red suns, exuding a bloodthirsty radiance. Its serpentine body writhed, trailing a lengthy tail studded with sharp barbs, each as large as a house. What manner of monster is this? Qian Rinxue gasped, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Such a powerful presence was unlike anything she had ever encountered, even after ascending to divinity. Facing this beast filled her with overwhelming pressure. Taking a deep breath, Yao Chen endeavored to steady himself. He activated the Supreme Selection System, seeking a strategy to confront the impending threat. The system's alert resonated in his mind. Detection of the chaotic behemoth's arrival. The host may choose from the following options. 1. Exploit the chaotic behemoth's insatiable hunger for energy by using his formidable soul power as bait, luring it deep into the ruins. There, he could employ the ancient seals within to confine it, though this course of action may expose the host to lethal attacks from the behemoth. 2. Collaborate with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong to unleash their combined ultimate technique, targeting the behemoth's vulnerabilities. Success would grant them a portion of the behemoth's primal power, significantly enhancing their strength. Yet the trio's coordination must be flawless, or they risk provoking a furious retaliation from the creature. 3. Attempt to communicate with the chaotic behemoth to discern the purpose of its arrival. If a peaceful resolution is achieved, the host could gain the behemoth's protective power, becoming an ally of the creator god. However, the difficulty of such communication is immense, and failure would surely incite the behemoth's wrath. Yao Chen swiftly weighed the three options in his mind. Using soul power as bait to seal the chaotic behemoth posed an immense risk. A single misstep could cost him his life. Employing the most formidable divine technique required the harmonious cooperation of all three. Yet the urgency of the situation left no time for such coordination. Although communicating with the chaotic behemoth appeared to be the most prudent choice, it also presented the greatest challenge, as no one could ascertain whether this wild creature would comprehend their intentions. Time was of the essence, and hesitation was no longer an option. Yao Chen resolved to pursue the third option, attempting to establish communication with the chaotic behemoth. He understood that, in this dire circumstance, a peaceful resolution was the most favorable approach, capable of averting a brutal conflict while potentially securing a formidable ally. Yao Chen stepped forward, his aura gradually retracting, signaling Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong to refrain from any rash movements. He focused his mind, attempting to convey his goodwill to the Chaos Beast. "O Chaos Beast, we harbor no malice. What brings you to this realm?" His voice resonated through the air, imbued with a gentle strength. The Chaos Beast seemed to perceive Yao Chen's words, its colossal head slowly turning towards him, its blood-red eyes fixated upon him, emitting a low, rumbling growl, filled with wariness and hostility. Yao Chen did not falter, he continued. "We are all guardians of this continent. Perhaps we can collaborate to safeguard this world together." His tone was earnest, and his gaze unwavering, hoping to resonate with the chaotic beast. At that moment, the chaotic beast suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a formidable suction that drew everything around it closer. Yao Chen felt his body being uncontrollably pulled forward and hurriedly channeled his soul power to resist. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong immediately launched their attacks in an attempt to thwart the chaotic beast. Qian Rinxue swung the angelic holy sword, unleashing a golden divine technique, Angel's Judgment, towards the chaotic beast. Bibi Dong, not to be outdone, invoked the Death Spider Empress's soul-devouring curse, sending forth countless purple beams targeting the chaotic beast. However, the chaotic beast merely flicked its tail, effortlessly deflecting their assaults. This was troubling. It seemed their communication had failed. A sense of foreboding filled Yao Chen as he realized a fierce battle was inevitable. He quickly adjusted his stance and joined forces with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. "Yao Chen, what should we do?" Qian Rinxue inquired anxiously. Yao Chen's expression grew solemn. "It seems we must resort to the second strategy, unleashing our most potent divine techniques to target its weaknesses. Qian Rinxue, you shall focus your assault on its head. Bibi Dong, you will restrain its tail. I will strike at its abdomen, for that is likely its vulnerable point. Remember, we must coordinate seamlessly, without a hint of error." The trio swiftly reached a consensus, each preparing their divine techniques. Qian Rinxue's holy aura peaked, the radiance of her angelic holy sword growing ever more resplendent, as she prepared to unleash the angelic divine technique, Daylight Judgment. Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul also exhibited its utmost strength. Countless strands of spider silk converging into a colossal purple orb, ready to unleash the Death Spider Emperor, Light of Destruction. Yao Chen released the full power of his dual spirit of spiritual fire, merging two flames into a vast fiery vortex. The might of spiritual fire, chaotic break was astounding. Now, Yao Chen shouted, and the three activated their divine techniques simultaneously. Three powerful beams of light surged towards the chaotic behemoth, illuminating the entire realm. The chaotic beast sensed a tremendous threat, emitting a furious roar, its scales shimmering with an eerie glow as it attempted to fend off their onslaught. However, the trio's techniques were flawlessly synchronized. Qian Rinshue's daylight judgment drew the chaotic beast's attention, compelling it to focus its defenses on its head. Bibi Dong's light of destruction successfully restrained its tail, rendering it incapable of agile movement, and Yao Chen's spiritual fire, chaotic break, struck opportunely at its abdomen. With a thunderous explosion, the chaotic beast's abdomen burst open, dark blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ground, eroding it into deep craters. The chaotic beast let out a pained howl, its body swaying precariously. "Seize the moment, take its life," Yao Chen cried, and the trio launched their assault once more. With their relentless barrage, the chaotic beast's power waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground. As the chaotic beast fell, the rifts in the sky began to heal, the chaotic energies dissipating gradually. Yao Chen and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. This battle had drained their physical and spiritual strength. Yet they knew they had successfully safeguarded this land. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. "Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the chaotic beast, acquiring a portion of its primal power and enhancing your strength. Furthermore, the chaotic beast's protective power has recognized its master and will aid the host in becoming the creator god." Yao Chen slowly rose to his feet. Feeling the powerful force surging within him, his heart brimming with joy, he turned to Qian Rinshue and Bibi Dong, saying, "We have succeeded." Both Qian Rinshue and Bibi Dong wore expressions of satisfaction, fully aware that although the path ahead remained fraught with challenges, their united efforts would render them unstoppable in their quest to become the God King and the Creator God. In the days that followed, Yao Chen began to merge the primal power of the Chaos Behemoth with the protective force, further enhancing his strength. Qian Rinshue and Bibi Dong diligently continued their training, solidifying their divine statuses. At last, on a day marked by gentle breezes and radiant sunshine, Yao Chen sensed that he had reached the final step towards becoming the Creator God. He bid farewell to Qian Rinshue and Bibi Dong and ventured alone to the pinnacle of creation, the highest peak of Douluo Continent. Standing atop the summit, Yao Chen gazed down upon the entirety of Douluo Continent, his heart filled with profound reflections. Memories of his journey to this realm flooded his mind, recalling the days spent fighting alongside his comrades. Now, on the brink of becoming the Creator God, he was poised to safeguard this beloved land. Yao Chen closed his eyes, concentrating deeply as he merged his essence with the primal source of the universe. He felt the heartbeat of the world, sensing the vitality of all living things. In that moment, he seemed to become one with the cosmos. As Yao Chen's power surged, the entire Douluo Continent underwent a profound transformation. The sky became an even more resplendent blue, the earth flourished with unparalleled fertility, and all beings radiated with vibrant life. The people sensed a formidable protective force, understanding that it was Yao Chen safeguarding them. At last, Yao Chen opened his eyes, and within them sparkled the brilliance of the Creator God. He had triumphed. He had ascended to the rank of the Creator God, wielding boundless power and wisdom. Yao Chen returned to Qian Ringshu and Bibi Dong, who gazed at him with eyes brimming with joy and admiration. "Congratulations, Yao Chen, you have become the creator deity," Qian Ringshu remarked. Yao Chen smiled as he gazed upon them. "None of this would have been possible without your assistance. Together, let us safeguard this world." Henceforth, Yao Chen, Qian Ringshu, and Bibi Dong became the guardians of the Douluo Continent, their tale echoing through the ages, transforming into an everlasting legend in the hearts of the people. Under their protection, the Douluo Continent ushered in a new era of peace and prosperity. Chapter 63, Prelude to a New Age. After Yao Chen ascended to divinity, the Douluo Continent appeared to be infused with a revitalizing energy. His divine power flowed like a gentle spring rain, nurturing every inch of this land, rendering the mountains more exquisite, the rivers increasingly crystalline, and fostering a harmonious relationship between spirit beasts and humanity under this benevolent force. As the God King, Qian Ringshu collaborated with Yao Chen to uphold the order of the continent. She traversed various cities, using her divine strength to heal the injured populace and disseminating ideals of hope and peace. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong concentrated on the internal development of the spirit empire, skillfully governing the realm with her wisdom and godly prowess. Within the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina busied herself with various affairs. Since becoming the heir to the Spirit Empire, she devoted herself wholly to her duties, acutely aware of the weight of her responsibilities. Not only to inherit the foundations laid by Yao Chen and others, but also to propel the Spirit Empire toward a more glorious future. Lady Hulaina. Here is the progress report for the new batch of civilian soul masters. A respectful steward of the Spirit Hall presented a document. Hulaina accepted the report and perused it meticulously. Indeed, the civilian training program initiated by Lord Yao Chen had yielded remarkable results, revealing the immense potential of these young soul masters. A smile graced her lips, her eyes twinkling with satisfaction. Concurrently, Yao Chen, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong convened in a mysterious palace. Constructed after Yao Chen became the creator god, this palace floated above the Douluo Continent, offering a panoramic view of the world. An air of enigma enveloped the interior, where the walls were adorned with precious gemstones that emitted a soft luminescence. Though the continent is now largely stable, we must remain vigilant. Yao Chen's voice resonated within the palace, his gaze profound and resolute. Despite our phase of victory, the cosmos harbors many unknown dangers, and we must be perpetually alert. Qian Rengshu nodded. I sense mysterious fluctuations of power from the universe, as if a formidable entity is awakening. Bibi Dong's expression turned grave, regardless of what it may be. We must prepare for any eventuality. Our strength is formidable, but we must not succumb to arrogance. At that moment, the alert of the divine selection system echoed within Yao Chen's mind. An anomalous movement of a mysterious force has been detected in the universe. The host may choose from the following options. 1. Venture alone to the source of the mysterious power for exploration, armed with the creator god's strength. There exists an opportunity to acquire a cosmic artifact, significantly enhancing personal power, though the journey may be fraught with peril and unknown formidable foes. 2. Lead Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong together. The trio's cooperation would increase safety, and if successful in exploration, they could collectively gain the gifts of the mysterious force, bolstering the protective strength of the entire Douluo Continent, albeit risking the covetous eyes of other factions. 3. Dispatch elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall for reconnaissance. Gathering intelligence before making a decision would mitigate personal risk, but may result in missing critical opportunities. Yao Chen fell into contemplation. Venturing alone could potentially yield tremendous opportunities. Yet the risks were formidable. Accompanying Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong would enhance safety, but might also introduce additional complications. Dispatching elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall raised concerns regarding their capability to confront unforeseen dangers. After careful deliberation, Yao Chen reached a resolution. Option 2. The three of us shall embark together. While this may provoke certain troubles, our combined strengths would suffice to tackle most perils. Moreover, this exploration is of paramount importance for the future of Douluo Continent. We cannot afford to miss this chance. Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong expressed their agreement. The trio immediately commenced preparations, equipping themselves with their most formidable weapons and gear, and adjusting to peak condition. Before their departure, Yao Chen entrusted the affairs of the Spirit Hall to Hulaina, advising her to safeguard the Douluo Continent diligently. Rest assured, Lord Yao Chen, I will protect the Spirit Empire and the Douluo Continent steadfastly, Hulaina replied with unwavering resolve. Subsequently, Yao Chen, Qian Renxue, and Bibi Dong transformed into 3 streaks of light, soaring towards the source of the mysterious power in the cosmos. They traversed countless stars, enduring numerous trials and tribulations. Along their journey, they encountered a variety of peculiar creatures and enigmatic energy fields, yet they adeptly resolved each challenge with their formidable strength and wisdom. At last, they arrived at the origin of the mysterious power. It was a colossal planet, its surface cloaked in a layer of enigmatic radiance, obscuring the interior's details. This is the place, Yao Chen declared, excitement and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The three approached the planet with caution, and upon touching the mysterious glow, a powerful force drew them inside. They found themselves in a bizarre realm, filled with pulsating crystals that shimmered with brilliant light, each encapsulating immense energy. What is this place? Qian Renxue inquired, astonished. Yao Chen meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment and remarked, this appears to be an ancient repository of energy. The power contained within these crystals is remarkably potent and may greatly aid in our enhancement of strength. Just as they were poised to delve deeper into their exploration, a horde of enigmatic creatures suddenly surged forth from all directions. These beings varied in form. Some resembled colossal dragons, while others took on the guise of giants, each emanating a formidable aura, clearly the guardians of this planet. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our domain?" inquired a dragon-like creature, its voice resonating like thunder. Yao Chen took a step forward and said, "We hail from the Douluo Continent and have sensed the mysterious fluctuations of power in this realm. Our intention is not malevolent. We merely seek to acquire knowledge and strength pertaining to the universe." The dragon creature let out a disdainful snort and replied, "Humph. Do you think the power here is easily obtained? To attain strength, you must first undergo our trials." The three gazed at one another, nodding in silent understanding. They were aware that a formidable trial was about to unfold. The colossal dragon creature unfurled its massive wings, unleashing a potent wave of energy towards them. In an instant, Yao Chen summoned the power of the creator god, erecting a defensive barrier that absorbed the oncoming energy wave. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong swiftly launched their assaults, charging towards the dragon creature and the other guardians. In that moment, the entire space was illuminated with flashes of light, as energy surged in every direction. A fierce battle ensued between Yao Chen and the guardians. Drawing upon the immense strength of the creator god, Yao Chen unleashed a plethora of formidable divine techniques, each strike imposing tremendous pressure upon the guardians. Qian Rinxue's angelic divine techniques and Bibi Dong's Death Spider Queen abilities were executed to perfection, their synergy with Yao Chen gradually turning the tide in their favor. After an arduous struggle, the guardians were ultimately vanquished by the trio. The dragon creature regarded them with a glimmer of respect in its eyes. "You are indeed powerful, worthy of the strength found here." With that, it flapped its wings, and the radiant crystals began to soar towards Yao Chen and his companions. The trio absorbed the energy from the crystals, further enhancing their prowess. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Yao Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully passing the trial and receiving a cosmic energy boon, significantly enhancing your strength. Additionally, you have gained insights into the mysteries of the universe, laying the groundwork to become an even more formidable creator god." Yao Chen felt the surging power within him, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that this expedition had brought them one step closer to their goal of safeguarding the universe. Before departing from this planet, Yao Chen expressed his gratitude to the colossal dragon beings and the other guardians, forging amicable connections with them. He believed that in the days to come, there would surely be more exchanges and collaborations between Douluo Continent and this celestial body. Subsequently, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong returned to Douluo Continent, laden with bountiful rewards. They were acutely aware that further challenges awaited them, yet they stood resolute, prepared to defend the beloved continent and the entire universe with newfound strength and unwavering conviction. Chapter 64, Abyssal Shadows. Upon the return of Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong to the Douluo Continent, the entire realm basked in an atmosphere of prosperity and tranquility. Under the meticulous administration of Hulaina, the Spirit Hall operated with commendable efficiency, as a new generation of civilian soul masters flourished within the framework established by Yao Chen, infusing the continent's future with boundless vitality. However, beneath this serene facade, tumultuous currents stirred. As the creator god, Yao Chen acutely sensed a peculiar disturbance emanating from the depths of the Douluo Continent. A wave laden with inexorable darkness and decay, as if it were seeping from an abyssal realm beyond. This force was undeniably perilous. Furrowing his brow, Yao Chen summoned Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong to the Palace of Creation. Within the palace, the resplendent light stood in stark contrast to the gravity etched upon their faces. Qian Rinxue gently caressed the angelic holy sword in her grasp, its blade resonating with a low hum, seemingly attuned to the ominous threat that loomed. I too had sensed the encroaching darkness, which appeared to be eroding the very foundation of the continent. Left unchecked, the ramifications would be dire. Bibi Dong's body, woven with strands of purple-black silk, quivered slightly as she spoke with a steely countenance, regardless of what it may be. "We shall not show leniency to those who covet the Douluo Continent." At that moment, the prompt of the divine choice system echoed within Yao Chen's mind. Detection of dark disturbances from the depths of the Douluo Continent indicates a potential resurgence of ancient evil forces. The host may choose from the following options. First, delve into the source of darkness alone to uncover the truth and attempt to purify the malevolent power. Success will grant control over the laws of darkness, significantly enhancing the creator god's strength. although peril lurks with the risk of losing one's sanity. Second, let Qianrenxue and Bi Bian in a unified effort to purify the darkness together. Success will allow the trio to jointly comprehend the laws of darkness, bolstering the continent's overall protective might. Yet this approach may provoke a frenzied counterattack from the dark forces during the purification process. Third, dispatch a reconnaissance team from the Spirit Hall to investigate the situation before making a decisive choice, thereby mitigating risk, albeit potentially granting the dark forces additional time to strengthen. Yao Chen contemplated for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Although venturing forth alone presented opportunities, the risks were excessively high. Should he lose his mind, the entire Douluo Continent would forfeit its mightiest guardian. Dispatching a reconnaissance team, however, might jeopardize their chance, allowing the dark forces to grow even stronger. Ultimately, he resolutely reached a decision. Option 2. We shall journey together. The encroachment of dark power upon the continent left little time. United, the three of us might swiftly resolve the impending crisis. Qianrenxue and Bi Bian nodded in agreement, and the trio promptly prepared for their departure. Before they set off, Yao Chen summoned Hulaina to the divine palace, earnestly entrusting her. Nana, I temporarily bestow upon you the safety of the Douluo Continent. We embark into the unknown. You must safeguard our realm. Should any unforeseen events arise, you may call upon me using the creation goddess mark I have left behind. With a determined expression, Hulaina knelt on one knee. Rest assured, Lord Yao Chen, I shall not fail in my duty. The three departed from the creation god palace, soaring toward the source of the dark power. As they delved deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly sinister and eerie. The sky was shrouded in a layer of black mist, while noxious black miasma occasionally erupted from the ground, exuding a repugnant stench. At last, they arrived at a colossal abyssal entrance. Within the chasm, flickering black light glimmered, and an aura of malevolence assailed them. This is the place. Yao Chen inhaled deeply and was the first to step into the abyss, with Qianrenxue and Bi Bian closely following. Once inside, they found themselves surrounded by an array of bizarre creatures, their forms distorted and emanating a dark aura. As they lunged menacingly towards the trio, in an instant, the dual soul of spiritual fire erupted in Yao Chen's hands, intertwining two formidable flames to create a fiery barrier that thwarted the encroachment of the dark entities. Qianrenxue wielded the angelic holy sword, its golden radiance slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, causing the dark creatures to dissipate in its wake. Meanwhile, Bi Bian unleashed the power of the Death Spider Emperor, as countless threads of web spread forth, ensnaring the dark beings with unyielding grip. The trio advanced resolutely to the core of the abyss. There, they beheld a colossal black vortex, from which dark powers surged incessantly, and at its center floated a black crystal emanating an eerie glow. This crystal was the very source of the dark energy. Yao Chen declared, "We must annihilate it to purify this darkness completely." However, just as they prepared to strike, a horde of formidable dark demon gods erupted from the vortex. Towering in stature and enveloped in black flames, each possessed immense strength, rivaling that of ordinary divine beings. "Outsiders, how dare you trespass in our domain? Today marks your demise," roared the leader of the demon gods, brandishing a black spear, unleashing a wave of dark energy toward Yao Chen and his companions. The trio swiftly dispersed to evade the impending assault. Yao Chen immediately unleashed the divine technique of creation, and the radiance of creation illuminated the entire abyss, its formidable power momentarily rendering the dark demons disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Qianrenxue and Bi Bian launched their attacks. Qianrenxue summoned the celestial descent, conjuring a colossal angelic silhouette in the air, wielding a sacred sword that struck fiercely at the dark demons. Meanwhile, Bi Bian cast the death domain, enshrouding the surrounding space in a shroud of purplish-black luminescence, causing the dark demons to move sluggishly within the domain. Before long, the dark demons regained their composure and retaliated with fervor, engaging in an intense battle against Yao Chen and his companions. During the fray, Yao Chen discerned that the powers of these dark demons were interconnected, forming a formidable defensive system that rendered ordinary attacks ineffectual. "This cannot continue. We must identify their weaknesses," Yao Chen exclaimed. Just then, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled the knowledge regarding the mysteries of the universe acquired on the enigmatic planet, which mentioned a particular trait of dark power. Though potent, it becomes imbalanced under the dual purifications of light and life energy. "Qianrenxue, unleash your full radiant power." "Bi Bian, assist with your life force," Yao Chen commanded, instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation. Qianren amplified the light energy of her angelic spirit to its zenith, bathing the entire abyss in her brilliance. Bibi Dong, in turn, harnessed her life force, merging it harmoniously with the radiant energy. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed his most formidable attack, the Genesis, purifying light, a colossal beam, imbued with the essence of light and the vitality of life. Surged forth towards the dark demonic entities. In the face of such overwhelming power, the defensive structures of the dark demons crumbled instantaneously, eliciting agonized cries as their forms began to dissipate. As the dark demons vanished, the black vortex and the obsidian crystal began to tremble precariously. Yao Chen and his companions pressed their advantage, launching a concerted assault that ultimately obliterated the black crystal. With the shattering of the obsidian crystal, the dark forces from the abyss swiftly dissipated, and the entire chasm began to bask in the return of light. Yao Chen and his allies successfully purified the dark forces. Accomplishing this arduous task, the system notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, on successfully purifying the source of darkness and gaining dominion over the dark laws, greatly enhancing your own power and that of the continent's protective forces. Yao Chen felt the newly acquired power of the dark laws within him, harmoniously blending with his existing abilities, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. Both Qianren and Bibi Dong also experienced enlightenment during this battle, further enhancing their prowess. The trio emerged from the abyss, returning to the Douluo Continent. At this moment, under their guardianship, the continent once again regained its former peace and prosperity. Yet, Yao Chen understood that this was merely the beginning. Countless unknowns and challenges awaited them in the cosmos. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose, nothing could thwart their resolve to protect the Douluo Continent and the universe. Chapter 65, A New Journey in the Vast and Enigmatic Realm of the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen's arrival was akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up countless waves. Armed with the divine selection system and endowed with unparalleled talent and wisdom, he was rewriting the annals of Douluo Continent's history. After the arrival of Yao Chen, he awakened the most formidable martial soul, whose power exceeded imagination. Both its offensive and supportive capabilities left the entire Douluo Continent in awe. Through the rewards from the system and his own diligent efforts, he swiftly evolved into an indispensable force. He chose to assist the Spirit Hall, and under his strategic planning and support, the Spirit Hall's strength surged impressively. With Yao Chen's aid, Beyond successfully attained divinity. It was a moment that reverberated across the continent. The heavens thundered, and auspicious clouds gathered in a kaleidoscope of colors. A powerful divine aura emanated from Beyond, her gaze reflecting an unwavering confidence in her dominion over all. Standing beside her, Yao Chen observed the completion of Bibidon's divine legacy, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was not merely Bibidon's triumph, but also a significant milestone in his grand design. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Offerings where Qiandao Lu resided, a series of reforms were implemented under Yao Chen's counsel. The introduction of new cultivation methodologies and resource allocation systems further enhanced the prowess of the strong within the Hall of Offerings. The Haodian sect and the lower three sects, once formidable rivals of the Spirit Hall, gradually found themselves unable to contend with the Spirit Hall under Yao Chen's meticulous arrangements. The Sea God Island, once a mysterious and powerful entity, chose a temporary compromise in the face of the Spirit Hall's pressure. Yao Chen was acutely aware that for the Spirit Hall to truly dominate the continent, it required not only formidable martial strength but also a continuous influx of fresh talent. Thus, he embarked on the mission of nurturing new blood for the Spirit Hall. Personally selecting promising commoners, he imparted to them his distinctive cultivation methods. Under Yao Chen's guidance, these commoners awakened their martial spirits and embarked on their paths of cultivation. His initiative inspired hope among the common folk across the continent, who expressed their gratitude towards him. Through Yao Chen's relentless efforts, the continent gradually approached unification, with the Spirit Hall emerging as the sovereign power, ultimately establishing the Spirit Empire. During this transformative journey, Hulaina, under Yao Chen's meticulous mentorship, experienced a meteoric rise in strength, attaining the esteemed title of Tidal Douluo. Her intelligence and resilience distinguished her among her peers, leading to her election as the successor of the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen was not content with mere accomplishments. He continued to exploit the system's rewards, ensuring a robust foundation for the Spirit Empire. He amassed countless precious soul beast resources, providing formidable soul rings for the spirit masters of the empire. Furthermore, he established a comprehensive training system for spirit masters, enabling more individuals to advance steadily along their cultivation journey. As a new chapter commenced, Yao Chen stood alongside Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, their eyes brimming with aspirations and determination for the future. With Yao Chen's assistance, Qian Rinxue drew ever closer to the throne of the God King, continuously absorbing divine energy to enhance her strength. Yao Chen, were it not for you, neither I nor the Spirit Hall would be where we are today. Bibi Dong gazed at Yao Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. Yao Chen smiled gently and shook his head, saying, "This is our collective endeavor. Now that the continent is initially established, there are even broader realms awaiting our exploration." Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. I am determined to become the God King, ensuring that the prestige of the Spirit Empire resonates throughout the universe." Under their leadership, the banner of the Spirit Empire fluttered vigorously in the wind. Yao Chen was acutely aware that he was nearing his aspiration of attaining the position of the Creator God. Guided by the system, he relentlessly delved into the mysteries of the divine. On a tranquil night, Yao Chen stood alone at the pinnacle of the Spirit Hall, gazing at the starry sky. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Host, you have accomplished numerous tasks and are merely a step away from the position of the Creator God. However, this final step requires you to comprehend the essence of the universe." Yao Chen fell into deep contemplation, reminiscing about his experiences since arriving in the Douluo Continent, those battles, the journey of growth, and the bonds forged with his comrades. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He seemed to grasp a profound truth. "So it is," he murmured to himself, "the essence of this universe lies in balance and hope." From that moment onward, Yao Chen devoted himself to seclusion and rigorous cultivation. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong remained steadfast in their guardianship of the Spirit Empire, patiently awaiting the moment of Yao Chen's emergence. Days turned into weeks, and Yao Chen's aura grew increasingly formidable. At last, on a sun-drenched day, he emerged from his retreat, exuding an indescribable presence, the essence of a Creator God. "I have succeeded," Yao Chen proclaimed, gazing at his hands, his eyes brimming with joy. Sensing his extraordinary aura, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong hastened to his side. The moment they beheld him, astonishment washed over them. "Yao Chen, you have truly become the Creator God," Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her voice filled with exhilaration. Yao Chen nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. It is time for us to embark on a new journey, to explore the uncharted realms, and to protect all that we hold dear." Thus, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong set forth, carrying with them the glory and hope of the Spirit Empire into the new expedition. Their figures gradually faded into the horizon, while their tales would forever resonate throughout the Douluo Continent. Chapter 66. The dawn of a new era across the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall, bolstered by Yao Chen's support, had undeniably ascended to an unassailable position of dominance. Once formidable forces capable of contesting its supremacy, such as the Houtman sect, the lower three sects, and the enigmatic Sea God Island, now lay subdued or had willingly submitted under the overwhelming might of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen, a traveler from another realm, awakened the most extraordinary martial spirit in the history of the Douluo Continent, aided by a divine selection system. The energy encapsulated within this martial spirit resembled an unfathomable abyss, immeasurable and profound. Each manifestation of its power could alter the very fabric of heaven and earth, rendering the sun and moon devoid of light. As he continually assisted the Spirit Hall, the system generously bestowed upon him bountiful rewards. These rewards, whether invaluable treasures or long-lost arcane techniques, became pivotal in the exponential enhancement of the Spirit Hall's strength. Bibi Dong, the legendary Pope of the Spirit Hall, successfully completed the divine inheritance through Yao Chen's meticulous planning and unwavering support. This momentous ceremony sent tremors throughout the entire Douluo Continent, with thunder and lightning illuminating the skies. Divine radiance shining forth, and powerful fluctuations of divine energy surging like a mighty tide, enveloping every inch of land, surrounded by a myriad of divine lights. Bibi Dong exuded an air of authority and confidence that transcended the mortal realm, as if she had seized control of the world's destiny. Under Yao Chen's counsel, the Hall of Offerings, home to Douluo, underwent sweeping reforms. Yao Chen imparted advanced cultivation methods from the system's rewards to the offerings, while judiciously reallocating resources, resulting in a qualitative leap in their power. Once already formidable, they now soared to new heights, becoming the most steadfast support of the Spirit Hall. In the pursuit of unifying the continent, Yao Chen understood that talent was the key to determining victory. Thus, he turned his attention to the vast populace. Utilizing his influence and the resources provided by the system, he established a comprehensive martial spirit awakening and cultivation system, granting every common citizen the opportunity to awaken their martial spirit and embark on the path of cultivation. This initiative fundamentally transformed the landscape of the Douluo Continent, altering the fates of countless commoners who expressed their profound gratitude to Yao Chen, venerating him as a deity. Hulaina, a wise and resilient woman, made remarkable strides in her strength under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance. She diligently absorbed the knowledge and skills imparted by Yao Chen, harmonizing them with her innate talents, ultimately overcoming numerous challenges to become a revered titled Douluo. Her outstanding performance garnered widespread recognition and support, leading to her unanimous election as the successor of the Spirit Empire. At this juncture, the Spirit Empire had ascended to become the most formidable entity on the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen, alongside Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, stood atop the Spirit Hall, gazing down upon the land they had brought under their dominion. Now, with the continent unified, they had achieved their initial goal. Yao Chen's voice resonated, steady and powerful, filled with boundless aspirations for the future. Indeed, all of this is thanks to you, Yao Chen. Without you, neither I nor the Spirit Hall could have achieved today's greatness. Bibi Dong expressed, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. Precisely, Yao Chen, your arrival has transformed our destiny and that of the entire Douluo Continent. What shall we do next? Yao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating for a moment before he spoke. Although we have unified the Douluo Continent, this is merely the beginning. Beyond the horizon, there may lie unknown worlds awaiting our exploration. And you, Qian Rinxue, are but a step away from the position of God King. We must create better conditions for you to achieve this final breakthrough. Qian Rinxue clenched her fists, determination shimmering in her eyes. I will undoubtedly become the God King, ensuring the renown of the Wuhuan Empire resonates throughout the cosmos. To lay a solid foundation for the Wuhuan Empire, Yao Chen utilized the resources rewarded by the system to establish an expansive soul beast breeding ground. This sanctuary housed an array of rare soul beasts, providing a stable source of spirit rings for the soul masters of the Wuhuan Empire. Concurrently, he founded numerous soul master academies, imparting his cultivation insights and advanced teaching philosophies to the younger generation, thereby nurturing a continuous influx of new talent for the Wuhuan Empire. With all preparations complete, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong resolved to embark on a new journey. They bid farewell to the citizens of the Wuhuan Empire, setting forth towards the unknown, buoyed by the blessings and hopes of the people. Along their journey, they encountered a myriad of challenges and opportunities. At times, formidable magical beasts obstructed their path. At others, mysterious ruins beckoned them to explore. Each challenge was met with Yao Chen's wisdom and formidable strength, guiding them through every trial. With every exploration of the ruins, they unearthed precious treasures and knowledge, becoming invaluable assets in their growth. During one such exploration of a mysterious ruin, Qian Rinxue unexpectedly acquired an ancient divine technique. This technique was imbued with powerful divine fluctuations, precisely what she needed to ascend to the God King position. Eagerly, Qian Rinxue commenced her cultivation of this technique, while Yao Chen and Bibi Dong stood guard, ensuring her safety. The process of cultivation was exceedingly arduous. Qian Rinxue continuously merged with and resisted the divine power within the technique. Her body was at times bruised and battered by the overwhelming divine energy, yet at other times, she quickly recuperated under its nurturing influence. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong watched with concern as Qian Rinxue endured pain, but they understood that this was a necessary phase in her journey. After a protracted period of cultivation, Qian Rinxue finally succeeded in merging with the divine technique. Her strength underwent a qualitative leap, bringing her ever closer to the God King position. In that moment, she radiated a powerful divine light, as if she had truly become a deity. I can feel the God King position beckoning me, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yao Chen nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed, Qian Rinxue, you have performed admirably. Now, we merely need to identify the opportune moment to assist you in achieving your final breakthrough. As they continued their journey, a more expansive world gradually unfolded before them, filled with enigmatic powers and formidable foes. Yet, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong displayed no signs of retreat. They embraced each challenge with the honor and hope of the Spirit Empire, boldly advancing towards greater heights. Chapter 67. Rewrite of Rules, Paving the Divine Path in the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall had ascended to the pinnacle of power. its dominion casting a radiant glow over every inch of land. Yao Chen, the transcendent being who altered the fate of the continent, stood atop the highest tower of the Spirit Hall, gazing down upon the land whose history he had rewritten, his heart awash with complex emotions. The brilliance of the divine choice system flickered in his eyes, a testament to his formidable journey. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall who had attained divinity, emanated an aura of awe-inspiring divine power. Her divine inheritance was the fruit of Yao Chen's meticulous planning. During the inheritance ceremony, the heavens shifted in hue, and divine thunder roared, as she proclaimed the supreme authority of the Spirit Hall with absolute strength. The Hall of Offerings, where Qian Dalu resided, had transformed under Yao Chen's influence into a cradle for the powerful of the Spirit Empire. The new cultivation system elevated the strength of the offerings, who devotedly safeguarded the core of the Spirit Empire. Former rivals, the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, chose to submit in the face of the Spirit Hall's overwhelming might. After weighing the pros and cons, Sea God Island reached a tacit agreement with the Spirit Empire, collectively upholding the new order of the continent. Behind all these developments lay the meticulous scheming of Yao Chen. Yao Chen was acutely aware that in order to ensure the enduring peace of the Spirit Empire, it was imperative to cultivate new blood. Utilizing the resources awarded by the system, he established Spirit Master Academies across the continent, enabling the children of common folk to awaken their martial spirits and embark on the path of cultivation. Within these academies, the refined methods of training devised by Yao Chen were imparted, rendering the cultivation process more efficient and secure. Consequently, a fervor for cultivation swept across the continent. As countless young dreamers flocked to the academies, their eyes brimming with aspirations for the future. Under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, Hulaina experienced meteoric growth in her abilities, ultimately attaining the esteemed rank of title Douluo. Her intelligence and resilience distinguished her among the multitude of spirit masters, leading her to be elected as the successor of the Spirit Empire. Standing alongside Yao Chen, her gaze was filled with reverence and gratitude, fully aware that her current achievements were entirely due to his nurturing. Master Yu Chen, now that the continent has been unified, what shall be our next course of action? Hulaina inquired respectfully. Yao Chen gently tilted his head, his gaze fixed upon the boundless horizon, and spoke softly. Unification is merely the beginning. We must transform Douluo Continent into a realm where anyone can ascend to greatness. Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong approached Yao Chen, fully aware that each of his decisions would alter the course of the continent. Yao Chen, what plans do you have? Qian Renxue inquired, as she drew ever closer to the throne of the God King, her longing intensifying with each passing moment. Yao Chen turned around, his gaze resolute. I shall alter the rules of Douluo Continent, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to cultivate and become the strongest. This notion may appear to be madness, yet Yao Chen possesses unwavering confidence. Utilizing the divine selection system, he delves deeply into the fundamental laws governing Douluo Continent. After countless days and nights of meticulous research, he finally uncovered the vulnerabilities within these rules. Alone, Yao Chen arrived at the heart of the Douluo Continent, the pillar of world. This place is the fulcrum of the continent's laws, where the formidable power of regulation converges. Channeling all his soul force, Yao Chen activated the divine selection system, engaging in a fierce struggle against this ancient and potent force of regulation. The power of regulation surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering Yao Chen's defenses. However, he stood resolute, employing the divine artifacts rewarded by the system to gradually diminish the oppression of the regulatory force. After a protracted contest, Yao Chen ultimately succeeded in tearing a breach within the rules. He infused his improved cultivation principles into this gap, and in an instant, the entire Douluo Continent felt a profound transformation. The barriers that had previously constrained ordinary individuals from cultivating were shattered, and the soul power in the cosmos became more accessible, allowing everyone to effortlessly absorb it and embark on their cultivation journey. As the news spread, the continent erupted in excitement. From the children in remote mountain villages to the common folk in bustling streets, all began to experiment with cultivation. The atmosphere of cultivation on the continent reached unprecedented heights. Yet, Yao Chen was not content with this alone. He understood that ascension to divinity was the ultimate goal for the strong of the Douluo Continent. Thus, he commenced his quest to discover methods for enabling more individuals to attain divinity. Yao Chen roamed in search of ancient relics, seeking clues about ascension to divinity. During one of his explorations, he stumbled upon an ancient tome that detailed a mysterious ritual known as the divine sacrifice. According to the text, the divine sacrifice necessitated the gathering of 7 types of divine energy to be performed at a specific time and place, thereby unlocking a passage to the celestial realm and granting mortals the opportunity to attain godhood. Yao Chen conveyed this news to Qianrengshu, Bibidong, and Hulaina. Upon hearing it, everyone was filled with exhilaration and expressed their willingness to assist Yao Chen in realizing this grand plan. They divided into several groups to commence the collection of divine energy. Qianrengshu, leveraging her formidable strength, ventured to the far north in search of the ice god's energy. Bibidong led a team deep into the enigmatic Death Marsh, seeking the power of the Grim Reaper. Hulaina was tasked with scouring the continent for clues regarding other divine energies. Throughout their quest for energy, they encountered numerous challenges. The ice god's energy in the far north was fiercely guarded by a powerful guardian beast, leading to a breathtaking battle between Qianrengshu and the beast. The Death Marsh, fraught with deadly traps and malevolent creatures, proved perilous for Bibidong's team as they navigated through treacherous conditions. Yet, none of them faltered, through unwavering belief and formidable prowess. They ultimately succeeded in gathering 7 types of divine energy. On a moonlit night, Yao Chen guided everyone to the fabled site of the divine ceremony, Lake of Life. This location is the wellspring of life's essence on the Douluo Continent, imbued with an aura of mystery. According to the records in ancient texts, Yao Chen meticulously arranged the ritual. He infused the lake with 7 types of divine energy, and in an instant, the waters shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, erupting into a colossal beam of light that soared into the heavens. This was the passageway to the divine realm, Yao Chen exclaimed with excitement. The onlookers gazed at the radiant pillar, their hearts brimming with awe and anticipation. Yao Chen was the first to step into the beam of light, followed closely by Qianrengshu, Bibidong, and Hulaina. Within the luminous shaft, they felt the overwhelming force of divine power surging around them. Yet, with their unwavering resolve, they pressed forward step by step towards the divine realm. At last, they reached the threshold of the divine domain. Here lay the territory of the gods, teeming with boundless mysteries. "We have succeeded," Qianrengshu declared, her voice tinged with exhilaration. Yao Chen gazed upon the grand gates of the divine realm, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He had not only transformed the rules of the Douluo Continent, but also bestowed greater opportunities for many to ascend to divinity. This was merely the inception. They aimed to enable all the formidable beings of the Douluo Continent to arrive here, to become true deities, Yao Chen declared resolutely. Thus, he and his companions established a stronghold at the periphery of the divine realm, embarking on research to facilitate the passage of more powerful individuals from Douluo Continent through the rite of the gods. Their new journey had only just begun. Chapter 68. The Path of Divine Awakening. A new journey commences upon the land of the Douluo Continent, where fate had been irrevocably rewritten by Yao Chen. The banner of the Spirit Empire fluttered vigorously atop every city wall, heralding the dawn of a new era. Standing atop the reconstructed Spirit Hall, Yao Chen surveyed the vast expanse of the continent, his mind teeming with visions of the future. Beside him, Bibidong radiated a divine aura. Already one of the most powerful deities in this realm, Qianrengshu, with a restrained yet subtly oppressive presence akin to that of a divine monarch, stood merely a step away from the pinnacle of divinity. Hulaina, as the heir of the Spirit Empire, adorned in resplendent attire, exuded determination and confidence. Having ascended to the peak of a 99th level Douluo, her power only surpassed by the 3 formidable beings before her. Now, the rules of the Douluo Continent had been rewritten, granting mortals the opportunity to cultivate, yet the path to divinity remained fraught with challenges. Yao Chen's voice resonated deeply, shattering the tranquility. Bibidong nodded slightly, her staff gently tapping the ground, causing ripples of divine energy to emanate. "Yao Chen, what are your plans?" "Though the rite of the gods has commenced, facilitating the ascension of more individuals to divinity is no simple task." The fervent light flickering in Qianrenshu's eyes reflected her eagerness to ascend to the throne of the divine monarch, to oversee the world they had forged with their own hands. "No matter the trials and tribulations that lie ahead, I shall become the divine monarch, paving an eternal path of glory for the Spirit Empire." Yao Chen turned around, gazing steadfastly at the 3 individuals. "We shall establish a divine inheritance system, guiding those promising soul masters step by step towards divinity." He raised his hand with a flourish, and the brilliance of the divine selection system illuminated the surroundings. As countless mysterious runes shimmered within the light, precious knowledge regarding the divine legacy acquired from system rewards. Hulaiina's eyes sparkled with reverence as she stepped forward. Lord Yao Chen, I am willing to devote all my efforts to assist you in realizing this grand vision. Under Yao Chen's command, the group commenced their tasks. Leveraging her esteemed reputation in the Douluo Continent, Hulaiina summoned exceptionally gifted young soul masters from various corners, bringing them to the new divine academy established by the Spirit Hall. This academy, personally designed by Yao Chen, amalgamated the essence of cultivation from the Douluo Continent with the enigmatic knowledge imparted by the system, serving as a cradle for nurturing future deities. Meanwhile, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Renxue began to delve into the intricate details of the Rite of the Gods. They discovered that although a passage to the divine realm had been opened, each divine position bore its unique trials and requirements. To enable more individuals to pass these tests, it was essential to devise distinct cultivation methods tailored to the various divine positions. Yao Chen had immersed himself in seclusion for an extended period, harnessing the power of the system to delve into the profound mysteries of each divine energy. Meanwhile, Bai Dong, utilizing her divine position, scoured every corner of the Douluo Continent in search of hidden relics of the gods, hoping to uncover further clues. Qian Renxue relentlessly honed her abilities, striving to attain her utmost potential before ascending to the status of a deity. Within the Divine Academy, Hulina took it upon herself to instruct the students, imparting her cultivation experiences without reservation while also crafting personalized training plans for each disciple in accordance with Yao Chen's guidance. Under her tutelage, these young soul masters experienced rapid enhancement in their abilities, their eyes shimmering with the fervent desire to attain divinity. Teacher, can we truly become gods? A young soul master inquired, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Hulina smiled, her eyes radiating encouragement. As long as you diligently cultivate and adhere to Master Yao Chen's methods, you shall surely embark upon the path to divinity. After months of research and exploration, Yao Chen finally emerged from his seclusion, emanating an aura that was both more mysterious and potent, as if he had forged a connection with the very fabric of the universe. I have discovered cultivation methods tailored to different divine positions, Yao Chen announced, his voice tinged with fatigue yet brimming with excitement. He imparted these methods to Bai Dong, Qian Renxue, and Hulina, subsequently selecting the first batch of students to undergo the divine inheritance trials at the academy. These chosen individuals had undergone rigorous selection, distinguished by their remarkable talent and perseverance. On a momentous day, Yao Chen led this group of students to the site of the divine rite. He reopened the passage to the divine realm, a corridor shimmering with vibrant hues, both mysterious and alluring. Remember, this is your opportunity to ascend to godhood. But it is also a harrowing trial, Yao Chen declared, his expression grave. Only by passing the tests of divinity can you truly become gods. The students nodded in unison, inhaling deeply as they stepped into the passage. While Yu Chen, Bai Dong, Qian Renxue, and Hulina stood guard outside. Within the passage, the students faced a myriad of challenges. Some manifested as formidable divine phantoms, demanding they conquer them with strength. Others presented intricate puzzles, requiring their intellect to unravel, and still others confronted their innermost fears and desires, necessitating unwavering resolve to overcome. As time ticked by, the passage reverberated with energy fluctuations and the shouts of the students, intensifying the solemnity etched upon the faces of Yao Chen and his companions, who understood that the fates of these students would determine the future trajectory of the Douluo Continent. At last, the first student emerged victorious from the trials, radiating a faint divine glow. His face was alight with joy and pride, having become the first individual on the Douluo Continent, aside from Yao Chen and his peers, to successfully ascend to godhood. I did it, he exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. Soon after, more students followed suit, triumphantly achieving the status of deities. Though their strength may not yet rival that of Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and others, their emergence has ushered in boundless possibilities for the future of Douluo Continent. Observing these new deities, Yao Chen's face broke into a smile of gratification. This is merely the beginning. In the future, we shall endeavor to transform Douluo Continent into the birthplace of countless gods. Qian Renxue gazed longingly towards the divine realm, her eyes filled with aspiration. When I ascend to the rank of God King, I shall pave a path to higher realms for the deities of Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong nodded slightly. Our efforts will ultimately reshape the very fabric of the universe. Hulaiina looked at the newly conferred students with a heart brimming with anticipation. I believe that under the guidance of Lord Yao Chen, we shall surely create an unprecedented era of brilliance. On this land teeming with hope, the legendary tales of Yao Chen and his companions continue. They shall lead the gods of Douluo Continent toward greater heights, exploring the mysteries of the boundless cosmos. And Douluo Continent, through their existence, shall become the most resplendent entity within the vast multiverse. Chapter 69. The Tide of Divinity Surges, a new chapter of glory under Yao Chen's leadership. Douluo Continent has entered an unprecedented era of divine awakening. The Spirit Empire, as the sovereign of this land, casts its luminous glow upon every inch of soil. Standing atop the towering pinnacle of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen gazed into the horizon, the vast expanse of the continent unfolding before him. Infused with the essence of rebirth and hope. Beside him, Bibi Dong was enveloped in a rich aura of divine radiance, a symbol of her supreme glory attained through divinity, exuding an overwhelming power that commanded life and death with every gesture. Qian Rinxue, with a solemn and resolute demeanor, had, under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, approached the threshold of God King, her every breath seemingly resonating with the fundamental laws of the universe. Hu Laiina, as the heir of the Spirit Empire, donned splendid attire. Her flowing red hair dancing in the wind, her pinnacle Douluo strength made her an undeniable leader among the younger generation of the empire. Her gaze filled with steadfast dreams of the future. Now, mortals of Douluo Continent may cultivate their powers, and the divine inheritance system has begun to take form. Yet, the journey to enable more individuals to ascend to divinity remains long and arduous. Yao Chen's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, akin to a great bell echoing in the ears of all, shattering the tranquility of the moment. Bibi Dong nodded gently, her death god staff tapping lightly against the ground, producing a crisp sound as divine energy rippled outward from her center. Yao Chen, your words ring true. Although the festival of gods has commenced, the trials for divinity are exceedingly rigorous. A moment's carelessness could render all efforts futile. Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with fervor as she clenched her fists, her tone brimming with impatience. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I must swiftly become a god king, establishing a solid path for the divine inheritance of Douluo Continent. Yao Chen turned around, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals with unwavering resolve. We must further refine the divine legacy system, tailoring precise training plans for each potential soul master according to the distinct characteristics of their respective divine positions. Simultaneously, we need to seek out more divine relics to acquire the mysterious powers and knowledge contained within, aiding our grand endeavor of divinity. Hu Laiina's eyes sparkled with reverence and anticipation as she stepped forward and slightly bowed. Lord Yao Chen, I am willing to devote myself fully to assist you in accomplishing this magnificent mission. Under Yao Chen's meticulous orchestration, the group swiftly sprang into action. Leveraging her immense prestige and influence across the Douluo Continent, Hu Laiina traversed various corners, carefully selecting exceptionally talented and resolute young soul masters, gathering them within the newly established Divine Academy of the Wuhuan Palace. This academy was meticulously designed by Yao Chen, utilizing the esoteric knowledge provided by the divine selection system, blending the intrinsic essence of cultivation from the Douluo Continent with extraordinary wisdom from other realms. It served as a sacred cradle for nurturing future deities. Meanwhile, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Rinxue devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the in-depth study of divine rituals and the transmission of divine positions. They tirelessly researched day and night, exploring the mysteries and characteristics of each type of divine energy, striving to unveil the ultimate secrets concealed behind divinity. Yao Chen employed the powerful analytical capabilities of the divine selection system to sort and integrate vast amounts of divine information. Bibi Dong, with her unique perception of divinity, traversed the mysterious lands of the Douluo Continent, seeking ancient divine relics in hopes of uncovering precious clues and legacies. Qian Rinxue, in a tranquil valley, secluded herself to cultivate diligently, striving to break through the final barrier that impeded her ascension to godhood. Within the Divine Academy, Hu Laiina personally taught, imparting her years of cultivation insights and invaluable experiences to the eager young soul masters. She patiently guided each student, addressing their queries and correcting deviations based on the personalized training plans crafted by Yao Chen. Under her attentive tutelage, these young soul masters flourished like robust saplings, their powers rapidly ascending, their eyes shimmering with an insatiable yearning for the path to divinity. Teacher, is the path to godhood truly that arduous? A young soul master queried, his face a canvas of uncertainty. Huliena smiled, her gaze infused with encouragement and warmth. Child, while the road to divinity is indeed fraught with challenges, as long as you hold steadfast beliefs, tirelessly engage in cultivation, and follow the direction set forth by Lord Yao Chen, you shall undoubtedly step into the hallowed halls of glory. After an extended and arduous period of research and exploration, Yao Chen finally emerged from his prolonged seclusion. He stepped forth, exuding an aura imbued with an even greater sense of mystery and power, as if he had forged a subtle connection with the very essence of the universe. His gaze revealed a profound wisdom that seemed to penetrate all mysteries, as he held a tome emanating a soft luminescence in his hands. This ancient text was the culmination of his diligent efforts, meticulously refined with the aid of the system, aimed at enhancing the divine legacy framework. I have perfected the divine legacy system, tailoring the cultivation methods for various divine positions with increased precision and efficacy. Yao Hua's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet it resonated more with the joy of success and a burgeoning confidence in the future. He entrusted this tome, a manifestation of countless hours of labor, to Huliena, instructing her to impart these cultivation methods to the students of the Academy of Gods, enabling them to practice according to their innate talents and divine orientations. Huliena solemnly accepted the ancient text, her eyes brimming with excitement and a sense of responsibility. Rest assured, Master Yao Hua, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Subsequently, Yao Hua, Bibi Dong, and Qian Rinxue returned to the site of the divine ceremony's commencement. They meticulously examined the surrounding environment and energy fluctuations, making final preparations for the impending trials of divine inheritance. On a night cloaked in moonlight, Yao Hua once again opened the passageway to the divine realm. The passage shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, mysterious and alluring, while powerful waves of divine energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide. This is your opportunity to ascend to divinity, as well as a test of your mettle. Remember, maintain unwavering faith and unleash your full potential. Yao Hua regarded the students before him with a serious and solemn expression. The students inhaled deeply, their eyes filled with determination and courage as they stepped into the passage one by one. Yao Hua, Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and Huliena remained outside the passage, fully focused on their guardianship, ever prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Within the passage, the students faced a myriad of formidable challenges. Some encountered powerful phantoms of the divine, possessing terrifying strength and unique combat techniques. The students had to exert every ounce of their knowledge and skills to stand against them. Others found themselves ensnared in a mysterious labyrinth, where they needed to rely on keen observation and intellect to unravel intricate puzzles in order to forge a path forward. Additionally, some confronted their innermost fears and desires. Only by conquering themselves could they transcend their predicaments and continue their journey. Time flowed slowly amidst the tense atmosphere, punctuated by the sounds of fierce energy clashes and the students' cries. The expressions of Yao Hua and the others grew increasingly grave, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance of the passage as they silently prayed for the students' success. At last, the first student emerged victorious from the passage, radiating a faint yet hopeful divine glow, his face alight with the joy of triumph and pride. "I did it," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with anticipation for the future. Following him, more and more students successfully passed their trials, achieving their divine ascension. Though their strength may not yet rival that of renowned figures such as Yao Chen, their emergence has infused the Douluo Continent with a renewed vitality and hope for the future. Observing these newly ascended deities, a smile of contentment graced Yao Chen's face. This is merely the beginning. In the days to come, we shall transform the Douluo Continent into the cradle of the gods, allowing the glory of this land to resonate throughout the cosmos. Qian Rinxue gazed toward the divine realm, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Once I ascend to the position of God King, I shall forge a path to higher realms for the deities of Douluo Continent, ensuring that our civilization shines with unparalleled brilliance across the universe." Bibi Dong nodded slightly, her death god staff emanating an aura of mysterious light. "Our endeavors will ultimately reshape the cosmic landscape, establishing the Douluo Continent as an everlasting legend." Huliena, observing the newly anointed disciples, felt a profound sense of accomplishment and anticipation. "I firmly believe that under Lord Yao Chen's guidance, we shall usher in an unprecedented era of glory, ensuring the eternal legacy of the Spirit Empire. In this land brimming with hope and dreams, the legendary tales of Yao Chen, and his companions continue to unfold. They shall lead the deities of Douluo Continent toward greater heights, exploring the mysteries of the boundless universe and embracing a future resplendent with brilliance. Chapter 70. The Unification of All Realms, a new chapter in the divine world beneath the expansive firmament of the Douluo Continent. The radiance of the Spirit Empire shone resplendently, illuminating every mountain and town. Yao Chen stood at the heart of the continent, radiating the unique brilliance of the Creator God. A light that was gentle yet imbued with boundless power, as if it could encompass the entirety of the universe. As a being of divine rank, Bibi Dong was enveloped in the intertwining forces of life and death. With each breath, she set the surrounding space into subtle motion. Qian Rinxue stood in tranquil poise, her aura nearing that of the God King, just a step away from entering the supreme realm that governs the domain of the gods. Meanwhile, Hyena, the pinnacle 99-level Douluo, adeptly managed the myriad affairs of the Spirit Empire, with each of her decisions impacting the fates of countless souls. In this era, every mortal has the opportunity to cultivate, and the inheritance of the divine has begun to reveal its dawn, yet this is still far from sufficient. Yao Chen's voice resonated through the heavens and the earth, exuding an undeniable authority. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly, her death god staff gently tapping the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yao Chen. Although the Soul Beast clan has entered a peace agreement with us, their path to divinity is fraught with challenges, which may pose a potential threat. Qian Rinxue's gaze turned toward the horizon, her eyes blazing with fervor, regardless of the obstacles we face. We must ensure that every being on the Douluo Continent has the opportunity to ascend to greatness and attain the status of a god. Yao Chen nodded slightly, fully aware that achieving this grand ambition would require overcoming numerous formidable obstacles. He activated the Supreme Selection System, and in an instant, countless mysterious runes and information surged through his mind. After extensive exploration and research, he discerned the subtle connection between the soul beasts and the human cultivation system, as well as a method that could enable soul beasts to transcend their limits and ascend to divinity. I have discovered the key to the divinization of soul beasts, Yao Chen proclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. But this necessitates a close collaboration with the Soul Beast clan. Hyena stepped forward, her eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Master Yao Chen, what should we do? Under Yao Chen's direction, Hyena, as the representative of the martial Soul Empire, journeyed to the Star Dough Forest to negotiate with the Soul Beasts. The atmosphere within the Star Dough Forest was tense and oppressive, with the Soul Beast remaining ever vigilant towards humanity. Utilizing her remarkable eloquence and unwavering conviction, Hyena articulated Yao Chen's plan to the Soul Beasts. We do not seek to enslave you. Rather, we aim to join forces and ensure that every living being has the opportunity to attain divinity. Her voice was resolute and sincere. After an extended period of negotiation, the Soul Beast clan was finally persuaded. They dispatched their most formidable representatives to collaborate with Yao Chen and others in researching the path to divinity. Yao Chen combined the knowledge he acquired from the system with the unique abilities of the Soul Beasts, creating an entirely new cultivation method. During this process, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and the powerful beings among the Soul Beasts jointly safeguarded a mysterious valley, which served as their experimental ground. The valley was adorned with numerous powerful formations to ensure the safety of their endeavors. The first Soul Beast to attempt this new cultivation method was a formidable Tianqing Nyumong. Following Yao Chen's guidance, it began to absorb the unique energies of the heavens and earth while integrating its own soul beast power. The cultivation process proved exceptionally arduous. The Tianqing Nyumong found itself in perilous situations multiple times. However, under the vigilant protection of the group, it ultimately succeeded in breaking through its limits and began to condense its divine essence. It worked, Hyena exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With the Tianqing Nyumong's success, an increasing number of soul beasts began to explore this new cultivation method. With the assistance of Yao Chen and others, they steadily embarked on the path to divinity. In no time, the aura of divinity thickened across the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, Yao Chen did not forget Qian Rinxue's quest for the divine throne. Together with Bibi Dong, he sought opportunities for Qian Rinxue's breakthrough. They scoured the continent for ancient ruins, in search of legendary artifacts and divine legacies. During an expedition into a mysterious underwater ruin, they unearthed an artifact imbued with the power of the Divine King, the Fate Scale. This artifact possessed the ability to balance all things in the world, perfectly aligning with Qian Rinxue's divine light attributes. The moment Qian Rinxue grasped the fate scale, her body felt as if struck by a powerful current, her divine power surging wildly. She sensed the call of the divine king's position, an irresistible allure. I can feel it. The divine throne is within reach, Qian Rinxue said excitedly. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with satisfaction. They understood that Qian Rinxue was on the brink of ascending to the position of God King. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Qian Rinxue entered a secluded meditation, harnessing the power of the destiny balance to strive for the divine throne. Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Hulaina stood guard outside, ensuring that no unforeseen events would disrupt her process. During her seclusion, Qian Rinxue faced unprecedented challenges. Her consciousness was transported to a mysterious realm, where she encountered the phantoms of past god kings. These apparitions launched formidable assaults against her, attempting to thwart her ascent. Yet, bolstered by her indomitable will and formidable strength, Qian Rinxue engaged in fierce combat with these phantoms. She continually absorbed the energy of the destiny balance, channeling it into her offensive maneuvers. After an arduous struggle, she ultimately triumphed over all the phantoms, successfully consolidating the essence of the God King. When Qian Rinxue emerged from her retreat, she radiated an aura of divine authority. Her gaze conveyed an unwavering confidence, as if she had already become the sovereign of this realm. I have become the God King. Qian Rinxue's voice resonated through the heavens and earth, heralding the dawn of a new era. Yao Chen gazed at Qian Rinxue, a contented smile gracing his face. Congratulations, Qian Rinxue. From this moment forth, you shall bear the weighty responsibility of leading the myriad gods of Douluo Continent. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, her eyes alight with aspirations for the future. I shall transform Douluo Continent into a paradise for the gods, ensuring that every creature thrives under divine protection, living a life of happiness. With Qian Rinxue's ascendance to godhood, the era of gods in Douluo Continent officially commenced. As the creator god, Yao Chen began to devise a more grandiose blueprint. He envisioned connecting Douluo Continent with other realms, facilitating the exchange and learning among beings from diverse worlds, collectively striving toward higher realms. Through Yao Chen's relentless efforts, mysterious portals emerged in the skies above Douluo Continent. These gateways led to various worlds, a fantastical realm brimming with magic, a futuristic world of advanced technology, and an enigmatic realm of celestial heroes. The soul masters and gods of Douluo Continent engaged in dialogue and collaboration with the formidable beings from other worlds through these portals, learning from one another and advancing together in strength. Yao Chen stood atop the cosmos, surveying all that unfolded below. He understood that his mission was far from complete. He would continue to explore the mysteries of the universe, forging a more illustrious path for the beings of both Douluo Continent and other worlds. This was merely the beginning. Countless challenges and opportunities awaited in the future. Yao Chen's voice resonated throughout the cosmos, inspiring every creature to forge ahead. In this era filled with hope and dreams, the legendary tale of Douluo Continent would persist, etching itself into the annals of eternal legend in the universe. Chapter 71. A new chapter for the continent. The rise of new gods in the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent. The gears of fate began to whirl wildly due to Yao Chen's arrival from another world. Yao Chen, a formidable being from an alternate realm, wielded a divine selection system, illuminating the previously tumultuous path of dominance for the Spirit Hall like a brilliant star. At that moment, in the heart of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong radiated a powerful and mysterious aura as she engaged in a pivotal ritual to ascend to godhood. Yao Chen stood beside her, his gaze unwavering and focused, as his hands formed intricate seals, unleashing streams of extraordinary light that merged with Bibi Dong's being, providing her with a stable and formidable reservoir of energy. The surrounding space seemed to warp under the weight of this immense power, the air thick with palpable pressure. Hold on, Bibi Dong. This is your final step toward godhood and the key to Spirit Hall's supremacy over the continent. Yao Chen's voice echoed steadily and powerfully within the oppressive atmosphere. Bibi Dong clenched her teeth, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her body trembling slightly. Yet her eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. With Yao Chen's assistance, she relentlessly pushed the boundaries of her own limits, launching a final assault toward the elusive realm of divinity. At last, amidst a deafening roar, Bibi Dong successfully overcame her final bottleneck, unleashing a potent divine power that surged from her being, spreading across the entire Douluo continent. Simultaneously, within the offering hall, Qian Dalu sensed the formidable aura of Bibi Dong's ascension to divinity, his countenance reflecting a complex array of emotions. He felt both the relief of her success and the trepidation regarding the future landscape. He was acutely aware that with Bibi Dong's elevation to godhood, the spirit hall would experience a qualitative leap in strength, fundamentally altering the dynamics of the Douluo continent. What transformation has Yao Chen wrought upon the spirit hall? Qian Dalu murmured to himself, a flicker of confusion evident in his gaze. Meanwhile, at the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao and his companions also sensed the powerful surge of divine energy. Their expressions grew grave, as the erstwhile pinnacle of the upper three sects. The Haotian sect had always taken it upon themselves to safeguard the peace and justice of the Douluo continent. Now, the rise of the spirit hall imposed unprecedented pressure upon them. It seems an epic conflict is inevitable. Tang Xiao clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. The lower three sects and the Sea God Island had also perceived the shift, enveloping the entire Douluo continent in an atmosphere of tension. However, Yao Chen did not afford them much time to react. He understood that to realize the ambition of Spirit Hall's dominance across the continent, it was imperative to strike swiftly while other factions were still unprepared. Under Yao Chen's command, the Spirit Hall's forces mobilized with remarkable speed, launching fierce assaults on various factions with thunderous might. With his formidable strength and the assistance of the divine selection system, Yao Chen repeatedly thwarted enemy counterattacks, laying a solid foundation for the Spirit Hall's triumph. As the Spirit Hall continued to secure victories across the continent, the system consistently rewarded Yao Chen. These rewards encompassed not only precious soul beast inner cores and fragments of divine artifacts, but also an array of extraordinary techniques and skills. Yao Chen judiciously distributed these rewards among the members of the Spirit Hall, aiding them in enhancing their prowess. Furthermore, he personally nurtured new talent for the Spirit Hall, establishing the Spirit Soul Academy to provide ordinary children the opportunity to awaken their soul powers and learn the paths of cultivation. Through Yao Chen's endeavors, the common folk of the Douluo continent finally glimpsed their own dawn, no longer deprived of their right to cultivate due to humble origins. Each individual now had the chance to become a formidable soul master through their efforts. This initiative not only earned the Spirit Hall immense respect among the common populace, but also amassed a wealth of talent for its future development. Among the numerous disciples of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina's growth was particularly remarkable. Under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, her strength surged dramatically, and within just a few years, she successfully broke through to the titled Douluo realm. Her talent and diligence garnered universal recognition, and by the will of the people, she emerged as the successor to the Spirit Empire. Teacher, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will lead the Spirit Empire towards an even more glorious future. Hulaina knelt before Yao Chen, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. With a gentle smile, Yao Chen assisted Hulaina to her feet, saying, "Child, you have matured. I believe you are capable of shouldering this great responsibility. Remember, the future of the Spirit Empire rests in the hands of you young ones." As the Spirit Hall's dominion over the continent solidified, Yao Chen began to enact changes to the rules governing Douluo Continent. Utilizing his immense power and the capabilities of the divine selection system, he shattered the previous cultivation restrictions, allowing all to freely cultivate and seize the opportunity to become the strongest. Concurrently, he devised means to enable more individuals to ascend to divinity, nurturing a generation of formidable deities for Douluo Continent. Under Yao Chen's diligent efforts, the soul beasts of Douluo Continent encountered newfound opportunities. They were no longer subject to indiscriminate slaughter by humans, but were granted the chance to coexist peacefully. Some powerful soul beasts, with Yao Chen's assistance, embarked on the path to divinity. After years of perseverance, Yao Chen ultimately realized his aspirations. He aided Qian Renshue in ascending to the position of God King, while he himself ascended to the throne of the Creator God. At this moment, Douluo Continent flourished under the governance of the Spirit Hall, characterized by prosperity and harmony. The populace thrived, and the spirit-cultivating fervor was rampant. The powers of Hulaina and her peers reached the pinnacle of level 99, establishing them as the mightiest beings on the continent, second only to Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Renshue. This was merely the beginning. Standing atop the divine throne, Yao Chen gazed over the entirety of Douluo Continent, his eyes shimmering with boundless aspirations for the future. As a new journey commenced, Yao Chen, along with Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong, set forth to explore the unknown realms. They left behind a robust foundation and assurance for the Spirit Empire, ensuring its continued prosperity in their absence. Douluo Continent, under the aegis of new rules and order, was poised to embrace a more brilliant tomorrow. Chapter 72, Prologue to a New Era in the Skies of Douluo Continent. Yao Chen stood upon the void, radiating a unique golden aura of the Creator God, his divine consciousness weaving like fine spider silk across the entire continent. Behind him, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong were enveloped in divine brilliance, their formidable divine power causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. Teacher, are we truly leaving Douluo Continent to explore that unknown world? A flicker of reluctance flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes. This land bore witness to her glory and struggles, a place where she had grown. Yao Chen nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. The Douluo Continent has embarked on a righteous path, and our mission is momentarily fulfilled. Yet, within the boundless cosmos, myriad mysteries await our exploration, perhaps entwined with the destiny of the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong gently caressed the scepter at her waist, her expression a tapestry of emotions. However, I cannot rest easy regarding the Spirit Empire and those who have only just acclimated to the new order. There is no need for concern, Yao Chen replied, his eyes cast toward the flourishing land below. Hulaina and the others have matured, capable of safeguarding this territory. The resources and legacies we have bequeathed will ensure the enduring prosperity of the Douluo Continent. At that moment, in the capital of the Spirit Empire, Hulaina stood atop the palace's high tower, gazing at the three deities adorning the horizon, alongside her comrades, the equally ascendant titled Douluo, Xiaoyu, and Yan. Hulaina, when do you believe our masters will return? Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of melancholy, for in his heart, Yao Chen was both mentor and father, the one who altered his fate. Taking a deep breath, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, regardless of when our masters return. We must safeguard the Spirit Empire and live up to their expectations. The figures of the three individuals gradually faded into the horizon. Yet the inhabitants of Douluo Continent remained immersed in the shock and joy brought about by the transformation. In the past, only a select few nobles and exceptionally gifted individuals had the opportunity to awaken their martial spirits and embark on the path of cultivation. However, now even the children of common folk can experience the power of martial spirits during the awakening ceremony. At a remote town's martial spirit awakening ceremony, a frail little boy stood nervously before the crystal ball. The moment his hand made contact with the orb, a gentle blue light erupted, revealing a lively azure bird martial spirit. The boy's parents were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces, as the surrounding villagers cast envious and congratulatory glances. Thanks to Lord Yao Chen, he has altered our destiny. The boy's father knelt in reverence, bowing deeply towards the direction of the martial spirit hall. Such scenes unfold in every corner of the Douluo Continent. After the departure of Yao Chen, Hulaina devoted herself wholeheartedly to the construction of the Spirit Empire. She expanded the scale of the Spirit Academy, recruiting exceptional soul masters from various regions to serve as instructors, and established a dedicated scholarship system to encourage commoners to diligently pursue their cultivation. At the Academy's training grounds, young students were drenched in sweat. One teacher was guiding a student on how to harness the power of their spirit. Remember, your spirit is a part of your body. You must feel it with your heart and master it. Yao Chen had created such a splendid environment for cultivation. We must strive to become strong and protect the Douluo Continent. Deep within the Soul Beast Forest, the once hostile Soul Beasts were now adapting to the new rules. A 10,000-year Soul Beast was addressing a group of younglings. Humans have signed a peace treaty with us, and Lord Yao Chen has granted us the opportunity to attain divinity. From now on, we shall guard this land alongside humans. As time passed, the number of powerful beings on the Douluo Continent continued to grow. Hulaina led a new generation of soul masters, constantly exploring novel cultivation methods and soul skill combinations. They organized soul master exchange conferences, allowing practitioners from different regions and with different spirits to spar and progress together. During one such conference, a support-type soul master, skilled in healing, demonstrated a newly developed healing soul skill capable of instantly curing severely injured soul masters. The audience was left in awe, realizing that in this era where everyone could cultivate, innovation and collaboration were the keys to enhancing strength. However, beneath the surface of prosperity lay unsettling factors. Some nefarious forces sought to exploit the absence of Yao Chen and others to incite discord. In the borderlands of the continent, a mysterious dark power quietly emerged. seducing hearts and aiming to disrupt the peace and stability of the realm. Upon receiving this news, Hulaina immediately summoned powerful allies such as Xie and Yan. We cannot stand idly by. If this dark force is not eradicated in a timely manner, it will bring disaster to the Douluo Continent. In their pursuit of the dark forces, the Soul Masters encountered numerous challenges. The dark forces excelled at concealing their whereabouts and employed strange dark magic, making it difficult for the Soul Masters to respond effectively. Yet, Hulaina did not waver. With her keen insight and exceptional leadership, she guided her comrades to gradually unveil the dark forces conspiracy. It became apparent that this dark power consisted of remnants from ancient families whose interests had been disrupted by Yao Chen. They sought to restore their former dominion, even allying with dark forces. In an intense battle, Hulaina and her companions successfully defeated the leader of the dark forces, eradicating this malevolent power entirely. Following this tumultuous episode, the people of the Douluo Continent cherished the hard-won peace even more. After addressing the crisis posed by the dark forces, Hulaina began to contemplate how to further enhance the strength of the Spirit Empire in anticipation of potential future challenges. She resolved to journey to Sea God Island to seek collaboration with its inhabitants. Upon her arrival, Poseidon welcomed Hulaina and her entourage with tranquility. Under Yao Chen's influence, Sea God Island had also undergone significant transformation. The once isolated island has begun to engage in communication with the mainland, allowing the Soul Masters residing there to step forth and learn from their counterparts on the continent. Hulaina, have you come here to unite in the protection of Douluo Continent? Poseidon inquired with a gentle smile. Hulaina respectfully bowed, affirming, indeed, esteemed elder. With Lord Yao Chen's departure, it is imperative that we consolidate our strengths to safeguard the peace of this land. Poseidon nodded in agreement, expressing, Sea God Island is willing to join hands with the Wuhuan Empire to jointly uphold the tranquility of Douluo Continent. Through their collective efforts, a more formidable defense system was established across Douluo Continent, intricately linking various factions together. Soul Masters engaged in regular joint training to enhance their crisis response capabilities. Meanwhile, Hulaina and her companions did not forget Yao Chen's teachings. They diligently sought to assist more individuals in achieving divinity. They scoured the continent for gifted soul masters with a sense of justice, providing them with resources and guidance to help them break through their limitations and ascend to the realm of gods. In an ancient valley, a young soul master was undergoing the trial to attain divinity. Hulaina and Xie stood guard nearby, offering support and protection. At the moment the young soul master successfully formed the divine ring, the valley was illuminated with radiant light, heralding the birth of a new deity. As more individuals achieved divinity, the divine power within Douluo Continent gradually strengthened. Under the guardianship of Hulaina and her companions, the continent was advancing towards a more resplendent future. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong were embarking on new adventures. Their fates intertwined with that of Douluo Continent, awaiting their next convergence. Chapter 73, The New Era's Tide, the initial undercurrent beneath the vast and boundless canopy of Douluo Continent. Brilliant stars twinkled, mysterious and distant. The figures of Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong had long vanished into the horizon, venturing into the unknown depths of the cosmos to uncover new mysteries. On the continent, Hulaina, as the heir of the Wuhuan Empire, bore significant responsibilities, leading this land onward. The capital of the Wuhuan Empire thrived in prosperity. Streets bustled with activity, where soul masters and commoners from various regions converged. Shops lined the streets, offering an array of cultivation resources, soul guides, and daily necessities. Adorned in resplendent attire, Hulaina strolled through the palace corridors, her gaze reflecting determination and contemplation. Although the Wuhuan Empire had embarked on its rightful path following the departure of her mentors, numerous hidden dangers remained to be addressed. With my teachers gone, Hulaina murmured to herself, fully aware that Yao Chen and the others had left behind a landscape rife with both opportunities and challenges. At that moment, Xie hurriedly entered the palace, his expression somewhat grave. Hulaina, I have just received word that a mysterious force has been frequently active in the northwestern border of the empire, seemingly amassing power in secret. Hulaina furrowed her brows, a glimmer of vigilance crossing her eyes. Immediately dispatch someone to investigate. We must ascertain the origins and intentions of this force. At the Wuhuan Academy, a new generation of students was diligently honing their skills. In the expansive training ground, Shouts reverberated through the air as the trainees paired up for combat drills. A youthful mentor stood nearby, offering guidance. Remember, in battle, it is not only the power of one's martial spirit that matters, but also the astute application of tactics and techniques. Master Yao Chen has bestowed upon us an exceptional environment for cultivation, and we must not betray his expectations. Meanwhile, on the far side of the continent, the exchanges between Sea God Island and the mainland were becoming increasingly frequent. Enormous ships traversed the waters, ferrying various supplies and soul masters seeking knowledge and collaboration. Poseidon stood at the shoreline of Sea God Island, gazing toward the distant mainland, his heart filled with profound reflections. The arrival of Master Yao Chen had altered the landscape of Douluo Continent, providing a new direction for the development of Sea God Island. Now, we join forces with the Spirit Empire to safeguard the peace of this land, and we hope to fulfill our mission honorably, Poseidon murmured. Deep within the Soul Beast forest, the Soul Beasts were also adapting to the new rules. Once hostile towards humanity, they had now reached a peaceful coexistence agreement. 100,000-year-old Soul Beast was imparting survival wisdom to a group of younglings. Humans are no longer our enemies. We must learn to coexist with them on this continent. Master Yao Chen has granted us equal opportunities, and we must cherish them. However, beneath the tranquil surface, dark currents were surging quietly. In a hidden castle nestled within a valley in the mysterious northwest border, a gathering of cloaked figures convened. At the forefront stood a man with a grotesque visage, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. With Master Yao Chen gone, this is our optimal moment to reclaim dominion over Douluo Continent. We have endured for years, awaiting this very instant. The man declared fiercely. But the Spirit Empire is now teeming with talent, and Hulaina leads a formidable cadre of soul masters. How shall we respond? A concerned figure in black questioned. Humph. With the support of dark powers, coupled with those families discontented by Master Yao Chen's rule changes, we shall deliver a fatal blow to the Spirit Empire, the leader retorted with a cold smirk. On Hulaina's side, the dispatched investigators began relaying information. After thorough investigation, they uncovered that this mysterious force was linked to ancient dark families who, having lost their privileges during Master Yao Chen's unification of the continent, had long aspired to restore their former power. So it is they, daring to stir trouble at this juncture. Hulaina clenched her fists, fury igniting within her. She promptly summoned Xiaoyu, Yan, and several other core soul masters to deliberate on countermeasures. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Although this dark force appeared weak, their underlying dark power was formidable. Furthermore, they could potentially incite the discontented to join their ranks, Xiaoyu assessed. Regardless, we cannot permit them to disrupt the peace of Douluo Continent. We must take the initiative to crush their conspiracy in its infancy. Hulaina resolutely made her decision. Thus, she led the elite spirit masters of the Spirit Empire on their journey to the northwestern frontier. Throughout their expedition, they endured the elements, traveling day and night. As they approached the ominous castle, a palpable aura of darkness enveloped them. Everyone be cautious. The dark powers here are formidable, Hulaina warned, simultaneously unleashing her spirit, causing the air around them to grow heavy with tension. Inside the dark castle, the cloaked figures sensed the arrival of Hulaina and her companions. The leading man revealed a sinister smile, declaring, "You have arrived just in time. Allow us to demonstrate our power." At his command, a multitude of dark spirit masters surged forth from the castle, emanating an evil aura as they charged towards Hulaina and her team. Thus commenced an intense battle. Leading the charge, Hulaina's spirit radiated a brilliant light, starkly contrasting the encroaching darkness. With each swing of her weapon, she unleashed a fierce momentum, repelling the advancing dark spirit masters. Both Xiaoyu and Yan matched her prowess, skillfully maneuvering through the ranks of their foes, inflicting substantial damage. However, the dark forces persisted with stubborn resistance, casting dark magic in an attempt to suppress Hulaina and her allies. During the fray, a spirit master from the Spirit Empire was inadvertently struck by dark magic, sustaining grave injuries. "We cannot allow them to prevail," Hulaina exclaimed, her heart racing with urgency. She focused her energy, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Just then, a flash of light illuminated the sky. Reinforcements from Sea God Island had arrived. Poseidon had dispatched several formidable spirit masters to assist them, turning the tide of battle. With the combined efforts of both sides, the dark forces found themselves in dire straits. Perceiving the shift in fortune, the leading man attempted to flee. Yet, Hulaina would not allow him to escape so easily. She executed an agile maneuver, positioning herself before him. "Your scheme shall not succeed. Today marks your end," she declared coldly. Under the force of Hulaina's overwhelming assault, the man was ultimately defeated, leading to the collapse of the dark forces. Through this confrontation, Hulaina recognized the fragility of peace in the Douluo Continent, understanding the necessity of remaining vigilant against potential threats. Upon returning to the Spirit Empire, she set about fortifying the Empire's defense system while intensifying the training of civilian spirit masters, enabling more individuals to become guardians of the continent. In the days that followed, Hulaina continued her tireless efforts to advance the development of Douluo Continent. She organized a Spirit Master competition, providing an opportunity for spirit masters from various regions to engage in friendly contests and share experiences. The tournament showcased numerous exceptional young spirit masters, whose strength and potential instilled hope for the future of Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, Hulaina dedicated herself to improving the relationship between spirit beasts and humans. She regularly visited the spirit beast forest to communicate with the spirit beasts, ensuring the smooth execution of the peace agreements. Through her relentless efforts, the trust between soul beasts and humanity gradually deepened, contributing to the flourishing of the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the cosmos, Yao Chen, Qianringshu, and Bibi Dong were undergoing a thrilling adventure, confronting formidable forces from different universes. Each challenge tested their strength and wisdom, yet they never forgot the Douluo Continent, their hearts longing for the land they once protected. As time flowed on, under the guardianship of Hulaina and others, the Douluo Continent thrived even more. New deities emerged continuously, enhancing the continent's power. Hulaina, the heir to the Spirit Empire, was writing a new legend for the Douluo Continent with her wisdom and courage. Chapter 74. Undercurrents Rising. A new change in the continent. Across the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, the banner of the Spirit Empire waved fiercely in the wind, heralding a new epoch for this land. Hulaina stood at the pinnacle of the imperial palace, gazing down upon the bustling capital, her heart filled with both the sorrow of her predecessor's departure and a resolute determination to protect this continent. "Now, while my mentors traverse the unknown universe, I must safeguard the Douluo Continent," she murmured softly, her gaze sweeping over the lively streets below where citizens lived in peace and soul masters exchanged insights on their cultivation. This tranquility and prosperity were all a result of Yao Chen's transformative influence. At that moment, Shiwa hurried in, holding a piece of intelligence, his expression grave. "Hulaina, there is new information. Recently, mysterious spatial fluctuations have appeared around the Douluo forest, suggesting powerful forces may be conducting experiments." Hulaina furrowed her brow. The Douluo forest was a crucial habitat for soul beasts and closely related to the continent's ecology and soul masters' cultivation. Any anomaly could not be taken lightly. Immediately summon Yin and several other elders. We must uncover the truth behind this matter. In the palace's conference room, the core members of the Spirit Empire gathered solemnly. Yin spoke first. "Could it be remnants of the dark forces at work? Although we dealt them a heavy blow before, we cannot ensure there are no loose ends." An elder shook his head, stating, "The remnants of the dark forces have lost their potency. In my view, this power seems to originate from outside, perhaps connected to some ancient mysterious organization." Hulaina pondered for a moment before speaking. "Regardless of who our adversary is, we cannot remain idle. Send people to conduct a covert investigation in the Douluo forest, but be careful not to alert them." Meanwhile, deep within the Douluo forest, several powerful soul beasts also sensed the anomaly. Tian, once the king of soul beasts, though now having accepted the new rules of peaceful coexistence with humanity, remained highly vigilant towards changes in the forest. This fluctuation is strange. It seems to be attempting to disrupt a certain balance. Tian moved slowly through the woods, followed closely by Bai Ji, Ziji, and other soul beasts. Bai Ji expressed her concern. Could it be that someone intends to undermine the new order established by Lord Yao Chen? If this is the case, then Douluo Continent is likely to plunge into crisis once again. On Sea God Island, Poseidon also sensed the mysterious fluctuations of power. Standing before the Sea God Temple, she gazed toward the direction of Douluo Continent, a sense of unease stirring within her. It seems that Douluo Continent is about to face yet another trial. Poseidon murmured to herself before turning to the sea spirit masters beside her, instructing them to prepare the ships for immediate support to the continent. Meanwhile, at Haotian sect, Tang Xiao received news regarding the anomalies in the Douluo forest. He summoned the elders of the sect to discuss countermeasures. This powerful force was formidable, and if not handled properly, the entire continent would be affected. With a grave expression, Tang Xiao acknowledged that although there had been conflicts with the Spirit Empire in the past, in matters concerning the safety of the continent, they must join forces. The investigators dispatched by the Spirit Empire swiftly arrived at the periphery of the Stardow Forest. Cautiously, they approached the area where the fluctuations were most intense, only to discover that it was enveloped by a layer of mysterious power, making it difficult to approach. "Captain, this barrier is peculiar. Our spirit power cannot penetrate it," an anxious spirit master reported. The captain furrowed his brow, attempting various methods to breach the barrier, but to no avail. Just as they prepared to withdraw temporarily, a surge of powerful dark energy erupted from within the barrier, encircling them. "Not good, it's a trap," the captain shouted, leading his team to unleash their martial spirits and prepare for battle. Within the dark energy, eerie figures began to emerge, exuding a potent aura of malevolence, launching fierce attacks against the spirit masters. They fought valiantly, yet the dark power was overwhelmingly strong, and they gradually found themselves in peril. At that moment, a familiar figure descended from the sky, Hyena. Her weapon radiated brilliance, instantly dispelling part of the dark force. "Is everyone all right?" Hyena called out loudly. "Lady Hyena, what brings you here?" The captain exclaimed in surprise. "I sensed the dangerous aura here and couldn't remain at ease, so I came," Hyena replied, her expression stern. It seemed that their adversary's strength exceeded their expectations. Hyena unleashed her full power, engaging in fierce combat against the dark energy. Under her leadership, the spirit masters began to regain their footing. However, the dark force continued to surge forth, seemingly inexhaustible. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Emperor Tian arrived with a multitude of spirit beasts. With a mighty sweep of his enormous dragon claw, he unleashed a powerful force against the dark entity. "Humans, though we coexist peacefully now, this forest is the sanctuary of our spirit beasts and shall not be violated." Emperor Tian's voice resonated with gravity and authority. Hyena nodded slightly. "Thank you, Senior Emperor Tian, for your assistance. We must confront this crisis together." With the combined assault of the spirit beasts and the spirit masters of the Spirit Empire, the dark power finally began to show signs of collapse. As the dark forces dissipated, the enigmatic barrier gradually vanished. Upon entering its confines, the group discovered a colossal magical array, adorned with peculiar runes that seemed to be conducting a sinister ritual. "What is this?" Yin inquired, puzzled. Juliana stepped forward, scrutinizing the magical formation. "It appears to be an ancient forbidden technique, aimed at disrupting the balance of rules in the Douluo Continent, unleashing formidable dark powers to dominate the entire land." Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the magical array trembled violently, and a figure slowly emerged from within. Cloaked in black robes, the individual's visage remained obscured, yet an aura of chilling dread emanated from them. "Do you think you can thwart me?" Such naivety. The figure intoned coldly. "I have prepared for this day for many years. Though Yao Chen altered the rules of the Douluo Continent after his departure, this land remains firmly within my grasp." Juliana glared fiercely. "You shall not disrupt the peace of this continent. Today marks your end." With that, she launched the initial assault. Joined by Emperor Tian and the other soul masters and soul beasts, the black-robed figure wielded immense power, manipulating dark forces to engage in a breathtaking battle. During the fray, Juliana discerned that the black-robed figure's attack methods differed from those of the dark forces previously encountered. He seemed to command an even more ancient and potent brand of dark magic. "Everyone, be cautious. His magic is treacherous. Do not approach carelessly," Juliana warned loudly. However, the onslaught from the black-robed figure intensified, and the group gradually found themselves struggling to withstand it. At that critical moment, a golden light suddenly illuminated the sky. It was the reinforcements from Sea God Island, led by Poseidon himself, who joined the fray. Poseidon's arrival shifted the tide of battle, harnessing the power of the sea god. She countered the black-robed figure's dark magic. With the collective effort of all, the strength of the black-robed figure began to wane. "Impossible! How could I fail?" he bellowed in despair. Seizing the opportunity, Juliana unleashed her most potent strike, landing a direct hit on the black-robed figure. With a scream of anguish, he collapsed to the ground, and the dark forces dissipated along with him. Once the crisis was averted, the group exhaled in relief. Juliana gazed at her weary companions, her heart brimming with gratitude. This crisis was averted thanks to our united efforts. Emperor Tian looked at Juliana, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Human, you are commendable. I hope you will continue to safeguard this continent, ensuring that soul beasts and humanity coexist in everlasting peace. Juliana solemnly nodded. I shall, Senior Emperor Tian. Upon returning to the Spirit Empire, Juliana embarked on a thorough investigation into the recent events. She uncovered that the black-robed figure was a descendant of an ancient family that had long sought to dominate the Douluo Continent, secretly plotting for countless years. It seems the path to peace on the Douluo Continent remains fraught with challenges. Juliana resolutely vowed to enhance the defenses of the continent, determined to prevent a recurrence of similar crises. In the days that followed, she relentlessly pursued the advancement of Douluo Continent, significantly increasing investments in the Soul Master Academy to cultivate a greater number of exceptional Soul Masters. Simultaneously, she actively collaborated with other factions to uphold the peace and stability of the continent. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the cosmos, the adventures of Yao Chen, Qianringshu, and Bibi Dong continued unabated. As they explored the uncharted realms, they ceaselessly strengthened their prowess while keeping a vigilant eye on the developments of Douluo Continent. They held steadfast belief that Juliana and the people of Douluo would safeguard this beloved land. Chapter 75. A New Journey of Glory. Crisis reemerges. The skies over Douluo Continent were clear and serene, with the gentle warmth of the sun casting its golden rays upon every inch of the Spirit Empire, reflecting a scene of flourishing prosperity. At the heart of the Spirit Empire, the Grand Palace shimmered resplendently. Juliana stood upon the palace terrace, gazing into the distance, her heart brimming with aspirations for the continent's future. The current prosperity of the empire was entirely reliant on the foundations laid by her mentor. Juliana murmured softly to herself. Yao Chen's presence lingered in her heart like an immortal monument, inspiring her to press onward. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and Xiaoyu swiftly ascended the terrace, clutching a fresh intelligence report, his expression tinged with anxiety. Juliana, I have just received word that a massive energy fluctuation has been detected in the far north, and there are signs indicating that a mysterious force is gathering there. Upon hearing this, Juliana's brow furrowed tightly. The far north was known for its harsh environment, often untouched by human presence. The emergence of such anomalies could only signify hidden machinations. Summon the elders immediately. We must convene to discuss countermeasures. This matter is of utmost importance. Within the palace's council chamber, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The elders gathered around, their gazes fixated on the intelligence in Juliana's hands. The far north, a realm of ice and snow. How could a force suddenly assemble there? One elder questioned, his face etched with confusion, breaking the silence. Yin stroked his chin, contemplating. Could it be that some nefarious individuals, taking advantage of Lord Yao Chen's absence, are attempting to wreak havoc in that remote location? Juliana pondered for a moment before responding. Regardless of their intentions, we must remain vigilant. The far north is not only a habitat for soul beasts but also harbors abundant resources. Should evil forces seize control, the consequences would be dire. The assembly nodded in agreement, ultimately deciding to dispatch an elite team of soul masters to the far north for covert reconnaissance, ensuring that they would ascertain the nature of the mysterious force without raising alarm. Meanwhile, deep within the far north, concealed beneath glaciers, a secret base thrived with activity, where a group of individuals clad in peculiar attire was busily engaged in their clandestine endeavors. At the forefront stood a towering figure, his face marred by a grotesque scar, and his eyes gleaming with madness and avarice. Everything was unfolding according to plan. Once we harness the enigmatic power of the far north, we would overthrow the dominion of the Spirit Empire and reclaim this continent for ourselves, the man declared with malice. On Sea God Island, Poseidon once again sensed the anomalous fluctuations emanating from the Douluo Continent. Her expression grew grave, a foreboding feeling taking root in her heart. It seemed that the tranquil days were about to be shattered once more. With a soft sigh, Poseidon turned to her accompanying sea spirit masters, instructing them to prepare the vessels and remain on standby. Should the continent require assistance, we must set sail without delay. Meanwhile, at the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao received news regarding the far north. He summoned the elite disciples of the sect, his demeanor serious. Although we have had disputes with the Spirit Empire in the past, we must set everything aside in the face of the continent's peril. This crisis in the far north requires us to join forces with the Spirit Empire. A reconnaissance team dispatched by the Spirit Empire arrived at the far north. The biting cold wind lashed at their faces like a knife, and the members advanced cautiously, gradually approaching the source of the energy fluctuations. However, as they neared the camp of the mysterious force, they triggered a formidable defense mechanism, and countless ice spikes shot forth from all directions. "Be careful," the captain shouted. And the team members swiftly unleashed their martial spirits to form a protective barrier. Yet, the onslaught of the ice spikes was too ferocious, and the barrier began to fracture. At that critical juncture, a fiery red light descended from the heavens, instantly melting the surrounding ice spikes. Looking up, they beheld Hulaina clad in a flowing red garment, resembling a goddess of flames descending upon them. "Is everyone unharmed?" Hulaina inquired with concern. "Lady Hulaina, your arrival is most timely," the captain expressed gratefully. "I sensed the danger here and could not rest easy, so I came," Hulaina replied, her expression stern as her gaze swept over the camp of the mysterious force. It appeared they were well prepared. Leading her team cautiously towards the camp, Hulaina discovered it to be deserted, save for a colossal magic circle emanating an eerie glow. The circle was inscribed with peculiar runes, and as the runes flickered, the temperature plummeted sharply, filling the air with a chilling aura. "This magic circle is peculiar. It seems to be siphoning energy from the far north," a team member voiced with concern. Just as Hulaina was about to examine the magic circle closely, a multitude of ice-type soul beasts surged from around the camp, their eyes glimmering with an ominous red light, evidently controlled by some malevolent force. "Not good, it's a trap," Hulaina cried out, immediately summoning her martial spirit to engage in fierce combat with the ice-type soul beasts. The assault from the soul beast was relentless, wielding the power of ice elements to launch wave after wave of attacks against Hulaina and her comrades. Hulaina and her companions fought valiantly against their foes, but as time wore on, they gradually found themselves in dire straits. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and a colossal ice phoenix descended from above. The majestic creature emanated an overwhelming chill, causing the surrounding ice spirit beasts to tremble in its presence. "Is this the Ice Emperor?" Hulaina gazed in astonishment at the magnificent ice phoenix before her. The voice of the Ice Emperor resonated in the minds of all present. "Humans, this land is the sanctuary of our spirit beasts, and you shall not desecrate it." Hulaina hastily explained, "Ice Emperor, we have come to thwart the forces of evil. They intend to exploit the power of the far north to dominate the continent." The Ice Emperor nodded slightly. "I sense that malevolent aura. In that case, I shall lend you my strength." With the Ice Emperor's assistance, the pressures faced by Hulaina and her comrades were significantly alleviated. They coordinated closely with the Ice Emperor, gradually turning the tide of battle. However, just as they were on the verge of defeating the ice spirit beasts, the leader of the mysterious forces made an appearance. "Humph. Do you think this will stop me?" "You are sorely mistaken," the leader bellowed, brandishing his staff, unleashing a wave of formidable dark energy that enveloped the entire camp. Under the shroud of this dark power, the movements of the Ice Emperor and Hulaina's group became sluggish, and the ice spirit beast descended into madness once more. "This dark force is too powerful." Hulaina gritted her teeth. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, a golden light suddenly pierced the sky. It was the reinforcements from Sea God Island, led by Poseidon and the Sea Spirit Masters who joined the fray. Poseidon unleashed the power of the Sea God, engaging in a fierce confrontation against the dark forces. With her aid, Hulaina and her companions gradually broke free from the shackles of darkness. "Everyone, unite and defeat him," Hulaina shouted, joining forces with Poseidon, the Ice Emperor, and others to launch a final assault on the leader of the mysterious forces. Although the leader was formidable, he ultimately succumbed to the collective efforts of the group. As the leader fell, the dark energy began to dissipate, the ice spirit beast returned to normalcy, and the crisis in the far north was finally averted. With the threat neutralized, Hulaina and her companions meticulously searched the base of the mysterious forces. They uncovered that this enigmatic faction was formed by ancient families overthrown by medicinal dust, who sought to reclaim their lost power through the mysterious forces of the far north. "It seems the path to peace in the Douluo Continent remains long and arduous," Hulaina reflected. Upon returning to the Spirit Empire, Hulaina initiated a comprehensive upgrade of the Empire's defense system. She intensified patrols in border areas and strengthened cooperation with other factions to safeguard the peace of the Douluo Continent. In the days that followed, Hulaina continued her dedication to the development of Douluo Continent, promoting profound communication and collaboration between spirit masters and spirit beasts, fostering mutual advancement for both parties. Simultaneously, she encourages the young soul masters to ceaselessly explore new cultivation methods to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, In the distant depths of the cosmos, the adventures of Yao Chen, Qian Rengshu, and Bi Bidong continue unabated. They grow amidst the unknown realms while attentively monitoring the developments of Douluo Continent. They hold firm belief that Hulaina and the people of Douluo Continent will undoubtedly safeguard this land brimming with hope, welcoming an even more glorious future. Chapter 76. A new journey begins. Turbulence beneath the surface. Through Yao Chen's relentless endeavors, the Spirit Hall has indisputably emerged as the sovereign power of Douluo Continent. Under the dominion of the Spirit Hall, the continent gradually achieves unification, as the once rampant conflicts and turmoil gradually subside. Yao Chen not only aids Bi Bidong in attaining divinity but also, through the divine selection system, continually acquires formidable rewards, elevating the strength of the Spirit Hall to unprecedented heights. Yao Chen is acutely aware that talent is the cornerstone of the long-lasting prosperity of the Spirit Hall. He has leveraged the resources and techniques awarded by the system to cultivate a continuous influx of exceptionally gifted individuals for the Spirit Hall. Under Yao Chen's guidance, these young soul masters have made rapid advancements, becoming the future hope of the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, Yao Chen has initiated a far-reaching reform that allows common citizens to awaken their martial souls and engage in cultivation. He established martial soul awakening points and training academies across the continent, dismantling the previous aristocratic monopoly on martial soul cultivation. Countless commoners have thus been granted the opportunity to alter their destinies, expressing profound gratitude towards Yao Chen and the Spirit Hall, whose prestige among the populace has soared. Under Yao Chen's meticulous mentorship, Hulaina, through her own efforts and innate talent, successfully ascended to the rank of titled Douluo. Her strength and leadership abilities have been recognized by all, and through unanimous election, she has become the successor to the Spirit Empire. Other trusted allies, such as Xieyu, have also significantly enhanced their power with Yao Chen's assistance, becoming the backbone of the Spirit Hall. As the Spirit Hall flourishes, the continental situation appears peaceful. However, Yao Chen is aware that beneath this tranquility, turbulent currents are stirring. Although the Haoyan sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island temporarily lie dormant in the face of the Spirit Hall's formidable strength, the flames of resentment and vengeance within them have not been extinguished. Lord Yao Chen, reported a loyal confidant of the Spirit Hall, our spies have conveyed that the Haoyan sect seems to be covertly contacting various factions, attempting to conspire against us. Yao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Humph, they remain undeterred. However, we must not let our guard down. He commanded, notify everyone to intensify surveillance of all factions. Should any unusual movements be detected, report immediately. Yes, Master Yao Chen. His trusted confidant promptly took his leave. At that moment, Qian Renshue approached Yao Chen, her gaze filled with unwavering determination. Yao Chen, no matter the challenges we face, I will stand by your side. Together, we shall safeguard the Spirit Hall and protect this continent. Yao Chen gazed at Qian Renshue, a wave of warmth surging within him. Renshue, with you by my side, my confidence is greatly bolstered. However, we still face numerous challenges ahead. We must continue to enhance our strength in preparation for the potential crises that may arise. At that moment, Bi Bidong approached as well. Yao Chen, your contributions to the Spirit Hall are unparalleled. Although the surface appears calm, we must not let our guard down. I propose that the three of us enter seclusion together to cultivate and strengthen our powers. Yao Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Bi Bidong's words. The enhancement of our powers will undoubtedly serve as the most formidable safeguard for the Spirit Hall. However, prior to our seclusion, we must meticulously arrange various matters. Thus, Yao Chen summoned the elders and senior officials of the Spirit Hall to comprehensively address recent affairs. He appointed Hulaina to oversee the daily management of the Spirit Hall, ensuring that all operations proceeded in an orderly manner. Concurrently, he intensified the training of the younger generation of Spirit Masters, thereby reserving more talent for the Spirit Hall. Once all arrangements were in place, Yao Chen, Qian Renshue, and Bi Bidong proceeded to a secluded training ground within the Spirit Hall. This location, imbued with rich spiritual energy, was an ideal setting for cultivation. From this day forth, we shall engage in closed-door training here. We will exert ourselves to the utmost in hopes of breaking through our current boundaries, Yao Chen proclaimed. Qian Renshue and Bi Bidong nodded in assent, and thereafter, the three of them each found a suitable spot to commence their focused cultivation. Within the confines of his being, Yao Chen adeptly harnessed the soul power, channeling the formidable energies of the divine selection system to draw the ethereal essence of the universe into himself. His martial soul, the chaotic sacred flame, grew increasingly potent under the nurturing embrace of this spiritual energy. Yao Chen sensed that a breakthrough to a higher realm was imminent. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, immersed in her secluded cultivation, sought to comprehend the might of the angelic god. Her angelic martial soul radiated a resplendent brilliance, and a sacred aura enveloped the entire training space. She was acutely aware that only by continuously enhancing her own strength could she better assist Yao Chen in safeguarding the spirit hall. Bibi Dong, as the god of Azura, tirelessly merged her essence with the divine power of Azura during her seclusion. An enigmatic and formidable presence emanated from her, causing the very fabric of space around her to warp slightly under the weight of her power. However, at this critical juncture of their introspective training, a series of upheavals erupted outside the spirit hall. The Haotian sect, in alliance with the lower three sects and certain factions from Sea God Island, commenced a clandestine operation against the spirit hall, seizing the opportunity while the higher-ups were largely in seclusion. They launched a surprise assault on the spirit hall's branches scattered across the land. Urgent news, elders. The Haotian sect has launched a surprise attack on our branches, many of which have already fallen. A disciple of the spirit hall rushed in, breathless, to report to the elders who remained behind. The expressions of the elders turned grave. They had not anticipated that the Haotian sect would dare to strike at such a moment. Immediately organize a counterattack. Inform Lady Hulaina to implement a swift response. One elder commanded loudly. Upon receiving the news, Hulaina reacted with alacrity. She mobilized the elite soul masters of the spirit hall, dispatching them in multiple directions to provide support to the various branches. Concurrently, she fortified the defenses of the spirit hall's headquarters to thwart any potential enemy incursions. The audacious Haotian sect dares to stab us in the back at this crucial time. They shall pay dearly for their treachery. Hulaina seethed with indignation. Under Hulaina's command, the spirit hall's counteroffensive unfolded rapidly. Elite soul masters from the spirit hall clashed fiercely with their adversaries across various locales. Although the spirit hall's strength was somewhat diminished due to the higher-ups being in seclusion, Hulaina's exceptional leadership and the tenacity of the elite soul masters temporarily stabilized the situation. Yet, it appeared that the Haotian sect had anticipated such a response. Not only did they attack the branches, but they also secretly orchestrated a grand conspiracy aimed at the headquarters of the spirit hall. We cannot afford to grant the spirit hall a moment's respite. Once their reinforcements are scattered, we shall launch a full-scale assault on the headquarters. An elder of the Haotian sect declared with a dark expression. Indeed, this time we must utterly annihilate the spirit hall and reclaim our dignity and status, echoed a sect leader from the lower three sections. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Poseidon closely monitored the unfolding developments. Although she did not directly partake in the assault on the spirit hall, she understood that this conflict would profoundly impact the future of the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen was indeed a figure of extraordinary prowess. Under his leadership, the spirit hall has ascended to the pinnacle of dominance on the Douluo Continent. However, the counterattacks from the Haotian sect and others may prove pivotal in altering the course of events. Poseidon pondered quietly within. At this moment, Yao Chen, Qian Renxue, and Bibi Dong remained in seclusion, unaware that the spirit hall was confronting a significant crisis. Could Hulaina rally the spirit hall to withstand the onslaught from the Haotian sect? Would Yao Chen and the others break through their realms at a critical juncture to salvage the precarious situation of the spirit hall? The fate of the Douluo Continent hung by a thread. As time progressed, tensions escalated further. The battle between the spirit hall and the Haotian sect had reached a boiling point. On various battlefields, the cries of conflict and the clash of soul power intertwined, staining the earth with blood. In one battlefield, a titled Douluo from the spirit hall engaged fiercely with an elder from the Haotian sect. The fluctuations of their soul power were immensely powerful, warping the surrounding space due to their combat. You of the Haotian sect dared to violate the peace treaty and instigate war. Today, I shall ensure you pay a grievous price, bellowed the titled Douluo from the spirit hall. Humph! The spirit hall, under Yao Chen's leadership, has dominated the continent and oppressed various factions. We fight solely for justice, countered the elder from the Haotian sect. Following their declarations, they unleashed formidable soul skills, launching assaults upon one another. In an instant, brilliance illuminated the battlefield, and the tremendous energy shockwave obliterated everything around them. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, elite soul masters of the spirit hall engaged in a desperate struggle against the soul masters of the lower three sections. The soul masters of the spirit hall, fortified by rigorous training and exceptional teamwork, fought tenaciously against their foes. For the Spirit Hall, for Lord Yao Chen, kill. They rallied, their spirits soaring high. However, the united assault from the Haotian sect and others was relentless, causing cracks to appear in the defenses of the Spirit Hall. Some sub-halls ultimately fell under the fierce onslaught of the enemy. "This is bad, we can barely hold on," cried a soul master from the Spirit Hall in desperation. Upon learning of the battlefield conditions, Hulaina felt an overwhelming anxiety. She understood that a strategy must be devised swiftly, otherwise, the Spirit Hall would plunge into irretrievable ruin. Notify all soul masters to consolidate the defenses and focus their strength on safeguarding vital strongholds. Simultaneously, dispatch someone to urgently inform Lord Yao Chen and the others to emerge from their seclusion. Hulaina made her decision with haste. Just as the Spirit Hall found itself in peril, Yao Chen finally experienced a breakthrough during his closed-door cultivation. He sensed a surging tide of soul power within him, awakening an unprecedented strength. "I've finally broken through." Yao Chen rejoiced internally. Slowly opening his eyes, excitement gleamed within them. At that moment, Yao Chen had reached a new pinnacle of power, drawing ever closer to the divine status of the Creator God. Upon breaking through the realm, Yao Chen immediately sensed the peril facing the Spirit Hall. Without hesitation, he concluded his seclusion and appeared before Hulaina. "Master Yao Chen, you have finally emerged," she exclaimed. "The Spirit Hall is currently confronted with an immense crisis. The Haotian sect has allied with the lower three sects and certain factions from Sea God's Island to launch a full-scale assault against us." As Hulaina beheld Yao Chen, it was as if hope had been rekindled within her. Yao Chen's countenance was grave, as he had not anticipated that the members of the Haotian sect would dare to launch an assault at this juncture. Yet, within him, there resided no trace of trepidation. On the contrary, his gaze radiated unwavering resolve. "Fear not, for I am here. Immediately notify all soul masters to prepare for a counterattack. This time, we shall make them acutely aware of the consequences of invading the Spirit Hall," Yao Chen declared. Subsequently, he sprang into action. Harnessing the formidable strength acquired from his recent breakthrough, he established a powerful defensive formation at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. This formation was not only capable of withstanding the enemy's onslaught but could also retaliate against them. It would serve to temporarily fend off the adversary's offensive. "Next, we shall take the initiative and disrupt their plans," Yao Chen stated. Hulaina nodded and inquired, "Master Yao Chen, do you have a strategy in mind?" Yao Chen smiled faintly, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. "We shall first dispatch a small elite team of soul masters to infiltrate the enemy's rear and disrupt their supply lines. Simultaneously, I will lead a contingent of our strongest warriors to confront the enemy head-on. Once their ranks are thrown into chaos, we shall launch a comprehensive counterattack." "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, Lord Yao Chen," replied Hulaina. Thus, Yao Chen swiftly organized his forces to execute his strategy. A squad composed of the finest assassins from the Spirit Hall quietly infiltrated the enemy's rear. They moved with agility, like specters, quickly locating the enemy supply line. "This is the spot. Commence the operation," commanded the squad leader. The soul masters unleashed their formidable soul skills, wreaking havoc upon the enemy's supplies. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, reducing the enemy's provisions and weaponry to ashes amidst the roaring inferno. "Not good. Our supply line has been compromised," exclaimed a general from the Haotian sect, his expression drastically changing upon realizing the situation. At that moment, Yao Chen, leading the powerful warriors of the Spirit Hall, had already arrived at the enemy's front lines. "Haotian sect, you dare defy peace and wage war. Today marks your downfall," Yao Chen proclaimed loudly. Without hesitation, Yao Chen launched the first strike, unleashing the chaotic sacred flame explosion. Countless chaotic flames surged forth from his being, sweeping towards the enemy. The overwhelming force of the flames shattered the enemy's front lines, eliciting cries of agony from their ranks. The warriors of the Spirit Hall joined the fray, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy. Yao Chen's formidable strength instilled fear within their foes, who had not anticipated his terrifying power after his seclusion. "Remain calm. Steady your formation," shouted the elders of the Haotian sect, attempting to stabilize their morale. However, Yao Chen's relentless assault gradually dismantled their defenses. At that critical juncture, Hulaina led the main forces of the Spirit Hall in a decisive flank attack. "Charge!" For the Spirit Hall, the Soul Masters rallied, their spirits soaring. Under the combined onslaught of Yao Chen, Hulaina, and their allies, the joint forces of the Haotian sect could no longer withstand the assault and began to crumble. Thinking of fleeing? Not so easily. Pursue. Yao Chen commanded emphatically. The Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall pressed their advantage, launching a comprehensive encirclement of the enemy. After a fierce battle, the joint forces of the Haotian sect suffered heavy losses and retreated in disarray. Humph, consider this a lesson for them. Yet, we must not lower our guard. They will undoubtedly return, Yao Chen remarked coldly, gazing in the direction of the retreating enemy. Pu Laina nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, Lord Yao Chen. However, we owe our gratitude to your timely emergence from seclusion. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yao Chen offered a faint smile, acknowledging that this triumph was the result of collective effort. Moving forward, it is imperative that we fortify the strength of the Spirit Hall in preparation for the impending crises. Although the Spirit Hall emerged victorious from this conflict, it bore a heavy toll. Yao Chen recognized that the situation on the Douluo Continent remained dire. The Spirit Hall must continuously enhance its capabilities to withstand future challenges. He, too, would steadfastly pursue the divine rank of the Creator God, safeguarding the Spirit Hall in this land. With the Spirit Hall's victory, the Douluo Continent experienced a temporary restoration of tranquility. Yet, Yao Chen was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. After conferring with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, he resolved to hasten the development of the Spirit Hall and elevate its overall strength. The medicinal dust harnesses the rare resources awarded by the system, crafting a collection of top-tier soul-guiding devices for the Spirit Hall. These devices not only possess immense power, but are also remarkably user-friendly, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the Spirit Hall's Soul Masters. Concurrently, he has intensified the training of the younger generation of Soul Masters, personally imparting advanced soul techniques and cultivation insights. Qian Rengshu, on the other hand, is devoted to elevating the prestige of the Spirit Hall in the eyes of the populace. She leads a group of Soul Masters across the continent, assisting common folk in overcoming various hardships. Throughout this endeavor, Qian Rengshu exemplifies her kindness and sense of justice, garnering widespread acclaim from the people. Bibi Dong focuses on refining the internal management system of the Spirit Hall. She establishes a series of stringent regulations to ensure that the hall's operations run efficiently. Additionally, she has bolstered the construction of the intelligence network to better monitor the movements of various factions. Under the collective efforts of Yao Dust, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong, the strength and influence of the Spirit Hall continue to rise. However, just as the Spirit Hall flourishes, a mysterious organization emerges from the shadows of Douluo Continent. This organization, under Yao Dust's leadership, grows increasingly formidable. We can no longer remain passive. We must find a way to thwart them, the leader of the mysterious organization declares, his expression darkened by the shadows. What shall we do, leader? The Spirit Hall is now powerful. If we act rashly, we may not stand a chance against them. A subordinate cautiously replies. The leader scoffs, we shall not act impulsively. First, we will gather intelligence on the Spirit Hall to identify their weaknesses. Then, we will unite with other factions discontented with the Spirit Hall and launch a coordinated assault. Understood, leader. We shall proceed at once, the subordinate acknowledges, departing to fulfill the command. The emergence of this enigmatic organization casts a veil of uncertainty over the situation in Douluo Continent once more. How will Yao Dust and the Spirit Hall confront this new threat? Will they be able to safeguard the splendor of the Spirit Hall and realize Yao Dust's ambition of becoming the Creator God? All remained shrouded in mystery. Yao Chen remained oblivious to the existence of the enigmatic organization, steadfastly dedicating himself to the advancement of the Spirit Hall. He was acutely aware that in this world,